Grasping Evil Chapter 407 to Chapter 431. Ning Fan had to admit that his luck was really good. Meeting Lei Shi and exchanging his useless lightning jades for many good items was really a fortunate thing. After entering the profounding world, he refined the primordial lightning and cold chi with the help of 100 times faster cultivation speed. In just half a day, Ning Fan left the world and his chi improved slightly. After refining the eternal emotions tier, Ning Fan's magic power increased by 1,000 units. The number of heavenly cold chi in his body had increased to 9 types. 1,000 units of magic power was just a drop in the ocean to Ning Fan, who had more than 600,000 units of magic power. However, there was another effect of the eternal emotions tier that satisfied him. The second-ranked heavenly cold chi had the miraculous effect of helping a cultivator to calm their mind and focus. After consuming it, Ning Fan felt his entire body become cool. When he cultivated, there was no sign of inner demons and his Tao heart was as firm as ice. No wonder this item was worth 500 million immortal jade. It was indeed worth it. 1,200 traces of primordial lightning were refined by Ning Fan. The first 500 traces of primordial lightning were refined into the primordial lightning armor, causing the silver light of the armor to become brighter. It had already broken through to the 4th level of the silver armor. The remaining 700 traces of primordial lightning helped the armor to break through to the peak of the 4th level. Traces of golden lightning began to appear on the armor. When all 1,200 traces of primordial lightning were refined, his armor was almost completely golden in color. Only 1 or 2 traces of silver lightning remained. If the silver lightning completely disappears and turns into golden lightning, this lightning armor would be able to break through the golden armor and defend against a void glimpse stage attack. Armor covering. On the desert, Ning Fan summoned his lightning armor with a thought. The primordial lightning armor could protect one's primordial spirit when it is not used. When it is summoned, it could protect one's entire body. With the faint golden lightning armor protecting his body, Ning Fan looked like a golden god. Golden lightning flashed around his body. When the golden light spread, it attracted countless undead spirits who were trying to attack him. The golden lightning was like a delicacy that lured the undead spirits to come to him. A trace of solemn killing intent flashed in Ning Fan's eyes. He took a step forward and turned into a ray of golden lightning, starting a massacre. He rushed into the encirclement of the undead spirits. The least of them were at the nascent soul realm while the strongest ones were at the peak divine transformation realm. All of them activated their lightning magic techniques. Countless attacks, but none of them could break the defense of the lightning armor. As Ning Fan's sword sense swept across the area, groups of nascent souls were minced into pieces. He formed hand seals, and layers of black dragon tombstones pressed down, crushing countless dead spirits to death. His eyes were cold, as if he had returned to the trials in the Blood Sea. He opened his mouth and swallowed 17 bolts of primordial lightning, then put away 17 lightning jades with a flick of his sleeve. Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. He released his aura force along the way and dashed towards the lightning lord of the 5th floor. Along the way, more and more dead spirits followed the golden lightning. They tried to kill Ning Fan and seize the golden lightning. However, the price of greed was death. Chi. 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 Streaks of black sword light spread out on the 5th floor. Many blood-colored lightning whips lashed at the soul formation undead spirits. There were more experts on the 5th floor than on the first 4 floors combined. After killing 100,000 nascent soul realm cultivators and 105 divine transformation realm cultivators, Ning Fan appeared outside a gigantic palace. In the huge palace, an old man in a dragon robe had a gloomy expression. He was the lightning master of the 5th level of the lightning tower. He had received several pieces of information that claimed that an undead spirit from the lower levels had broken into the 5th floor and was slaughtering everyone there. He also heard that the madman who killed people like flies possessed a secret technique called the golden lightning armor. The strength of the lightning armor was enough to defend against all divine transformation realm attacks. The life tablets of his subordinates who were sent to kill Ning Fan were shattered one after another. The eyes of the old man in dragon robe were filled with anger. When he sensed that Ning Fan had arrived outside the gigantic palace, he was so angry that he laughed instead. He slammed the table and rose to his feet. "Brat, how dare you? I didn't come looking for you but you came to me yourself." Hand over the secret technique of the lightning armor and I will keep your corpse intact. Hand over the dark golden bamboo leaf and I will keep your corpse intact. You're courting death. Boom. The old man in dragon robe became even more furious. He took a step forward and the terrifying magic power of a void glimpse stage cultivator directly shattered the gigantic palace, leaving only a pile of rubble. His surging aura force turned into a golden lightning dragon and rushed towards Ning Fan. Looking at the incoming golden lightning dragon, Ning Fan did not dodge it at all. Instead, he allowed the lightning rays of the lightning dragon to engulf him. Humph. This is the consequence of resisting me. The old man in dragon robe sneered. He could tell that Ning Fan was just a half-step void refinement realm cultivator with just a glance. In his opinion, a mere half-step void refinement realm cultivator would certainly die if he was struck head-on by his golden lightning dragon transformation technique. The only pity was that he had to kill Ning Fan before he could interrogate him about his secret technique. However, before he could be complacent for too long, his expression suddenly changed. The boundless golden lightning rays that were attacking Ning Fan were weakening and disappearing at a terrifying speed. What exactly happened? Why did my golden lightning disappear? The old man in dragon robe was extremely shocked. His golden lightning dragon transformation technique was always effective against void glimpse stage experts at the same level as him. Why did such an anomaly happen today? Of course, he did not know that Ning Fan had condensed the Taisu lightning star and possessed the Taisu lightning diagram technique. Thus, he could devour lightning rays of the same level without suffering any damage. Ning Fan was not afraid at all in the sea of golden lightning. After devouring 105 traces of primordial lightning, his lightning armor had completely erased all the silver lightning and turned into a pure faint golden color. The grade of his lightning armor was already at the peak of the silver grade. It was not far from breaking through to the first level of the golden grade. He was just one step away from breaking through to the first level of the golden grade. The key to breaking through was to kill the old man in dragon robes and devour the lightning of his primordial spirit. Even if he had not broken through to the golden grade, the current strength of his lightning armor could almost completely defend against the old man's lightning attacks. Now that he was outside the sea of lightning, he would be unharmed even if he did not summon his natal star. As the lightning beneath his feet moved, a blood-red lightning diagram that stretched for 10,000 li * 500 m per li, unfolded like a scroll. At the moment the lightning diagram appeared, the golden lightning in the sky was completely devoured by it. The full-powered attack of the old man in dragon robes was completely broken just like that. Taisu lightning diagram. The old man's heart was filled with deep shock. He finally understood why his lightning technique could not hurt Ning Fan at all and was devoured instead. The Taisu lightning diagram could devour all lightning of the same level. After Ning Fan condensed his golden lightning armor, his comprehension of the Tao of lightning had already broken through the silver lightning grade and reached the golden lightning grade. The old man in dragon robes who also controlled golden lightning definitely could not hurt Ning Fan with his golden lightning. The lightning emperor once said that the one who possesses the Taisu lightning diagram could become the lord of all lightning. Throughout my cultivation journey, my magic power has always been lightning. Even though my cultivation base is at the void refinement realm, all lightning power is restrained by this young man. Magic techniques and magic treasures can't hurt him at all. In that case, I can only rely on my physical body to determine the winner and loser. The old man sneered. His physical body was already at the 4th level of Jade Life Realm. With just his physical body alone, he could fight against a peak Divine Transformation Realm expert. In addition to that, he had an extremely high-grade body technique. It should not be difficult for him to suppress Ning Fan. The old man took a step forward and his physical body grew to 1000 zhang * 3. 33 m per zhang. After taking 10 steps, his physical body had already grown to 5000 zhang * 3. 33 m per zhang. He turned into a giant in dragon robes and walked towards Ning Fan, crushing mountains and rivers with each of his steps. When he breathed in the clouds, he had the momentum to devour mountains and rivers. When he slammed his palm down on Ning Fan's head, it had the tremendous force to split mountains and overturn seas. Trying to suppress me with your physical body, huh? Unfortunately, you're too weak. Ning Fan sneered. He stepped on the lightning diagram and his physical body grew taller. After taking 10 steps, he turned into a 5,000 zhang *3, 33 m per zhang, tall golden armored giant. You're actually also a body cultivator at the 4th level of Jade Life Realm. The old man was slightly surprised, but he did not think that he would lose to Ning Fan. When the elderly man threw a punch, Ning Fan also responded with a punch of his own. Both of them were at the 4th level of Jade Life Realm, but the moment they exchanged blows, the bones in the fist of the old man were shattered into pieces. A huge force shattered the bones in his arm and shook his chest, causing his giant body to be pushed back 100 miles. Only then did he manage to stabilize his body. However, he was already severely injured. On the other hand, Ning Fan did not even take half a step back after throwing out a punch. The force of the elderly man's punch could not even break the defense of Ning Fan's lightning armor. One punch, with just a single punch, the elderly man in dragon robes was able to determine the winner between him and Ning Fan. His physical body was much weaker than Ning Fan's. The strength of your punch is definitely at the pinnacle of the Jade Life Realm. No, it's even higher than the pinnacle of the Jade Life Realm. It's almost equivalent to a strike from a Golden Body Realm cultivator. You have a good eye. My fist strength is already infinitely close to a golden body. Ning Fan's eyes were as bright as the sun and moon. With a single step, he crossed 100 li *, 500 m per li, and caught up to the elderly man in dragon robes. Then, he threw out 100 fist shadows in one go. The sky darkened with a single punch. The 10 fists mountain shook. With 100 punches, the sky collapsed and the earth crumbled. After receiving 100 punches from Ning Fan, all of the muscles and bones in the old man's body were crushed. His blood flowed like a river and flooded the wasteland. His breathing was weak and he was on the verge of death. His face was filled with fear. A dignified Void Glimpse stage cultivator was actually afraid of a half-step Void Refinement Realm cultivator. If word of this got out, it would really be a joke. However, reality was cruel. His magic power was restrained by the lightning diagram and his physical body was weaker than Ning Fan's. He had no chance of winning against Ning Fan at all. You can't kill me. This old man is Su Longzi, the younger brother of the 24th floor's lightning lord, Ying Longzi. If you kill me, you'll be hunted down by the 10th floor's lightning tower. 24th floor's thunder lord Ning Fan was still as indifferent as before. He was not affected by Ying Longzi's reputation at all. This scene turned into despair in Su Longzi's eyes. Su Longzi could already see that Ning Fan would not be threatened at all. Even though his clan elder brother was the #1 expert among the Void Inquiry stage experts in the Lightning Tower, he still could not make Ning Fan fear him. Despair eventually turned into madness. Su Longzi was also a powerful individual. If begging for mercy was not wrong, he could only fight Ning Fan to the death. He muttered some incantations and 2 dragon horns slowly emerged on his head. His body shook and the lightning light turned into pieces of golden scales. When the golden scales spread, he turned into a 5,000 zhang *3. 33 m per zhang, large golden lightning dragon. His dragon eyes flashed with a hint of madness. By revealing his true form, he was going to risk his life to fight Ning Fan. Dragon-breaking roar. Roar. Rays of golden light dragon roared and turned into golden halos that spread out and attacked Ning Fan. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with indifference. No matter how powerful this sound wave technique was, it was still the same as the essence of the golden lightning power. There was nothing to be afraid of. Ning Fan's 5,000 zhang *3. 33 m per zhang, large golden armored giant took a step forward and the lightning diagram beneath his feet shattered into traces of blood-red lightning light. At the next moment, a massive lightning diagram condensed in Ning Fan's palm. It was a 10,000 zhang *3. 33 m per zhang, long scroll. The blood-red lightning was the brush and ink. Ancient lightning runes were drawn on the scroll. The golden armored giant held the lightning diagram in his hand and swept it towards the golden dragon. The lightning diagram spread out and kept the golden dragon into the scroll. When the scroll closed, the lightning diagram turned back into a scroll and was held in the giant's palm. The golden dragon inside the scroll immediately let out a blood-curdling scream. Then, its screams gradually became softer. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with indifference. He opened the lightning diagram again and shook it. Traces of golden ashes were shaken out of the lightning diagram. Judging from the situation, Ning Fan had actually kept the severely injured Su Longzi into the lightning diagram and turned him into ashes on the ground. What a terrifying Tai Su lightning diagram. The Tai Su lightning diagram can be used for both offense and defense. If it's used for defense, it will turn into a formation that is placed under my feet. If it's used for offense, it will turn into a scroll that can capture all lightning cultivators in the world. With a single thought, it will turn them into ashes. This is the punishment technique that Lightning Emperor Tai Su used to control lightning in the ancient times. Even though this technique is powerful, it is only effective against lightning cultivators. Moreover, the cultivation level of the lightning cultivators killed cannot be too much higher than mine. With my current cultivation level, I can only use this diagram to kill lightning cultivators below the void refinement realm. I can't kill Su Longzi. However, Su Longzi has already been severely injured by me and is on the verge of death. Therefore, it's not surprising that he was kept into this diagram to be killed. With this diagram, I only need to beat the Void Glimpse stage lightning cultivators half to death and keep them into this diagram. Then, I can kill all Void Glimpse stage lightning cultivators. After dispersing the golden armored giant body and keeping the lightning diagram, Ning Fan beckoned at the sea of blood and drew a golden primordial lightning into his hand. Then, he refined it into his lightning armor. The faint golden lightning armor immediately turned pure gold. At this moment, it had completely broken through to the first level of the golden armor. At the same time, he also obtained a golden lightning jade and a dark golden bamboo leaf as his spoils of war. In this way, he had killed the lightning lord of the 5th floor and razed the 5th floor to the ground. This Su Longzi is quite strong. However, he is a lightning cultivator after all. Thus, he will be completely restrained by me. From the moment I condensed the Tai Su lightning star, I was already the lord of all lightning and could restrain all lightning cultivators. All the Void Glimpse stage lightning cultivators below the 10th floor are nothing to fear. The one I need to pay attention to is Su Longzi's clan brother, the lightning lord of the 24th floor, Ying Longzi. Since this Ying Longzi could become the lightning lord of the 24th floor, his cultivation base must be at the Void Inquiry stage. Moreover, he is probably an unrivaled being among the Void Inquiry stage experts. With my current strength, it is absolutely impossible for me to kill him. However, it is also impossible for him to kill me. I have the heaven-deceiving cloak and many other means. Even if I have to face Ying Longzi's pursuit personally, I will not suffer any injuries. Why don't I go all out and kill my way to the 24th floor in one go? As soon as this thought popped up in his mind, it was immediately extinguished by Ning Fan. He was still in a hurry to complete Hong Yi's mission to obtain 7 dark golden bamboo leaves and exchange them for a golden leaf to heal Yu Ling Kong. Thus, he did not have the time to kill too many people. The dark golden bamboo leaves could also heal one's primordial spirit and save Yu Ling Kong. However, after witnessing the dark golden bamboo leaves with his own eyes, Ning Fan realized that there were 2 difficulties that prevented him from using the dark golden bamboo leaves to save people. Firstly, with the medicinal power of the dark golden bamboo leaves, he would need at least 100,000 years old spiritual herbs. Those were immortal herbs that would only be used to concoct 7th revolution pills. Ning Fan did not have a single one of them. Secondly, the medicinal power of the dark golden bamboo leaves was too strong. It was not something that a void refinement realm cultivator could consume. Perhaps only a person with Han Yi's identity would be able to get some 100,000 years old spiritual herbs to mix with the dark golden bamboo leaves. However, Ning Fan had some doubts. Han Yi. If this lady is just a void refinement realm cultivator, can she really endure the terrifying medicinal power of the dark golden bamboo leaves? I just feel that she seems to be hiding something from me. Forget it. I'm not interested in finding out what secrets this lady has. If she has nothing to do with Hong Hong, it will also have nothing to do with me. What I should be concerned about is to kill my way to the 7th floor as soon as possible. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with killing intent. He took a step into the teleportation formation and entered the 6th floor. At the moment he entered the 6th floor, he immediately patted his storage pouch and summoned 3 Void Refinement Realm spiritual puppets. After healing the injured spiritual puppets, he immediately went on a killing spree with all his might. As his techniques increased, Void Glimpse stage cultivators were no longer as scary as before. Below the 10th floor, he could do whatever he wanted. 3 days later. On the 24th floor of the Lightning Tower, a 6,000 zhang * 3. 33 m per zhang, long yellow dragon with a pair of wings was entrenched in the lightning swamp. It seemed to be in a deep sleep. A black armored guard knelt on the ground and reported something. At a certain moment, after hearing his subordinate's report, his eyes suddenly flashed with killing intent. Su Longzi is actually dead. Someone, go and investigate for me. Find out who did this. I want this person to disappear from the Black Lightning Tower forever. Your Majesty, there's no need to investigate further. I know who did this. In just a few days, the first floor to the 9th floor of the Lightning Tower has been razed to the ground. All of them were witnessed by some low-grade undead spirits. The murderer is this person. Swoosh *, the black armored guard opened a scroll which had Ning Fan's appearance. As soon as it saw his face, the 6,000 zhang * 3. 33 m per zhang, yellow dragon narrowed its eyes and said coldly. This person is the culprit? Very good. Pass my order. All the undead spirits below the 24th floor are to use all your strength to hunt down this evil being. No mistakes are allowed. Within 3 days, I want to see this evil being's head and offer it to my deceased brother's soul. 1/2, to be continued. Within 3 days, Ning Fan was like a strong gust of wind that swept through the entire 9th floor. Killing, especially in this place where he had nothing to worry about, was not difficult at all for him. It was especially so in this place where lightning cultivators gathered. By relying on the lightning-restraining divine effect of the Tai Su lightning diagram and the ferocious might of the 3 spiritual puppets that could slaughter Void Refinement Realm cultivators, even a Void Glimpse stage cultivator would die for sure. Ning Fan alone was enough to eliminate Su Longzi. With the addition of the 3 puppets, whichever floor they descend upon would be a calamity for that floor. There was only one Void Glimpse stage lightning lord on the 6th floor. After being besieged by Ning Fan and his 3 puppets, he was directly killed. There were 2 Void Glimpse stage experts on the 7th floor. However, they were still not Ning Fan's match and both of them were killed. On the 8th floor, 2 Void Glimpse stage experts were also killed. There were a total of 3 Void Glimpse stage experts on the 9th floor. One escaped while the other 2 died. From the 6th to the 9th floor, he had killed a total of 7 Void Glimpse stage experts. After a careful count, there were already 11 Void Refinement Realm experts who had died in his hands. 500 traces of Divine Transformation Realm Primordial Lightning and 7 traces of Void Glimpse Stage Primordial Lightning fell into Ning Fan's hands. He also put away the silver and gold grade Thunder Jades. Perhaps he could use them the next time he traded with Lei Shi. With such a large amount of Primordial Lightning, his lightning armor could only advance 2/3 of the way to the 2nd level. He would need to kill at least 6 Void Glimpse stage experts or 600 Divine Transformation Realm experts before his lightning armor could advance to the 2nd level. Even if he had yet to break through to the 2nd level, the defense of this lightning armor was already extremely terrifying. No Void Glimpse stage cultivators below the 9th level could break the defense of this lightning armor at all. Ning Fan already had 9 pieces of dark golden bamboo leaves in his hands. It was more than enough to complete Hong Yi's mission. According to the intelligence, there were a total of 4 Void Glimpse stage experts guarding the 1st floor of the Lightning Tower. 4 Void Glimpse stage experts. Even Ning Fan was not willing to take the risk. At this moment, he was already prepared to leave. However, when he looked at the Thunder Sound Jade in his hand, he realized that Lei Shi still had not contacted him. He could not help but feel a little disappointed. It seemed like he would not be able to trade with Lei Shi again before he left. Originally, he was prepared to use the useless lightning jades to exchange for some treasures from Lei Shi. After all, Ning Fan was not a Void Refinement Realm cultivator. He was just relying on Ko Lei and his spiritual puppets to fight. If he is besieged by too many Void Glimpse stage experts, even he would not be able to win. Having made up his mind, Ning Fan returned to the lower level. Then, at that moment, in the sky, a black mass of escaping lightning rays shot toward them with undisguised murderous intent. Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. There were at least 1,000 Divine Transformation Realm cultivators and 10 of them were at the Void Refinement Realm or above. The Void Refinement Realm experts on the 9th floor should have already died. Without a doubt, these experts were all from the 10th floor and above. How dare you? How dare you attacking Long's brother? You're courting death. The Void Glimpse stage cultivator in the lead was none other than the Lightning Lord of the 10th floor of the Lightning Tower. He released his overbearing aura force, which turned into a sky-piercing gigantic mountain that pressed down on Ning Fan. Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. He immediately understood that these experts had come for the Lightning Lord of the 4th floor, Su Longzi, the 24th floor's Lightning Lord. Ing Longzi. This person is really powerful. He actually sent out such a large force just to deal with Ning Fan alone. He actually managed to make so many Void Glimpse stage experts acknowledge him as their king. One of the experts unleashed his aura force to suppress Ning Fan while the other experts displayed their secret techniques one after another. All of them attacked Ning Fan's primordial spirit with their secret techniques. All of them were techniques to attack one's nascent soul. Facing the joint attack of 10 Void Refinement Realm experts, even the Tai Su lightning diagram could not devour all the lightning. Seeing that Ning Fan could not fight against so many experts with just 2 fists, the 10 Void Refinement Realm experts were certain that Ning Fan would definitely die. However, at this moment, a black cloak suddenly appeared on top of Ning Fan's white robes. His figure disappeared right before the eyes of countless experts. Impossible. This young man is clearly just a half-step Void Refinement Realm cultivator. Why is his concealment technique so strong? Even us Void Glimpse stage experts can't find his whereabouts. Rumor has it that the reason why this young man could sweep through the first 9 floors was because he had 3 Void Glimpse stage spiritual puppets. His own strength is not worth mentioning. Now, it seems that it is definitely not the case. This young man's techniques are extremely difficult to deal with. However, just this concealment technique alone is enough to make us unable to find him. We must search for him even if we can't find him. Otherwise, how are we going to explain this to King Yinglong? The group of Void Glimpse stage experts wore grim expressions. They tried several magic techniques to break Ning Fan's concealment technique but none of them could find him at all. The heaven-deceiving cloak was of the profound divinity grade. It could even block Void Fragmentation Realm Spirit Sense. How could 10 Void Glimpse stage experts find Ning Fan? They could not find Ning Fan's whereabouts but they had an idea. A large group of them guarded the teleportation formation connecting the 9th floor to the 8th floor tightly, waiting for Ning Fan to walk into their trap. While this large group of experts was searching for Ning Fan, he had already fled 1 million li * 500 m per li away. His eyes were filled with intense killing intent. Even though this group of experts could not find him, they had sealed the path to the lower floors. As such, unless Ning Fan kills all 10 Void Glimpse stage experts, he would not be able to leave the Lightning Tower. Ing Longzi, you will definitely regret not letting me go. Ning Fan's traveling light did not move towards the teleportation formation of the 8th floor. Instead, he moved towards the teleportation formation of the 10th floor. He was not going to leave, he was determined to teach Ing Longzi a lesson. With so many experts descending to the lower floors, the defense of the 10th floor would certainly be weak. The massacre began, while countless experts were guarding the path to the 8th floor, the 10th floor was plunged into a bloody calamity. The Lightning Lord of the 10th floor only brought a Void Glimpse stage expert with him to the lower floors. Other than the 2 of them, the other 8 Void Glimpse stage experts were experts of the 11th floor and above. There were only 2 Void Glimpse stage experts left on the 10th floor. They were looking after the dark golden bamboo leaf on behalf of the Lightning Lord of the 10th floor while discussing something. The topic they were discussing was actually related to Ning Fan. That madman dared to kill King Yinglong's younger brother. He was really courting death. I'm afraid he is already dead by now. Hee. Since the Lightning Lord is personally taking action, how can he not win? Unfortunately, we can't participate in the mission this time. Otherwise, if we can kill that hoe with our own hands, we will certainly make a great contribution in front of King Yinglong. King Yinglong is the strongest Void Inquiry stage expert in the Black Lightning Tower. It's just a matter of time before he attains the Void Pierce stage. Once he attains the Void Pierce stage, he will certainly be the strongest expert in the first 36 floors. If I can befriend an expert of this level, what's the harm in chasing after a half-step Void Refinement Realm expert? While the two of them were chatting and laughing, a series of miserable cries and sounds of battle suddenly resounded from the outside world. All the smiles on their faces froze. The two of them roared in shock and anger. Who is so audacious to come to my 10th floor and cause trouble? The 10th floor was the strongest floor in the first 10 floors. No undead spirit had ever dared to come here and cause trouble. In a flash, the two of them flew out of the palace and scanned their surroundings coldly. They wanted to see what kind of audacious madman was bold enough to come here and court death. As soon as they saw the intruder, they could not hide their astonishment. They saw a figure in white robes and golden armor coldly walking through the mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Wherever he passed by, he would attack aggressively, killing countless undead spirits. Beside him, the 3 black-robed spiritual puppets were also killing their enemies coldly. With the 4 of them working together, there was not a single nascent soul realm or divine transformation realm expert who could stop them at all. Ning Fan's eyes were cold. His baleful chi covered the sky. Within that baleful chi were the terrifying chi left behind by 11 Void Refinement Realm experts who had died. When Ning Fan's gaze swept across the 2 Void Refinement Realm experts, their hearts were invaded by the baleful chi and they could no longer remain calm. This madman was obviously surrounded by 10 Void Refinement Realm experts and 1,000 Divine Transformation Realm experts. How did he manage to escape from their encirclement? 11 people. There's no mistake. This man has already killed 11 Void Refinement Realm experts. This young man is extremely dangerous. Retreat quickly and meet up with the Lightning Lord. The two of them wanted to escape but it was too late. The divine star on Ning Fan's glabella flashed and the lightning diagram spread out, covering all the undead spirits within it. His killing intent had already been triggered. Kill. As soon as he gave the order, the 3 puppets surrounded the 2 Void Refinement Realm experts. 1 hour later, the entire place was left in ruins. Ning Fan stood on top of the 2 Void Refinement Realm corpses and devoured 2 traces of blood lightning. His eyes then shifted to the teleportation formation on the 11th floor. The 11th floor might be dangerous but why would he be afraid? Besides, it seemed like Lei Shi was still on the 11th floor. He wondered if he could still buy primordial lightning from him now. On the 11th floor of the Black Lightning Tower. Ning Fan's deed spread across the entire lightning tower at a terrifying speed. He destroyed all 10 floors of the lightning tower with his strength alone. Even though he was surrounded by 10 Void Refinement Realm experts, he still managed to escape openly. Even some Void Inquiry stage-old monsters would not dare to belittle his reputation. The Myriad Treasure Pavilion was a certain force on the 11th floor of the Lightning Tower. The master of this force was the famous master of the Myriad Treasure Pavilion, Lei Shi. This Lei Shi had a strange temperament. Even though he was strong, he seemed to be at odds with the Lightning Lord of the 11th floor. He had never befriended any Void Refinement Realm experts of the Lightning Tower. His only hobby was to do business, earn lightning jades and devour lightning jades to improve his cultivation base. Even though he usually haggled over a lightning jade with others, he was definitely the wealthiest cultivator on the first 24 floors. At this moment, in the main hall of the Myriad Treasure Pavilion, Lei Shi was fiddling with a golden lightning abacus. He had a wretched smile on his face while calculating the number of primordial lightning he had just obtained. Chu Nanfeng, this old man contributed 1,700 traces of Divine Transformation Realm Primordial Lightning and 4 traces of Void Refinement Realm Primordial Lightning. Mo Feiyun contributed 3,000 traces of Divine Transformation Realm Primordial Lightning and 7 traces of Void Refinement Realm Primordial Lightning. Old Man Yang contributed 2,500 traces of Void Refinement Realm Primordial Lightning and 5 traces of Void Refinement Realm Primordial Lightning. And Lei Shi's face lit up with excitement. This time, after returning to the 11th floor, he had purchased a total of 10,000 traces of Divine Transformation Realm Primordial Lightning and 35 traces of Void Refinement Realm Primordial Lightning. If he sells all of these Primordial Lightning to Ning Fan, he would be able to earn a lot of money. In the main hall, the 5 early Void Refinement Realm experts wore strange expressions. All of them were the guest elders of the Myriad Treasure Pavilion. They were none other than Chu Nanfeng, Mo Feiyun, and the others whom Lei Shi mentioned. They could not understand why the pavilion master would go through so much trouble to collect such a large amount of primordial lightning. To undead lightning cultivators, these primordial lightning were trash. They really could not understand why the pavilion master would need this item. Pavilion master, may I ask what exactly is the magical use of this item? Chu Nanfeng asked hesitantly. Magical use? How would I know what this lousy item is used for? However, I only know that this item can be sold for money. It won't be difficult to sell it for 400 to 500 silver jades. How can this trash be sold for such a high price? What kind of person would be able to afford 500 silver jades? Could it be that he is also a void inquiry stage-old monster? Mo Feiyun asked doubtfully. He's not a void inquiry stage expert. He's just a half-step void refinement realm expert. However, this half-step void refinement realm expert is a little unusual. Even I feel that he won't be easy to deal with. Lei Shi sighed. Pavilion master, you must be joking. How can there be a half-step void refinement realm expert who can resist a void inquiry stage-old monster in this world? Old man Yang shook his head and refuted. However, he suddenly stopped talking when he recalled the rumored fanatic who swept through all 10 floors of the lightning tower. That person also seemed to be a half-step void refinement realm expert. He had swept through all 10 floors on his own. The reputation of that person made even ordinary void glimpse stage experts fear him. No. The rumor must be false. There is certainly no such powerful half-step void refinement realm expert in this world. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I would never believe it. Old man Yang was unwilling to believe it. The rumor might not be false. An arrogant and forceful voice suddenly resounded from outside the door, interrupting old man Yang's words. This voice carried the aura force of a mid-void refinement realm expert. Surprisingly, it belonged to a void inquiry stage-old monster. His aura force was even much stronger than Lei Shi's. Lightning Lord. Old man Yang, Chu Nanfeng, Mo Feiyun, and the others immediately rose to their feet and stared at the newcomer with vigilance. Even Lei Shi's eyes turned gloomy and he said with displeasure. Zhu Feng, why are you here? I heard that you have been collecting primordial lightning wantonly. How ridiculous. What's the point of collecting this kind of trash? Zhu Feng mocked. You didn't answer my question. Lei Shi's eyes became even colder. I came here just to take away your immortal Emperor Lightning Bone. Zhu Feng smiled sinisterly. Why should I give it to you? Lei Shi acted as if he had heard something ridiculous. If you don't hand it over, the Myriad Treasure Pavilion will be destroyed. This is King Yinglong's order. You should know the consequences of disobeying him. I'll give you 1 day to think about it. After 1 day, I hope to hear a satisfactory answer. Zhu Feng sneered and left swiftly, leaving the experts in the hall with a solemn expression. Lei Shi's eyes turned gloomy. The feeling of being threatened was very unpleasant. While everyone was silent, a subordinate suddenly rushed into the main hall anxiously. His forehead was full of sweat. Pavilion master, be bad news, what's wrong? What happened this time? Lei Shi said with displeasure. He's here. The subordinate seemed to have seen something extremely terrifying. Who's here? Before Lei Shi could get a rough idea of what was going on, a white-robed young man entered the Myriad Treasure Pavilion lightly at the next moment. Fellow Daoist Lei, how have you been? Have you collected all your primordial lightning? This time, I brought a lot of money with me. As soon as Ning Fan appeared, he released a trace of ferocious aura force. Everyone in the hall was shocked. 13 traces of void refinement realm baleful chi. This young man has such a strong aura force. Is he really a half-step void refinement realm expert? It's him. Wasn't he being hunted down in the lower 10 floors? Why did he come to the 11th floor? 2 halves, to be continued. On the 11th floor of the Lightning Tower, the Myriad Treasure Pavilion was a well-deserved super force. The Pavilion Lord, Lei Shi, was a Void Inquiry stage cultivator and he had 5 Void Glimpse stage experts under him. With so many experts around, no one had ever dared to break into the Myriad Treasure Pavilion. The Lightning Lord of the 11th floor, Zhu Feng, naturally had no one who dared to stop him with King Yinglong's influence. However, Ning Fan was just a half-step void refinement realm cultivator. How could he pass through the heavy defenses of the myriad treasure pavilion and enter the main hall? Chu Nanfeng, Mo Feiyun and the other two void glimpse stage experts suddenly stood up with cold eyes. They recognized Ning Fan as the person whom King Yinglong was pursuing with all his might. This person had slaughtered all 10 floors of the lightning tower all by himself. He was a ferocious devil lord. Ning Fan's baleful chi disappeared in a flash, making the 5 of them doubtful. They felt that they were mistaken. Was it an illusion? Could it be that terrifying baleful chi was just an illusion? This young man is just a half-step void refinement realm cultivator. It's impossible for him to kill 13 void refinement realm experts with his own hands. Yes. It must be like that. Rumor has it that this young man has 3 void refinement realm spiritual puppets. The baleful chi on his body must be from the puppets in his hands. He's just a divine transformation realm cultivator after all. As long as he doesn't have time to summon his spiritual puppets, there's nothing to fear about him. With that thought, the 5 of them felt relieved. They could not help but look down on Ning Fan a little. They did not know why Ning Fan trespassed into the myriad treasure pavilion. However, judging from his words, he seemed to be here to make a deal with Lei Shi. If that's the case, this person doesn't seem to be an enemy. With the pavilion lord here, no matter if Ning Fan is an enemy or a friend, they do not need to deal with him. Oh? I have just collected some primordial lightning and have yet to contact you with the thunder sound jade. However, you came to my myriad treasure pavilion before me. What a rare guest. Lei Shi put down his golden abacus and looked at Ning Fan meaningfully with a grin. Little friend, you really hid your strength well. You actually managed to sneak into my myriad treasure pavilion without making a sound. I really admire you. Excuse me. Ning Fan smiled faintly. He did not continue the topic of the heaven-deceiving cloak and sat on a seat at the corner of the hall. Seeing that Lei Shi and Ning Fan seemed to be friends, Chu Nanfeng and the other 4 void glimpse stage experts became even calmer. It seemed like Ning Fan did not have any ulterior motives towards the myriad treasure pavilion. He just came here to purchase primordial lightning. The doubts in his heart had been answered. So, the reason why Lei Shi hurriedly returned to the 11th floor and spent so much effort to purchase primordial lightning was just to sell it to Ning Fan? Strange, truly strange. No matter how he looked at it, he was just a half-step void refinement realm cultivator. With such a cultivation base, how was it possible for Lei Shi to treat him politely? How was it possible for him to escape from King Yinglong's relentless pursuit? This young man is just a half-step void refinement realm cultivator. Even though he has 3 void glimpse stage spiritual puppets, he still has no chance of winning against a void inquiry stage expert and 5 void glimpse stage experts. Why was he so calm? He sat alone in the dangerous million treasure pavilion. Was he not afraid? Are you all very interested in me? Ning Fan sensed the faint spirit sense of the 5 of them. His sword sense shook slightly and repelled their spirit sense. Then, he said with a smile. Hiss, the expressions of the 5 void glimpse stage experts changed. The method Ning Fan used to repel their spirit sense was undoubtedly his sword sense. Besides, the strength of his spirit sense was not any weaker than a void glimpse stage cultivator. Don't be impatient. Little friend Zhou is my guest. Lei Shi glared at the 5 of them. Even he, Lei Shi, felt that Ning Fan's chi was erratic and he found it hard to see through him. If his 5 subordinates could detect Ning Fan's cultivation base, it would really be a miracle. My servants are not very sensible. I apologize for my rudeness. Little friend, are you here to buy primordial lightning? Today, I have prepared 10,000 traces of primordial lightning. I wonder if little friend has brought enough money with him. Lei Shi grinned at Ning Fan again. While he was asking, he sniffed the air gently with his nose. As soon as he sniffed, his eyes lit up. So many lightning jades. It seems like the rumor about little friend slaughtering the 10 floors of the lightning tower is probably true. 10,000 traces of primordial lightning? Ning Fan's expression remained unchanged but his heart was slightly shocked. He needed at least another 300 traces of primordial lightning to advance his lightning armor. Even though he came to the Million Treasure Pavilion to buy primordial lightning, he did not expect that Lei Shi would actually have so much primordial lightning in his possession. 10,000 traces of primordial lightning were completely enough for his lightning armor to break through to the second level of the golden grade. It might even advance to the third level. Every trace of primordial lightning represented the life of a divine transformation realm undead spirit. If Ning Fan collects 10,000 traces of primordial lightning by himself, he would certainly need to kill 10,000 divine transformation realm undead spirits. He would need to kill at least 50 to 60 floors of the lightning tower in order to gather such a large amount of primordial lightning. This was obviously unrealistic. Inwardly, Ning Fan pondered. If Lei Shi really has 10,000 traces of primordial lightning, the origin of these 10,000 traces of primordial lightning was certainly not from slaughtering undead spirits. Most likely, they were left behind by the divine transformation realm undead spirits who had died in the lightning tower in the past countless years. That's right. I have gathered 10,000 traces of primordial lightning. Hee. I will sell it at the price of 30 traces of primordial lightning per jade and give little friend a discount. Hee. 300 silver jades. What do you think? Lei Shi rubbed his hands excitedly. 300 silver jades. The expressions of the 5 Void Glimpse stage experts changed. As Void Glimpse stage cultivators, each of them only possessed 100 silver jades. The lightning power contained in 300 silver jades was almost the total wealth of 3 Void Glimpse stage cultivators. They could not believe that a half-step Void Refinement Realm cultivator like Ning Fan would possess so many lightning jades. Moreover, they could not understand why Ning Fan would purchase a pile of useless primordial lightning at such a sky-high price. What they did not know was that the primordial lightning that was useless to undead spirits was the best tonic for Ning Fan to cultivate his lightning armor. Deal. Ning Fan spoke indifferently. In just an instant, he had ended this huge transaction. The final decision was made. Lei Shi took out hundreds of jade boxes that contained primordial lightning and handed them to Ning Fan. Ning Fan, on the other hand, paid 300 silver jades. The entire transaction was done without any hesitation. Chu Nanfeng and the others could not help but click their tongues. It was such a huge transaction, but Ning Fan did not even bargain. What a bold and decisive man. Their contempt towards Ning Fan faded a little. At least, they knew that they did not have such a bold and decisive man. Ning Fan kept the primordial lightning. Once he leaves the Myriad Treasure Pavilion, he would devour primordial lightning to upgrade his lightning armor. Lei Shi kept the 300 silver jades. His heart was burning with excitement. After devouring these silver jades, his magic power would increase by a lot. Everyone was satisfied with the transaction. I wonder if fellow Daoist Lei still has any other good items. It's rare for me to come to the Myriad Treasure Pavilion this time. I still have quite a lot of spare money with me. I want to buy some more treasures. Ning Fan still had 10 golden jades and 800 silver jades. These lightning jades were useless to him. Thus, he was naturally willing to exchange them for some treasures from Lei Shi. When Lei Shi heard Ning Fan's words, he immediately clapped his hands and laughed heartily, like a promiscuous woman who had met her adulterer. Don't worry, little friend. My Myriad Treasure Pavilion lacks many things but not treasures. We will certainly make little friend satisfied. He could smell that Ning Fan still had a large amount of lightning jades with him. He was extremely willing to earn all of these lightning jades. Suddenly, Lei Shi had a flash of inspiration. He seemed to have thought of something. I wonder if this Zhou Ming will accept the Immortal Emperor's lightning bone. That item is also useless to undead spirits like us. However, it is a supreme treasure to a small number of undead spirits who cultivate special body refining techniques. This item is useless to me. It is useful to some undead spirits, but those people can't afford it. That King Ying Long has his eyes on this item, but he is reluctant to pay for it. If it's a normal transaction, why wouldn't I sell it to him? However, he just had to snatch it from me. Humph. I have never suffered a loss when doing business. How can I give him the lightning bone for nothing? This Zhou Ming still has 800 silver jades and 10 golden jades with him. Why don't I go all out and sell this lightning bone to him? There are 2 benefits to doing this. Firstly, King Ying Long will no longer have a reason to deal with me. Secondly, hee. I can earn all of Zhou Ming's lightning jades. With so many lightning jades, I can refine them into magic power. Even if I haven't attained the late void refinement realm yet, I can probably be considered as a top-notch expert among the mid-void refinement realm experts. The only thing I need to worry about is whether this Zhou Ming will buy this item or not. Lei Shi's eyes rolled around. Business is business. He really admired Ning Fan's character of fair dealing. He decided to take out the lightning bone that he had been hiding and show it to Ning Fan. He wanted to see if this young man would buy it. I have a treasure that I need to take out and let little friend appreciate it. Little Fengzi. Bring little friend Zhou to the gold grade treasure vault. You can sell all the goods including the forbidden items to little friend Zhou if he likes them. The person who was addressed as little Fengzi was naturally Qunanfeng. Qunanfeng's face was filled with shock and disbelief. The items in the gold grade treasure vault were the most precious supreme treasures. Even if a void inquiry stage-old monster came to the myriad treasure pavilion, Lei Shi might not necessarily treat them well and bring them into the gold grade treasure vault. Besides, Qunanfeng was a void glimpse stage-old monster after all. It was still acceptable for him to lead the way for a void inquiry stage-old monster, but he actually led the way for a half-step void refinement realm cultivator. It was a little embarrassing. You're not willing to go? Lei Shi's gaze darkened. He was usually perverted, but he was still very dignified during crucial moments. I wouldn't dare. Qunanfeng smiled bitterly. How would he dare to disobey Lei Shi's order? Don't worry, this old man knows what you're thinking. Isn't it just embarrassing to lead the way for a junior? Don't worry, this old man won't let you be the only one embarrassed. Little Yun, little Yang, and the two of you, go together. The five of us will show little friend Zhou around the treasury. Lei Shi said firmly. What? The expressions of Mo Feiyun, old Yang, and the others changed. 5 void glimpse stage experts were leading the way for a divine transformation realm junior. Weren't they giving him too much face? No, that's not right. The 5 of them gradually understood what was going on. Lei Shi ordering the 5 of them to lead the way for Ning Fan did not seem to be as simple as treating him generously. Yes, that must be the case. Lei Shi was afraid that Ning Fan would steal something, so he ordered the 5 early void refinement realm experts to keep an eye on him. But, how is this possible? Is it really necessary to use 5 void refinement realm experts to keep an eye on a divine transformation realm junior? Is Ning Fan really that powerful in Lei Shi's eyes? The 5 of them looked at Ning Fan, who was skinny and weak. They did not believe that Ning Fan could steal something under the nose of a void glimpse stage-old monster. There was a mortal void realm formation inside the gold grade treasury. The light of the formation could seal the magic power of spiritual puppets. Even though Ning Fan had 3 void glimpse stage spiritual puppets, he could not use them in the treasury. With Ning Fan's half-step void refinement realm strength, would he need 5 void refinement realm experts to keep an eye on him? Probably not. Qunanfeng alone is enough. Is the pavilion master making a big fuss over a minor issue? Without giving them a chance to refuse, Lei Shi left in a hurry. He was probably going to retrieve the immortal Emperor Lightning Bone. Qunanfeng and the other 4 old monsters exchanged glances with each other. Even though they could not bring themselves to lead the way for a junior, they did not dare to disobey Lei Shi's order. They sighed inwardly. Fine. It's better to let the 5 of us lead the way for this junior. It's better to lose face together than to lose face alone. Little friend, we will lead you to the gold grade treasury to have a look. With the pavilion master's order, as long as you have enough lightning jades, you can sell anything that catches your eye, even if it's a forbidden item. Forbidden item? Ning Fan asked doubtfully. Hee. To us undead spirits, there are many spiritual items and treasures that living people can devour and control. However, we can't use them. If we eat or use them incorrectly, we might suffer serious injuries from the backlash. For example, the frozen cloud garlic. This item has the effect of healing injuries to living people. However, it is a first-class poison to us undead spirits. Once we consume it incorrectly, it will cause great damage to our bodies. All of these items are listed as forbidden items by the pavilion master. Normally, we won't sell them to undead spirits who don't know what they are. The pavilion master often says that undead spirits love money and they get it in the right way. The pavilion master won't sell immoral money. Really? Ning Fan nodded his head slightly. This Lei Shi is rather interesting. Don't sell poisonous items to the undead spirits and don't make a fortune. Is this his principle of doing things? However, why did they sell it to Ning Fan? Did he have confidence in his judgment, or did he realize that he was a living person? I don't know. However, this Lei Shi is really cautious. He sent 5 Void Glimpse stage experts to keep an eye on me. In that case, I have no choice but to give up on my plan to rob his treasure vault. Fine. It's also good to have a transaction where the goods and money are settled once in a while. The gold-grade treasury was heavily guarded by undead spirits. As soon as these undead spirits saw Ning Fan, a stranger, approaching the treasure vault, they immediately raised their magic treasures and were on high alert. When they took another look, they realized that there were actually 5 Void Glimpse stage elders beside Ning Fan leading the way. Immediately, all of the experts kept their magic treasures and felt deep veneration towards Ning Fan. Inwardly, they were guessing what kind of distinguished identity Ning Fan, who was just a half-step Void Refinement Realm cultivator, actually has to be able to make 5 Void Refinement Realm experts lead the way. What a great honor! Could it be that Ning Fan is a cultivator of the high-grade Lightning Tower? A late Void Refinement Realm or even peak Void Refinement Realm background? When they thought of this, none of them dared to look at Ning Fan disrespectfully anymore. They immediately made way for Ning Fan and his group, allowing them to enter the treasure vault. The treasure vault was divided into 4 floors. On the first floor, there were many pills and magic treasures. All of them were treasures that Void Glimpse stage cultivators would use. On this floor, there was a low-grade mortal void formation light. By borrowing the power of lightning, it could greatly restrain a cultivator's magic power. It was even more effective against corpse refinement puppets. Before entering the formation light, Chu Nanfeng forced out a smile and introduced the treasure vault. The gold-grade treasury is equipped with layers upon layers of formations which can restrain all puppets to death. It is also quite effective against undead spirits like us. The treasure vault is divided into 4 floors. On the first floor, there is a low-grade mortal void formation light. Even for a Void Glimpse stage undead spirit like me, my magic power will be restricted by at least half. About this. There are some things that little friend should pay attention to. Chu Nanfeng's tone was slightly hesitant. Fellow Daoist, you don't have to hesitate. You can tell me directly if there is anything that I need to pay attention to. Hee. It's not that I'm looking down on fellow Daoist. However, fellow Daoist only has a half-step Void Refinement Realm cultivation base. I'm afraid you won't be able to withstand the formation light here. Before entering the formation, it's better for you to consume a protective pill to increase your defense. So, fellow Daoist Chu is worried about this. Don't worry. Even though my cultivation base is weak, a mere formation light won't be able to hurt me. You don't have to consume the pill. Ning Fan glanced at the pill and his eyes flashed with a strange expression. To an undead spirit, this pill was indeed a protective pill. However, to a living person, it was a poison. He was a living person. Of course, he would not be willing to consume poison. Seeing Ning Fan refuse to consume the pill, Chu Nanfeng wore a faint smile on his face, but inwardly, he was a little displeased. He was kind enough to give Ning Fan a protective pill, but Ning Fan rejected him arrogantly. Could it be that Ning Fan really thinks that he can withstand the mortal Void Realm formation light with his mere half-step Void Refinement Realm cultivation base? Humph. When he suffers some injuries, he will certainly know how powerful this formation light is. Then, he will understand that I'm doing it out of kindness. Chu Nanfeng let out a cold snort inwardly. However, on the surface, he still put on an apologetic smile and continued. It's fine if fellow Daoist refuses to accept the pill. However, if you get injured, it's definitely not my business. There's one more thing that I must remind fellow Daoist. Just now, I've told you that the formation light here can restrain all spiritual puppets. Even though fellow Daoist has 3 Void Glimpse stage spiritual puppets with you, you must not summon them in the treasure vault. Otherwise, the formation light will judge you as a thief and kill you. Is that so? I'll keep this in mind. I won't summon my spiritual puppets in the treasure vault. Ning Fan nodded his head. He had already given up on the idea of robbing the treasure vault. Thus, he naturally would not summon his spiritual puppets to fight them. Besides, he was not worried that the 5 Void Glimpse stage experts would lure him into the formation and plot against him. This formation used the power of lightning to restrain the magic power of cultivators. Since he had condensed the Taisu lightning star, he was naturally not afraid of the formation. He also had the heaven-deceiving cloak. If he insists on leaving, no one below the void fragmentation realm could stop him. Thus, he did not need to worry about his safety. All right. Since little friend has said so, I feel relieved. Little friend, please. Chu Nanfeng took the lead and stepped into the first layer of the formation light with a single step. Immediately, the formation light swept towards him and turned into sizzling lightning. As soon as he was electrocuted, his body shuddered and his aura force was rapidly suppressed. In just a few breaths' time, his magic power was actually suppressed by nearly 30%. Mo Feiyun and the others also stepped into the formation light one after another. Each of them had 30 to 40% of their magic power suppressed. The stronger one's magic power was, the lower the suppression would be. Even with the vigorous magic power of Void Refinement Realm cultivators, it was unavoidable for them to have 30 to 40% of their magic power suppressed. If ordinary half-step Void Refinement Realm cultivators enter the formation light without taking protective pills, their magic power would be completely sealed and they would be severely injured by the formation light. The 5 Void Glimpse stage experts entered the formation one after another. All of their gazes fell upon Ning Fan. Chu Nanfeng, in particular, wanted to see Ning Fan's appearance when he was injured by the backlash. Young people were always very self-righteous. After suffering a setback, they would know that the advice of their seniors was unpleasant to the ears. Old Chu, this young man is the Pavilion Lord's guest after all. Even though he is a little arrogant, we can't really watch him get injured. Once this young man suffers from the backlash of the formation light, we will just let him suffer a little. Don't let him die in the treasure vault. Mo Feiyun transmitted his voice to Chu Nanfeng to remind him. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. How can I leave him in the lurch? I'm just weakening his spirit as a young man. It's also for his own good. Chu Nanfeng gently shook his head. He was not a narrow-minded person. The gazes of the 5 old monsters were all focused on Ning Fan. Ning Fan's eyes revealed a strange expression. With his intelligence, he naturally saw through the thoughts of the 5 of them. Aren't these 5 old monsters too bored? They are actually waiting for him to suffer from the backlash of the formation light. They are destined to be disappointed. Ning Fan took a step into the formation light. The sizzling golden lightning immediately pressed down on him, as if 1,000 mountains were falling down. The tremendous momentum was enough to suppress all divine transformation realm beings. Unless they are void refinement realm beings, no one would be able to withstand the lightning in this place. Lightning flashed on Ning Fan's glabella. A vast aura force rose in his eyes and he shouted. Get lost. With just that one word, all the golden lightning bolts in the sky hurriedly retreated as if they were afraid. None of them dared to attack Ning Fan. At this moment, Ning Fan was like the lord of all lightning. None of them dared to hurt him. An ancient and vicissitude aura force spread out from Ning Fan's eyes and inadvertently swept across the 5 Void Glimpse stage experts. All of a sudden, fear towards Ning Fan rose from the depths of the souls of the 5 lightning cultivators. They could not understand. They could not understand why Ning Fan, who was just a half-step Void Refinement Realm cultivator, was unscathed after entering the mortal Void Lightning formation. They could not understand. They could not understand why the aura force of Ning Fan's gaze was so strong that the 5 Void Glimpse stage experts did not dare to look at him directly. All of a sudden, none of them including Chu Nanfeng dared to look down on Ning Fan anymore. No. Not only that. When Ning Fan's gaze swept across the 5 of them, intense fear rose in their hearts. This young man is very dangerous. It's very necessary for the Pavilion Master to send the 5 of us to keep an eye on him. 1/2, to be continued. At that moment, the might of Tai Su's lightning made Chu Nanfeng and the other 4 old monsters who were lightning element undead spirits feel fearful towards Ning Fan. Their faces turned slightly solemn. After bringing Ning Fan around the treasure house, they became more vigilant, afraid that Ning Fan would plunder the treasury. Ning Fan did not care about their feelings. He stepped into the formation light and his eyes wandered around the first floor of the treasure house. The first floor of the treasure house was an incomparably spacious hall. There were grooves on the four walls of the hall which contained many treasures. All of them were protected by formation light. Without a token, one would not be able to take them out. The treasure house was divided into 4 floors. The items that were displayed on the first floor were usually used by void glimpse stage-old monsters. Ning Fan's eyes scanned across the 4th floor and gradually exclaimed in surprise. This myriad treasure house really has a lot of good items. There were low-grade mortal void magic treasures, low-grade mortal void cultivation methods and magic techniques, low-grade 6th revolution pills and pill recipes. Unfortunately, most of these magic treasures had been damaged. Most of the cultivation methods and magic techniques were incomplete. Only a few of them were still intact. All of them were meant for undead spirits to cultivate. Living people could not cultivate them. As for 6th revolution pills, Ning Fan also did not expect that there would be such high-grade pills in this place. Unfortunately, each of these pills had been stored for countless years. Their medicinal properties had been severely depleted and some of them had even deteriorated. If one were to consume them, not only would their effects be weak, they might even harm themselves. The Black Lightning Tower was a tower of undead spirits. Rumor has it that the undead spirits in this tower were all dead cultivators of a certain era and place. There were also some undead spirits that were transformed from the lightning beasts of the later generations. Most of the magic treasures and pills in the tower came from ancient times. Naturally, they could not be used anymore. The undead spirits in the tower could not be brought out of the tower either. They could only live in a strange state here. Ning Fan fell into deep thought. He seemed to have heard about the strange existence of the undead spirits in the Black Lightning Tower before. I remember now. Old ancestor Dong Su once said that Thunder Sovereign Bu Zhou used the White Lightning World treasure to open up the Thunder Sovereign's tomb. There seemed to be undead spirits in the tomb as well. As for the Thunder Sovereign himself, he seemed to have become one of the undead spirits, living in a state where he was neither dead nor alive. Thunder Sovereign Bu Zhou probably used the experience of the Black Lightning Tower to imitate the undead spirits in this place. Speaking of which, Hong Yi once said that the void-pierced stage ferocious beast guarding the entrance of the Black Lightning Realm was set up by the Thunder Sovereign. The Thunder Sovereign has indeed come to the Black Lightning Tower. Perhaps the Thunder Sovereign had also passed through the Tai Su's 3 questions before. However, he definitely did not manage to pass the trial completely. At most, he had passed the 2nd trial. In the inheritance of the Tai Su Lightning Star, I could feel that I was the first person to condense this star after the Thunder Emperor. From a certain point of view, my aptitude in the Tao of Lightning is slightly higher than that of the Thunder Sovereign. Ning Fan withdrew his thoughts and scanned through the 6th revolution pills again. These pills had lost their medicinal properties. Thus, they naturally could not arouse his interest at all. However, the 6th revolution Dan formula made his eyes brighten. There were hardly any dead spirits in the Black Lightning Tower who knew how to concoct pills, let alone a 6th revolution pill master. Therefore, this 6th revolution Dan recipe had never experienced any battles and almost no one fought for it. Apart from a few missing parts, there were still 11 or 12 pill recipes that were perfectly preserved. The prices of these pill recipes were pitifully low. 1 silver jade could buy them, but no dead spirit had ever bought them. If these pill recipes were to be leaked out of the Rain World, they would certainly fetch a sky-high price. Low-grade 6th revolution Dan recipe, floating life pill. Floating life is like a dream, the heavenly Tao is like smoke. This pill is a low-grade 6th revolution Dan recipe. It can conceal one's chi, deceive the heavenly Tao and conceal the heavenly tribulation. If a cultivator consumes one of these pills, he or she would not be disturbed by the heavenly tribulation when breaking through to the void glimpse stage. Low-grade 6th revolution Dan recipe, life-prolonging pill. A single pill can prolong one's life by 1,000 years. This pill is a low-grade 6th revolution Dan recipe. It can increase the lifespan of a void refinement realm old monster by 1,000 years. This pill is really powerful. The strongest longevity pill I have ever seen could at most extend one's lifespan by 300 years. If I succeed in consuming this pill, I'm afraid not only Void Refinement Realm experts but also Void Fragmentation Realm experts in the Rain World will have to beg me for a pill. A lifespan of 1,000 years can change too many things in one's life. Low-grade 6th Revolution Dan Recipe, Void Glimpse Pill. The void is ethereal, one can perceive it by consuming this pill. This pill is a low-grade 6th Revolution Dan Recipe. It can help a cultivator perceive a trace of the power of the void, increasing his or her chances of breaking through to the Void Refinement Realm by at least 10%. Even I can use this pill recipe. Ning Fan's heart was burning with excitement but his eyes remained calm. After glancing at the other treasures indifferently, he turned around and casually bought the complete pill recipes one by one. He used a dozen pieces of useless silver-grade lightning jades to buy more than 10 types of priceless pill recipes. Ning Fan made a profit once again. Of course, in the eyes of Chu Nanfeng and the other undead spirits, Ning Fan was just wasting his money. They could naturally tell that Ning Fan was not a 6th Revolution pill master. Besides, even if Ning Fan was heaven-defying and had 6th Revolution pill refinement realm, as an undead spirit, he could only stay in the Black Lightning Tower and was not allowed to go out. There were not many precious spiritual herbs in this place which could be used to concoct any 6th Revolution pills. What's the use of pill recipes? Could it be that this young man really likes to buy rubbish? Chu Nanfeng, Mo Feng and the other old monsters began to criticize Ning Fan inwardly. They had the same thought as Lei Shi in the past. We have finished looking at the first floor. Fellow Taoist, are you willing to go to the second floor to have a look? After witnessing Ning Fan's strength, Chu Nanfeng's tone became much more polite. He addressed Ning Fan as fellow Taoist. Vaguely, he already had the intention to treat Ning Fan as his peer. Of course, I will go. Ning Fan nodded his head and followed the 5 old monsters to the second floor. The formation light of the second floor was already at the mid-grade mortal void realm. Its destructive power was more than a few times stronger than the first floor. Even Chu Nanfeng and the other void glimpse stage-old monsters had no choice but to consume some protective pills. If they don't consume the pills and enter the second floor without permission, their magic power would be suppressed by more than 90%, when facing a ruthless person like Ning Fan whose magic power was suppressed by 90%, the 5 of them would not be able to defend themselves at all once Ning Fan goes berserk and kills someone. Even though Chu Nanfeng and the other old monsters had consumed protective pills, they still could not help but feel a little sluggish after entering the second floor. As for Ning Fan, he secretly activated the Tai Su lightning might. After entering the second floor, he only gave them a cold look. None of the lightning rays dared to pressure him. The 5 void glimpse stage-old monsters became even more shocked. They could still understand why Ning Fan could ignore the first floor of the formation light as if it was nothing. After all, a void inquiry stage-old monster like Lei Shi was also immune to the first floor of the formation light. However, even Lei Shi would have a lot of his magic power suppressed after entering the second floor. Ning Fan, on the other hand, was not affected by the formation light at all. Perhaps only old monsters like King Yinglong who were about to break through to the Void Pier stage could barely do this. Could it be that this Zhou Ming has been hiding his true strength? Could it be that his true strength is comparable to King Yinglong? This thought rose in the minds of the 5 old monsters at the same time and it was hard for them to get rid of it. They had heard rumors about Ning Fan. He had slaughtered everyone on the first 10 floors of the Lightning Tower and killed Su Longzi, the younger brother of King Yinglong. He had completely offended King Yinglong and was chased by the experts of the 24th floor. At first, when they heard the news, they just dismissed it with a smile, thinking that Ning Fan was a new expert who had just advanced to the next level. He would certainly die for offending King Yinglong recklessly. Unexpectedly, when they saw Ning Fan with their own eyes today, they finally felt that Ning Fan's means were extremely powerful. Perhaps, Ning Fan had been hiding his true strength, perhaps, Ning Fan was strong enough to rival King Yinglong, perhaps, Ning Fan himself was a Void Inquiry stage-old monster or even, a Void Pier stage expert. Void Pier stage-old monster was a respectful title for late Void Refinement Realm experts. It was not difficult for a Void Pier stage expert to fight 10 Void Inquiry stage experts alone. If this Zhou Ming is a Void Pier stage-old monster, it won't be difficult for him to wipe out my myriad treasure pavilion alone. Even if he isn't a void peer stage expert, I'm afraid that he is not far from it. No wonder the pavilion master is so afraid of this person. This person cannot be provoked. When he thought of how he had spoken rudely and offended Ning Fan just now, Chu Nanfeng immediately broke out in cold sweat. No matter if Ning Fan was a void inquiry stage expert or a void peer stage old monster, he was definitely not someone Chu Nanfeng could afford to provoke. Fellow Taoist Zhou, please forgive me if I have offended you before. Chu Nanfeng suddenly stepped forward and cupped his fists to apologize. There was a faint look of fear on his face. Fellow Taoist, you must be joking. It's just a small matter, there's no need to take it to heart. With Ning Fan's intelligence, he could naturally tell that Chu Nanfeng was afraid of him. He was afraid that Chu Nanfeng had misjudged his strength because he was immune to the lightning formation. He did not explain, nor did he intend to incur the wrath of the Million Treasure Pavilion. He just casually waved his hand to dispel Chu Nanfeng's fear, and his gaze lingered on the second floor again. Chu Nanfeng heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Ning Fan did not have the intention to pursue the previous matter. Then, he began to introduce the hidden treasures of the second floor to Ning Fan with even more enthusiasm. The second floor of the treasury was different from the first floor. The palace on the second floor was only a third of the size of the first floor, and the collection was much smaller. However, the treasures here were much more precious than the first floor. All of the magic treasures on this floor were at the mid-grade mortal void realm. Moreover, there were even one or two magic treasures that were still in perfect condition. Ning Fan was slightly tempted by these magic treasures, but he did not buy them. To undead spirits, undamaged magic treasures were priceless items. An undamaged magic treasure was priced at 500 silver jades or 5 golden jades. Ning Fan was not prepared to spend his money on magic treasures. He did not lack magic treasures. He had an immemorial divine weapon. As long as he has the right opportunity, it would not be difficult for his divine weapon to upgrade. Besides, with his current magic power, he was still unable to use mid-grade mortal void magic treasures. Therefore, he just took a glance and did not pay too much attention to it. However, some of the cultivation methods and magic techniques in this place made him feel a little tempted. Among the few complete magic techniques, one of them was a mid-grade mortal void realm body technique. If Ning Fan can learn it, with his current body refinement realm, he would even be able to kill a void glimpse stage-old monster with his physical body. Unfortunately, this body technique was the most difficult to cultivate. Moreover, it emphasized on one's foundation. One would need to cultivate it steadily, using a long period of time to cultivate it to perfection. Ning Fan roughly estimated that with his innate potential, he would need at least 100 years to cultivate this technique in the outside world. If he borrows the cultivation speed of the profounding world, which was 100 times faster, he would probably need more than a year to cultivate it. How could he have so much time to spend on a single body technique? Ning Fan shook his head and did not buy this body technique. Instead, he scanned through the pills and the pill recipe. All the pills were still destroyed. As for the pill recipe, there was only a mid-grade 6th revolution healing pill called BNK pill. This pill recipe was created by an ancient pill master. It had a miraculous effect in treating injuries on the skin, meridians, and bones. As long as a void inquiry stage-old monster was still alive, it could cure all their injuries. Even though Ning Fan's pill refinement mastery was still far from reaching the mid-grade 6th revolution, he naturally would not miss such a good pill recipe. Ning Fan quickly browsed through the second floor. Then, he followed the 5 old monsters up the stairs and entered the third floor. The formation light of the third floor had already reached the high-grade mortal void realm. Chu, Mo, and the other old monsters almost activated all of their defenses before they dared to enter this floor. Even so, their magic power was still suppressed by 90%. This time, even if Ning Fan entered this floor, he would not have an easy time. The Taisu lightning star was immune to lightning of the same level as him. However, the lightning of the formation light here was obviously much stronger than Ning Fan. Even with the Taisu lightning star, Ning Fan could not fight against a void peer stage-old monster. Naturally, he could not withstand the formation light of this place. With Ning Fan's cultivation base, his magic power was suppressed by 30% when he entered this place. Even so, Chu Nanfeng and the other old monsters were already extremely shocked. Judging from the weakening of his qi, this Zhou Ming only had 30% of his magic power suppressed. Could this person really be a void-pierced stage-old monster? Even if King Yinglong comes here, his magic power would also be suppressed by more than 50%. King Yinglong is already a peak existence among the void inquiry stage experts. This young man is actually stronger than him. If he isn't a void-pierced stage expert, what else could he be? A feeling of astonishment rose in the hearts of the five of them. Their reverence towards Ning Fan had also risen to the peak. Ning Fan did not care about the five of them. His eyes were completely attracted by the treasures on the third floor. The treasures contained in this place were too precious. Among them, there were even a few immemorial divine weapons and immemorial star iron. There were also many fiend god cultivation methods in this place. Most of the fiend god cultivation methods in this place were passed down by the fiend gods of the ancient times. They were far less profound than the yin-yang transformation and Fuli cultivation methods. Thus, Ning Fan naturally did not care about them. However, when his eyes scanned through the divine weapons and star iron, he suddenly felt as if his horizons had been broadened. The immemorial divine weapons displayed here were labeled as one-star divine weapons. However, one of the pieces of immemorial star iron on sale was two-star divine iron. Suddenly, Ning Fan realized that the immemorial stars were divided into different grades. The star iron that was labeled as two-star divine iron obviously contained more star power than a one-star divine iron. Its sturdiness had already far surpassed that of a one-star divine iron. Ning Fan peeked into his sea of consciousness and found that the four immemorial divine weapons that were being nurtured in the divine stars were all one-star divine weapons. Only the Separation Slayer sword had a small amount of star iron that reached the standard of two-star divine iron. The small amount of two-star iron was probably obtained from Xianxia. As for the rest of the star iron, they were all one-star divine weapons. A one-star divine weapon could be said to be indestructible against cultivators below the divine transformation realm. However, once a cultivator reaches the void refinement realm, each and every one of their abilities and magic techniques would have the power to destroy heaven and earth. Even a one-star divine weapon could not guarantee that it would be indestructible. Only a two-star divine weapon could remain unscathed in a battle between void refinement realm cultivators. Ning Fan's gaze fell upon that piece of two-star divine iron. His eyes gradually burned with passion. If he buys this piece of divine iron and refines it into his magic treasure, it would certainly greatly increase the power of his immemorial divine weapon. In the Black Lightning Tower, undead spirits could not cultivate the immemorial fiend god veins. Immemorial divine weapons and cultivation methods were also extremely cheap. They were merely around 10 pieces of silver-grade lightning jades. Ning Fan no longer hesitated. He bought all the immemorial divine weapons and fiend god cultivation methods in this place, including that piece of two-star divine iron. He spent a total of 200 silver jades. Even though a one-star divine weapon and ordinary fiend god cultivation methods were not necessities to Ning Fan, these items were also priceless in the outside world. Thus, it was not a loss for him to buy them. Seeing Ning Fan spend a huge sum of money to buy a pile of trash, Chu Nanfeng and the other old monsters could not help but praise Ning Fan's generosity. They had already firmly believed that Ning Fan was a void-pierced stage-old monster. Moreover, he was also a wealthy man. Therefore, no one criticized Ning Fan for spending money recklessly anymore. The palm-sized piece of two-star divine iron was probably only enough for him to upgrade his Separation Slayer sword. Even so, Ning Fan was still in a good mood. However, when he went around the third floor, he felt a little disappointed. On the third floor, there were only 2 to 3 types of high-grade 6th revolution pill recipes. Moreover, all of them were incomplete ancient items that were not worth purchasing. Other than the two-star divine iron, Ning Fan did not seem to have any other gains on the third floor. He wanted to head to the 4th floor. However, Chu Nanfeng and the other old monsters no longer dared to enter the 4th floor. The formation light of the 4th floor was at the peak mortal void realm. With their weak cultivation bases, if they enter the formation light, they would either die or be severely injured, spying on Ning Fan. Hee. They are just 5 void glimpse stage experts. What qualifications do they have to spy on a void-pierced stage cultivator? A void-pierced stage cultivator could easily destroy the myriad treasure pavilion alone. He could also flatten all 24 floors without breaking a sweat. If Ning Fan insists on robbing the treasure house, who can stop him? No. Ning Fan has void pierce stage strength. Why would he need to steal? All he needed to do was ask for something, and even Lei Shi would have to give him face. Lei Shi dared not to give King Yinglong face because he was not a void pierce stage expert. If he is a void pierce stage old monster, would Lei Shi dare to offend him? Our cultivation bases are weak. Thus, we won't enter the 4th floor. Fortunately, the 4th floor isn't that big. Fellow Daoist can enter on his own. We can just watch from the outside. Chu Nanfeng and the others smiled awkwardly. All right. Ning Fan could tell that the formation light of the 4th floor was powerful. Thus, he did not force the 5 of them to enter. Even with his lightning star ability, 70% of his magic power was suppressed when he stepped into the 4th floor. The 4th floor was also the top of the treasure house. It was only several tens of zhang *3. 33 Emperor Zhang in size. There were no magic treasures, cultivation methods, pills or pill recipes displayed on the floor. On the contrary, there were other good items displayed on the floor. On the left side was a piece of golden lightning jade that contained lightning. A black-grade lightning jade could only be obtained after a void fragmentation realm undead spirit dies. However, there had never been a void fragmentation realm expert in the lightning tower. The highest cultivation base of an absolute void stage old monster was just at the peak void refinement realm. After an absolute void stage old monster dies, the lightning jades they left behind would contain a hint of black within the gold. A piece of lightning jade was priced at 20 golden jades. Ning Fan could not afford it and he would not buy it either. He was not an undead spirit. A half-black lightning jade was useless to him. His gaze swept across the floor on the right side and he was slightly surprised. There were a total of 14 inheritance crystals placed on the floor on the right side. These inheritance crystals were perfectly sealed. Perhaps they were left behind by some experts before they died. However, the inheritance crystals had another drawback. Undead spirits could not use them. Ning Fan had no idea what was inside them. Even so, the price of each inheritance crystal was not cheap. One inheritance crystal cost 50 silver jades. Buying these memory crystals was equivalent to a gamble. You don't know what is inside them. Perhaps what is passed down inside them are just the last words of some old monster before he died. There is no cultivation method inheritance. However, since the lightning jades were useless to him, he was extremely willing to buy these crystals. With his eyes as a living person, he wanted to see what was inside them. He reached out his hand, intending to take those crystals. All of a sudden, a strange and obscene voice resounded behind him. Little friend, you are indeed a living person. You are the same as that Thunder Sovereign Buzhou. Both of you are cultivators who entered the lightning tower from the outside world, am I right? Ning Fan turned around and saw Lei Shi behind him. He was holding a sealed jade box with yellow teeth and a meaningful smile on his face. I have underestimated fellow Daoist's eyesight. You're right. I am indeed a living person. Compared to you, an undead spirit, I am a different species. Are you going to kill me? The atmosphere instantly turned heavy as if he would attack at any time. However, at the next moment, Lei Shi burst into laughter again. Whether you are a living person or a dead person, what does that have to do with me? When I do business with others, I only care about money. That's all. However, since you are a living person, it's even better. Just now, I went to take an item. To an undead spirit, only a few of them can use it. However, to a living person, this is a priceless treasure. I'm afraid fellow Daoist will really want it. As soon as Lei Shi finished speaking, he slowly opened the jade box in his hand. All of a sudden, a terrifying lightning might force spread out from the jade box. The aura force was as heavy as 1,000 mountains, as if it was going to crush heaven and earth. There was only a finger bone inside the jade box. This finger bone was priceless. This is an immortal emperor's finger bone. Ning Fan's eyes were filled with astonishment for the first time. 1/5, to be continued. Ning Fan couldn't hide the shock in his heart. It was all because this finger bone was too precious. The first step of cultivation was the 7 realms. Even a void fragmentation old monster was only at the 7th realm of the first step and had yet to become an immortal. After becoming an immortal and entering the 2nd step of cultivation, there were 3 realms. With Ningfan's current knowledge, he only knew that the first realm of the 2nd step was the life immortal realm. It was divided into the human profound realm and the ghost profound realm. The 2nd realm of the 2nd step was the perfected immortal realm. The perfected immortal realm was further divided into 3 realms. The first realm was the transcendence realm, the 2nd realm was the renunciation realm, and the name of the 3rd realm was still unknown. Above perfected immortal, there was still the 3rd realm of the 2nd step. Only immortals who were at the peak of the 2nd step and were invincible in the 4 heavens were worthy of being called immortal emperors. This bone was not the void fragmentation realm finger bone of Bone Sovereign, but the bone of the strongest immortal in the 4 heavens. If this finger bone were to spread to the Rain immortal world, it would probably cause countless void fragmentation realm old monsters to go on a killing spree. Moreover, there would be countless immortals who would risk violating the law of heaven to descend to the lower world in order to obtain this finger bone. It would be fine if he had never seen this bone before. Since he had seen this bone today, he was naturally determined to obtain it. If he refined this bone into his body, Ningfan's eyes turned serious and asked indifferently, "How much is this bone?" He believed that since Lei Shi had taken out this bone, then Lei Shi had the intention to sell it to him. Otherwise, there was no need for Lei Shi to do this. However, from Ningfan's point of view, this Lei Shi was an unscrupulous merchant after all. It was impossible for him to sell the immortal emperor's finger bone to him at a low price. It was perfectly normal for profiteers to hoard goods and raise prices. If Lei Shi asks for a price that is too high, Ningfan will have no choice but to rob him. He was not a person who would do business according to the rules. "Young friend, your eyes are a little scary. This old man doesn't even dare to bid any more." Lei Shi closed the jade box and gave Ningfan a meaningful look. He was not a fool. It was just that he did not know Ningfan's identity as a living being. That was why he allowed Ningfan to take advantage of him without realizing it. Now that he knew Ningfan's identity as a living being, he naturally understood that Ningfan was the one who really benefited from the deal they made earlier. With his intelligence, he could naturally see Ningfan's determination to get the phalanx. If he couldn't buy it forcefully, then he would rob it forcefully. That was nothing. In any case, the immortal emperor finger bone was already a hot potato for Lei Shi. Ningfan was a living person. It was impossible for him to be greedy and care about the lightning jades. Therefore, Lei Shi understood that no matter how high the price he offered to Ningfan was, as long as he paid with lightning jades and Ningfan could obtain them, Ningfan would not reject it. "This old man wants the thunder jades. All the thunder jades you had before you left the Black Lightning Tower. If you agree, I can give you the finger bone right now." Deal. To undead spirits, the lightning jade could increase their magic power. However, it was completely useless to him. Even if he does not give it to Lei Shi, it would just be trash that would occupy his bag. Lei Shi's asking price was not excessive. Moreover, this merchant was a little shrewd. What he wanted was all the lightning jades Ningfan had before he left the Black Lightning Tower. He predicted that there would be a great battle between Ningfan and King Yinglong. In this grand formation, countless undead spirits would fall. Ningfan would obtain a huge amount of lightning jades which would eventually belong to Lei Shi. Although the immortal emperor's finger bone was precious, it wouldn't fetch a high price even if it was sold to other dead spirits. Void Inquiry stage experts who are at the same level as Lei Shi would not have too much money. If a Void Pierce stage old monster knew that Lei Shi had this item, he would immediately snatch it from him. Why would he still need to buy it? "This treasure belongs to you now." Lei Shi laughed heartily and passed the jade box to Ningfan without hesitation. His eyes flashed with a hint of surprise and relief. This subtle expression could not escape Ningfan's eyes. Ningfan received the jade box and felt surprised. This Lei Shi really trusted him. He dared to hand over the jade box before he paid for it. When he looked at Lei Shi's expression again, Ningfan seemed to have understood something. The surprise in Lei Shi's eyes was naturally because the finger bone was sold at a sky-high price. That trace of relief, what was that relief? It was as if a huge rock had been lifted from his heart. Ningfan pondered inwardly. Could it be that this immortal emperor's finger bone is still a hot potato to Lei Shi? That's most likely the case. When he thought about it carefully, this Lei Shi seemed to be a little impatient to sell the finger bone to him. Congratulations, Pavilion Lord Lei. You've avoided a disaster. Ning Fan kept the jade box. There was a hidden meaning in his words which startled Lei Shi. He knew that Ning Fan had already seen through his little trick. Inwardly, he was amazed by Ning Fan's eyesight and he no longer concealed it. Lying in front of an intelligent person would only produce the opposite of the desired result. That's right. Just like what you've guessed, this finger bone is indeed a little hot. That King Yinglong wanted it but he was reluctant to pay for it. Hee. That's why I decided to sell it to you. After all, you're never stingy. Oh? In that case, if I get rid of King Yinglong, I'll be doing you a great favor. According to the rules of the Myriad Treasure Pavilion, how are you going to repay me for helping you? Ning Fan said with a faint smile. Hee. How about I give all 14 inheritance crystals to you? It's not enough, right? 14 crystals are only worth 700 silver jades. Now, I'm only lacking manpower. I don't lack silver jades. Ning Fan advised. Hee. What conditions do you have? Just tell me. As long as the conditions are reasonable and it doesn't harm the foundation of my Myriad Treasure Pavilion, it's not impossible for me to help you with some meager strength. However, if you want my Myriad Treasure Pavilion to fight against King Yinglong, you'd better find someone better. I can't gamble with the lives of my brothers. Lei Shi's eyes turned solemn. He had already guessed what Ning Fan's conditions were. Asking him to be a hired thug? Asking the Myriad Treasure Pavilion to be his hired thug to fight against King Yinglong, it was not that he was unwilling to fight against King Yinglong. In fact, he disliked the latter from the beginning. Speaking of which, how many Void Inquiry stage-old monsters in the first 24 floors would like to be ruled by King Yinglong? The Lightning Lord of the 11th floor, Zhu Feng, was King Yinglong's subordinate. This was also the reason why Lei Shi and Zhu Feng did not get along. To be honest, if Ning Fan could kill Zhu Feng and King Yinglong, Lei Shi would be very willing to do so. Besides, he believed that other than a few of King Yinglong's lackeys, most of the Void Inquiry stage-old monsters in the first 24 floors would not help King Yinglong to fight against Ning Fan. However, Lei Shi did not think that Ning Fan had the strength to kill King Yinglong. Therefore, even if he helps Ning Fan, it was impossible for him to help King Yinglong to the extent of making him hate him. What Lei Shi said had already revealed his bottom line. Meager strength, huh? Fine. I'll accept these inheritance crystals. However, I wonder how much help Pavilion Master Lei can provide with your meager strength. Ning Fan knew that Lei Shi did not dare to go against King Yinglong. Thus, he did not force him. Golden-purple mist floated on his palm and he directly reached into the formation light. Ignoring how powerful the formation light was, he took out 14 crystals and kept them one by one. After that, he divided all the lightning jades he had into a storage pouch and passed it to Lei Shi. Seeing Ning Fan's method of breaking the formation with the mist, the corner of Lei Shi's eyes shrunk. The power involved in that golden-purple mist was too terrifying. He could not see through it at all. After receiving the storage pouch and weighing it in his hand, Lei Shi's eyes flashed with a complicated look. Perhaps Ning Fan could really kill King Yinglong. Perhaps, by helping Ning Fan today, he would form a good relationship with him in the future. However, there were too many brothers' lives behind Lei Shi. He could not risk it. I'm sorry. I can only help you kill Zhu Feng and ascend to the 11th floor at most. Even if King Yinglong asks about this matter, I can also explain it to him privately. Is that so? That's good too. 3 days. 3 days later, I will return to the Myriad Treasure Pavilion. At that time, I will kill my way to the 11th floor. I hope Pavilion Master will help me more when the time comes. After all, the more lightning jades I kill, the more lightning jades I will obtain. When I leave, these lightning jades will still fall into fellow Daoists' hands. As soon as Ning Fan finished speaking, he put on his cloak and vanished from Lei Shi's sight. Seeing Ning Fan disappear into thin air, Lei Shi's eyes widened in surprise. In the past, he heard that Ning Fan had escaped from the pursuit of 10 Void Glimpse stage experts, but he did not know how. Today, he finally knew that Ning Fan's concealment method was actually so heaven-defying. With such a method, it was absolutely impossible for King Yinglong to kill Ning Fan, no. Unless it's a void fragmentation realm expert, no one would be able to see through Ning Fan's concealment. Who would be able to find him and kill him? King Yinglong cannot be offended, but this young man cannot be offended even more. It seems like if I don't put in some effort this time, this young man will certainly not let this matter rest. Even though he is smiling when he talks to me, I don't know why his smile makes me feel a little scared. This young man's baleful qi is a little too heavy. Lei Shi's feelings were a little complicated. However, when he thought that he was about to make a fortune, his mood became better. After walking out of the 4th layer of formation light, the 5 old monsters who were waiting outside the formation light were puzzled. They could not hear the conversation between Lei Shi and Ning Fan as they were separated by the formation light. However, they saw Lei Shi taking out an incomparably precious immortal emperor's finger bone and giving it to Ning Fan. They saw Ning Fan actually taking out a terrifying cloak and vanishing into thin air, puzzled. All of these were puzzling. Without giving them a chance to ask, Lei Shi directly gave an order. Hurry up and prepare for war. 3 days later, the entire pavilion will be mobilized. There will be a great battle. Great battle? What great battle? Chu Nanfeng asked in confusion. The battle with Zhu Feng. What? Pavilion Master, are you kidding me? That Zhu Feng is extremely powerful. Pavilion Master has fought against him 11 times and you have lost 11 times. Therefore, this time I will not be defeated again. Do you think that all the lightning jades that I have earned over the years have been used on a dog? Lei Shi choked on his words. He seemed to have scolded himself. Get lost. You are not allowed to have any more objections. If you have any more objections, I will spit dog shit on your face. He seemed to have scolded himself again. Seeing that Lei Shi's expression was becoming more and more unpleasant, Chu Nanfeng and the others obediently shut their mouths and did not dare to talk back. The 5 of them were greatly indebted to Lei Shi. If it wasn't for him, the 5 of them would not have been able to live until today, let alone have the chance to enter the void refinement realm. Even if Lei Shi asked them to die, they would not say a word. However, they did not think that Lei Shi would certainly lose the battle with Zhu Feng. During the past hundreds of years, Lei Shi had worked hard to earn lightning jades and devoured them. His magic power was much stronger than before. This time, he might not necessarily lose to Zhu Feng. Pavilion Master, if you want to fight, we won't hesitate to die. The 5 of them cupped their fists at the same time. When Zhu Feng came to the Myriad Treasure Pavilion and threatened to destroy the pavilion if they do not hand over the Emperor's bone, he had already offended the 5 of them. If you want to fight, then let's fight. In reality, Ning Fan did not leave the Myriad Treasure Pavilion immediately. After he became invisible, he still stayed in the pavilion for a long time. He eavesdropped on Lei Shi's order to the 5 old monsters and also saw the entire pavilion preparing for war. Although he had met Lei Shi a few times, it was impossible for him to trust Lei Shi completely. After some observation, he gradually came to believe that Lei Shi did indeed have the heart to help him eliminate Zhu Feng. Lei Shi was someone he could befriend. Even if Lei Shi was a little wretched, he must have his own charisma to be able to make 5 of his subordinates follow him through life and death. He could rest assured about the Myriad Treasure Pavilion as he could improve his techniques in these 3 days. When he was 1,000,000 li * 500 m per li, away from the Myriad Treasure Pavilion, Ning Fan removed his cloak and went straight into the profounding world. Ning Fan scanned the thatched cottage with his spirit sense. When he saw that Luo Yu was still in a deep sleep, he shook his head. He did not expect her to help him destroy the Black Lightning Tower. Sitting cross-legged in the profounding world, Ning Fan patted his storage pouch and took out several hundred jade boxes. With a jolt of his magic power, all of them floated in the air. Each jade box contained dozens of primordial lightning bolts. There was a total of 10,000 traces of primordial lightning here. If he devours all of them, his primordial lightning armor would rise to a terrifying level. The sword chi from his finger cut a jade box into pieces. Ning Fan opened his mouth and swallowed the primordial lightning into his abdomen, refining it into the lightning armor in his dantian. Inside his dantian, a palm-sized primordial spirit wearing a golden lightning armor was sitting cross-legged to recuperate. When it sensed the primordial lightning entering its abdomen, it immediately opened its small eyes and performed a series of hand seals with a serious expression. Refine. Traces of primordial lightning power were refined into the lightning armor. With the lightning refinement speed of the profoundine world that was 100 times faster, the entire process did not take too long. Ning Fan crushed the jade boxes one after another. Each and every trace of primordial lightning was refined into the lightning armor. The lightning power of primordial lightning needed to break through to the second level of the first level of the lightning armor was extremely massive. Every time it absorbed a trace of primordial lightning, the golden color of the armor would become brighter. After absorbing 3,000 traces of primordial lightning, the lightning armor shone with golden light. It finally advanced to the second level of the lightning armor. After breaking through to the second level, the defense of the lightning armor had risen to a terrifying level. It could even withstand the attacks of Void Inquiry stage-old monsters. With the second level of the lightning armor, Ning Fan could withstand a Void Inquiry stage attack and ignore the full-powered attack of a Void Glimpse stage expert. However, just the second level of the lightning armor was not enough to fight against King Yinglong. The lightning power needed to break through to the third level of the lightning armor from the second level became even greater. The remaining 7,000 traces of primordial lightning were all refined into the lightning armor. However, it only completed half of the advancement. At least another 6,000 traces of primordial lightning were needed for the lightning armor to advance to the third level. Ning Fan's eyes turned solemn. He still thought that the advancement of the lightning armor was too easy. Fortunately, even though the lightning armor had yet to advance to the third level, its defense had greatly increased compared to the second level. Ordinary Void Inquiry stage experts like Lei Shi would probably not be able to break through Ning Fan's defense. If it's just to kill Lightning Lord Zhu Feng of the 11th floor, the current lightning armor is more than enough. Next. Reforge the Separation Slayer sword. Ning Fan patted his storage pouch and took out a piece of 2-star divine iron. Compared to the 1-star divine iron that he obtained previously, the star power of this piece of star iron was more than a few times stronger. He took out the Separation Slayer sword and merged it with the 2-star divine iron to refine it. What Ning Fan needed to do was to refine the impurities. However, this time, he included all the impurities in the Separation Slayer sword. Under the refinement of the black flames, the body of the Separation Slayer sword began to change. Gradually, it became as thin as a cicada's wings and became slightly transparent. There were even clear starlight flowing around it. The sword light was as cold as autumn water. After this round of refinement, the grade of the Separation Slayer sword increased. It was almost at the mid-grade mortal void realm. The autumn water-like sword light gave Ning Fan an extremely dangerous and sharp feeling. Once he was hit by a trace of the sword light, that trace of autumn water-like sword light would split into millions and millions of sword threads, tearing everything that it touches into pieces. If the vital parts of one's primordial spirit are hit by this sword, even a Void Glimpse stage expert would most likely be killed by Ning Fan with a single strike. With this sword in hand, Ning Fan could totally kill a Void Glimpse stage expert with a single sword attack using the Heaven-Deceiving Cloak. Only half a day had passed since the advancement of the lightning armor and the recasting of the Separation Slayer sword. Ning Fan patted his storage pouch and took out 14 pieces of inheritance crystals. His eyes were filled with curiosity. I wonder if there are any secret techniques or inheritances inside these crystals. 2/5, to be continued, crystals of inheritance were extremely precious. Only experts at the level of the previous Reign Sovereign could obtain them. Ning Fan had no doubt that the ones who left these 14 crystals were all experts of that level. Ning Fan could not help but be curious about the things that were passed down in the crystals. His spirit sense went into the crystals one by one. Sometimes, he was surprised and sometimes, disappointed. His expression was extremely complicated. As expected, the ones who left the 14 crystals were 14 Void Fragmentation Realm-old monsters. All of them had different backgrounds. Among them, 5 of them contained information like last words or memories. They could not improve the strength of a cultivator. Ning Fan naturally kept the crystals in disappointment. Among the remaining 9 crystals, 4 of them contained cultivation methods, 2 of them contained information like the ruins of a cave dwelling or a treasure map, while the last 3 contained magic techniques. Ning Fan did not need void fragmentation realm cultivation methods. The treasure map and the ruins of a cave dwelling were left behind in an unknown year. Moreover, the place where they were hidden did not seem to be the rain world. The items inside were merely void fragmentation realm storage. Ning Fan was not interested in them and would not search for them. Among the 3 magic techniques, 2 of them were useless. However, there was an incomplete body technique that he could use a little. This incomplete body technique was called 4 Symbols of Self. It seemed to be a secret technique of the Buddha sect. The 4 symbols of self were divided into self symbol, human symbol, all living beings symbol and longevity symbol. In the Buddha sect, those who were obsessed with the 4 symbols could not attain Buddhahood. However, there were cultivators with great abilities who fused the 4 symbols of the Buddha sect with their obsession to attain Buddhahood. East, West, South, North and South. The void of the 4 dimensions is boundless. Everything that has a symbol is an illusion. If you see the symbol but not the symbol, you will see Tathagata. If you cultivate the 4 symbols of self and enter the nirvana realm, immortals and Buddhas will not be able to destroy you. You will be immeasurable and your immortal body will never be destroyed. Ning Fan frowned slightly. It seems like the 4 symbols of self has a great origin. However, the void fragmentation realm expert who left this crystal only knew 1 symbol. It was already not easy to obtain the inheritance of 1 symbol. The self symbol was the weakest symbol. However, if one cultivates this symbol, it would not be weaker than ordinary low-grade mortal void body techniques. To Ning Fan, who only knew the ice-shattering body technique, the self-symbol technique was undoubtedly a great gain. He did not care about the incomplete secret technique. After keeping the crystals one by one, Ning Fan spent half a day to master the technique of the self-symbol technique. 3 days, 2 days left. There was only one thing left for Ning Fan to do in the last 2 days. His eyes became serious as he slapped his bag of holding and took out a jade box. For the first time, hesitation appeared on his face. To swallow or not to swallow? This finger bone belonged to an immortal emperor. The power it contained could only be described as terrifying. Ning Fan did not know what would happen after he swallowed the finger and refined it. However, this was a great opportunity. He closed his eyes and made a decision in his heart. Just as he was considering whether or not to devour the bone, the demonic runes on his back suddenly became hot. The demonic patterns faintly emitted the emotions of resistance and fear. Within the pattern, the tightly shut demonic eye seemed to have the urge to open its eyelids. Boom, all of a sudden, a wave of devil chi rushed into Ning Fan's body. The devil chi was as vast as the ocean. It completely drowned Ning Fan's mind like a small boat. As the evil chi filled his body, he almost lost control of his body. In the world of his mind, the figure of a black-robed demon slowly condensed. In order for that demon to completely condense, it still needed a long time. However, today, the demon had a premonition that there would be a great danger. He could not wait any longer. He forcefully condensed the devil chi in Ning Fan's body and slowly formed a second primordial spirit in Ning Fan's dantian. However, this second primordial spirit was indeed black in color with monstrous devil chi. Its appearance was exactly the same as Ning Fan's, but its personality was completely different. That demon was trying to take over Ning Fan's body and devour his first primordial spirit. Ning Fan's expression changed greatly. He had never cultivated any second primordial spirit technique before. He was extremely sure that this black primordial spirit was forcefully condensed after he took out the jade box. Before that, it definitely did not exist. Could this black primordial spirit be the great hidden danger of Mo Luo's inheritance? Who are you? Why did you hide in my body? Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. Who am I? I am you. No. To be more precise, I am your devil heart. Every time you kill someone, you will accumulate a trace of devil chi which will flow into your devil marks. That devil chi is extracting the power of your primordial spirit bit by bit. As for me, I am the accumulation of that primordial spirit power. Today is the first day of my birth. And I am you, Ning Fan. However, I am different from you. From the moment I am born, all the killings I have killed are not for anyone. Not for my master, not for Jiha. I will only sacrifice my entire life for Imo Luo's resurrection. My biggest dream is to become Imo Luo's slave. The black primordial spirit sneered. Imo Luo's slave? Ning Fan's eyes became even colder. He vaguely understood that the person who spread this devil mark was most likely that Imo Luo. That Imo Luo must be an influential figure in the ancient devil race. The reason why Imo Luo created this devil mark was to nurture thousands of slaves. Every person who cultivates this devil mark would receive a great increase in their strength in the beginning. However, they would be constantly influenced by the devil mark and gradually become bloodthirsty and brutal. Every time they kill a person, they would accumulate a trace of devil heart. When there are enough devil hearts, they would condense into a black primordial spirit and devour the main body. In a sense, this method of condensing a primordial spirit was no different from a second primordial spirit. It was indeed the second Ning Fan. However, this second Ning Fan had already recognized Imo Luo as his slave from the moment he was born. If this black primordial spirit takes control of his body, it would certainly devour Ning Fan's first primordial spirit and occupy his consciousness, turning him into Imo Luo's slave. He was still Ning Fan, but he was also no longer Ning Fan. What a vicious technique. I'm afraid that this devil mark has harmed countless people in the ancient times and turned them into its slaves. However, something isn't right. This black primordial spirit is obviously not mature yet. Today, it condensed its primordial spirit out of instinct. It seems like it just instinctively sensed danger and forcefully condensed it. He is afraid. Ning Fan's eyes fell upon the jade box in his hand and he vaguely understood something. He is afraid. He is afraid that I will obtain the strength to suppress him after devouring the immortal emperor's finger bone. Therefore, he wants to destroy my primordial spirit and occupy my body before I devour the finger bone. He wants me, a dignified man, to become his slave. Don't you dare get away with it. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with anger. He would never become anyone's slave. Never. If he hesitated before devouring the immortal emperor's finger bone, he would not hesitate at all now. In order to suppress the black primordial spirit, he could not be devoured by the black primordial spirit. He wanted to devour the emperor's bone. He wanted to borrow the might of an immortal emperor to slay the black primordial spirit and devour it. Refine. While he still had the last bit of control over his body, Ning Fan shattered the jade box with his palm. He forcefully refined it without caring about the immense magic power of the emperor's bone. All of a sudden, the black primordial spirit let out an extremely furious roar. You can't kill me. I am you. You are not me. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. Even if the black primordial spirit was another Ning Fan, he was willing to sever his own self in order to not lose himself. How dare you harm me? I will fight you to the death. Devil infusion technique. The black primordial spirit revealed a frenzied expression. His madness was exactly the same as Ning Fan's. When one is at a dead end, he would risk his life. After his small hands formed a series of hand seals, the devil chi in Ning Fan's body increased by tens of times in an instant. At this moment, he finally lost control of his body. His physical body was dyed black by the devil chi, turning into the appearance of a 5,000 Xiang 3. 33 Emperor Zhang, tall black armored giant in the profounding world. That black armored giant had 2 horns on his head. Both of them were the appearance of mist horn. He turned into a giant and his fists could crush mountains. It was the appearance of giant devil. He had 6 black wings on his back. It was the appearance of 6 wings. There was a black vertical eye on his glabella. It was the appearance of ghost eye. Giant devil, mist horn, 6 wings, and ghost eye are all slaves of Imo Luo. Humph. You still want to go to the giant devil clan and get rid of the hidden danger of the devil marks? Dream on. I originally planned to devour you after you arrive at the giant devil clan. Today, I have no choice but to do so in advance. You must die. The devil-eyed giant revealed a cold smile. However, at the next moment, his eyes turned extremely cold. He thought that he had successfully devoured Ning Fan. However, when he lowered his head to take a look, he found that there was a finger bone on his index finger which still contained lightning light. It could not be completely devilized. As for Ning Fan's primordial spirit, it was staying inside the finger bone. It was not devoured by the devil chi at all. However, Ning Fan's current condition was definitely not optimistic. Even though his primordial spirit was not devoured by the devil chi, it was shaken by it and made him fall into a deep sleep. Ning Fan felt as if he had fallen into a dream. In his dream, he was standing in front of a devil mountain. A monstrous aura force pressed down on his shoulders, forcing him to kneel and kowtow to the devil mountain. On the peak of the devil mountain, a black-robed middle-aged man ordered with a cold and stern look. I am Mo Luo. Become my slave and kowtow to my devil mountain. I will not die and you will not die. Don't even think about it. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with determination. He would not kneel, in the thatched cottage in the profounding world. Luo Yu, who was pretending to be asleep, sensed the drastic changes in the outside world. Her beautiful eyes were filled with shock and worry. One of the 9 ancestors of the ancient devil ancestors. Mo Luo. How could this be? How could this brat get himself into such a huge trouble? How could she still have the mood to pretend to be asleep? She moved with light steps and quickly left the thatched cottage. Looking at the mountain-like black-armored giant, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her heart. Tears were already falling from her eyes. He's dead. He's dead. Only his enslaved primordial spirit is left in his dantian. His first primordial spirit is already dead. She hated herself for not realizing that Ning Fan actually had the hidden danger of Mo Luo in his body. If she knew about it, she would certainly do everything she could to help Ning Fan get rid of the danger, just like she did in the past. She hated herself for being powerless and not even having the chance to save Ning Fan. Legend has it that in ancient times, the ancestor of Mo Luo had a method that could enslave immortals. Once one's body is inundated with devil chi, there would be no chance of saving him. He is really dead. He did not even know that she had already woken up. No. He is not dead yet. Luo Yu's eyes flashed. Suddenly, her tears stopped flowing and she revealed a surprised smile. She noticed that the finger bone of the devil giant had yet to be demonized. That is, the finger bone of an immortal emperor. Where did this brat get such a supreme treasure from? It actually stopped Mo Luo from enslaving him. With this finger bone, he has a high chance of defeating the enslaved primordial spirit. However, his first primordial spirit is already in a deep sleep. Could it be that it was injured by the devil chi? I must help him. Luo Yu's eyes that were as gentle as water were filled with determination. Her robes that were as white as snow suddenly gave off an extremely vast aura force. Even if I have to harm myself, I must help him. I will treat it as repaying him for waking me up. 3/5, to be continued. In the dream in his mind, Ning Fan's body felt like it was being suppressed by 1,000 mountains. His white robes were drenched in blood. However, even though all his bones were broken, he still refused to kneel down. His gaze was cold as he stared angrily at the black-clothed middle-aged man at the peak of the demonic mountain. The entire world was drowned in black snowflakes. Standing amidst the black snow, this person did not feel out of place. He was a demon, and the snow was demonic snow. Their temperaments matched, and there was a kind of natural Tao rhythm within. The black-robed middle-aged man's gaze was like a halberd, his expression grave and stern. His hair was messy, and he had 2 horns on his head, 6 wings on his back, and a vertical ghost eye on his forehead. Standing at the peak of the Devil Mountain, he looked down at Ning Fan as if he was an ant. His eyes were expressionless and there was only disdain that came from his soul. Kowtow before the devil, become my slave, melt your immortal foundation, condense your ancient devil body. Why don't you kneel? What will happen if I kneel? Ning Fan sneered. The black-robed middle-aged man was silent for a moment. There were only 2 possible answers to his question. One was to become a slave, and the other was to refuse. Ning Fan was the first person who dared to ask a rhetorical question. If you kneel, then you'll be bestowed with the body of Devil Luo. You'll be able to slaughter your loved ones, and you'll be able to prove the path of the devil, become a supreme true devil, and help me awaken. The day I awaken, I will grant you immortality. So, I won't kneel. Ning Fan sneered even more coldly. He would not kneel because he had already seen through the origin of that black primordial spirit from the very beginning. That black primordial spirit was none other than Ning Fan himself. It was the amalgamation of all his negative emotions. How much he loved Jihe, how much he cared for his beauties and loved ones, how cold-blooded and resentful the black primordial spirit was. He could not be devoured by the black primordial spirit. Otherwise, after the black primordial spirit took over his body, the first thing it would do would be to kill to prove its fiendish Tao. He didn't kneel not only because he was stubborn, not only because he didn't want to be a slave, but also because he couldn't do it. He had once fallen into the demonic path for the sake of strength, but if the end of the demonic path was to harm his loved ones, then the demonic path could be abandoned. Interesting. But whether you kneel or not, it's never up to you. Humph. The black-robed middle-aged man snorted coldly. He took a step forward, and his body shattered into countless black snowflakes. The next moment, the entire world began to tremble violently as a shocking demonic aura appeared, as if it was about to shatter the sky. In the face of the devil might, the black snow swirled in the opposite direction and went into Ning Fan's body. Beneath Ning Fan's feet, a gigantic square-shaped formation diagram emerged out of nowhere. The black lines on it were mysterious and strange. An irresistible devil chi poured into Ning Fan's body. In an instant, Ning Fan's eyes changed. Possession. Impossible. He could not imagine that the black-robed middle-aged man had actually transcended time and space, transcended life and death, and used a trace of Mo Luo's slave imprint in Ning Fan's body with his peerless ability to seize Ning Fan's body. According to the black-robed man's original plan, he should be preparing to enslave Ning Fan. With his identity, it was impossible for him to take a liking to a mere divine transformation realm cultivator. However, after witnessing Ning Fan's stubbornness, he suddenly changed his plan and prepared to seize Ning Fan's body. Not bad, my plan has changed. Your personality suits my taste. A body that hasn't knelt before is the most qualified to be possessed by me. Within Ning Fan's body, another consciousness began to grow rapidly. This consciousness belonged to one of the 9 great devil ancestors, Great Emperor Mo Luo. The original plan was to enslave Ning Fan and force him to prepare the physical body of a true immortal realm expert for Mo Luo to descend and seize his body for resurrection. Today, however, Mo Luo wanted to directly seize Ning Fan's body. If the black primordial spirit tries to devour Ning Fan, he could still resist a little. Now that his body was being seized by an immortal emperor realm expert, how could he resist even a little? Ning Fan's white robes that were stained with blood gradually turned into a black robe. His consciousness gradually became blurry. He seemed to see the beautiful figures of the women in the past walking further and further away from him as if they were strangers. He seemed to be able to imagine what kind of insane things he would do once Great Emperor Mo Luo transcends time and space to seize his body. He would slaughter all of his loved ones. Don't even think. Ning Fan's eyes were filled with madness. If he could not choose to live, he could still choose death. He could abandon his Tao, he could sacrifice his life, and he could even lose his Tao and name. But no matter what, he would not allow those women to be harmed by others. Primordial spirit, ignite. Demon blood, ignite. Sea of consciousness, ignite. He ignited everything. He wanted to stop Mo Luo from seizing his body and stop the black primordial spirit from occupying his body. He wanted to destroy all of Mo Luo's plans with his death. Moreover, if he was lucky, he could commit suicide when Mo Luo was halfway through seizing Ning Fan's body. By doing so, he would certainly suffer severe injuries and pay the price. Humph. I didn't expect that he would rather die than help me resurrect. How ruthless. After being frightened by Ning Fan, Mo Luo had no choice but to give up his plan of seizing Ning Fan's body. He turned into black snow and entered Ning Fan's body. Since he could not seize Ning Fan's body, he could only play it safe and let his black primordial spirit slowly devour Ning Fan. As long as Ning Fan kneels down and kowtows to the devil for the last time, everything would be done. Devil of heaven and earth, listen to my ancestor's command. Kneel. Great Emperor Mo Luo shouted coldly and uttered a devil voice from his mouth. All of a sudden, an unimaginable aura force descended on Ning Fan's body, shaking his mind. Ning Fan's expression became blank as if he was in a daze. His body could not help but want to kowtow to the devil mountain. Under this devil voice, he had to submit. Not only him, but even heaven and earth also had to submit to him. This was the law of words. Even though Ning Fan's heart was against it, he could not control his body. At this moment, however, a wave of magic power that was as cool as Luo River suddenly poured into Ning Fan's body. This coolness gradually swept away the trace of confusion in Ning Fan's eyes, preventing him from kneeling at the critical moment. Great Emperor Mo Luo was slightly stunned. Then, his eyes turned cold and said, "The forbidden curse of the Luo clan, heart-cleansing kindness incantation. Humph! How dare you obstruct my plans? You're courting death." Just as he was about to make a move to disperse the curse on Ning Fan's body and cause the caster to suffer a backlash, the situation suddenly changed at the next moment. This time even he could not help but reveal a shocked expression. "Impossible. Why is there an immortal emperor in this place?" At this moment of imminent peril, the entire world suddenly split into two. Half of the world was still covered in black snow while the other half of the world had turned into a world of blood and lightning with rumbling thunder and flashing lightning. An old Taoist in red robes arrived while stepping on a red cloud. His tone was filled with sarcasm. "A dignified great emperor of the devil race is bullying a junior at the first step realm. Don't you feel ashamed? Who are you?" "I'm the immortal emperor of the future generations, Tai Su. Today, I have the chance to fight great Emperor Mo Luo. I really have no regrets even if I die today." "Young man, back off." The old Taoist in red robes arrived in the blink of an eye. Lightning flashed in his eyes and an immortal aura force that was slightly weaker than Mo Luo swept across the place, dispersing all the devil chi in Ning Fan's body. Ning Fan regained his mobility, his eyes were filled with astonishment. This old Taoist who appeared again called himself Tai Su. Of course, he was the owner of the Lightning Star and Emperor Bone. Since this person had appeared, he was obviously here to protect Ning Fan. Just by standing beside Mo Luo and Tai Su, Ning Fan already felt like his body was going to collapse. He could not resist the terrifying immortal aura force at all. Immortals were people who stood on mountains. As for these two immortal emperors of different eras, both of them had once stood at the peak of immortals. Back off. Ning Fan could only retreat. There was no place for him to attack at all in this place. He hurriedly retreated to 100,000 li * 500 m per li, away and observed from afar. Mo Luo and Tai Su stood opposite each other. The place where each of them stood was a world that belonged to them. Mo Luo ordered snow to fall on heaven and earth while Tai Su made heaven and earth be filled with blood and lightning. With Ning Fan's insight, he could vaguely tell that the two immortal emperors had usurped the heavenly Tao using their emperor's aura force, causing the heavenly Tao that they were in to change. It turns out that when one's cultivation base reaches the immortal emperor realm, they can even seize the heavenly Tao. Ning Fan exclaimed. He knew that a battle between two emperors that was unknown to the world was about to break out in his mind. It would be a grand occasion that was rarely seen since ancient times, and Ning Fan was the only one who could witness it. If ordinary cultivators could witness the dignity of immortal emperors, they would probably die without regrets. Ning Fan, on the other hand, was fortunate enough to witness two immortal emperors fighting to their death. Mo Luo and Tai Su were wearing black robes and red robes respectively. The world was broken into two halves. The heavenly Tao forces of the two worlds were fighting against each other. The black snow and the blood-red lightning collided with each other and vanished into thin air. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the two worlds began to collapse. The red heavenly Tao force dispersed. Even though the black force did not dissipate, it was also severely damaged. The aftermath of the collision was enough to shatter the rain world. Tai Su took 10 steps back continuously before he could stabilize himself. Each step he took would crush mountains and rivers. His eyes faintly revealed a hint of astonishment, and he said with a solemn tone, "You're indeed worthy of being the 9 ancestors of the ancient devils. I'm actually so much weaker than you." "Humph. You're not bad either. You're just an immortal emperor of the later generations, but you can actually make me take half a step back. This half a step is enough to make you invincible among those at the same level as you in that era." Mo Luo also took half a step back. From his pale face, one could tell that this half a step was a great humiliation to him. In ancient times, among the 9 ancestors of the devil race, Mo Luo was one of the strongest 9 emperors of the devil race. Those who could make him take half a step back were all outstanding geniuses without exception. As an immortal emperor of the later generations, Taisu was able to make Mo Luo take a step back. Just like what Mo Luo had guessed, he was also one of the few overlords in the world in his era. Taisu came to protect Ning Fan. Thus, he would certainly not hurt him. As for Mo Luo, he had his own pride. He would certainly not sneak an attack on Ning Fan. He allowed Ning Fan to watch the battle between the two emperors and even deliberately restrained the energy fluctuations from their battle, not letting them kill Ning Fan. Compared to enslaving a junior, Mo Luo was more interested in Taisu right now. You. Fight me. Mo Luo took a step forward. His eyes were filled with frenzied killing intent, but he gradually calmed down. From existence to nothingness was not a loss but a sublimation. His eyes were pitch black. At this moment, wherever Mo Luo's gaze reached, heaven and earth would be dyed black. Patches of blood-red lightning began to crumble. Ning Fan's expression changed greatly when Mo Luo caught a glimpse of him from the corner of his eyes. At this moment, he felt as if the depths of his soul was about to be dyed black and devoured by Mo Luo's gaze. That was not death. It was fusing into Mo Luo's Tao and becoming a part of him. That was destruction. It was a death that was scarier than death. Everything would turn into nothingness and all Tao sense would vanish into thin air. Use the lightning diagram to protect your body. Taisu's voice resounded. A trace of lightning power entered Ning Fan's body. All of a sudden, a massive blood-red lightning diagram appeared under Ning Fan's feet on its own without Ning Fan activating it. Moreover, the might of this lightning diagram was more than 100 times stronger than when Ning Fan personally displayed it. Not only could it devour lightning power of the same level, but it could also devour Tao sense and devour everything. A trace of magic power from an immortal emperor could actually make the lightning diagram display 100 times more power. If Taisu were to display this lightning diagram personally, how powerful would it be? Ning Fan's heart was filled with gratitude. If it wasn't because of Taisu's help, he would certainly have perished under Mo Luo's gaze. It turned out that he was really very weak. It turned out that the current Ning Fan could not even withstand a single gaze from an immortal emperor. Other than the trace of lightning power that Taisu channeled into his body, Ning Fan also sensed a trace of cool magic power that was as gentle as water. This gentleness gave him a sense of déjà vu, but he had indeed never seen it before. Other than Taisu, who else is helping me? Ning Fan frowned. At the next moment, all his thoughts were awakened by an earth-shattering aura force. Mo Luo raised his 5 fingers to the sky and made a grabbing motion. All of the great momentum of the heavenly Tao condensed into pieces of black snowflakes which shone with strange starlight. Then, they condensed into a black bow made of ice and snow. On the surface of that black bow, there were millions of strange runes of the devil race. With Ning Fan's eyesight, he could tell at a glance that those runes were some kind of special formation marks which seemed to be able to increase the might of his bow technique. With his Tao of formations, he could see through the veins of those runes and engrave them in his heart. He recognized that this bow technique was the technique that old ancestor Six-Winged was famous for, the star-punishing bow. As for Mo Luo, he did not use his star power. Instead, he borrowed the great momentum of the heavenly Tao to change the ice and snow into stars, which then evolved into the star-punishing bow. Ning Fan could not understand the profound principle behind this. However, he understood that the star-punishing bow that Mo Luo displayed was millions of times more profound than the bow that he used. Before Mo Luo pulled the bowstring, heaven and earth were already trembling in fear. The power of this bow was enough to pierce through the rain world. This was the true meaning of the world being destroyed when the bow is pulled. To Ning Fan, witnessing Mo Luo displaying this bow technique was definitely a rare opportunity. Star-punishing bow. Taisu obviously recognized this technique. His eyes were filled with astonishment. This bow technique was created by my slave, Louis. In the end, he became my Tao corpse and offered his body to me. Therefore, this bow technique is naturally for me to use. Take this bow. The corner of Mo Luo's mouth curved into a cold and cruel smile. He spread his arms and pulled the bowstring. His vast and terrifying magic power turned into a black starlight arrow made of ice and snow. The mountains and rivers collapsed and trembled. The ground sank and the hollow space collapsed. Die. Mo Luo sneered and shot the arrow. Wherever the arrow touched, heaven and earth would collapse and be annihilated, turning back into primal chaos. Taisu's expression changed greatly. From this arrow, he sensed a trace of life or death might. He clenched his 5 fingers, and a ray of lightning light that was as dazzling as a rainbow instantly condensed into a rainbow-colored lightning armor. The grade of this lightning armor was countless times higher than Ning Fan's. It was not even recorded in Hong Yi's secret technique. With the might of this lightning armor, Taisu had once withstood the attacks of a few immortal emperors at the same level as him without breaking his lightning armor. However, when the arrow light hit the lightning armor, the world where Taisu was at instantly collapsed. The lightning armor that was strong enough to defend against the joint attacks of a few immortal emperors collapsed in an instant. Puff Taisu spurted out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with astonishment. Even with his strength that was almost invincible among his peers, he actually had no power to resist Mo Luo. The arrow broke his armor. That arrow even wanted to destroy Taisu's Dao. At the critical moment, Taisu suddenly stepped on the void space. A 7-colored lightning diagram appeared under his feet. His physical body turned into a ray of 7-colored rainbow light and went into the lightning diagram, avoiding the fatal attack. That arrow did not kill Taisu. Instead, it hit the millions of hollow space behind him, stirring up a terrifying storm. After a long time, the storm disappeared. Taisu got out of the lightning diagram. His old face was as pale as a piece of golden paper. There was a bloody hole in his chest. The arrow pierced through his heart and it could not heal. Cough cough. I've lost, you're not weak anymore. When I was at my peak, there were only 1 or 2 people among the 9 devil ancestors who could survive a single attack from me. Mo Luo frowned and said. It was really out of his expectation that Taisu could not be killed with a single arrow. However, you're not at your peak now. Taisu smiled shamefully. His eyes were fixed on the Devil Mountain in the distance as if he was referring to something. Don't worry. Even so, I've only used 30% of my strength. You should be proud of yourself for being able to survive an attack that uses 30% of my strength. Ning Fan's heart shuddered. He had always thought that immortal emperors were the supreme experts. Besides, from the conversation between the two of them, Ning Fan could also tell that Taisu was definitely a top-notch immortal emperor of the same generation. However, an immortal emperor like him was almost killed by an arrow from Mo Luo, who used 30% of his strength. This Mo Luo was so strong. It was too terrifying. Immortal emperors were not the strongest. Great Emperor Mo Luo, you're very strong. However, this young man is my successor after countless generations. He's the first junior who condensed my Taisu lightning star. He can be considered as half a disciple of mine. You can't hurt him. Stubborn. This time I won't show any mercy. Soul extraction. Mo Luo's eyes turned cold. He clawed at the void space with his 5 fingers. At the next moment, traces of soul power were extracted. He clawed at the ground and extracted the soul of the earth. He clawed at the void space and extracted the soul of the void. He clawed at the sky and extracted the soul of the sun, moon, and stars. He clawed at the sky a second time and extracted the soul of the heavenly Tao. Each time he extracted the soul, it would be more profound than the previous time. It was Ning Fan's first time witnessing a soul extraction technique other than the soul extraction of the earth. Obviously, the soul extraction technique he used was just the lowest level. After extracting all the souls of the heavens and earth, Mo Luo's aura force nearly doubled. Under such an aura force, the injured Taisu felt even more suffocated. This is more or less equivalent to 50% of my magic power when I was at my peak. You must die. Mo Luo's voice reverberated across heaven and earth. His voice echoed endlessly like thunder. The 2 worlds merged into one and were once again under his control. Even Lightning Emperor Taisu did not have the qualifications to seize Mo Luo's world. 4 out of 5, to be continued. Looking at Mo Luo, whose aura was like the sky, Taisu sighed. He was indeed much weaker than Mo Luo. However, he had a reason to save Ning Fan. Putting aside the fact that he was already dead, even if he was still alive, he would definitely save Ning Fan from this calamity. Mo Luo stopped using the star-punishing bow art. Instead, he formed hand seals with his 10 fingers, and the vertical ghost eye between his brows immediately flashed with a strange dark light. The moment this dim light rose, the entire world fell into darkness. In the darkness of the night, many strange and enormous vertical eyes appeared in the night sky. There were billions of them in total. Every vertical eye had a nirvana demonic flame brewing within it. Just one vertical eye and the aura of the devil flame were enough to kill a soul formation cultivator. 100 streams of devil flames could kill a void refinement realm being. The 10,000 traces of devil flames could kill a void fragmentation realm expert. 1,000,000 devil flames could kill a life immortal. 100,000,000 devil flames could kill a true immortal. When the number of devil flames reached 10 billion, even an ordinary immortal emperor would be incinerated to death. Mo Luo Dao, demonized 10 billion arts. Mo Luo's icy cold voice was like the final bell that demanded one's life, and it reverberated in the heavens and the earth for a long time. The sky was filled with murderous intents. The heavenly path trembled. Mo Luo, who was at 50% of his power, could instantly kill Tai Su at his peak. Ning Fan's eyes were filled with shock. Was this great emperor Mo Luo, one of the 9 emperors of the ancient demon clan? If such a person was still alive, he would probably be able to slaughter the entire 4 heavens and 9 worlds. Even though the 4 heavens also had celestial emperors, they definitely didn't have a peak celestial emperor like Mo Luo. He couldn't resist Mo Luo's possession, so he could only force him with death. It turned out that it wasn't shameful at all. With Mo Luo's tyrannical strength, he could even seize the body of a grand essence level expert. It wouldn't be too difficult. Currently, the prerequisite for the successful possession was for Tai Su to cultivate the stone warrior devil marks like Ning Fan. Then, he had to develop it step by step until it broke through to the profound earth realm of the Genmo rank and gradually form his devil eyes. Mo Luo did not choose his slaves because he was hungry. If one did not have the aptitude to develop the stone warrior's demonic rune to the point where the demonic eye descends, they would not even be qualified to become his slave. As for Mo Luo, he was even more picky when it came to seizing someone's body. He was willing to seize Ning Fan's body, but he might not necessarily be willing to seize the body of a true immortal. This meant that Mo Luo also admired Ning Fan a lot. Unfortunately, it was only an appreciation for an enemy or a servant. It would never be equal. An existence worthy of being on the same level as Mo Luo had long since died in the torrent of time. Brat, as you can see, this great emperor Mo Luo is too powerful. Even though this old man is unwilling to lose to him, it's not a loss even if he kills me once. You, on the other hand, are different. Your body will be seized or you will be enslaved. Are you willing? Tai Su smiled bitterly. I'm unwilling. Ning Fan closed his eyes and said indifferently. Although he was unwilling, there were too many things in this world that he could not do because he was weak. So what if he was unwilling? The only thing he could do was to prevent Mo Luo from successfully enslaving and seizing his body. He had an obsession that he would not regret even if he died 100 times. I have a secret technique that can eliminate Mo Luo. But this secret technique might require you to sacrifice something. However, it might also be an opportunity. Senior, if you have something to say, please speak clearly. This old man has a plan that can exterminate Mo Luo. But I need your help. The conversation between Tai Su and Ning Fan was carried out in public. They did not avoid Mo Luo at all. Besides, Tai Su purposely emphasized on the word exterminate, as if he was trying to infuriate Mo Luo. Mo Luo's devil eye flame originally wanted to incinerate Tai Su. However, after hearing Tai Su's arrogant words, the corner of his mouth curled into a conceited and mocking smile. He knew that Tai Su was provoking him. He also knew that Tai Su knew that he would not be able to win and he was going to play dirty tricks. However, he did not care. He did not care what tricks Tai Su played. It was because he was strong. It was because he was conceited. It was because he was Mo Luo. He would never be defeated. I can give you a chance to borrow his physical body. Mo Luo sneered. His words exposed Tai Su's intention. Mo Luo was already dead and so was Tai Su. The two of them certainly could not be at their peak. Due to some reasons, Mo Luo could only use 30% of his magic power. After extracting his soul, he could reach 50% of his power. As for Tai Su, because he was summoned by Ning Fan's finger bone, he was almost at his peak. However, this peak still had its limitations. Many secret techniques that required the help of his physical body could not be used. Ning Fan's insignificant strength could not interfere in the battle between two immortal emperors at all. The only thing he had was a physical body. If Taisu temporarily possessed Ning Fan's body, he would be able to display some kind of secret technique. Perhaps, he could use this secret technique to fight against Imo Luo. Taisu had the same intention. Both of them were immortal emperors. Their minds were naturally monstrous. It was normal for Imo Luo to see through some of his thoughts. Taisu was not ashamed of it. No, it should be said that if it was the Taisu of the past, he would disdain to borrow someone else's strength to fight against his enemies. However, the current situation was different from the past. He had a moment that only Ning Fan could do. Therefore, he could not allow Ning Fan to be enslaved and possessed. Therefore, even if he had to be despicable and ruin his illustrious reputation, he would not hesitate to do it. Senior wants to attach your primordial spirit to my body? Ning Fan opened his eyes and asked. That's right. I have one thing that I won't be able to let go even if I die. Only you can do it. You must promise me this, and I will give up everything to save you. Taisu said firmly. All right. Ning Fan nodded his head and promised. Weaklings did not have the right to negotiate. If he had the strength of an immortal emperor and could eliminate Imo Luo with a single palm, he did not need to promise Taisu any of his requests. However, he was weak. He needed Taisu to survive. It was not unreasonable for him to promise Taisu one thing for saving him. Very well. If the secret technique succeeds, I will naturally tell you about it. If the secret technique fails, you will die and I will perish. What's the point of talking about it? White Lightning Dao, Sovereign Spirit Possession Technique. Taisu performed a hand seal. His body turned into illusory lightning and disappeared into Ning Fan's body in a flash. Ning Fan closed his eyes and shut his sea of consciousness, handing over the control of his body. However, at the next moment, his eyes were filled with surprise. Taisu did not take away the control of his body. After burning his lifetime's Dao sense, Taisu turned into a ball of lightning and added it to Ning Fan's primordial spirit. That ball of lightning was much larger than the magic power of all the cultivators in the rain world combined. Under the enhancement of that ball of lightning, Ning Fan's aura force actually skyrocketed at this moment. Void Refinement Realm, Void Fragmentation Realm, Life Immortal Realm, True Immortal Realm. Immortal Emperor Realm. Imo Luo's eyes flashed with surprise. Then, he sneered mockingly. Taisu's action was beyond Ning Fan's expectation. It was even beyond Imo Luo's expectation. Originally, Imo Luo thought that since Taisu was no match for him, he would use his physical body to fight against him. However, out of Imo Luo's expectation, Taisu did not have the intention to fight him at all. Instead, he gave Ning Fan an extremely powerful magic power at the cost of destroying his Dao. It was a secret technique which was completely different from the soul extraction technique. The profound meaning of the soul extraction technique was to forcefully extract, snatch and snatch. As for this secret technique, it was about sacrifice, abandonment and exchange. Burning one's Dao sense and destroying one's Dao in exchange for magic power would grant others terrifying magic power for a short period of time. In order to save Ning Fan, Lightning Emperor Taisu gave up his lifetime's Dao. The current Ning Fan could not understand the huge price he had to pay. Only after many years would he understand Taisu's sacrifice and difficulties. Currently, he had fallen into a state of emptiness and confusion. He was like a young child who suddenly became a supreme sovereign with millions of mountains and rivers under his control. However, he did not know how he should give orders. The level of his magic power was raised to the Immortal Emperor realm by Taisu. Due to Taisu's great sacrifice, Ning Fan's current magic power was even a small cultivation realm stronger than Taisu at his peak. Even though it was still inferior to Imo Luo's, there was not much difference between them. The difference in magic power was reduced. However, magic power was not the deciding factor in a battle between Immortal Emperor realm experts. Once one becomes an immortal, Dao comprehension was the most important thing. The comprehension of the great Dao determined the destructive power of immortal techniques and the strength of one's combat power. However, Ning Fan's Dao comprehension was still at the void inquiry stage after all. He did not even have the void pierce stage, absolute void stage or void fragmentation realm. Thus, he had yet to understand the word void. Without understanding the concept of void and truth, Ning Fan might not even be able to withstand a single attack from an ordinary immortal emperor even if he possessed the immortal emperor realm magic power. Mo Luo had the same thought. That was why he mocked Tai Su for his stupidity. Ning Fan closed his eyes and bit the tip of his tongue fiercely. With the help of the pain, he slightly calmed his restless heart. Even though his Tao comprehension was far from an immortal emperor, he had reached the half-step void refinement realm after all. He was not a fool. He naturally understood that magic power was useless. With his current immortal emperor realm magic power, Ning Fan might be able to bully ordinary true immortals. However, if he faces an immortal emperor realm expert at the same level as him, he would only be killed instantly. It was absolutely impossible for him to defeat Mo Luo, unless he relied on his own efforts to comprehend the void and truth step by step and climb to the immortal emperor realm. Only then would he have the qualifications to challenge Mo Luo. May I ask, Senior, why did you save me? Why did you grant me magic power? I have no chance of winning. I have no chance at all. No. Your chance of winning is very low. However, you have at least 40% chance of eliminating Mo Luo. You can give it a try. Unexpectedly, Tai Su had quite a lot of confidence in Ning Fan. I have seen your 3 questions with the help of the incomplete lightning memory reading technique. Your answers are very good. Very good. However, the reason why I believe in your strength is not this. In the past, someone told me that the next person who condenses the Tai Su lightning star can resolve the calamity of my true lightning world in the past 1 billion years. I didn't believe it at first. However, when I saw you for the first time, I believed it. That person had once given me a jade slip. There is an afterimage technique in it. Perhaps you are the only one who can display this technique. Even if you only display the afterimage of this technique. Just the afterimage is enough to defeat Mo Luo. However, if you can't display it, no one can survive this calamity. I have heard your answers to Tai Su's 3 questions. When you were breaking through your seclusion, I had seen the power of that golden purple mist. If I'm not mistaken, that power is the key to display the afterimage technique in the jade slip. Why don't you give it a try? As soon as Tai Su finished speaking, he circulated his lightning power. The 7-colored lightning power slowly condensed into a jade slip and floated in front of Ning Fan. He scanned the jade slip with his spirit sense. Within it, there was a man in purple robes with a blurry face. He was standing on the peak of the sea of clouds. His 5 fingers moved and the golden purple mist turned into a palm imprint. Ning Fan could not see the appearance of the man in purple robes clearly as it was concealed by the samsara. The chi of the man in purple robes gave Ning Fan an extremely familiar feeling. He seemed to be immortal sovereign Zido, but at the same time, he was not. Ning Fan looked at that figure. He seemed to have recalled something, but at the same time, he seemed to have forgotten something. Gradually, he was no longer obsessed with the man's identity. Instead, he just carefully observed the man's palm imprint. What condensed in the middle of the man's palm was an extremely exquisite palm imprint. Upon closer inspection, that palm imprint was made up of 5 fingers. Each of the fingers corresponded to the heaven-breaking sword finger. Moreover, it was the first 5 fingers. When the 5 fingers combined into one, they condensed into a single palm imprint with the help of the samsara mist. Judging from the traces of the fingers, each of them was the heaven-breaking sword finger. However, their sword intent was different from the sword fingers. Moreover, the profound meaning of the sword fingers seemed to be different from the heaven-breaking sword finger. The profound meaning of the heaven-breaking sword finger lied in the word collapse. As for the 5 sword fingers in the palm imprint, the profound meaning was all in the word command. Ning Fan could not find a suitable word to describe it specifically. However, he vaguely understood the Tao sense of this palm imprint. He had once destroyed the southern prison country with a palm imprint. The Tao sense of that palm imprint was somewhat similar to the one in front of him. If I can display this palm imprint, even if it's just a vague shadow of the palm imprint, it will certainly be stronger than these 10 billion devil flames. Before samsara, all devils will become nothing. Is the man who displayed this technique immortal sovereign Zido? But why do I have a feeling that he is not the same person as the immortal sovereign? If he isn't Zido, who else could he be? Ning Fan's mind was filled with doubts, but he gave up all of them. What he needed to do now was just to comprehend that palm imprint. He did not seek to comprehend it completely. He just wanted to display that palm imprint with great effort. A trace of information flowed into his mind. It seemed to be the name of that palm imprint technique. He needed to familiarize himself with the heaven-breaking sword finger one by one before he could combine the 5 fingers into one. Moreover, he needed to get used to his magic power first and determine the realm of his magic power. When Ning Fan's words fell into Tai Su's ears, it turned into a gratified smile. Since Ning Fan could see through a trace of the profound meaning of this technique, the chances of him displaying the residual shadow of this technique was slightly higher than Tai Su's expectation. Tai Su could not help but admit that Ning Fan's comprehension ability was far beyond his expectation. After all, Ning Fan had obtained the memories of ancient chaos as soon as he entered the cultivation world. After entering the illusory realm, he even received guidance from Zidao. Thus, his Dao comprehension was naturally extraordinary. Ning Fan's words fell into Mo Luo's ears, causing the latter's expression to turn cold. Mo Luo did not like to joke around. He allowed experts to challenge him, but he hated those who were arrogant. From Mo Luo's point of view, Ning Fan had only obtained magic power and did not have the Dao comprehension of an immortal emperor. Thus, Ning Fan was not even qualified for him to lift a finger. This kind of junior actually dared to boast in front of him. Ning Fan was really overestimating his own strength. You can take your time to ponder and display this palm imprint. Let me see what kind of secret technique it is that actually gives you the confidence to kill me. However, I can bet with you that no matter what kind of secret technique you display, you won't be able to make me use more than 100 million traces of devil flames. Mo Luo believed that Ning Fan had obtained the support of Tai Su's secret technique after all. At least before he leaves the dream of his mind, Ning Fan's magic power would be comparable to his. Those who could force him to use 100 million traces of devil flames were all peak true immortals. In Mo Luo's eyes, Ning Fan only had the strength of a peak true immortal at most. Just as his voice fell, he saw Ning Fan suddenly raise his hand. His vast magic power turned into 5 fingers and clawed. The surrounding darkness was suddenly broken by rays of golden sunlight. The sunlight eventually condensed into a gigantic golden spear. The surface of the golden spear was glowing with golden flames and golden light. Each wisp of golden flames was powerful enough to crush a void refinement realm expert. When the spear was thrown out, rays of sunlight flowed along the strange trajectory of the great Dao. The melting star on Ning Fan's glabella rotated in the opposite direction. That golden spear suddenly shone with dazzling yang power as if it was a golden sun that could illuminate the world. A ray of dazzling sunlight carried a void fragmentation realm aura force and blasted towards Mo Luo. It was a mid-grade divine transformation realm demonic technique, the parting sun spear. Ning Fan had just used the immortal emperor realm magic power and he had yet to fully integrate his magic power. Thus, the magic power he could use was almost negligible. Even so, the mere parting sun spear was already enough to kill a void fragmentation realm old monster. However, Ning Fan only used a void fragmentation realm attack to attack Mo Luo. To Mo Luo, it was really a humiliation. He used magic power which was even higher than Tai Su's, but he only used a void fragmentation realm junior's attack which was not even at the life immortal realm. Could it be that this kind of trash magic technique was the trump card that Ning Fan and Tai Su used to deal with him? Ridiculous. How could this kind of trash magic technique have any chance of harming me? He even said that he had 40% chance of killing me. It turns out that he was just talking nonsense. Mo Luo was so angry that he laughed. He clasped his hands behind his back without moving. With just a thought in his mind, 10,000 traces of devil eyes shot out devil flames which moved as fast as meteors. The 10,000 traces of flames burned the parting sun spear into ashes in an instant. A void fragmentation realm attack was only worthy of Mo Luo using 10,000 traces of devil flames. He even said that Ning Fan could make him use 100 million traces of devil flames. He had really overestimated Ning Fan. The limit of this technique is a void fragmentation realm attack. However, I can't change the might of the spear, but I can change the number of parting sun spears. With the magic power of an immortal emperor realm expert, I can make some slight changes to this technique. He closed his eyes and sensed the flow of the immortal emperor realm magic power in his body. After the initial attack, the magic power in his body was like a wooden tube which was filled with chopsticks. After pulling out a pair of chopsticks, the magic power in his body gradually began to circulate. Those traces of magic power were all obtained by Tai Su when he ignited his Tao. Within the magic power, there were traces of profound Tao comprehension. While experiencing this kind of Tao comprehension, Ning Fan's eyes gradually became blank. Tai Su's Tao comprehension gradually integrated into his mind. At this moment, his consciousness suddenly became unprecedentedly clear again. This unprecedentedly clear state could only be experienced when he consumed the spirit refining grass for the first time and comprehended the spirit wonder technique. At this moment, Ning Fan seemed to have entered a strange state. Unity of heaven and man. Mo Luo's expression changed for the first time. Among 10 billion cultivators, there might not even be one who could achieve the unity of heaven and man. This kind of person might have a particularly keen understanding of the heavenly Tao because of their various experiences. Under coincidental circumstances, they could even merge with the heavenly Tao. At least, Mo Luo was not that lucky person. Tai Su was also not that lucky person. No, it should be said that it was not luck but a kind of talent. This person can achieve the unity of heaven and man. Even though he did it with the help of my Tao power, he should be proud of himself. I really didn't misjudge him. He might really be the person who can help the true lightning world to escape from the calamity. The unity of heaven and man, because Ning Fan was ordinary, he was close to the Tao. Because he cultivated the yin-yang transformation, he became more compatible with the Tao. Everyone had their own Tao. Some were upright, some were deviant, some were crooked. However, only those who were upright and deviant could achieve the unity of heaven and man. It was because the heavenly Tao was originally the product of the contradictory yin and yang. Tai Su was obsessed with lightning while Mo Luo was obsessed with devils. Due to their stubbornness, they could not be close to the Tao. Ning Fan looked stubborn but he was quite flexible. This was the key to achieving the unity of heaven and man. Under the state of the unity of heaven and man, Ning Fan felt that his Tao comprehension was no weaker than that of an immortal emperor. The first time he became one with the world was by chance. For the second time, it was thanks to Tai Su's Tao ignition that he achieved one with the world. In this state, Ning Fan's understanding of the parting sun spear was even more thorough than the creator of this technique. He seemed to be able to see through the development of the parting sun spear and knew how to make the parting sun spear stronger. Yin fusion, thunder division, true yang. The true yang transforms into shadows, and the golden spear splits into shadows. There is truth in the void. Ning Fan muttered to himself. Even he himself might not be able to comprehend what he just said. All of them were seen from the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao could deduce the trajectory of this technique. From that trajectory, Ning Fan saw the strongest form of the parting sun spear. Once again, he made a grabbing motion with his 5 fingers. Heaven and earth gave birth to sunlight and the sunlight condensed into a golden spear. As his magical power flowed smoothly, his execution of the parting sun spear became even more perfect. However, he did not use his golden spear. The maximum attack of the parting sun spear was a void fragmentation realm strike. No matter how strong it was, the body of the spear would certainly collapse. Why did it collapse? Because his physical body could no longer withstand the higher grade of magic power, he needed to void divide. A physical spear suddenly became faint and divided into 2 slightly illusory spear shadows. It was as if the golden pigment that was only enough to draw 1 golden spear was enough to form 2 golden spear shadows after being diluted with water. 2 divided into 4, 4 divided into 8. Gradually, there were already more than 1,000,000 spear shadows in the sky. Each of those illusory spear shadows could kill a void refinement realm being, even though the spear shadows had become faint and their destructive power seemed to have decreased significantly. The number of the spear shadows had increased to a terrifying level. Ning Fan did not pursue the maximum attack power of a single spear shadow. Instead, he sought the best balance between the limit and the number of the spear shadows. After this parting sun spear is divided into shadows, it can be listed as an immortal technique. It can be named parting sun split shadows. Immortal technique, parting sun split shadows. Chi as Ning Fan pointed his finger at the air, 1,000,000 illusory golden spear shadows suddenly pierced towards Mo Luo at the next moment. Mo Luo's eyes turned slightly serious for the first time. It was because Ning Fan, who was just a junior at the first step of the Heavenly Tao, had actually created an immortal technique in front of him. Rumble the 1 million spear shadows had nearly extinguished 130 million traces of devil flames and destroyed 130 million devil eyes. It was even stronger than Mo Luo's estimation of Ning Fan's maximum strength. 130 million traces of devil flames. Your prediction doesn't seem to be accurate. Ning Fan's eyes were filled with a hint of indifference and dignity. That dignity was borrowed from the Heavenly Tao after attaining the unity of heaven and man. You can continue. While you still have the unity of heaven and man, create a few more types of immortal techniques and comprehend the essence of that secret technique. If you can destroy 1 billion traces of devil flames, you can at least fight against an ordinary immortal emperor right now. Mo Luo turned his hand and the devil flames of his destroyed devil eyes were formed. He was waiting for Ning Fan to give him his strongest attack. He did not care about being killed by Ning Fan at all. He was already dead. Even if he is defeated this time, he would only lose the chance to enslave Ning Fan. That was all. After sleeping for 1 million years, he might still be able to wait for the next slave of Mo Luo. That was just a superficial reason. The real reason was that Mo Luo never believed that Ning Fan could defeat him. It was impossible under any circumstances. As for Ning Fan, he tightly grasped this opportunity to comprehend the limits of each and every magic technique. In the end, he finally displayed the technique in the jade slip. The chance to attain the unity of heaven and man was hard to come by again. There would not be a second chance in his life to receive the gift of magic techniques from an immortal emperor. This was an opportunity for Ning Fan to cultivate all of his past magic techniques to their peak. Of course, the most important thing was that he wanted to devour Mo Luo today. He was not a magnanimous person. He would not forgive Mo Luo's provocation and persecution just because Mo Luo allowed him to test his techniques. He wanted Mo Luo to pay the price. If he uses that palm strike, Mo Luo would no longer have the chance to revive. Mo Luo would pay the price for his arrogance. Tao destruction, 5/5, to be continued. With the help of the Heavenly Tao comprehension of the unity of heaven and man, Ning Fan deduced the parting sun spear to the grade of an immortal technique. However, everything has its limit. The limit of this immortal technique obviously could not reach the level of an immortal emperor. It was just a useless technique in a battle between immortal emperors. If it is used in a battle between life immortals or true immortals, it could be useful. This was the limit of the parting sun spear. Even if it turned into a phantom, it could only have this much destructive power. Of course, if he adds some changes on top of the phantom form, it might make this technique even stronger. However, the current Ning Fan could not fully comprehend that kind of changes even if he was in the unity of heaven and man. The future of this technique was limited after all. Ning Fan's eyes turned slightly cold. He no longer deduced the parting sun spear. He should use a stronger technique to derive it so that he could gain more enlightenment. In the end, everything he did was to prepare for the comprehension of the final attack. With a thought in his mind, he decided to derive the technique and complete his comprehension. Naturally, it would be a technique that made it stronger. Every step he took triggered the great momentum of the Heavenly Tao. With 1 step, heaven and earth collapsed. With 5 steps, the great momentum was destroyed. With 9 steps, the sovereign sword was formed. Ning Fan's eyes were filled with surprise. He did not expect that when the 9 heaven-treading steps was derived to the extreme, it would actually break the heavenly momentum, merge with the sovereign momentum and make the sovereign heaven immortal. The 1 million rays of sovereign chi turned into 1 million pure golden killing swords. After using the 9 heaven-treading steps, his sword power reached its peak. The 1 million rays of sovereign chi were naturally left by Tai Su. Seeing Ning Fan, who was just a divine transformation realm cultivator, actually grasped the method to use the sovereign chi, both Tai Su and Mo Luo were slightly surprised. Those who could touch the threshold of the sovereign chi at the void fragmentation realm could be considered as sovereigns. They were considered as people who had a natural affinity with the sovereign chi. However, the significance of Ning Fan comprehending the sovereign chi at the divine transformation realm was significant. At first, Ning Fan did not want to use the sovereign chi to prevent the Rain Sovereign from knowing about it. Fortunately, the place where he was displaying the sovereign chi was a dream in his mind. No one else would know about it. Besides, compared to the Rain Sovereign, he was obviously billions of times more dangerous than Mo Luo. Of course, he did not mind using the sovereign qi. Mo Luo's eyes turned solemn. He vaguely felt that it was a mistake to let Ning Fan derive the technique. His eyes turned slightly solemn. He vaguely felt that it was a mistake to let Ning Fan derive the technique. However, his pride did not allow him to fear a deity transformation junior. A junior at the soul formation stage, even if he used a secret technique to increase his magic power to the immortal emperor stage, even if he achieved the unity of heaven and man and obtained the comprehension of the heavenly Tao, compared to a real immortal emperor stage, there was still a world of difference. It was irresistible. Mo Luo raised a hand, and a billion demonic flames swept out. The demonic flames burned the heavens, and the million sovereign swords were incinerated one after another. His tone was still disdainful. 1 billion devil flames. If you can't come up with a stronger technique, you will die today. Don't worry, I won't let you down. Ning Fan deduced the advancement method of the 9 heaven-treading steps. His heart became even more tranquil. He closed his eyes, and a black aura gradually rose around his body. It was also a black aura, but this black aura was the same as the demonic aura. It was formed by the ink-colored divine sense. Ning Fan's black hair cascaded down like a waterfall. His eyes opened coldly and the left side of his face was covered with demonic marks. His black robe fluttered in the wind. His aura became even more unfathomable. Incarnation? This incarnation looks a little familiar. This is Immortal Emperor Tai Chang's Sense Soul technique. This time, Immortal Emperor Tai Su was the one who was surprised. He did not realize that each of Ning Fan's trump cards had a stronger background than the previous one. First, it was the sovereign qi. Then, it was the incarnation. This young man has comprehended 2 types of void fragmentation realm secret techniques when he was just at the divine transformation realm. His innate potential is indeed unparalleled. However, if it's just the incarnation of his sense soul, it's definitely impossible for him to be Great Emperor Mo Luo's opponent. Immortal Emperor Tai Chang's strength is much weaker than mine. His sense soul incarnation is good at defense but not offense. Tai Su muttered to himself. At the next moment, he suddenly paused. Ning Fan's eyes were cold and emotionless. He took a step forward and his incarnation suddenly shattered. Inwardly, he was repeatedly deducing the heavenly Tao and thinking about the advancement method of the Black Tempest soul-splitting technique. Shatter and condense. Shatter again and condense again. Shattering from the real is actually a deduction of the void. Condensing from the broken to the real is actually a deduction of the true. I don't understand the void and I don't understand the true, but I understand the ingenious fusion between the true and the void. With my current strange state, I should be able to comprehend a thing or two. Condense, countless traces of black sense suddenly turned into an illusory black shadow and rushed towards Mo Luo. Each trace of power that formed the black shadow was sword sense. Mo Luo was slightly stunned. He did not expect that Ning Fan also possessed sword sense. However, if it's just a sword sense of this level, it would not be able to hurt Mo Luo at all. Mo Luo only activated a trace of devil flame and burned that black shadow with a hint of mockery. Weak. Too weak. An attack of this level won't be able to hurt me. Just as his voice fell, his eyes slightly trembled at the next moment. When one shadow was burned, 2 shadows were born. When the 2 shadows were burned, 4 more shadows were born. In the midst of the shattering and rebirth, the number of black shadows increased. Eventually, billions of black shadows were formed. The destructive power of each of the black shadows was slightly stronger than Mo Luo's devil flame. The billions of black shadows shattered and condensed at the same time. The transformation of the true and void power during the process of shattering was enough to completely destroy Mo Luo's billions of devil flames. Moreover, it could even hurt Mo Luo. This technique, Mo Luo's heart skipped a beat. At the next moment, his eyes relaxed. It was because the billions of black shadows that Ning Fan had forcefully split into exploded one after another. His technique had failed. The reason why he failed was not because of the wrong direction of his deduction. Even Tai Su and Mo Luo were slightly shocked by the method of transforming his body into 10 billion. The reason why Ning Fan failed was all because the spirit sense that Tai Su gave him was not strong enough to display this technique. After cultivating the Black Shadow Spirit Clone technique to 10 billion clones, the requirement towards the realm of the spirit sense was especially terrifying. Even Tai Su's spirit will was not strong enough to perform this technique. If the level of Ning Fan's spirit sense is a little higher, he would definitely have the confidence to injure Mo Luo with a single strike when he fully displays the 10 billion black shadows. This technique was indeed very powerful. Of course, the prerequisite was that Ning Fan needed to be able to use it. Failed, Ning Fan was not discouraged. On the contrary, he was slightly satisfied. He finally saw the cultivation direction of the ink flow spirit fission art. In the future, he would increase the number of clones he could use to kill his enemies. The secret technique was slowly weakening. The Immortal Emperor level magic power was slowly weakening. Ning Fan did not want to delay any longer. All he could do was to make use of this opportunity as much as possible to derive magic techniques that were worth more deducing. His eyes flashed. He wanted to deduce another technique. Soul extraction. In the past, he only knew how to extract the souls of the earth, mountains, and rivers. However, after meeting Mo Luo today, Ning Fan found out that there were still the Void Soul, the Sun Moon Star Soul and the Heavenly Tao Soul above the Earth Soul. The Heavenly Tao only had one soul. Now, it had been extracted by Mo Luo. However, now that Ning Fan had merged with the Heavenly Tao, he could faintly feel that the actual soul of the Heavenly Tao had not been completely extracted by Mo Luo. There were still a lot of souls of the foreign Tao left. At this moment, Ning Fan understood a trace of the profound meaning of extracting the soul of the Heavenly Tao. He even understood a trace of the soul extraction technique which was a higher level than the soul of the Heavenly Tao. However, what made him laugh at himself was that he could see through the profound soul extraction technique but he could not see through the void soul which was the second last technique. The reason why he could not see through it was because his understanding of the word void was not deep enough. Unless he had a deeper understanding of the void, he would not be able to extract the void soul. However, now that he had the magic power of an immortal emperor, he could extract the soul above the Heavenly Tao and break Mo Luo's technique. The Heavenly Tao is just one Tao. The sixth Tao is the foundation. At this moment, I can't understand what the Tao is. However, I can barely extract some of the six Tao souls. It is not enough to improve my magic power but it can break your soul extraction technique. Soul of the sixth Tao, extract. Ning Fan made a grabbing motion with his 5 fingers. Even though he had yet to completely understand the soul extraction technique, he had a way to seize the soul of the Heavenly Tao from Mo Luo's body. The sixth Tao goes against the will of the Heavenly Tao. The Heavenly Tao becomes chaotic and the soul power collapses. Mo Luo's chest felt as if he had suffered a heavy blow. He took 3 steps back continuously before he could stabilize himself. His expression was cold and murderous. A trace of blood actually flowed out from the corner of his mouth. He was careless and his soul was forcefully extracted by Ning Fan. He had already suffered a backlash. Extract the soul of the sixth Tao? Good. Good. You won't have the chance to derive any more magic techniques. You have already made me really angry. Mo Luo's eyes turned cold. A gush of ferocious devil chi suddenly swept across heaven and earth. The devil flames of 10 billion devil eyes shot out at the same time. It had the ferocious might that could incinerate the myriad worlds in the heavens. Streams of devil flames collided with Ning Fan's chest like meteors. Ning Fan's chest trembled and he immediately coughed out blood. He retreated continuously. His injuries were getting more and more serious. Such serious injuries were definitely not something that Black Star could heal. The only thing he could rely on was the Immortal Emperor realm magic power in his body to repair his physical body. However, repairing his physical body would consume too much of his magic power. Ning Fan had already used up half of the magic power that Tai Su had given him during the time he took to take a few hundred steps back. We can't delay any longer. Quickly attack. This devil has lost his patience. Tai Su reminded. Yes. After deducing several magic techniques, Ning Fan's control over the magic power of an immortal emperor realm became much smoother. Perhaps he was still far inferior to other immortal emperors. However, among the 7 levels of the first step of cultivation, perhaps even void fragmentation realm old monsters would not dare to say that their control of magic power was more precise than Ning Fan's. Not a single trace of wastage was wasted. Every trace was used in both offense and defense. In his mind, he recalled the elegance of that palm strike and the silhouette of that purple-robed man, which made him even more unfathomable. Who is it? Who is it? Familiar, strange, seen it before, never seen it before. With the help of the heavenly Tao, the trajectory of every trace of magic power in that palm strike gradually became clear in his mind. Forming a palm with his 5 fingers, the heaven-collapsing sword finger merged into one. Collapsing vast island rivers and mountains. A single finger could collapse mountains and rivers, possessing the power to kill nascent soul cultivators. Second, black sun collapsing firmament. When 2 fingers collapsed, the sky collapsed and the sun shattered, possessing the power to kill divine transformation realm experts. Third, void death bones. When 3 fingers collapsed, all the corpses of the dead who died in the void appeared one after another and shattered. The death chi in the void condensed into sword fingers which possessed the power to kill void refinement realm experts. Fourth, collapsing sovereign shadow tombs. When the 4 fingers collapsed, ancient tombs which were condensed from sovereign chi appeared in the vast sky. However, they collapsed one after another. Each time a tomb collapsed, there would definitely be a sword of sovereign chi which was comparable to the first heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. It would pierce through the vault of heaven, destroying hundreds of tombs, destroying the void fragmentation realm and injuring life immortals. Fifth, collapsing heaven immortal path. When the 5 fingers collapsed, each of the immortal paths that connected to the heavens collapsed. Each time an immortal path collapsed, there would be an immortal imprisoning sword which was powerful enough to kill a life immortal realm expert sweeping across the void. Each of the immortal imprisoning sword was powerful enough to kill a life immortal realm expert. Based on Ning Fan's understanding of the 5 fingers of the sword finger, he would perform the first, the second and the 5th consecutively. Today, however, he performed a sword with each of his 5 fingers and the 5 swords merged into one. Golden purple wind mist rose from the center of his palm. Under the effect of the wind mist technique, the 5 sword fingers slowly condensed into a golden purple palm imprint. Even the 5th heaven collapsing finger, which was one of the 5 swords, was only enough to kill an ordinary life immortal realm expert. However, when the 5 fingers merged into one, Ning Fan felt his magic power flowing into the palm imprint like a torrent. The destructive power of this palm imprint was enough to kill a true immortal realm expert. While he was dodging the attacks of the devil flames, he was condensing the palm imprint. Ning Fan had made countless deductions in his mind. However, he could no longer deduce the following steps of condensing the palm imprint. Perhaps, the profound principles contained in this palm imprint had already passed through the heavenly Tao of this world. He gradually realized that the reason why the 5 fingers were condensed using the wind mist was probably because of the power of samsara. This palm imprint should depict samsara. The samsara imprint of the wind mist finger was the indifference and helplessness of ashes returning to ashes and dust returning to dust. The samsara imprint of the wind snow finger was the determination to retain everything even if it meant freezing samsara. However, this palm imprint was different. That silhouette has integrated his Tao sense into this palm imprint. He wants to control samsara with this palm imprint. Immortal technique, one hand covering the sky. Ning Fan struck out with his palm. A kind of chi aura that was hard to describe spread out from his palm. At this moment, the jade slip shattered. A faint shadow floated out from it and slowly condensed into a gigantic purple shadow behind Ning Fan. The appearance of that gigantic shadow was shocking. Other than Ning Fan, who did not see it, both Tai Su and Mo Luo saw that purple-robed silhouette. That person was none other than the peerless cultivator who created this one hand covering the sky technique and swore to control samsara. Tai Su had seen that person before. He was the one who gave him this jade slip. Mo Luo had also seen this person before. When he saw his face, he felt fear from the bottom of his heart despite his arrogance and haughtiness. This jade slip actually has a trace of his Tao sense sealed in it. It's him. It's him. It's him. But how is this possible? He's clearly dead. No. It's not him. If it's him, it's impossible for me to remember him. He doesn't allow anyone to remember him. That's right. So it's him and not him. But I shouldn't know him and I shouldn't have met him before. Where did I meet him? Damn it. One day, after 70% of my Tao sense breaks free from the suppression, I will definitely figure out everything and find out what exactly happened. But today, I must escape. Mo Luo was actually afraid to fight, even if his opponent was an immortal emperor or the strongest among the 9 devil emperors, he would not be afraid. However, this gigantic purple shadow was one of the people he absolutely did not dare to provoke. No matter if his guess was right or wrong, this person was not someone he could afford to provoke. Who is it? Ning Fan was secretly shocked. He wanted to turn his head around and look at that person's face. However, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his sea of consciousness. At the moment he saw that person's face, all of his memories were erased. He could no longer remember that person's appearance. The only thing he remembered was that person's kind smile. Who is this person? You're not bad. With your innate potential, it's enough for you to defeat Mo Luo if you can comprehend a little bit of this palm technique. However, you will inevitably let him escape. In the past, I had already foreseen today's situation. The reason why I left this jade slip is to help you resolve your predicament. However, this is the only chance for me to help you in this lifetime. Otherwise, forget it. What's the point of saying so much? Suppressing this fiend is the right thing to do. It can also be considered as settling the grudges of the past. Helping you is just an accident. However, this accident is also in the cycle of samsara. One day, you will understand it. As soon as the voice of the purple-robed man entered Ning Fan's ears, it was forcefully erased without leaving any trace, not giving anyone the chance to perform divination. He only had one chance to help Ning Fan in this place. He would only help Ning Fan once. The price he had to pay was the destruction of these traces of Tao sense. He was neither a living person nor a dead person. However, he must not appear. In the end, Ning Fan did not figure out whether this person was Mr. Zido or not. However, this person had already taken action and suppressed Mo Luo on Ning Fan's behalf. I will help you get rid of the 30% of Tao sense of this fiend. As for the remaining 70% of Tao sense that is being suppressed by Mo Luo Mountain, when your cultivation base is strong enough, you can go to the devil world and kill him. The gigantic purple-robed figure took a step forward. A terrifying aura force directly shattered the 10 billion devil eyes. Was Mo Luo very strong? However, in front of this purple-robed man, he was nothing. You can't do this. My slave, Lu Yi, used to guard the 6 Tao. He has seen you before. He has seen you before. So what if he has seen me before? The purple-robed man smiled coldly and sent out a palm strike. The 5 fingers of the heaven-breaking sword finger turned into a palm and a purple-golden palm imprint pressed down. Mo Luo wanted to flee in panic. However, no matter where he fled to, the gigantic purple-golden palm would always hang above his head. When his devil body grew bigger, the palm imprint also grew bigger. When he turned into a tiny speck of dust, the palm imprint also became smaller, not allowing Mo Luo to escape from the gap between his fingers. The palm imprint was getting closer and closer to him. Mo Luo's eyes were filled with terror, but he could no longer avoid it. When the palm imprint landed on his body, he activated all the defenses of his physical body. However, as soon as the palm imprint touched him, all of them collapsed. One hand covers the sky. There was no way for him to escape. Ah! With a miserable shriek, Mo Luo, who had 30% of his strength, was instantly killed. The gigantic devil mountain behind him disappeared. After his death, the blood mist slowly turned into a drop of black devil blood. The remaining 70% of Mo Luo's devil sense was suppressed by the devil mountain. Now, he hated Ning Fan to the core. Young man, I will remember you. Just you wait. In less than 1,000,000 years, I will wait for the next devil slave and I will certainly break out of the seal. Next time, there won't be a second Tai Su who will burn his Tao sense to save you from your tribulation. He truly destroyed his Tao, and I only lost 30% of my cultivation. Just you wait. Just you wait. In the end, that voice could no longer be heard. The purple-robed man also held a drop of devil blood in his hand. He studied it carefully and seemed to have recalled something, feeling a little nostalgic. Mo Luo's blood. The purple-robed man sighed emotionally. With a flick of his finger, he flicked the devil blood into Ning Fan's body. After using the power of that palm imprint just now, his gigantic shadow had already used up the power of his Dao sense and began to dissipate. After all, he was just a trace of Dao sense and not a living person. He was about to die. However, before he left, he took a deep look at Ning Fan. He was not looking at Ning Fan but Tai Su. He seemed to be saying something to Tai Su through telepathy. However, Ning Fan could not hear it. The only thing he could hear was Tai Su's voice of disbelief. The karma of the past has been settled today. Are you satisfied with this result? The purple-robed man smiled faintly and his figure became even fainter. ****I'm satisfied. I didn't expect the result to be like this. Tai Su was obviously very surprised. No one knew what the relationship between the purple-robed man, Tai Su, and Mo Luo was. Whether the purple-robed man was Zido or not and why he wanted to conceal his identity, no one knew. The only thing they knew was that 30% of Mo Luo's devil sense had already died. The purple-robed man was also going to disappear soon. As for Tai Su, he had also burned his Dao sense and was about to perish. Everything was like a dream. At the beginning of the dream, there was only Ning Fan. After the dream, the three peerless experts would pass away one after another. Only Ning Fan was left. The devil race has lost its blood. Even though there is only one drop of Mo Luo's blood, it is a great opportunity for you. If you refine it, you will have the chance to become the second Mo Luo. The purple-robed man laughed. With a bang, the gigantic shadow collapsed. When it collapsed, Immortal Emperor Tai Su wanted to say something but he could not say anything in the end. He turned into a ray of lightning light and got out of Ning Fan's body, turning back into the red-robed elderly man. As for Ning Fan, he suddenly felt a sense of weakness which almost made him fall asleep. Thank you, Immortal Emperor Tai Su, for saving my life. Ning Fan cupped his fists to express his gratitude. Thank me? I originally thought that it would be like that. I didn't expect it to be like this. In that case, whether I thank you or not is just an empty dream. Immortal Emperor Tai Su seemed to still be immersed in the words of the purple-robed man and could not let go of it. I wonder what request Senior has. As long as I can help you, I will certainly do my best to help you. Even though it was the purple-robed man who killed Mo Luo in the end, Ning Fan would certainly not have been able to survive if it wasn't for Tai Su's help. He was neither a gentleman nor a vile person. However, he would certainly repay the favor. Request, huh? Tai Su's eyes turned slightly solemn. He wanted to say something but eventually kept his mouth shut. Forget it. It's a long story. I will condense it into a jade slip. You will know once you take a look at it. Whether you can do it or not, you will have to do your best. The true lightning world is my hometown. I will have to trouble little friend for everything. Tai Su made a grabbing motion with his 5 fingers, condensing the lightning power into a jade slip and passed it to Ning Fan. His eyes were filled with nostalgia. He missed a white-haired old woman whom he had not seen for many years and whose fate was unknown. You are luckier than me. You have an infatuated woman who is willing to do so much for you. The Pure Heart Universal Kindness Incantation. The backlash from this woman must be extremely great. What are you talking about, Senior? Why can't I understand? Ning Fan asked in confusion. It doesn't matter if you don't understand. Whether you are heartless or fickle, there is only one thing. When a flower blossoms, it must be plucked. That woman is not bad. Young man, cherish her. Tai Su closed his eyes in disappointment. He was already dead. Today, his Dao was destroyed. To an immortal emperor, the destruction of his Dao was just another death on top of his previous death. At this moment, what he missed was not the respect he had for a lifetime or the throne of Dao enlightenment but the resentful gaze of a white-haired old woman. Fei Feng, Tai Su murmured the last name and gradually disappeared. At the moment when he disappeared, Ning Fan clearly felt that a trace of Dao power disappeared from the heavenly Dao. The disappearance of this trace of Dao power meant that the position of the lightning-wielding immortal emperor, which had been vacant for many years, would become vacant again. This scene might cause a great commotion in the 4 heavens. However, no one would know that a purple-robed expert and 2 immortal emperors had fallen one after another at this very moment. Some of them were really dead while some of them were faking their deaths. Some of them had their Tao destroyed. It was hard to tell who was real and who was fake. If it wasn't because of the strong sense of weakness in his body reminding him, if it wasn't because of the memories of deducing several types of magic techniques in his mind, and if it wasn't because of the trace of Tao power and Qi left by the heavenly Tao in his body, Ning Fan would definitely think that everything was really just a dream. Today, however, it was time for him to wake up from this dream. The black primordial spirit wants to make me Mo Luo's slave. I wonder what kind of expression you will have when you find out that 30% of Mo Luo's devil sense has died. Ning Fan sneered. In a split second, blood lightning appeared in his finger bones. Within the blood lightning, there was also a drop of black devil blood which nourished his primordial spirit. At this moment, the devil Qi above Ning Fan's primordial spirit was monstrous. He opened his eyes. There were no signs of him being contaminated by the devil Qi. At this moment, he could release and withdraw his devil Qi at will. Why are you awake? In his dantian, the black primordial spirit was still trying its best to resist the lightning power of his finger bones, trying to gain complete control of his body and become Mo Luo's slave. However, it did not expect that Ning Fan's primordial spirit which had been injured by the devil Qi would awaken at this moment. Moreover, as soon as it awakened, it gave it a feeling that it could not resist. That feeling originated from the drop of devil blood which Ning Fan had devoured. Didn't you want to become Mo Luo's slave? I have devoured a drop of Mo Luo's blood. Now, I am Mo Luo. Ning Fan's primordial spirit revealed a cold expression. After a flash, it returned to his dantian and regained control of his body. At this moment, Ning Fan's devilish giant body returned to its original appearance. At this moment, Ning Fan's primordial spirit occupied his dantian. His tiny primordial spirit was wearing golden armor and stepping on the black primordial spirit. Its eyes were filled with killing intent. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. How could Lord Mo Luo's blood be in your hands? Unless he's dead, otherwise, his devil blood. That's right. He's dead. Ning Fan sneered. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. This is fake. The black primordial spirit was crying and laughing at times as if it had gone mad. He wholeheartedly wanted to become Mo Luo's slave. In his heart, Mo Luo was the strongest. However, Ning Fan knew that Mo Luo was not the strongest. Taisu was not the strongest. Even that purple-robed man might not be the strongest. In this world, there was no such thing as the strongest. Whoever could walk to the end of the Tao would be the strongest. Unfortunately, no one knew where the end of the Tao would be. This time, Ning Fan really felt the feeling of being a strong expert after achieving the unity of heaven and man and possessing the immortal emperor realm for a short period of time. I can't be complacent anymore. I can't. Perhaps 1,000,000 years later, I will have another battle with Mo Luo who has broken the seal. Perhaps that battle will be even closer. However, at that time I will be a true immortal emperor. I will let Mo Luo know that the junior that he looked down upon in the past had already become an existence that he could only look up to. I still have a long way to go. However, you can die now. The next one will be King Yinglong. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with cold light. He opened his mouth and swallowed the black primordial spirit. The devil Qi in his body became stronger. Then, he refined the devil blood and devoured the finger bone. Mo Luo's blood, Taisu's bone and the technique of the purple-robed man had all fallen into Ning Fan's hands. Mo Luo's devil mark seemed to have been rid of its hidden danger. However, he still needed to go to the giant devil clan to continue upgrading his devil marks. Zhu Mo, Lu Yi, Lan Jiao, and Gui Mu were all Mo Luo's slaves. They must have studied the slave marks very deeply. In the end, Ning Fan could not completely refine the devil blood. It seemed like he had to upgrade his devil marks to the martial realm before he could refine the blood. Perhaps at that time, he would know the use of the blood. As for the immortal emperor's finger bone, he could refine it as he pleased. Originally, refining the emperor's bone was definitely dangerous. However, Taisu did not have any evil intentions towards Ning Fan. his bone also did not resist Ning Fan's devouring. The process of devouring the emperor's bone was rather smooth. After devouring the emperor's bone, Ning Fan's magic power skyrocketed, reaching the level of 650,000 units. The improvement of his magic power was just 1 point. The improvement of his physical body was the key. The strength of his physical body had broken through to the peak level of the Jade Life realm. It was just 1 step away from attaining the Golden Body realm. Besides, Ning Fan also understood that it would probably be very difficult for him to attain the Golden Body refining realm this time. However, his corpse devil body allowed his Jade Life pinnacle physical body to not be any weaker than an ordinary Golden Body cultivator. As for the devil body Dharma images of Mist Horn, 6 Wings, and Ghost Eye, if they were to be executed, they would probably be able to fight even a Golden Body Realm 2 cultivator. After all, this devil body was an imitation of Great Emperor Mo Luo's Dharma idol by his second soul core, and it combined the advantages of the 4 great devil races of the Inner Sea. So, its might was naturally extraordinary. As such, he could almost instantly kill a Void Glimpse stage cultivator if he were to activate his devil body with all his might. With the lightning armor on his body, he was undefeatable in the innate realm. He could even withstand Void Inquiry stage attacks. It was not impossible for him to fight against King Yinglong. The only thing he needed to consider was that this demon body seemed to be hesitating. The demon blood hadn't been completely refined yet, so it was unable to maintain a stable state. If he activated it during battle, he wouldn't be able to maintain it for too long. He needed to finish this battle quickly. Mo Luo's Dharma idol, huh? After I transform into my devil form, I can instantly kill a Void Glimpse stage cultivator. There is no doubt about this. The 3 days they had agreed on with Lei Shi were almost up. Ning Fan's primordial spirit returned to his body. He dispersed his devil body and returned to his usual white robes. However, he did not immediately leave the profounding world. As soon as he regained his senses, his expression changed and became blank. Beside him, a lady in white robes with a pale complexion was pouring all of her magic power into her primordial spirit to nourish Ning Fan's primordial spirit. She formed a hand seal with all 10 of her fingers and chanted some Sanskrit chants which had the miraculous effect of dispelling the devil chi. Ning Fan was very familiar with this magic power which was as cool as autumn water. It was the cool power that woke him up when he was almost lost in Mo Luo's devil voice. The other person who saved me is actually little Yu'er. When did she wake up? Ning Fan had no idea. The only thing he knew was that Luo Yu, who was gradually recovering the power of her primordial spirit, had actually become weak again because she channeled her power to save Ning Fan. Fortunately, this time, she was not as weak as she was at the beginning. Her chi was greatly damaged, but it was not to the point where she needed to fall into a deep sleep. It was just that her primordial spirit was weak and she needed to recuperate and nourish it. You are all right now. Seeing that Ning Fan had woken up, Luo Yu felt as if a huge rock had been lifted from her heart. Her brows relaxed and she smiled indifferently. That's good. Her vision turned black and she fell into Ning Fan's arms, falling into a deep sleep. How could this be? Ning Fan's eyes turned solemn. Amidst his confusion, he once again owed Luo Yu a huge favor. Moreover, he understood that the reason why Luo Yu helped him was different from the reason why she helped him previously. All of a sudden, he seemed to have understood immortal Emperor Taisu's words. The good woman that Taisu mentioned was probably Luo Yu. What a cunning little woman. When did you wake up? You actually managed to hide from me. If you wake up again next time, I certainly won't let you pretend to be asleep again. However, for now, you should have a good rest. Ning Fan carefully carried Luo Yu and returned to the thatched cottage step by step. Then, he helped her to stabilize the weakness of her primordial spirit. Inwardly, he was thinking that it would be better for him to ask Hong Yi for a few tufts of 100,000 years old spiritual herbs to harmonize a few pieces of dark golden bamboo leaves to treat Luo Yu's injuries. After this incident, Ning Fan seemed to be even more reluctant to watch Luo Yu die. 1/2, to be continued, at the foot of the Zhong Mountain on the 11th floor of the Lightning Tower. The wind and rain were cold. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. A group of more than 200 undead spirits rushed to the valley of the Zhong Mountain. It was the palace of the Lightning Lord of the 11th floor, Zhu Feng. All of these 200 cultivators were at the divine transformation realm and above. 6 of them were even at the void refinement realm. However, the leader of this group of cultivators was definitely not a void refinement realm cultivator. Instead, he was a white-robed young man at the divine transformation realm. "We're close." Ning Fan's eyes were calm. Even though he was about to fight against the strongest expert of the 11th floor, he did not have any worries. His physical body had broken through to the peak Jade Life realm. With his corpse devil body, he could go head-on against a body cultivator at the first level of the golden body realm and go head-on against a void glimpse stage-old monster. After refining the immortal emperor's finger bone, Ning Fan thought that if he uses his sword finger now, its destructive power would probably be different from before. Even if it was just a drop of Mo Luo's blood and he had yet to completely refine it, Ning Fan would still be able to transform into his devil form. With the might of that drop of devil blood, Ning Fan could turn into his devil form and transform into the 4 forms of Mo Luo. During the short period of time he transformed, he could even fight against a void inquiry stage expert. However, since he had yet to completely refine Mo Luo's blood, there was a drawback when he used this blood devil form recklessly. Every time he demonized, Ning Fan would feel that his primordial spirit was turning black. The more times he demonized and the longer it lasted, the darker the color of his primordial spirit would be. That black color was devil nature. It would not be a problem if he had less devil nature. However, if too much devil nature was accumulated, Ning Fan would probably lose his mind and lose his emotions. Even though he would not become a cold-blooded and heartless person like the black primordial spirit, Ning Fan never liked to be influenced by external factors. He would not use the devil form if he could. Unless he completely devoured Mo Luo's blood and broke through to the golden body realm, Ning Fan would not have to worry about his devil form anymore. Kill. In the dark valley, a hidden formation light flashed. Tens of thousands of cultivators suddenly appeared. Each of them held a lightning crossbow and shot thousands of deadly lightning arrows at Ning Fan's direction. The lightning arrows were like rain. Being caught in the midst of the thunderstorm, they came even faster. Each of the lightning arrows was powerful enough to kill a nascent soul cultivator. Tens of thousands of them could even kill a soul formation cultivator in an instant. Despite there being so many lightning arrows, a group of cultivators could not slow down. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with indifference. He rolled up his sleeve. Even though it was just a casual wave of his hand, an unimaginably massive force was sent out. It was enough to shake mountains and rivers. The force of a single flick of his sleeve was already comparable to the full force attack of a void glimpse stage expert. The tremendous force caused the mountains and rivers to crumble. 10,000 lightning arrows were shattered into pieces. Tens of thousands of enemies who were hiding in the dark were all annihilated in a single strike. Only 7 panicked figures who were each at the half-step void refinement realm were lucky enough to survive. Retreat quickly. Report to the Lightning Lord. Zhou Ming has already killed his way to the foot of Zhong Mountain. None of the 17 layers of defense could stop him. 3 void glimpse stage commanders have already died in his hands. You think you can leave? Ning Fan's tone was indifferent. He raised his palm and a cold sword light that was as thin as a cicada's wing flashed and disappeared without a trace. Of the 7 enemies who his head had pierced. The next moment, the 7 enemies that. Of the Qi of Fan of Ming. Of the palace. That sword light was too fast. It was even faster than the traveling speed of a void glimpse stage cultivator. Other than void inquiry stage experts, who else could defend against it? The sharpness of that sword light nearly ignored all the defenses of a void glimpse stage cultivator. The moment the sword light pierced through their bodies, millions upon millions of sword threads pierced out from their dantians. In just a flash, the 7 cultivators were minced by the sword threads and a mist of blood burst out. Ning Fan's expression remained unmoved. He had already killed 16 people like this on his way to the lightning palace of Zhong Mountain. This was the 17th time. There were already 400 divine transformation realm cultivators who died in his hands and 3 of them were void glimpse stage experts. Xiaoqin swallowed the primordial lightning into his stomach and refined it. He then put the thunder jades into his hand and tossed them to Lei Shi, who was behind him. Ning Fan's techniques were well practiced. Killing people and robbing their treasures was already a common occurrence for him. However, the expressions of the 6 Void Refinement Realm experts behind him, including Lei Shi, were so shocked that they became numb. This kid is so ruthless. Even a Void Peer stage-old monster wouldn't dare to do something like this. It would surely incur the wrath of the masses. Yet, he actually dared to do it. Judging from his stance, this young man not only wants to kill his way into the Zhong Mountain and eliminate Zhu Feng, but he also wants to kill his way into the 24th floor and eliminate King Yinglong. Mo Feiyun was greatly shocked. He had seen many heroes in his life. Among them, Lei Shi was the one he admired the most. However, the one he feared the most was none other than Ning Fan, who was standing in front of him. I'm ashamed. Previously, I looked down on this young man and mocked him. Now, it seems like killing me is as easy as flipping his palm given his strength. It's definitely not an exaggeration to say that he is a Void Pierce stage expert. A sword of broad cold and the sword threads kill the enemy. I'm afraid that his cultivation base in the Tao of Sword is also not weak. Chu Nanfeng said in a self-deprecating manner. Lei Shi's eyes were filled with astonishment again and again. He already knew that Ning Fan was strong. However, he could also tell that Ning Fan was not as strong as he was 3 days ago. In the past, Ning Fan gave Lei Shi a feeling of natural restraint. That restraint originated from the Tai Su lightning star. Today, however, Ning Fan had 2 completely different types of aura force on him. Each of them was enough to make Lei Shi's heart palpitate and tremble. That kind of aura force makes me suffocate. Even a void fragmentation realm-old monster shouldn't have such aura force. What exactly happened to this young man in the past 3 days? Lei Shi pondered. Along the way, Ning Fan almost took care of all the killings. After witnessing the deaths of 3 Void Glimpse stage experts, no one doubted that Ning Fan had the strength to kill Zhu Feng and resist King Yinglong. The Zhong Mountain Thunder Palace was already a million miles away. Inside the Lightning Palace, the black-armored Lightning Lord, Zhu Feng, was sitting on his throne. His eyes were gloomy as he read the reports one after another. Outside of Mount Zhong, the experts of the 17 layers of defense, hundreds of thousands of people, were slaughtered in half a day. The identity of the newcomer had truly caught Zhu Feng by surprise. It was Ning Fan and the Myriad Treasure Pavilion. Humph. I didn't expect that Zhou Ming, who was being hunted by Lord King Yinglong, would still dare to come to my Lightning Palace and throw himself into the trap. How audacious of him. Could it be that he thinks that he can fight against a dignified Void Inquiry stage expert like me with his mere half-step Void Refinement Realm cultivation base? Ridiculous. And that 10,000 treasure pavilion, how audacious. Lei Shi. This person lost to me 11 times. I originally thought that he would know the pros and cons and obediently hand over the Emperor Bone. I can't believe this bastard dares to provoke me again. If he dares to come to my Lightning Palace, I will certainly make him regret it. Zhu Feng's furious roar reverberated in the Lightning Palace for a long time. His Void Inquiry stage aura force was like a mountain or an ocean. It swept across the place, causing the air in the main hall to become unusually oppressive. Countless nascent soul realm and divine transformation realm experts fell to the ground as they could not withstand the pressure. Only the 9 Void Glimpse stage-old monsters who were resisting Zhu Feng's aura force could remain calm. Don't worry, Lightning Lord. There are 10 Void Refinement Realm experts like us guarding the Lightning Palace. Even if Zhou Ming and the Myriad Treasure Pavilion have 3 heads and 6 arms, they will still be courting death if they dare to come here. An old man with a mouse-like beard, Ma Renwang, mocked with his bead-like eyes. His name was Ma Renwang. He did not put Ning Fan and the others in his eyes at all. The other 8 Void Glimpse stage experts also did not put Ning Fan in their eyes. Therefore, they strongly agreed with what the mouse-bearded old man said. That's right. Fellow Taoist Ma is right. If that Zhou Ming comes to the Lightning Palace, he will certainly die. Don't be fooled by the fact that he killed so many people along the way with great momentum. However, that was mostly because he relied on the Myriad Treasure Pavilion and the 3 Void Glimpse stage spiritual puppets. After all, he is just a half-step Void Refinement Realm expert. There has never been a half-step Void Refinement Realm expert who can kill a Void Glimpse stage expert who has a higher cultivation base than him. It's fine if this young man doesn't enter the Lightning Palace. If he does, I, Li Gui, will be the first one to kill him. Another tall and sturdy void glimpse stage expert echoed. For a moment, the main hall was filled with the laughter of refuting and ridiculing Ning Fan and the others. At this moment, a cold voice suddenly resounded in the entire lightning palace of the Zhong Mountain like 10,000 years of ice. It was as if 1,000 mountains were pressing down on them. It sounded like millions of thunderbolts exploding in the ears of the cultivators of the lightning palace. At the next moment, all the cultivators below the void refinement realm felt their eardrums bleeding and their sea of consciousness was in extreme pain. As for the void refinement realm old monsters including Zhu Feng, they felt their qi stagnating. They felt uncomfortable and their expressions changed. Who says that I, Zhou Ming, don't dare to come? The voice was filled with an earth-shattering might, putting aside Ning Fan's cultivation base. Just the might of this voice alone was enough to suppress ordinary divine transformation realm cultivators. All of a sudden, the entire lightning palace of the Zhong Mountain fell into chaos and chaos. At the next moment, the entire mountain range of the Zhong Mountain trembled under the night sky that was filled with lightning and rain. Countless undead spirits escaped from the lightning palace and looked into the distance. All of them sucked in a cold breath. There were only 200 cultivators standing at the foot of the Zhong Mountain. All of them were at the Divine Transformation Realm and above. In front of the Divine Transformation Realm cultivators, there were also 6 Void Refinement Realm experts including Lei Shi and 3 Void Glimpse stage spiritual puppets. No one could stop them from killing them. However, the most frightening thing was definitely not these Void Refinement Realm experts but a white-robed young man. That young man walked forward with his hands clasped behind his back. Each of his steps seemed to be casual but the force he exerted was comparable to that of a gold body realm cultivator. A single step of his was enough to shake the great momentum of the mountains and rivers. The rumbling sound that shook the mountains and rivers was made by this person. That cold question that suppressed countless cultivators of the Lightning Palace was also made by this person. He was Ning Fan. Kill him. Tens of thousands of nascent soul realm undead spirits with low spiritual intelligence charged at Ning Fan from behind without any regard for their lives. At this moment, Ning Fan turned his head abruptly. His cold eyes pierced through the night sky like a bolt of cold lightning, falling into the eyes of countless undead spirits. Those nascent soul realm undead spirits with low spiritual intelligence felt their souls trembling. They could not help but feel fearful. What a ferocious gaze! He was a devil that had gone through a sea of blood. Even if they were undead creatures without any spiritual intelligence, they would still be afraid of his gaze, let alone their low spiritual intelligence. Get lost! Ning Fan shouted. Under the tremendous strength that was comparable to the gold body realm, the power of his cold voice was much more terrifying than any devil voice at the Divine Transformation Realm. A black sound wave came out from Ning Fan's mouth. With a tremor, the physical bodies of tens of thousands of nascent soul realm undead spirits crumbled and they died miserably. Ning Fan could not resist a single gaze from Mo Luo. As for these nascent soul realm undead spirits, they also could not resist a single shout from Ning Fan. Ning Fan was far from being a strong cultivator but these nascent soul realm undead spirits were even weaker. Who says that I, Zhou Ming, will definitely die once I enter the Lightning Palace? At this moment, Ning Fan's gaze swept across the Lightning Palace and he took a step forward. With a tremendous force, the vast sky collapsed. The Lightning Palace that stretched for 100 li * 500 m per li, crumbled into rubble. One after another, the Divine Transformation Realm and Void Refinement Realm experts appeared. However, among this group of experts, only Ma Renwang and Li Gui were being stared at by Ning Fan. Under Ning Fan's intense gaze, the 2 dignified Void Glimpse stage-old monsters felt a chill down their spines. They sensed an extremely dangerous omen. Without any time to think, Ning Fan put on the heaven-deceiving cloak and vanished without a trace. At the next moment, a strange figure appeared in front of the 2 of them without any warning. A cold sword light pierced through Ma Renwang's dantian. He threw a punch at Li Gui's chest. When the punch was thrown, Li Gui's chest armor was shattered. He was already severely injured. His eyes were filled with fear. He could not see how Ning Fan concealed himself and how he appeared in front of him. Moreover, he could not understand why the destructive power of Ning Fan's punch was stronger than his full-force attack. When Ma Renwang drew his sword, tens of thousands of sword threads intertwined with each other. Without giving Ma Renwang any chance to think, the billions of sword threads had already minced his primordial spirit to death. Ning Fan directly launched a sneak attack against 2 Void Glimpse stage experts. However, one of them was killed and the other was injured. Zhu Feng, fight me. Ning Fan took a step forward. Under the pressure of his aura force, countless enemy cultivators did not dare to resist him and retreated like a receding tide. Even Zhu Feng was intimidated by Ning Fan's aura force, which injured 2 of them in a row. He actually did not dare to resist Ning Fan's ferocious aura force and took half a step back. His expression changed greatly. The Ning Fan and the rumors definitely did not have the strength to kill and injure Void Glimpse stage-old monsters in an instant. This young man is different from the information we received. Why is he so strong? This is absolutely impossible. Zhu Feng's eyes were filled with astonishment. It was his first time feeling the threat of death from a half-step Void Refinement Realm cultivator. 2 halves, to be continued. 200 semi-god realm warriors fought their way into Mount Zhong, leaving a sea of blood along the way. This matter had already alarmed all the dead spirits on the 11th floor. Sword lights that transmitted sound were either sent to the upper realm or to the lower realm. The expressions of the 10 Void Refinement stage beings and 1000 Deity Transformation stage beings who were waiting at the teleportation formations on the 9th and 10th levels changed drastically after receiving this information. They were tricked by Ning Fan. They were waiting for Ning Fan to walk into their trap at the teleportation formation. Even though Ning Fan had eliminated the 2 Void Glimpse stage experts of the Lightning Palace on the 10th floor, they never left the teleportation formation. It was because they felt that Ning Fan attacking the Lightning Palace on the 10th floor was certainly just a diversion. He wanted to lure them away from the teleportation formation so that he could escape to the 9th floor. However, they did not expect that Ning Fan would charge towards the higher floors instead. The most surprising thing was that Ning Fan even dared to openly challenge the Void Inquiry Stage Lightning Lord on the 11th floor. A Void Inquiry stage-old monster could defeat several Void Glimpse stage experts and instantly kill countless half-step Void Refinement Realm experts. Ning Fan's cultivation base was only at the half-step Void Refinement Realm. His action of challenging Zhu Feng really made these old monsters feel that it was ridiculous. This kid is so arrogant. When I was not in the Lightning Palace on the 10th floor, he actually killed 2 of my Void Glimpse stage subordinates. I have yet to settle this score with him, but he actually sought his own death by attacking the Lightning Palace on the Zhong Mountain on the 11th floor. He is purely seeking death. The Lightning Lord of the 10th floor felt indignant. That day, he had led his army to chase after Ning Fan, but Ning Fan managed to escape with a strange concealing technique and even killed 2 of his Void Glimpse stage subordinates. This matter had always been a thorn in his heart. A half-step Void Refinement Realm expert challenging a Void Inquiry stage expert is no different from courting death. It's just that I don't understand why the Myriad Treasure Pavilion would attack Zhu Feng together with this brat. What kind of price did this brat pay to invite Lei Shi? A Void Glimpse stage-old monster's eyes were filled with bewilderment. In his impression, Lei Shi was the strongest person on the 11th floor of the Lightning Tower other than the Lightning Lord, Zhu Feng. However, Lei Shi had a strange personality. He only cared about his own interests and rarely formed friendships with others. He would not risk his life for anyone. Why would someone like Lei Shi offend Zhu Feng for a half-step Void Refinement Realm Junior? Humph. This lad was too arrogant. This time, he was going to die in Mount Zhong. The wind and rain of Mount Zhong was a celestial phenomenon grand formation constructed by a Void Pure Stage formation master tens of thousands of years ago. It's fine if we don't activate it, but once we do, no matter how powerful that Zhou Ming's invisibility art is, he will not be able to hide. Moreover, he might even be killed by the Great Formation. If he attacks Zhu Feng, he will definitely die at Zhong Mountain. There is no doubt about it. There is no longer any meaning in us staying here and waiting for him to walk right into our trap. Fellow Daoist Qin is right. We should hurry to the 11th level and head to the Lightning Palace of Mount Zhong as soon as possible. We'll kill this brat at Mount Zhong. This is a great merit that will definitely satisfy King Yinglong. This merit cannot be taken by Thunder Master Zhu Feng alone. After discussing for a while, the 10 Void Refinement Realm experts abandoned the defense of this place and led the Divine Transformation Realm army to the 11th floor. They thought that they could fight for merit, but they didn't know that their actions were just rushing to be reincarnated. On the 11th floor, other than the Zhong Mountain Thunder Palace and the 10,000 Treasure Pavilion, there were many other powerful forces. Even though there were no other Void Inquiry stage-old monsters, there were still 5 to 6 Void Glimpse stage experts. These Void Glimpse stage experts did not belong to the 10,000 Treasure Pavilion or the Lightning Palace. They did not work for King Yinglong, but they did not have the intention to help the 10,000 Treasure Pavilion either. They were just watching the battle on Mount Zhong with cold eyes. No. To be more precise, they were not just watching the battle from the sidelines. They also had the intention to take advantage of the situation. The 5 old monsters stood at the foot of Mount Zhong from afar. They secretly released their spirit sense and observed the situation. On Lei Shi's side, there is 1 Void Inquiry stage expert and 8 Void Glimpse stage experts. As for Zhu Feng's side, there is 1 Void Inquiry stage expert and 9 Void Glimpse stage experts. In the past thousands of years, Lei Shi had lost to Zhu Feng 11 times. This time, I'm afraid he will still lose. Lei Shi has always been a shrewd businessman. I didn't expect that he would actually be bewitched by a Divine Transformation Realm Junior in the end and come to fight Zhu Feng to the death. This time, I'm afraid no one can mediate the enmity between him and Zhu Feng. The one who said this was a Void Glimpse stage expert who wanted to take advantage of the situation. When he said this, Ning Fan had yet to instantly kill or injure the 2 Void Glimpse stage experts. Fellow Taoist, he is right. Lei Shi will certainly lose this time. He might even die here. Putting aside the fact that Zhu Feng is far stronger than him, the Zhong Mountain has that immortal Void Grand Formation. It's definitely not something that Lei Shi can resist. However, whether Lei Shi is defeated or dead, what does it have to do with us? The reason why we came here is just to steal something in passing. Fellow Taoist Wen's words are exactly what I want to hear. In such a large-scale battle between Void Refinement Realm experts, I'm afraid 1 or 2 Void Refinement Realm experts will die. Once a Void Refinement Realm undead spirit dies, golden jades will definitely be produced. At that time, it will be up to our own capabilities to snatch the golden jades. The reason why these 5 Void Glimpse stage-old monsters came here to watch the battle was not with good intentions in the first place. They did not have the intention to intervene in the battle, and they also did not think that the 10,000 Treasure Pavilion would win. However, at the next moment, they were deeply shocked. Each of their eyes widened to the size of a camel's bell. The 5 Void Glimpse stage-old monsters cried out involuntarily. Impossible. It's absolutely impossible. The reason why they cried out was because Ning Fan and the other 200 experts who had just entered the Zhong Mountain had given them an unexpected shock. In just one encounter, Ning Fan turned invisible, moved stealthily and merged his fist and sword into one to launch a sneak attack on 2 Void Glimpse stage experts, directly killing one of them and injuring the other. Ma Renwang was dead. His movement technique could be said to be unparalleled on the 11th floor. However, he was actually killed by Ning Fan with a single sword strike. He did not even have the chance to escape. What kind of sword is that? It was so sharp and the sword light was so fast. The destructive power of a single sword strike could generate billions of sword threads which could kill a Void Glimpse stage expert, unless they had set up a defense beforehand. None of the Void Glimpse stage experts who were ambushed would be able to survive. Li Gui was severely injured by a single punch. That old monster Li Gui was a genuine peak Jade Life Realm cultivator. His body technique had almost reached the bottleneck of the Golden Body Realm. However, he was sent flying away by Ning Fan's punch and was severely injured. No one expected that Ning Fan had already launched a domineering attack when the 10,000 Treasure Pavilion had just entered the Zhong Mountain, killing and injuring a Void Glimpse stage expert. On the side of the 10,000 Treasure Pavilion, there were 9 Void Refinement Realm experts and a ferocious Ning Fan whose strength was above an ordinary Void Glimpse stage expert. As for the Lightning Palace of the Zhong Mountain, after one of the 2 Void Glimpse stage experts died and the other was injured, there were only 8 of them who remained unharmed. The scale of victory seemed to be tilting towards the 10,000 Treasure Pavilion. This young man is just a half-step Void Refinement Realm cultivator. Why is he so strong? Moreover, he actually dared to challenge Zhu Feng. Doesn't he know that Zhu Feng is a dignified Void Inquiry stage-old monster whose strength is completely different from a Void Glimpse stage expert? The 5 of them were shocked and doubtful, but none of them dared to laugh at Ning Fan's arrogance. It was because they saw with their own eyes that when Ning Fan challenged Zhu Feng actually took half a step back instinctively. A hint of fear actually grew in his heart. Ning Fan flicked his sleeve and devoured Ma Renwang's primordial lightning. Then, he kept the golden lightning jade that was formed after his death. He had long noticed that there were 5 void glimpse stage experts spying on him in the dark. Therefore, the reason why he attacked the 2 void glimpse stage experts forcefully was not just to weaken Zhu Feng's force but also to create a shocking effect so that the 5 of them would retreat in fear of disrupting the battle. With Ning Fan's current strength, it was far from enough to kill a void glimpse stage expert instantly. Ma Renwang's death was purely because of Ning Fan's sneak attack. The concealment effect of the heaven-deceiving cloak was astounding. The sharpness of the Separation Slayer sword was not something that Ma Renwang could withstand. Under the sneak attack, how could he not die? As for the punch that injured the malicious ghost, it was Ning Fan's true strength. Even if it was a sneak attack and a full-powered attack that was comparable to the strength of a golden body refining body, it would only severely injure the malicious ghost. However, who could say that it was not a kind of ability since he could successfully launch a sneak attack, conceal himself and kill someone? Zhu Feng, fight with me. Ning Fan's eyes indifferently swept across the 8 Void Refinement Realm experts including Zhu Feng. The malicious ghost was severely injured and unconscious. Only the 8 of them could continue fighting. When Ning Fan's gaze swept past him, even Zhu Feng could not help but take half a step back despite being several tens of thousands of zhang *333 m per zhang away. He did not dare to resist Ning Fan's aura force as fear lingered in his heart. He actually could not see through the concealment effect of the heaven-deceiving cloak at all. This was just too unreasonable. If Ning Fan's sneak attack was not on Ma Renwang but on him, Zhu Feng, even if he did not die, he would be severely injured. This is profound divinity spiritual equipment. Impossible. Only void fragmentation realm-old monsters can refine such a grade of spiritual equipment. How can this young man control such a supreme treasure? Zhu Feng's heart skipped a beat. He realized that he had underestimated Ning Fan from the very beginning. No, it should be said that even King Yinglong had underestimated Ning Fan. He was a monster who could refine profound divinity spiritual equipment with just his divine transformation realm cultivation base. With this spiritual equipment, he could launch a sneak attack or retreat 1,000 li * 500 m per zhang away. Who would be able to find him and kill him? In that case, I must not give this young man another chance to conceal himself and launch a sneak attack. As long as I can break his concealment, no matter how heaven-defying his techniques are, how can he be my match? As for that Lei Shi, there's nothing to be afraid of. Humph. Activate the formation. Zhu Feng's mind raced. His eyes gradually calmed down. The trace of fear that he had towards Ning Fan in the beginning was also dispelled. He patted his storage pouch and took out a green formation plate. As soon as he activated the formation plate, the entire foothills of Zhong Mountain shook violently. A ray of formation light that was comparable to an immortal void realm suddenly flashed across the night sky like a startled swan. As the formation light covered the sky, a strange feeling emerged in Ning Fan's heart. Then, Ning Fan realized that the heaven-deceiving cloak could no longer be used in this immortal void realm formation light. Immortal void realm formation light. This formation is a little mysterious. It's not a life and death formation. Before I entered the valley, I vaguely sensed that this thunderstorm was a formation. However, it's just an auxiliary formation to break the concealment formation. Therefore, I didn't pay much attention to it. However, he did not expect the thunderstorm formation to be at the immortal void realm. With this immortal void formation, I won't be able to use the heaven-deceiving cloak at will. Can't you ambush people anymore? However, Ning Fan did not care whether he could launch a sneak attack or not. After all, sneak attacks were just small tricks. After he ambushed Ma Renwang once, all the Void Glimpse stage enemies had activated all of their defenses. Even without the Grand Formation, it would not be easy for Ning Fan to succeed in his sneak attack. Moreover, he didn't need a sneak attack. Step by step, he approached Zhu Feng who was 100,000 feet away from him. This scene had greatly exceeded Zhu Feng's expectations. Initially, Zhu Feng thought that the reason why Ning Fan dared to challenge him was because of his confidence in the heaven-deceiving cloak. As long as his concealment is broken, Ning Fan would have nothing to fear. However, after activating the formation light and getting rid of his concealment, Ning Fan did not seem to be bothered at all. Instead, he still had a confident look on his face. Where does this young man's confidence come from? Does he really think that a half-step void refinement realm cultivator can be so heaven-defying that he can kill a void inquiry stage expert? As the lightning lord of the 11th floor, Zhu Feng was also a person who had experienced life and death situations for a long time. Thus, he was quite proud of himself. He definitely did not believe that he would lose to a junior. Thus, he also took a step forward, intending to accept Ning Fan's challenge. Both of their auras soared. However, they were interrupted by a third aura force. Little friend Zhou, can you give Zhu Feng to me? I have an irreconcilable grudge with this person. Moreover, I've lost to him 11 times. I won't lose to him again in this 12th battle. The person who stopped them from fighting was actually Lei Shi. Ning Fan stared at Lei Shi deeply. With his keen observation, he could tell that the current Lei Shi was not any weaker than Zhu Feng. It seemed like there was a grudge between Lei Shi and Zhu Feng. As such, Ning Fan was willing to give Zhu Feng to Lei Shi and left, leaving Lei Shi alone to confront Zhu Feng. As Ning Fan left, Zhu Feng somehow felt relieved. It was as if he subconsciously felt that Ning Fan was more dangerous than Lei Shi. Lei Shi, you still dare to provoke me? Humph. Have you forgotten where your name Lei Shi came from? Haha. How could I forget? On the day when my wife was devoured by you, I tried to assassinate you 11 times. I failed 11 times and I almost lost my life 11 times. I gave up my name, Lei Tong. Every time I lost, I changed my name. Lei 1, Lei 2. Lei Shi. However, you don't have to worry. You won't have the chance to change my name to Lei Shi. Lei Shi's eyes became serious for the first time. His blood-red eyes were filled with monstrous hatred and anger. Yes. You won't have the chance to become Lei Shi because today, you must die. The one who will die is you. Lei Shi took a step forward and his fist collided with Zhu Feng's. As soon as they collided, the mountains and rivers cracked. Lightning and rain rolled across the heavens and violent winds howled furiously. Zhu Feng retreated 1,000 steps while Lei Shi retreated 900 steps. Judging from the distance he retreated, Lei Shi was actually stronger than Zhu Feng. Impossible. Zhu Feng could not believe that Lei Shi, who had been shrewd in business for 1,000 years, had actually cultivated to such an extent in secret. Hatred would always be the scariest motivation for people to grit their teeth and move forward. Zhu Feng had underestimated Lei Shi too much. Chu Nanfeng and the other 4 Void Glimpse stage experts plus the 3 spiritual puppets were already fighting against 7 Void Glimpse stage experts of the Lightning Palace. Li Gui had already been saved by an old monster. He managed to suppress his injuries and was fighting against one of the spiritual puppets to vent his anger. After all, the spiritual puppets were inanimate objects while Li Gui was really not weak. If Ning Fan did not sneak attack him, he would definitely not be seriously injured by Ning Fan's punch. Since Zhou Ming injured me, I will destroy his spiritual puppets. Oh? Do you feel proud of venting your anger on someone else's spiritual puppets? You, go over there. Ning Fan, who was dressed in white robes, was supposed to be at Zhu Feng's battlefield. Now, however, he suddenly appeared in front of Li Gui. After giving an order to the spiritual puppet, it immediately abandoned Li Gui and went to meet the other 2 spiritual puppets. The other 2 spiritual puppets were also being ravaged by the 2 Void Refinement Realm experts. However, with the addition of the 3rd spiritual puppet, the situation became even. Li Gui's eyes turned grim. He was just about to use his ultimate move to kill the spiritual puppets. However, at this moment, Ning Fan came to disturb him again. When he thought of how he was seriously injured by Ning Fan's punch just now, his eyes became even colder. Young man, your invisibility technique has already been broken by the Lightning Lord. You no longer have the possibility of sneaking an attack on me. Even though I am severely injured, I just happen to be proficient in a type of secret technique. The more injured I am, the more powerful it will be. It is called Nirvana technique. It evolved from the Nirvana devil veins and its power is extraordinary. In less than 10 breaths, I will certainly kill you. Li Gui spurted out several mouthfuls of blood essence. The injuries on his body became even more serious. His wounds festered faster and pus and blood oozed out from them. However, the aura force inside his body began to rise rapidly. It was obviously a secret technique that could increase his magic power by using his injuries. After his aura force increased, the severely injured Li Gui was at least 1 to 2 times stronger than when he was at his peak. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with contemplation. This Nirvana technique sounds a little familiar. Nirvana devil veins. Isn't that the devil veins of Moksha Sovereign, using his injuries to exchange for a technique? What a disgusting secret technique. The Nirvana technique uses his injuries to exchange for a technique and sacrifices himself. It is the true understanding of the Buddhism sect. This secret technique evolved from the Nirvana devil veins. In other words, Moksha Sovereign also has the ability to exchange his injuries for a technique. The more injured he is, the stronger he will become. Perhaps the injuries that I used to ambush him in the past will only make him stronger. For Nirvana, you gave up your obsession to achieve the supreme Nirvana body. I, on the other hand, held on to my obsession and gave up my Nirvana to achieve the 4 forms of me and cultivate the Tao of defying Buddha. The first form, the art of me. Ning Fan changed his hand seal and golden light shone brightly around his body. A figure suddenly split into 2 within the golden light. One was his true shadow while the other was a golden shadow. The true shadow was Ning Fan himself. The golden shadow's appearance was exactly the same as his, but it was dressed like an arhat. Moreover, the strength of the physical body of that golden shadow was actually at the first level of the golden body refining realm. The art of me is to use a supreme spirit sense to create countless true selves. With my current cultivation of this technique, it's only enough for me to split into 2 golden silhouettes during a battle. These golden shadows can be used and condensed immediately. After the technique is completed, the golden shadow will only last for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn before it dissipates. However, within this incense stick's time, unless the golden shadow receives a fatal attack, it will not suffer any injuries. Second shadow, appear. Ning Fan formed another hand seal and another golden shadow separated from his body. 1 man and 2 shadows surrounded Li Gui. All of a sudden, the sneer on Li Gui's face froze and his expression changed drastically. Impossible. What technique is this? Why is it so heaven-defying that it can actually create shadows of the golden body refining realm? This young man has obviously not mastered this technique yet. If he succeeds in cultivating this technique and can create hundreds or thousands of golden shadows, even void fragmentation realm old monsters will have to avoid him. Asterisk boom asterisk asterisk boom asterisk asterisk boom asterisk. Without giving Li Gui any time to think, 1 man and 2 shadows sent out 3 rays of fist light. All of them were at the first level of the golden body refining realm. The aftershock of the fist force shattered layers of the hollow space. Like a pile of mud, Li Gui was sent flying 10,000 li asterisk, 500 m per li, away. His injuries were already extremely severe. He wanted to escape. He was afraid, even if he had the Nirvana technique that could exchange injuries for techniques, it still depended on what kind of injuries he suffered. Being hit by such a powerful fist radiance, the injuries caused were almost fatal. Under such circumstances, how would Li Gui dare to aggravate his injuries? The so-called secret technique would be destroyed on its own. Trying to escape? Asterisk chi asterisk 3 figures appeared beside Li Gui like ghosts and surrounded him. Another 3 attacks that were comparable to the golden body refining realm landed on Li Gui's body. Ah! A miserable shriek came from Li Gui's mouth, shocking the entire battlefield. Countless old monsters turned their heads to look and all of them were shocked. After Li Gui threatened Ning Fan to kill him within 10 breaths, he died in Ning Fan's hands in just 2 breaths' time. There was still a long time before the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. As long as Ning Fan's golden shadow did not disperse, he alone could fight against 3 void glimpse stage experts, other than Zhu Feng, who else could stop him? This was Ning Fan's first time using the self-manifestation technique. He was extremely satisfied with it. If he can cultivate this technique to the point where he could create 1,000 or even 10,000 shadows in the future, His combat power alone would be comparable to 10,000 Void Refinement Realm experts. He would definitely be able to fight against a Void Fragmentation Realm expert. 1/2, to be continued, the condensed golden shadows could last for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. To Ning Fan, there were too many things he could do in that time. With a flash of traveling light, he went straight towards the other 2 Void Glimpse stage experts of the Lightning Palace who were fighting against the spiritual puppets like lightning. The fact that Ning Fan could split out 2 golden shadows and kill the malicious ghost within 2 breaths had already shocked all the undead spirits. Even Zhu Feng, who was having a hard time fighting against Lei Shi, could not help but feel fearful. What kind of magic technique is that? It can actually create golden shadows. This technique is so heaven-defying. It's impossible for it to be unknown. Why have I never heard of it before? The same thought also appeared in Lei Shi's mind. However, he already knew that Ning Fan was a living being. Thus, he was not as shocked as Zhu Feng. Judging from Ning Fan's lack of proficiency in this magic technique, he must have just mastered it not long ago. Judging from the fluctuation of the technique, Lei Shi vaguely felt that it was familiar. He already had a conclusion in his mind and said with a bitter smile, "I can't be wrong. This technique is recorded in the inheritance crystal. Even though I can't open the crystal with my undead spirit body, I can still sense its contents. Even if I can't see through it, I can still remember a trace of magic power fluctuation within it. This technique is so heaven-defying. It seems like I've been taken advantage of again. However, there's nothing I can do about it. I can't activate this technique for thousands of years in my hands. However, it can be used in his hands. This is also the result of luck. My luck is far less than this young man's." Even the 2 Void Inquiry stage experts were stunned by this technique. How could the other Void Glimpse stage experts not know how powerful it was? A single golden body was already comparable to a Void Glimpse stage expert. With 2 illusory golden bodies and Ning Fan, who already possessed heaven-defying strength, who could stop him in this lightning palace of the Zhong Mountain, Yan Daozi and Gu Feng were attacking the 3 spiritual puppets together. Both of them were relatively weak among the Void Refinement Realm experts of the Lightning Palace. They only dared to bully the spiritual puppets. Both of them were proficient in joint attacks. Even though they were 2 against 3, they gradually gained the upper hand. However, before the 2 of them could feel proud of themselves, they were shocked to find that the malicious ghost had fallen. Then, they realized that Ning Fan, who had just killed the malicious ghost, was rushing towards them at lightning speed with intense baleful qi. Not good. Both of their hearts shuddered. Each of them summoned their strongest magic treasures and attacked Ning Fan's head. At the same time, they left the 3 puppets behind and fled without even turning their heads back. The 2 Void Glimpse stage experts actually did not have the courage to resist him. In the state of 1 man and 2 shadows, Ning Fan's combat power was equivalent to that of 3 Void Glimpse stage experts. He could kill a Void Glimpse stage expert instantly. Who would dare to fight against him? One of the magic treasures that the 2 of them took out was a flying lightning sword. It was a low-grade mortal void magic treasure. When it was flying, only lightning could be seen, but not the shadow of the sword could be seen. It was enough to show how fast this sword was. The other treasure was a 5 light stone. It was also a low-grade mortal void realm treasure. As soon as he activated it, it immediately turned into millions of 5-colored mountains that fell on Ning Fan's head. The magic treasure is not bad. Unfortunately, all of you can't leave. Boom. Boom. As soon as Ning Fan's words fell, the 2 golden Arhat shadows took a step forward and threw a golden fist light at the 2 treasures in the sky. The strength of their fists was enough to shatter the heavens and crack the earth. The hollow space collapsed and mountains and rivers collapsed. The flying lightning sword was sent flying by the punch, and the 5 light stone was sent flying by the punch. The 2 golden shadows also suffered some injuries after getting their magic treasures blown away. However, these injuries were not fatal. At the next moment, the 2 golden shadows shone with golden light and their injuries were healed. After their injuries were healed, the 2 golden shadows waved their hands at the same time and grabbed the flying lightning sword and the 5 light stone respectively. With a flash of golden light, they erased the marks of the magic treasures and forcefully devoured them for their own use. What? Before the 2 of them could escape far away, they sensed that the attacks of their magic treasures were broken. When they saw the scene of the golden shadows healing themselves, their faces turned pale with fright. The injuries of the golden shadows healed themselves. Unless they deliver a fatal blow, no one could kill them. These golden shadows were too strange. They could actually erase the marks of their magic treasures and snatch their magic treasures for their own use. Trying to escape? Ning Fan summoned his Fuli wings. In a flash, he was slightly faster than the two of them and blocked their path of retreat. Both of his fists carried a force that could shake mountains and rivers. They landed on the chests of the two golden shadows, producing a series of loud cracking sounds. Puff *, the two of them spurted out blood at the same time. After receiving the tremendous force of Ning Fan's punch, their injuries were not light. Even though they were not instantly killed by Ning Fan, the three spiritual puppets and the two golden shadows took the opportunity to attack them from all directions. In an instant, Yan Daozi and Gu Feng were already surrounded by the six of them. One human, two shadows and three spiritual puppets all threw out punches. 6 void glimpse stage attacks were enough to flatten the Zhong mountain. When the attacks landed in front of Yan Daozi and Gu Feng, they could not defend themselves at all. Boom boom their punches landed on the protective treasure light. The two of them could only endure it with all their might. How could they have the strength to fight back? As time passed, the two of them gradually could not hold on any longer. 10 punches. Their armor was shattered. 100 punches. Their physical bodies were riddled with thousands of holes. Their muscles and bones were all broken and their blood flowed like a river. 1,000 punches. Their primordial spirits were destroyed by the rays of fist light. After 2 miserable shrieks, the two of them finally died after holding on for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Relying on the 2 shadows and 3 spiritual puppets, Ning Fan killed 2 more of them. 2 traces of primordial lightning and 2 pieces of golden jade were kept in his pouch. All the undead spirits at the scene were extremely shocked by Ning Fan's ferocious might. The 5 void glimpse stage experts who were watching from afar all felt an irresistible aura force coming from Ning Fan's body. The spiritual puppets belong to this young man. The golden shadows are transformed from this young man. This means that his combat power alone is comparable to 6 void glimpse stage experts. Ma Renwang, Li Gui, Yan Daozi, and Gu Feng. In just a short period of time, this young man has already killed 4 void glimpse stage experts in a row. His means are shocking. No one can stop him. Retreat quickly. This place is definitely not a place to stay for long. The 5 of them exchanged glances with each other. None of them had the intention to take advantage of Ning Fan anymore. All of them turned into wisps of smoke and fled for their lives. They no longer cared about the outcome of the battle on the Zhong mountain. Their fear of Ning Fan had already reached an extreme level. When the time it takes for an incense stick to burn was up, the golden shadows dissipated. After losing the 2 golden shadows, Ning Fan would not be able to use the aspect of self technique again within a short period of time. However, Ning Fan currently had 1 human and 3 spiritual puppets with him. Thus, he was still unrivaled among void glimpse stage experts. There were still 5 void glimpse stage experts left in the lightning palace of the Zhong mountain. They were fighting against Chu Nanfeng and the other void glimpse stage experts of the Myriad Treasure Pavilion. In the beginning, they were still able to fight evenly with Chu Nanfeng and the others. However, as Ning Fan killed a few of them in a row, fear grew in their hearts and they lost their sense of propriety. Gradually, they began to show signs of losing the upper hand. This young man is only at the half-step void refinement realm, but he is already so powerful. If he advances to the void refinement realm, even if he is just a void glimpse stage expert, he will certainly be unrivaled among void glimpse stage experts. No, if he attains the void glimpse stage, I'm afraid he will even dare to fight against a void inquiry stage expert. While the 5 of them were deep in thought, they were suddenly startled. They sensed 4 whistling rays of formation light approaching them from afar like Yama kings. It was none other than Ning Fan and his 3 spiritual puppets. Not good. The void glimpse stage expert of the Lightning Palace who was fighting against Mo Feiyun could not react in time and was already attacked by Ning Fan. The 3 spiritual puppets threw out punches at him at the same time, breaking all of his defenses. Ning Fan then raised his hand and swung his sword, using the Separation Slayer sword to take his life, piercing into his dantian. At the next moment, billions of sword threads were drawn out and destroyed his primordial spirit. He devoured the primordial lightning and absorbed the golden jade. Fellow Daoist Zhou, thank you for your help. Mo Feiyun's eyes were filled with complicated emotions. The opponent whom he needed to fight with his full strength was instantly killed by Ning Fan. This huge difference in strength made him realize how strong Ning Fan was. Ning Fan nodded his head. In a flash, he flew towards Chu Nanfeng's battlefield. Chu Nanfeng's opponent was an undead spirit who possessed demon blood. He was currently transforming into the demon form of a black dragon and showing off his strength. This person's demon blood was impure. The demon form that he transformed into was also extremely clumsy. Even so, the strength of the black dragon's demon form made Chu Nanfeng unable to defeat him. While they were engaged in a bitter battle, they suddenly saw 4 rays of light approaching them from afar. That black dragon was quite proud of himself for suppressing Chu Nanfeng. When he saw Ning Fan and the others approaching him, even though he was filled with fear, his mouth was still filled with disdain. Arrogant brat. Do you really think that you are comparable to a Void Refinement Realm expert just by relying on the power of your spiritual puppets and illusions? How ridiculous. Black Dragon Heaven Devouring Technique. The black dragon opened his gigantic mouth. The power of the void was generated in his mouth. It was like a chaotic black hole, trying to devour Ning Fan in a single gulp. This technique was most likely another secret technique of the Black Dragon clan. However, the black dragon in front of him was probably the clumsiest user of this technique in the history of the Black Dragon clan. Collapse. Ning Fan only uttered a single word and clawed with his 5 fingers. However, it was as if it was enough to tear heaven and earth apart. The void within the black dragon's mouth was torn into pieces by Ning Fan just like that, breaking the technique head-on. How could the black dragon feel good after his magic technique was forcefully broken? He kept coughing out blood. He looked at Ning Fan and actually felt a chill that originated from his bloodline. At this moment, his mind was calm. Only then did he gradually sense a suffocating aura force of demon blood from Ning Fan's body. He did not know where he got his black dragon blood from. After refining it a little, it turned out to be extremely clumsy. However, the demon blood in Ning Fan's body was pure and supreme. The black dragon had never seen such a strong bloodline in his life. Even King Yinglong, who was rumored to possess the true bloodline of the yellow dragon, definitely did not have the aura force of Ning Fan's bloodline. Without giving the black dragon too much time to think, Ning Fan directly rose into the air. In a flash of light, he stood on top of the black dragon's head. At such a close distance, Ning Fan fully released the aura force of his ancestral blood. The black dragon actually could not resist it at all. It was as if it was directly immobilized and fell into a daze. The black dragon's bloodline was incomplete while Ning Fan's bloodline was ancestral. The difference between their bloodlines was just too huge. With just his bloodline, Ning Fan could suppress the black dragon. If he did not have such deterrence force, how could he match his identity as the old ancestor of the Fu Li clan? Ning Fan's eyes flashed with a hint of joy that was hard to notice. Black Dragon Heaven Devouring Technique, huh? This technique is not bad. It seems to be a secret technique of the Black Dragon clan that allows high-grade bloodlines to devour low-grade bloodlines. This technique is not difficult to master. However, only the bloodline of the Black Dragon with royal bloodline or above can unleash its true power. This technique could not only devour black dragons but also all the dragons in the world. In ancient times, the reason why the black dragons were so domineering was because they could forcefully devour the corpses of other dragons to strengthen themselves. This was the meaning of the saying, when the 5 dragons die, the black dragon will live. What do I have to do for you to let me go? As long as you let me go, I am willing to switch sides and help you kill Zhu Feng. The black dragon begged. Let you go? Ridiculous. Even though your bloodline is inferior, your cultivation base is at the void glimpse stage. Since that's the case, I shouldn't waste it. Ning Fan patted his storage pouch and took out the black dragon refined corpse that he had not used for a long time. He made a hand seal and controlled the dragon corpse to enlarge its body. Then, it opened its mouth to form the void space and swallow the black dragon with the incomplete bloodline. And no. The black dragon with the incomplete bloodline was frightened. He could naturally see that Ning Fan had a black dragon refined corpse. Moreover, Ning Fan wanted to use that corpse to imitate the black dragon heaven-devouring technique to devour him. Terrifying. Terrifying, if he was not mistaken, that black dragon refined corpse was actually a black dragon with royal bloodline that had been extinct for a long time. There was actually someone in this world who dared to use a black dragon with royal bloodline to refine a corpse. Moreover, this person was even more audacious and wanted to devour him. He would certainly die. Let me go. Ah. He let out a blood-curdling scream and died. Every trace of his blood essence, flesh and blood was devoured by the black dragon refined corpse. Ning Fan had secretly learned the black dragon heaven-devouring technique and used the black dragon refined corpse to devour his opponent's black dragon. After devouring the void glimpse stage black dragon, the grade of the half-step void refinement realm dragon corpse suddenly skyrocketed. Almost in an instant, it broke through to the void glimpse stage. Ning Fan now had another void glimpse stage helper. Chu Nanfeng was extremely shocked. That black dragon that had given him so much trouble was actually subdued by Ning Fan's strange great ability and was easily killed. Void Pierce Stage. He must be a Void Pierce Stage expert. Even a Void Inquiry Stage expert would not be able to kill this black dragon instantly. He was even more convinced that Ning Fan was a Void Pierce Stage old monster. After devouring the primordial lightning and keeping the golden jade, Ning Fan gave Chu Nanfeng a deep look and turned around to head to the other battlefields. Every time he went to a battlefield, there would be a void glimpse stage expert of the Lightning Palace facing a calamity. At this moment, Ning Fan alone had combat power equivalent to 5 void glimpse stage experts. In addition to the 5 experts of the Myriad Treasure Pavilion, he was besieging the remaining 3 void glimpse stage experts of the Lightning Palace. In just the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the 3 of them had fallen one after another. This also indicated that from this moment on, Zhu Feng was the only one left in the Lightning Palace of the Zhong Mountain. Moreover, his combat power was still being suppressed by Lei Shi. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. How could a mere half-step void refinement realm expert be able to change the situation of the battle? This isn't real. I don't believe it. Zhu Feng's 9 void glimpse stage subordinates had died on the Zhong Mountain. 3 of his void glimpse stage subordinates had died on the outskirts of the Zhong Mountain. The foundation that he had built up throughout his life was nearly destroyed by Ning Fan alone. Even if he displayed a heaven-defying technique today and slaughtered all his enemies on the Zhong Mountain, he would not be able to maintain his position as the Lightning Lord anymore. Zhu Feng, you have underestimated Zhou Ming too much. This young man's strength is far beyond your imagination. If I'm not mistaken, he has yet to use his true trump card in this battle. Most likely, he is saving his trump card to deal with Ying Longzi. Lei Shi no longer addressed Ying Longzi as king. His confidence in Ning Fan suddenly rose in his heart. He firmly believed that Ning Fan would kill all the way to the 24th floor and kill Ying Longzi in no time. Zhu Feng, in the past, you devoured my wife. Have you ever thought that this day would come? Even if you have 3 heads and 6 arms, I will still make you die on the Zhong Mountain today. Void Technique, Void Lightning Abacus. Lei Shi pointed a finger at the sky. The void power in the sky gathered and formed the shape of black lightning, turning into a black lightning abacus that was as large as a mountain. The abacus suddenly collapsed. The 50 black lightning abacus were like balls of black lightning fireballs. Each of them was 10,000 zhang *3, 33 m per zhang, in size. They fell from the sky like 50 black meteors. Each of their attacks was powerful enough to hurt a void glimpse stage cultivator. Even a void inquiry stage expert would be injured by the 50 combined attacks. Such a terrifying technique greatly exceeded Zhu Feng's expectation. He hurriedly formed a series of hand seals and formed layers of golden lightning light barriers in an attempt to block this technique. However, the layers of golden lightning light barriers were all destroyed by Lei Shi in an instant. All 50 black meteors landed on Zhu Feng's chest without exception. Rumble 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 rays of black lightning fire that could destroy heaven and earth flattened the ground. The mountains and rivers within 100,000 li asterisk, 500 m per li, were all decayed, the lightning fire burned the ground. On the vast land, Zhu Feng half knelt on the ground. His qi was already weak. He stared at Lei Shi with resentment. He was defeated by Lei Shi in the end. The current Zhu Feng did not have the strength to fight anymore. However, he also knew that he could not escape. I'm going to die. I, a dignified expert of the 11th level of the lightning technique, am also going to die. No. He wanted to drag Lei Shi and Ning Fan down to hell with him. The storm of the Zhong Mountain is an immortal void realm technique. Other than breaking my invisibility, there is also the life and death second tribulation formation hidden within it. Once the life and death second tribulation is activated, I will need to sacrifice my life. However, I will certainly be able to kill all of you. Lei Shi, you forced me to do this. Let us die together. Zhu Feng revealed a maniacal smile. He crushed the formation disk and ignited his primordial spirit at this moment. At the moment he ignited his primordial spirit, the raindrops in the Zhong Mountain were suddenly surrounded by traces of lightning. Countless lightning rays turned into 10 lightning dragons. 5 of them were azure dragons and the other 5 were yellow dragons. All of the 10 lightning dragons were at the void inquiry stage. The first tribulation, the death tribulation formation. The wind and rain of Zhong Mountain rise from the azure and yellow. As soon as the technique was completed, the expressions of the cultivators of the Myriad Treasure Pavilion changed drastically. No one expected that the grand formation of the Zhong Mountain would actually contain such a death tribulation that could transform into 10 void inquiry stage lightning dragons. Even Lei Shi's expression changed greatly. Each of the lightning dragons in this place was not weaker than him. He could not withstand 10 lightning dragons at the same time. So what if they are lightning dragons? When the crowd of cultivators was filled with fear, Ning Fan raised his head and looked at the sky. His black hair danced wildly in the wind. His eyes were bright like the sun and moon, making him look like the god of lightning that had descended to the world. Beneath his feet, a massive blood-red lightning diagram unfolded. The lightning diagram was expanded to 100,000 li asterisk, 500 m per li. Within that area, the attacks of the 10 void inquiry stage lightning dragons could not break the lightning diagram at all. At the moment when the lightning diagram was fully expanded, all the lightning element undead spirits felt a shiver run down their spines. Even the 10 void inquiry stage lightning dragons began to panic. Just a mere void inquiry stage lightning dragon dares to disobey me? You are courting death. Ning Fan's tone was imitating Tai Su's. Stepping on the lightning diagram, he looked down on the lightning dragons as if he was looking down on ants. It would be fine if these lightning dragons had void pierce stage cultivation base. However, they were just at the void inquiry stage. In that case, Ning Fan would devour all of them. Devour. As Ning Fan uttered the word, the lightning diagram suddenly released an unimaginable tearing force, sucking the 10 lightning dragons into it one after another. Then, 10 miserable shrieks resounded in the air. All 10 dragons were devoured by the lightning diagram. The massive primordial lightning power was refined into the lightning armor, causing it to advance to the 3rd level of the golden armor realm. The entire Zhong Mountain fell into dead silence. Zhu Feng's eyes widened. His cold smile was still frozen on his face. He could not believe that the 10 void inquiry stage black dragons that he summoned at the cost of burning his primordial spirit were so vulnerable. All of the 10 lightning dragons were at the void inquiry stage. All of them were existences that could command the wind and clouds. However, they were killed by Ning Fan just as they showed their faces. How was this possible? Since when did the lightning dragons become so weak? No. It's not that the lightning dragons were weak. It's that lightning diagram technique that is too powerful. What kind of lightning diagram is that? What kind of technique is that exactly? Could it be one of the strongest abilities of Lightning Emperor Tai Su, the Tai Su lightning diagram? No. This is absolutely impossible. Lightning Emperor Tai Su commands all lightning and no one dares to disobey him. Only the Lightning Emperor is qualified to devour lightning dragons like it's child's play. This technique has long been lost since the time of the Lightning Emperor. Even true immortals could not learn it. It's impossible for a mere half-step Void Refinement Realm Junior to learn this technique. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Zhu Feng roared again and again. He seemed to be laughing and crying at the same time. He had truly gone mad. Lei Shi could not help but let out a sigh. He had been opposing Zhu Feng his entire life. Now that he had finally won, he saw Zhu Feng end up in such a deranged state. He could not help but feel a little empty and hollow. Be careful. That Zhu Feng said that this Zhong Mountain's wind and rain formation has a total of 2 calamity formations of life and death. The lightning dragon just now was a killing calamity formation. I'm afraid that there is also a life calamity formation hidden in this place. Do not give Zhu Feng another chance to activate the formation light. Lei Shi sent a voice transmission to remind Zhu Feng. In a flash, he flew towards Zhu Feng without the slightest bit of mercy. Ning Fan nodded his head. Stepping on the lightning diagram, he dashed towards Zhu Feng. The other Void Refinement Realm cultivators of the Myriad Treasure Pavilion also became excited and launched their final attacks at Zhu Feng. Once Zhu Feng was killed, the Myriad Treasure Pavilion would become the master of the 11th floor from today onwards, and Lei Shi would be the new Lightning Master. As Lei Shi's trusted subordinates, they were naturally willing to see this happen. You want to kill me? Trying to stop the opening of the Tribulations Array? Haha, you're wrong, wrong. The Life Tribulations formation had already been activated, but none of you knew. It's too late now. All of you will die together with me in the end. Zhu Feng laughed like a mad devil. He allowed the attacks to land on his body, but he did not dodge them at all. Each of the magic techniques was enough to kill Zhu Feng, who was in a critical condition. However, the strange thing was that Zhu Feng was only injured after being hit by these magic techniques. He did not die. After a while, his injuries healed at a strange speed. As for the experts of the Myriad Treasure Pavilion and the Lightning Palace, including Ning Fan, their hair began to turn pale. Everyone's lifespan had been strangely snatched away to heal Zhu Feng's injuries. The second tribulation, the Life Tribulation formation. If heaven has feelings, heaven will also age. As soon as Zhu Feng's words fell, everyone's lifespan flowed away at a rapid speed. Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. The profoundness of this immortal Void Realm Grand Formation was completely beyond his expectations. Besides, if he was not mistaken, the reason why this immortal Void Realm Grand Formation could take away one's lifespan was because a trace of the power of time had been integrated into the formation light. Within his body, there was a trace of the blood of time that was eager to give it a try. He was also not afraid of the power of time. 1/5, to be continued. The cultivators were all shocked. A great formation that seized one's lifespan was simply unheard of. Stealing one's lifespan was a great Dao technique. Even perfected immortals might not be able to use this technique. However, this immortal Void Realm Grand Array was able to simulate this technique, within the thunderstorm, within the Grand Formation. The dead spirits didn't differentiate between friend and foe, and their lifespans were rapidly decreasing. Their hair turned white, and their appearances gradually aged. A few experts who were nearing the end of their lifespans were sucked in by the formation and lost the last of their lifespans, dying just like that. As for the other experts, it was only a matter of time before their lifespans were drained. What a strange formation. Lei Shi and the other experts tried their best to shatter the formation light. However, the formation light was an immortal Void Realm formation. After absorbing the vitality of the people, its defense had increased to a terrifying level. It was not something that Lei Shi and the others could break. Are we really going to perish together with this Zhu Feng in this place? Despair appeared on the faces of countless experts. At this moment, Zhu Feng had already sacrificed his life and was in a state where he could not be killed. The formation could not be broken. The entire Zhong mountain range was a formation. Every drop of thunder rain was a ghost that sought souls. Zhu Feng smiled complacently. Everyone's panic fell into his eyes. Yes, that's how it should be. He wanted these people to feel the despair he had felt before. To Zhu Feng, who would definitely die after the sacrifice, every single expression of despair on his face was the greatest consolation before his death. However, when Zhu Feng's gaze swept past Ning Fan, he suddenly became furious. Why is he so calm? This is impossible. Zhu Feng was infuriated. Ning Fan was the main culprit who caused him to end up like this. What he wanted to see the most was Ning Fan's despairing expression. Only then would he feel satisfied. However, Ning Fan, who was trapped in the formation, was not afraid at all. On the contrary, his expression was as calm as an ancient well. After a while, he even slightly closed his eyes, leaving only 3 puppets and 1 corpse to protect him. Let his black hair turn white, let his skin turn dry and wrinkled, let his back turn crooked, let the years turn old. Ning Fan did not resist at all and just let the grand formation absorb his lifespan. Lifespan was the upper limit of a cultivator's lifespan. Losing one's lifespan would not affect one's skeletal age. Some cultivators had lived for thousands of years but still looked young. This was because they still had enough lifespan. With the loss of their lifespan would gradually come to an end. Only then would cultivators begin to age. Of course, there were also cultivators who liked the appearance of an old man, so it was normal for them to do so. Up until now, Ning Fan had been cultivating with the help of time again and again. However, his bone age was only around 500 years. As a divine transformation realm cultivator, he could live for 5,000 to 6,000 years. His lifespan was ample and he naturally would not show any signs of aging. However, as his lifespan flowed into the grand formation bit by bit, his lifespan disappeared. Even he could not help but show signs of aging. Even though the immortal void grand formation was powerful, Ning Fan could totally use his wind mist finger to tear open a crack and leave. However, he did not do that. There was a reason why he chose to stay here and not break the formation or escape. His heart was in harmony with the formation. He seemed to have comprehended something, and then it faded away. The strand of blood of time was born from devouring the time crystal, and at this moment, it was increasing bit by bit. Time. If I can control this trace of blood of time at will, not only will my lifespan not be taken away by the formation light, I can even reverse it. I have never aged before. How can I comprehend the power of time? To me, aging this time is the best time to comprehend the blood of time. Having made up his mind, Ning Fan removed his defenses and allowed the formation light to take away his lifespan. Moreover, he even tried to use the power of time in reverse to send his lifespan out of the formation light. Thus, the speed at which he aged was 10 times faster than the others. Seeing Ning Fan pretending to be calm, Zhu Feng half knelt on the ground with a mocking expression. From his point of view, Ning Fan's pretense of being calm was just a bluff. He definitely did not think that Ning Fan could break a dignified immortal void grand formation. No one could kill Zhu Feng. He was also so weak that he could not use a trace of magic power and could not attack anyone. All he wanted was to perish together with all his enemies. That way, he could barely enjoy the pleasure of taking revenge. Ning Fan's lifespan decreased rapidly. From the appearance of a 20-year-old young man, he gradually turned into a middle-aged man who was in his 30s or 40s. Then, he turned into an old man who was in his 60s or 70s. His heart's understanding of time deepened gradually. Standing at the age of 30, having no doubts at the age of 40, knowing the destiny of heaven at the age of 50, being obedient at the age of 60 and following the heart's desires at the age of 70, along with the changes in his appearance, his heart had also aged once. His hair was white and his face was covered with wrinkles. He was getting old. He opened his turbid eyes and glanced at the lightning rain grand formation indifferently. There was neither joy nor sorrow in his eyes. He was indifferent to favors and insults. In this short period of time, Ning Fan's mental state had obtained a great improvement. What is time? A poem by a cultivator says, time is a passerby of 100 generations. The length of a cultivator's life is as long as a mortal's 100 generations. To a cultivator, time is the passing of time. It's their lifespan. To a mountain, time is the cracks that are carved on the rocks. It's the mark of weathering. To rivers, lakes, and oceans, time is the vicissitudes of a vast ocean turning into a vast field. Ning Fan muttered to himself. In his dantian, a trace of the blood of time was slowly peeled off and swallowed by his primordial spirit, which was clad in golden armor. In the past, he could not devour the blood of time as he wished. Now, he had aged overnight. However, through the aging of his body and mind, he had comprehended the profoundness of time. There are some things that you won't be able to comprehend in your entire life if you don't experience it yourself and only rely on self-cultivation. For example, flowing water and time. Ning Fan's turbid and aged eyes suddenly flashed with a ray of light. He had found the trace of the flow of time. I have comprehended the meaning of time, but I still can't control it freely. All of this is because my cultivation realm is too low and I can't comprehend an immortal technique of that level. However, from this grand formation, I had discovered a method to control time. Taking away someone's lifespan can make them grow old. Taking away the lifespan of heaven and earth can make heaven and earth grow old. As for the method to take away someone's lifespan, it's to take away the time of others to make up for the time that I have lost to balance. This grand formation is able to take away someone's lifespan because a trace of the power of time has been integrated into it. I have a trace of the power of time in my body, so I can also take away someone's lifespan. Ning Fan's hair was as white as snow. His calm eyes swept across Zhu Feng and said indifferently, "I'll accept your great gift." Great gift? Humph. What nonsense are you talking about? When have I ever given you a great gift? What I have given you is just a great tribulation of life and death to take your life. Zhu Feng sneered. He thought that Ning Fan must have become muddle-headed because he was about to die and was spouting nonsense. Ning Fan did not answer him. He used his actions to tell Zhu Feng that the grand formation that Zhu Feng activated by sacrificing his life was a great gift to Ning Fan. Break! Ning Fan's aged voice resounded through the bell. His eyes suddenly shot out a ray of golden light. That golden light was neither sword chi nor golden lightning. Instead, it was a strange and unpredictable power. That kind of power was not as profound as samsara. However, as soon as it appeared, both Lei Shi and Zhu Feng could not understand it. Zhu Feng, in particular, exclaimed in surprise. What is this? What a terrifying power. However, no matter how terrifying this power is, it's just a ray of light. It definitely can't break the grand formation. Halfway through his words, he suddenly choked. In the night sky, the pure golden ray of time easily pierced into the formation light with a chi sound like a needle piercing a piece of tofu. At the next moment, the grand formation rumbled and fell into chaos. It was because the trace of time power that was originally added to the formation light had been taken away by Ning Fan. That trace of time power was similar to the power of Ning Fan's blood of time. However, it was still slightly inferior as it was left behind by the Grandmaster who created this formation. The time power that he left in the formation was devoured by Ning Fan. If it wasn't benefiting Ning Fan, what else could it be? Devour. After injecting the blood of time into the formation light, Ning Fan began to devour the time power within the formation light with a thought. The effect of the grand formation of Zhong Mountain gradually weakened. In the end, it actually could not take away any of the cultivator's life force at all. Ning Fan clenched his 5 fingers and the formation light collapsed with a loud bang. A trace of golden ray was summoned back to his hand. He then swallowed it into his abdomen and refined it into his primordial spirit. Inside his primordial spirit, the golden ray was divided into 2 traces of blood of time. There was one more trace, the extra trace was naturally devoured from the formation light. Impossible. An immortal void realm grand formation was actually broken by a trace of your golden light. What exactly is that golden light? Zhu Feng was greatly shocked. He raised his head and looked at the sky. There were pieces of dark red crystals floating in the sky. Each of them contained 100 years of life force. In total, there were thousands of them. Those crystals were condensed from the life force of countless experts who had been extracted. Those crystals could be taken away, but they could not be devoured because these cultivators were not proficient in the power of time. Zhu Feng could not believe it. Why was an immortal void realm grand formation that no one had ever been able to break before destroyed by a divine transformation realm junior? As the grand formation was broken, Zhu Feng's lifespan had reached its limit. He let out a miserable cry and died with his eyes wide open. The golden jade of primordial lightning still belonged to Ning Fan. At the moment of his death, the foothills of Zhong Mountain within 100,000 li * 500 m per li, collapsed. The thunderstorm stopped for the first time. The grand formation was gone. In the night sky, the life force crystals were gradually disappearing in the vast sky because no one could refine them. As the saying went, flowers will bloom again but people will never be young again. Cultivators who looked as old as Ning Fan could not regain their lifespan and regain their youthfulness. Ning Fan raised his head and looked at the sky. He always had the power of time. Thus, he could refine these crystals. If he were to consume these crystals, not only would he be able to regain his youth, but he would also be able to obtain a lifespan of over 100,000 years. In his mind, he recalled his understanding of the grand formation of Zhong Mountain. Then, he raised his hand and pointed at the sky. He activated the power of the heart formation and drew a formation diagram in the sky. His heart array was not enough to draw an immortal void realm array diagram, but he created a peak transcendent realm array diagram by imitating the Zhong Mountain array diagram. Although its grade was not at the void grade, it contained the profound mysteries of the vicissitudes of time. With a flash of formation light, all the life force crystals were swallowed into the formation and refined into Ning Fan's body. With each step he took, he looked younger and younger. From a white-haired old man, he gradually turned back into a white-robed young man. Not only did he look younger, but his lifespan had also increased by 100,000 years. Only void fragmentation realm old monsters could live for 100,000 years. Ning Fan had yet to attain the void fragmentation realm. He was just at the divine transformation realm, but he could already live up to 100,000 years. Moreover, as long as he is willing to, he could still borrow the power of time to rob others of their lifespan. It would not be difficult for him to achieve immortality like an immortal. The power of time was truly heaven-defying. If other old monsters had Ning Fan's opportunity and Tao comprehension, obtaining the power of time, condensing the blood of time, comprehending the time divine ability and refining their lifespan with the heart formation, those old monsters would certainly be able to achieve immortality too. Unfortunately, they did not dare to steal the time crystals, nor could they comprehend the power of time. Besides, they did not have the heart formation divine ability. Besides, to the 7 steps of cultivation, immortality might be precious. However, to immortals, everyone could achieve immortality. The so-called longevity was not something to be proud of at all. To Ning Fan, lifespan was of little value. He did not lack lifespan. What he lacked was time. He was in too much of a hurry and his time was too tight. Fellow Taoist Zhou, good technique. What exactly did you do to actually break this formation? Besides, did little friend swallow all of those life force crystals? Lei Shi asked doubtfully. Pavilion Lord Lei, do you think that I can swallow those crystals? Ning Fan did not answer his question but asked a question instead. Hee. It's my fault for asking so abruptly. What does it have to do with me whether fellow Taoist can swallow those crystals or not? Lei Shi hurriedly waved his hand, indicating that he did not have the intention to inquire about Ning Fan's background. Zhu Feng was already dead and he had taken his revenge. Thus, he was very pleased. As for the reason why he could take his revenge, it was all because of Ning Fan's help. Lei Shi must remember this favor. Therefore, he would not do such a rude thing to inquire about Ning Fan's background. Such heaven-defying technique was enough to make countless void fragmentation realm old monsters who were at the end of their lifespans go crazy. Regardless of whether Ning Fan had such a technique or not, Lei Shi would not even ask about it. If he did, he would only bring trouble to Ning Fan. All the void refinement realm experts of the lightning palace of Zhong Mountain were killed. The myriad treasure pavilion went on a one-sided massacre. In the end, Zhong Mountain was razed to the ground. Each of the lightning jades belonged to Lei Shi. Even the golden jades that Ning Fan obtained were given to Lei Shi. As for the lightning of his primordial spirit, all of them belonged to Ning Fan. Without Lei Shi's help, Ning Fan would certainly need to expend a lot of effort to destroy Zhong Mountain alone. Giving him some lightning jades was not worth mentioning. After wiping out the lightning palace of Zhong Mountain and devouring countless primordial lightning, his lightning armor was only 4,000 traces of divine transformation realm primordial lightning away from achieving a breakthrough. If it is converted to void refinement realm primordial lightning, just 40 traces would be enough. Little friend, what do you want? Do you still want to kill your way to the 24th floor? Do you still need my help? Lei Shi gritted his teeth and finally took the initiative to ask. Oh? Isn't Pavilion Lord Lei afraid of King Yinglong and afraid to help me? Why aren't you afraid now? Ning Fan looked at Lei Shi deeply. He could see the struggle and fear on Lei Shi's face. Previously, Lei Shi was afraid of King Yinglong and was only willing to help Ning Fan kill Zhu Feng. Now, Lei Shi was still afraid of King Yinglong, but he was willing to help Ning Fan kill his way to the 24th floor. This person seemed to want to repay Ning Fan's kindness. I am still afraid of King Yinglong. However, without Little Friend's help, all the experts of the Myriad Treasure Pavilion would have died in the hands of that evil creature, Zhu Feng. That formation light is too powerful to take away one's lifespan. If it wasn't for Little Friend, no one would be able to break it. I must repay Little Friend for saving my life. The people of my Myriad Treasure Pavilion have already died once. Even if Little Friend is no match for King Yinglong, we are still willing to help you and die together with you. Pavilion Lord is right. We are willing to help fellow Daoist Zhou kill his way to the 24th floor. Chu Nanfeng and Mo Feiyun responded at the same time. Ning Fan kept silent for a moment. It was really rare for this Myriad Treasure Pavilion to know how to repay a favor. With the help of the Myriad Treasure Pavilion, it would be much easier for him to kill his way to the 24th floor. Thus, he naturally would not reject their offer. After cleaning up the battlefield and taking a rest, everyone prepared to cross the teleportation formation and enter the 12th floor. At this moment, a group of cultivators charged towards them aggressively from outside the Zhong Mountain. They shouted loudly while fleeing at top speed. We, the 10 Void Glimpse stage experts, have come late. Please forgive us, Lightning Lord Zhu Feng. Hee. I won't let you take all the credit for killing Zhou Ming. 10 Void Glimpse stage experts and 1,000 Divine Transformation Realm experts were obviously here to snatch the credit. All of them rushed to this place from the 10th floor without stopping. They were afraid that they would not be able to get the credit for killing Ning Fan if they were late. However, as soon as they arrived at the Zhong Mountain, each of the old monsters was dumbfounded. What is going on? What kind of situation is this? The 100,000 li asterisk, 500 m per li, of the Zhong Mountain had turned into ruins. Countless undead spirits had died and blood flowed like a river. Among those corpses, there were nascent Soul Realm experts, Divine Transformation Realm experts and even Void Refinement Realm experts. Ma Renwang is dead. Li Gui is dead. Yan Daozi is dead. And Gu Feng. The Lightning Lord of the 10th floor broke out in cold sweat. He could not believe the scene in front of him. When his eyes fell on Zhu Feng's corpse, his heart nearly jumped out of his throat. All 10 Void Glimpse stage-old monsters including the Lightning Lord of the 10th floor were shocked. Zhu Feng? Zhu Feng is dead. This is absolutely impossible. He is a Void Inquiry stage-old monster. How can he die? Why? Hee. Wouldn't it be better to ask him directly after you die? Lei Shi smiled wretchedly. He led the people of the Myriad Treasure Pavilion and surrounded the group of experts. All of them were sent by King Yinglong. After killing Zhu Feng, Lei Shi could still use the old grudge as an excuse. But after killing these people, he would completely fall out with King Yinglong. However, Lei Shi was a decisive person. Since he had promised to help Ning Fan deal with King Yinglong, he would not go back on his words. He would not let any of these people go. Kill. Ning Fan took a step and rose into the sky. After he recovered, he could already display the aspect of self-technique again and create 2 golden shadows. 1 human, 2 shadows, 1 corpse and 3 puppets. Ning Fan alone was equivalent to the combat power of 7 Void Glimpse stage experts. Those 6 people could be considered as Ning Fan's slaves. 1 human and 6 slaves instantly stabilized the Lightning Lord of the 10th floor and launched their most violent attacks. In just an instant, they severely injured the Lightning Lord of the 10th floor. Impossible. When I was chasing after you back then, you clearly only had the strength to run away. Why are you so strong now? Ah. The Lightning Lord of the 10th floor could not believe his eyes. After being besieged by Ning Fan and his 6 slaves, he was severely injured in just an instant. In the next round, his injuries were already fatal. He died with a miserable shriek. Until his death, he could not understand how Ning Fan's strength could increase so much in just a few days. He died with everlasting regret. How regretful, if he knew that Ning Fan was so strong, his brain must have been hit by a door to have chased after him. If he knew that Ning Fan was so strong, his brain must have been damaged by water to have rushed to the 11th floor to die. How regretful. 2 out of 5, to be continued. After Zhu Feng's death, the 11th floor of the Lightning Tower was leveled by Ning Fan. After being besieged by Ning Fan and Lei Shi, 4 of the 10 Void Refinement Realm experts who came to seek their own deaths had died. Among the 10, only 6 were still alive. They were refined into dead spirit puppets by Lei Shi at a hefty price. After the primordial lightning was extracted, it belonged to Ning Fan. After killing the lightning lords of the 11th floor, Ning Fan already had 11 pieces of lightning leaves. It was more than enough to save Hong Yi. Lei Shi retained his puppet cultivation, so naturally, he would not be able to obtain the Thunder Jade. To Lei Shi, a piece of golden grade Thunder Jade was not as valuable as a puppet. After killing Zhu Feng, Lei Shi would become the Thunder Master of the 11th floor from then on. He would need a lot of combat power to rule the 11th floor. These spiritual puppets were refined using Void Glimpse stage cultivators. Their cultivation bases were lower than the Void Glimpse stage but higher than the half-step Void Refinement realm. It was similar to an illusory Void realm. This kind of spiritual puppet could only be controlled by an undead spirit. Besides, it could not be brought out of the Lightning Tower. Therefore, Ning Fan would not covet these spiritual puppets. In fact, he was not even interested in them at all. Thus, he left all of them to Lei Shi to handle. The 10 Void Refinement Realm experts and 1,000 Divine Transformation Realm experts who sacrificed themselves contributed 1,000 traces of Divine Transformation Realm Primordial Lightning and 10 traces of Void Refinement Realm Primordial Lightning. The quality of his lightning armor had improved significantly. After devouring another 2,000 Divine Transformation Realm cultivators or 20 Void Refinement Realm cultivators, he would be able to break through to the 3rd level of the Golden Armor realm. There were countries in the mortal world that prospered because of war. Ning Fan and Lei Shi had also expanded their strength and improved their cultivation base because of the battle. The group of them activated the teleportation array and were teleported to the 12th floor of the Thunder Tower. The 12th layer was a world of clouds and mist. The clouds were all thunderclouds. There were many dead spirits and ferocious beasts hidden within the thunderclouds. Normally, when the undead spirit cultivators entered the 12th level, they would travel through the sea of clouds with extreme caution. Even Lei Shi had to restrain himself a little when he occasionally went up to the 12th level. This time, however, with Ning Fan leading the way, they unleashed their full aura force. Lei Shi and the others also did not hold back their sharpness and marched forward recklessly in the sea of clouds. As long as there were experts blocking the way or ferocious beasts ambushing them, they would all be killed without question. In the 12th floor of the Thunder Palace, the Thunder Lord Huang Yunzi had a gloomy expression. He had heard about the destruction of the 11th floor. He also heard that Zhu Feng died in the hands of a half-step Void Refinement Realm Junior. That junior was the person who was wanted by King Ying Long. Rumor had it that his strength was comparable to a Void Inquiry stage expert and he could even fight against a Void Peer stage cultivator. What a joke! It's impossible for a half-step Void Refinement Realm cultivator to have Void Inquiry stage combat power, let alone Void Peer stage. Huang Yunzi had never believed in these rumors. He had once rejected Ing Dragon King's order to not send anyone to the lower worlds to hunt Ning Fan down. He did not believe that Ning Fan had the ability to kill Zhu Feng. However, he believed in Lei Shi's strength. He had met Lei Shi before. In his mind, Lei Shi was a patient person. It was not strange for him to be able to eliminate Zhu Feng and unify the 11th floor. Huang Yunzi was a Void Inquiry stage expert. However, just like the majority of Void Inquiry stage experts, he was unwilling to submit to King Ying Long. He sent out more than 10 half-step Void Refinement Realm cultivators to secretly investigate the situation of Lei Shi and the others. If Lei Shi and the others really had the strength to go against King Ying Long, he would be more than happy to not stop them and let them directly enter the 12th floor to disgust King Ying Long. All the spies that were sent out returned with the same news. The force of Lei Shi's group was indeed not weak. However, the leader of this group of cultivators was not Lei Shi but Ning Fan. How could this be? With Lei Shi's shrewdness, why would he listen to the instructions of a Divine Transformation Realm Junior for no reason? Could it be that this junior really has strength comparable to a Void Inquiry stage expert? This is simply absurd. The night sky had yet to completely disperse. A waning moon was still hanging in the sky, indicating that dawn was approaching. At this moment, outside the lightning palace in the sea of clouds, the sound of an intruder suddenly resounded. Then, a clear and loud voice that carried terrifying baleful qi came from afar. I'm Zhou Ming. I want to borrow Lightning Lord Huang Yunzi's teleportation formation. I hope you can make an exception for me. The voice revealed Ning Fan's half-step void refinement realm qi. It seemed like he was not worthy of Huang Yunzi's attention. However, the baleful qi in this voice was so strong that it was unimaginable. The moment the voice entered Huang Yunzi's ears, he felt layers of illusions appearing in front of his eyes. Each of the illusions was a flowing sea of blood. How many void refinement realm old monsters has this young man actually killed? Why does he actually have such terrifying baleful qi? Huang Yunzi could no longer sit still. There was no need to investigate Ning Fan's background anymore. He had already deeply realized that Ning Fan must not be provoked. Huang Yunzi was a void inquiry stage expert. However, this void inquiry stage expert was still slightly weaker than Zhu Feng. He could not afford to offend Ning Fan. Guards! Pass down my order. No one is allowed to attack the people from the Myriad Treasure Pavilion. Let them use the teleportation formation freely. Those who disobey will be executed. Huang Yunzi said in an irrefutable manner. But young master has already led his men to attack. He even announced that he is going to capture Zhou Ming and ask King Yinglong for a reward. A void glimpsed age-old monster said with a trembling voice. Unfilial son. I shouldn't have accepted him in the past. Huang Yunzi's expression changed greatly. He did not dare to provoke Ning Fan at all. However, his good son had gone to cause trouble for him. The so-called son was just a foster son. If it wasn't because he valued Ning Fan's background and that he could make use of him, why would he, Huang Yunzi, accept such an idiot as his foster son? He no longer hesitated and summoned all the experts with a solemn expression. Their purpose was not to attack Ning Fan but to stop his foster son. When Huang Yunzi hurried to the teleportation formation, his heart thumped when he saw Ning Fan being surrounded by two void glimpse stage experts. I'm late. One of the two void glimpse stage experts was short and the other was fat. Both of them were his son's personal guardians. Each of them had a terrifying early void refinement realm cultivation base. Behind the two void glimpse stage experts stood a young man wearing a peach-colored robe. His cultivation base was at the late divine transformation realm. His peach blossom eyes were filled with disdain and mockery. Kuda, Ku-er, the two of you kill this young man. When I ask King Yinglong for a reward, I will remember the two of you. Remember, this young man is a little cunning and his concealment technique is quite good. Don't give him any time to hide. Don't worry, young master. The two of us know what to do. The two void glimpse stage experts chuckled coldly. Each of them took out a handful of silver ash that smelled of blood and sprinkled it into the sky. It turned into specks of silver flames and disappeared. At the next moment, Ning Fan felt that his body was branded with a fishy smell that he could neither get rid of nor get rid of. Ning Fan's eyes turned grim. It seemed like the two of them wanted to lock onto him with their smell. He did not want to cause any trouble. He did not have that much time. He just wanted to kill his way to the 24th floor as soon as possible and eliminate King Yinglong. After that, he would leave this place and complete Hong Yi's mission. Yu Lingkong was waiting for Hong Yi's golden leaf to save her life. Ning Fan did not have the mood to waste any more time here. However, since the other party had come to provoke him and wanted to kill him to earn a reward, Ning Fan would certainly not tolerate it given his personality. Young man. You've been hit by our fire scale ash. Even if you hide yourself, you won't be able to hide the smell. Your concealment technique has already been broken by us. Let's see what other methods you have to fight against us void glimpse stage experts. Kuda and Ku-er sneered complacently. Lei Shi was enraged. Kuda and Ku-er were really despicable. Once someone comes into contact with the fire scale ash, it would take a few days for them to get rid of it. Even if Ning Fan kills his way to the 13th floor, he would certainly be delayed by this ash. He would not be able to conceal himself and lose his safety. Fellow Daoist Zhou, I will take care of them. You bring your men and go to the 13th floor first. Lei Shi shouted angrily. No need. They are looking for me. Two mere void glimpse stage experts are not worth mentioning. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with cold light. That cold light was like twinkling starlight. At the next moment, 99 black stars appeared at the peak of the sea of clouds. Within the starlight, Ning Fan reached out his palm and made a grabbing motion. The traces of starlight immediately turned into a starlight bow that shone with dazzling black light. When he drew the bow, heaven and earth trembled. When he pulled the bowstring, an arrow shocked the world. Ning Fan drew the bow and shot an arrow at Ku De and Ku Er. All of a sudden, the complacent expressions on Ku De and Ku Er's faces turned into astonishment. An unprecedented look of astonishment appeared in their eyes and they could not get rid of it. Sounds of astonishment could be heard from 10,000 li * 500 m per li away. Starlight healing technique. Besides, it's actually the legendary black stars. This person has 99 natal stars to protect his body. Unless there's a void fragmentation realm old monster who can destroy his stars, a mere void refinement realm old monster will not be able to break through his star technique. This person is almost immune to all void glimpse stage attacks. It was his first time seeing the starlight healing technique with his own eyes. This technique was passed down in ancient books. Its destructive power was extremely strong and it was certainly invincible among cultivators at the same level as it. What kind of bow technique is this? The destructive power of a single bow can make heaven and earth tremble. It can shake the grand momentum and shatter the hollow space. I definitely won't be able to block the destructive power of this young man's bow. The other void glimpse stage old monster felt his scalp go numb just by looking at Ning Fan's bow and arrow from afar. His intention to stop the battle was also dispelled. Huang Yunzi sighed. He knew that if this arrow falls, even if Ku De and Ku Er did not die, they would be severely injured and their cultivation bases would be greatly damaged. He wanted to save the two of them but he could not do so. Firstly, Lei Shi was secretly watching Huang Yunzi. Once Huang Yunzi interferes, he would also interfere. Secondly, Huang Yunzi really did not want to offend Ning Fan. Once he takes action, the situation would no longer be salvageable. While Lei Shi was secretly staring at Huang Yunzi, his heart was filled with shock. Even Lei Shi did not have the confidence to withstand the destructive power of Ning Fan's bow without sustaining any injuries. If Ning Fan breaks through to the void refinement realm, even if his cultivation base is at the void glimpse stage, he would still be able to severely injure Lei Shi with this arrow. This young man really did not use his full strength on the 11th floor. Lei Shi nodded his head and muttered to himself. However, at the next moment, his expression changed greatly. He saw Ning Fan draw the bow and draw the arrow. However, he did not shoot it immediately. Instead, he dispersed the bow and arrow. His eyes seemed to be dissatisfied. No. It's not like that. The difference in power between Great Emperor Mo Luo's star punishing bow and my bow is like heaven and earth. Is it because my bow does not have devil runes engraved on it? Ning Fan closed his eyes and recalled the majestic scene when Mo Luo defeated Tai Su with a single arrow. All of a sudden, he reached out his hand and summoned the starlight to condense another bow. This time, he did not immediately draw the bowstring. Instead, he held the bow with one hand while forming hand seals with the other, performing an ancient and profound devil art. For a moment, devil chi billowed above the sea of clouds. Traces of devil runes condensed and were engraved on the body of the bow. Ku De and Ku Er's expressions immediately became extremely interesting. At first, they mocked Ning Fan. However, when they saw Ning Fan summon the stars and draw the bow, they nearly peed their pants. The destructive power of that arrow was indeed a little terrifying. Even if the two of them resist it with all their might, they would at most be severely injured even if they did not die. Just as the two of them were preparing to defend themselves with all their might, Ning Fan dispersed the devil bow and began to condense devil runes again. The two of them had no idea what those runes were. However, they inwardly speculated that Ning Fan might not have completed this magic technique yet. How dare you use an unfinished magic technique to bluff in front of us? You're courting death. The two of them no longer had any fear in their hearts. Each of them formed hand seals with their 10 fingers and displayed low-grade mortal void magic techniques to attack Ning Fan. 9 Heavens Divine Lightning Incomplete Technique. 5 Heavenly Lightning Blasting Top Technique. Layers of thunderclouds instantly condensed. Billions of golden lightning rays turned into thunderbolts and struck down with earth-shattering rumbling sounds. This was the joint attack of 2 Void Glimpse stage experts with their full strength. Even an ordinary Void Glimpse stage expert would have a hard time withstanding it. As for Ning Fan, who was still perfecting his magic technique, he would definitely die if he was struck by the lightning rays. Be careful. Lei Shi's eyes flashed with surprise. He wanted to help Ning Fan. It's all right. Without turning his head, Ning Fan suddenly took a step forward and stopped condensing the devil runes. There were already 99 devil runes on his black star bow. He had secretly learned these devil runes from Mo Luo's archery technique. However, condensing devil runes required the power of his natal stars. He only had 99 natal black stars. Thus, he could only condense 99 black runes. As for Mo Luo, since he could condense 1 million devil runes, he certainly had 1 million stars in his body. Mo Luo was also a ruthless person, however, Ning Fan would certainly surpass this ruthless person. Since the devil runes had been completed, Ning Fan drew his bow and drew an arrow. The destructive power of the arrow suddenly caused clusters of black sparks to appear in the sea of clouds within 10,000 li *, 500 m per li. These sparks were produced from the friction between the air and the sharp light of the star arrow and the magic power of the arrow. His black hair fluttered in the violent wind. His black eyes were as cold as the dark night. A wave of crazy aura force instantly swept across the sea of clouds, facing the billions of lightning rays. Ning Fan did not even bother to summon the lightning diagram. He directly drew his bow and shot an arrow. He released the bowstring and the arrow flew out. It drew a perfect black line in the sky. Wherever it passed, it tore the sky into 2 halves and cut through the black blood. The destructive power of a single arrow made the sky bleed. A sharp cry that sounded like thousands of birds chirping at the same time broke through the sea of clouds and resounded across the sky. Within the sea of clouds, there seemed to be countless sounds of arrows echoing. However, a ray of flowing light cut through the universe. The lightning clouds that the 2 Void Glimpse stage cultivators displayed with all their might were pierced through by the arrow and shattered into pieces. The lightning rays that were shattered by the arrow continued to burn with black sparks. The invisible lightning rays were forcefully burned into ashes. 2 mortal void realm magic techniques could not withstand the destructive power of a single arrow at all. When Ku De and Ku Er witnessed this scene, their faces turned pale. The destructive power of this arrow was enough to burn the 2 of them into ashes. It was definitely not as simple as sustaining heavy injuries. The 2 of them were frightened. They wanted to escape in different directions. However, just as they split up, the arrow immediately split into 2 arrow shadows and chased after them. Damn it! The 2 of them did not expect that the arrow could be split into 2. Moreover, after splitting, even though the destructive power of the arrow was reduced, it was still more than enough to kill a Void Glimpse stage cultivator. The 2 of them bit the tip of their tongues at the same time and pushed their speed to the maximum. Each of them turned into wisps of smoke and drifted away to a distance of 150,000 li *, 500 m per li. However, the arrow light also disappeared in a flash. When the 2 of them reappeared at a distance of 150,000 li *, 500 m per li, away, 2 rays of arrow light suddenly shot out from the void and pierced into their dantian, ignoring all of their Void Glimpse stage defenses. Rumble the moment they were hit by the arrow, the 2 of them did not even have the chance to scream. Their bodies were incinerated by the sparks. Within a breath's time, they turned into ashes and vanished. The 2 rays of arrow light returned with 2 traces of primordial lightning and were swallowed by Ning Fan. He did not disperse the star bow. Instead, he approached the young master in peach robe step by step. His eyes were filled with coldness as he took 9 consecutive steps. Each of the 9 steps was on the great momentum of heaven and earth. Each step he took forced the sword momentum to take form. However, at the last step, Ning Fan broke the momentum with a loud bang and released his sovereign chi, condensing his own sovereign momentum. The final point of the 9 heaven treading steps was to step on the momentum of heaven and condense the sovereign momentum. You want to use me to claim credit? You? Asterisk chi asterisk after the 9 steps, several swords of the great momentum suddenly swept across the sea of clouds. Among them, there was even a sword made of pure gold which was filled with unstoppable killing chi. Without giving the young master any chance to beg for mercy, it killed him with a single slash. Asterisk kiss asterisk each of the old monsters of the Cloud Sea Lightning Palace sucked in a cold breath in disbelief. The destructive power of Ning Fan's single arrow could kill 2 Void Refinement Realm experts. When Ning Fan took 9 steps to form a sword, the sharpness of that sword was unstoppable. Sword of Sovereign Qi. Huang Yunzi's hand, which was about to save his foster son, stiffened. After letting out a sigh, he closed his eyes. Forget it. This unfilial son caused this trouble. He deserves to suffer the consequences of his actions. However, I didn't expect this Zhou Ming to actually be this strong. A single arrow from his devil bow can almost instantly kill anyone below the Void Inquiry stage. His Sword of Sovereign Qi is even more powerful. Even if I go against it, I will have a 30% chance of dying. This young man might have other tricks up his sleeves. We must not provoke him. Ning Fan killed 3 people in a row but no one dared to stop him. Even Huang Yunzi had tacitly agreed to Ning Fan's actions. Who else would dare to step forward and stop him? Chu Nanfeng, Mo Feiyun and the others were so shocked that they could not close their mouths. Even though they knew that Ning Fan was strong, they did not know that he actually had such a powerful trump card which could kill a Void Glimpse stage cultivator with an arrow and a Void Inquiry stage cultivator with a sword. Huang Yunzi, give me an explanation. Ning Fan's eyes were cold. Originally, he did not want to cause trouble in the Cloud Sea. However, since the other party provoked him first, the result was different. If Huang Yunzi does not give him an explanation, he would flatten the Lightning Palace of the Cloud Sea today. I heard that fellow Taoist Zhou is collecting primordial lightning. I happen to have 10,000 traces of Divine Transformation Realm primordial lightning in my hands. All of them were left behind by the Divine Transformation Realm experts who died on the 12th floor in the past countless years. Huang Yunzi smiled bitterly and gave a compensation. It's not enough. The dark golden bamboo leaf and 1,000 silver jades are enough. Otherwise, the Cloud Sea will be destroyed. How dare you? As soon as Ning Fan's voice fell, several Void Glimpse stage-old monsters of the Cloud Sea immediately stepped forward and glared at Ning Fan, expressing their dissatisfaction towards his extortion. I won't repeat my words twice. Ning Fan's eyes were like cold lightning. His baleful chi was as sharp as a sword, piercing the sea of consciousness of those old monsters. They hurriedly retreated with great shock. What shocked them was Ning Fan's powerful aura force. With just his baleful chi, he could force Void Glimpse stage-old monsters to retreat. Shut up. Fellow Taoist Zhou's request is very reasonable. Bo Yuan, go get the dark golden bamboo leaf and 1,000 silver jades and give them to fellow Taoist Zhou. The old monster named Bo Yuan was one of the people who was forced to retreat by Ning Fan's aura force just now. His eyes were struggling as he did not know whether he should obey Ning Fan's order or not. Go now. Do you want my Cloud Sea Lightning Palace to be destroyed? Huang Yunzi roared. What? Bo Yuan's eyes widened in surprise. He did not expect Huang Yunzi, a Void Inquiry stage-old monster, to be so afraid of Ning Fan. Well, it was no wonder. Bo Yuan was just a Void Glimpse stage expert. He knew how powerful the Star Bow was but he did not know how powerful the Sovereign Sword was. As for Huang Yunzi, he could sense the danger of death from the Sovereign Sword. How could he not be afraid of Ning Fan? Bo Yuan sighed. He did not dare to be negligent. Following Huang Yunzi's order, he fetched the items and passed them to Ning Fan. Ning Fan did not even look at the lightning jades and threw them all to Lei Shi. He only swallowed 10,000 traces of primordial lightning and kept the dark golden bamboo leaf. Then, he passed through the teleportation formation and entered the 13th floor. After this group of people left, Huang Yunzi heaved a sigh of relief. He looked at his foster son and 2 Void Glimpse stage experts who had died in the Cloud Sea with lingering fear. Bo Yuan, remember this. That Zhou Ming must not be provoked. He is 100 times more dangerous than King Yinglong. On the 13th floor, Lei Shi smiled wretchedly and looked at Ning Fan with admiration. Fellow Daoist Zhou is really bold. You even dared to extort money from that stingy Huang Yunzi. Well done. Why don't we continue extorting him to the 24th floor in one go? You have the bamboo leaves and primordial lightning while I have the lightning jades. Hee. We can get rich together. Why not? Alright. Ning Fan nodded his head. Let's continue extorting then. What's wrong with being a little more domineering? After all, in this Black Lightning Tower, strength was everything. If others dislike him, they could just bring their men to kill him. As for the consequences, they would end up like Zhu Feng and the others. After refining 10,000 traces of primordial lightning, the lightning armor on Ning Fan's primordial spirit had already broken through to the 3rd level of the golden grade. Its defense became even more terrifying. It could even defend against a Void Pierce stage attack. As for Void Inquiry stage attacks, it could completely ignore them. This meant that no one in the first 24 floors, including King Yinglong, could hurt Ning Fan. However, Ning Fan discovered a sad fact. After his lightning armor broke through to the 3rd level, the amount of primordial lightning required to advance became even more terrifying. To advance from the 2nd level to the 3rd level, he only devoured around 10,000 traces of primordial lightning. However, to advance from the 3rd level to the 4th level, he would need at least 200,000 traces of primordial lightning. The greater the amount of primordial lightning required, the more it meant that the defense of the 4th level of the golden grade armor was far stronger than the 3rd level. This also meant that the attack power of an absolute void stage cultivator was more than 20 times stronger than a void pierce stage old monster. In the void refinement realm, the difference between each level of cultivation was like heaven and earth. It was because only by comprehending the word void could one be considered as a true expert. 1 hour later, the group arrived at the Lightning Palace of the 13th floor. What surprised Ning Fan was that the Lightning Lord of the 13th floor had already prepared the dark golden bamboo leaves, 10,000 traces of primordial lightning and 1,000 silver jades for him. The so-called Lightning Lord was a skinny old man. Usually, he was arrogant. However, he did not dare to be arrogant in front of Ning Fan at all at this moment. Hee. Fellow Daoist Zhou, please use the teleportation formation. If you have any requests, just tell me. As long as this old man can do it, I will certainly do my best. Even if I want you to deal with King Yinglong, is it still possible? Ning Fan gave Thunder Lord Xianxia a meaningful look. Haha, fellow Daoist, you must be joking. This old man is already old, and my magic strength is weak. I'm afraid I'm already not a match for Yinglong. However, this old man can gift fellow Daoist 10 illusory undead puppets, and it can be considered as doing my best for young brother in this battle. Oh? In that case, I must thank fellow Daoist Xianxia for his generous gift. Since this person had given Ning Fan the combat strength of his spiritual puppets, Ning Fan of course would not reject them. All of them were handed over to Lei Shi to command. Just like that, he was safe and sound all the way up to the 22nd floor. Almost no one dared to provoke him anymore. Fellow Daoist Zhou, you have quite the reputation. Along the way, there was no one else, only people giving gifts. Lei Shi clicked his tongue in admiration. He had already collected more than 200 illusory undead puppets. Even though these undead puppets were not as strong as true Void Refinement Realm beings, their combat power was still comparable to that of 20 Void Glimpse stage experts. Fame. They just want to use me. Using me to get rid of King Yinglong. From the looks of it, King Yinglong had made quite a number of enemies. Everyone pushes a wall when it's down. Luring the tiger to kill the wolf? They can actually think of such a thing. Aren't they afraid of raising a tiger like you to become the next King Yinglong? Lei Shi squinted his eyes and teased. Raising a tiger? Lei Shi, you're not the only one who is smart in this world. I'm afraid many people have already guessed my identity as a living person from the way I asked for primordial lightning. I'm a living person and it's impossible for me to stay in the Black Lightning Tower. As for you, if you only have your illusory spiritual puppets, you can only stay on the 11th floor at most. You won't go to the higher floors to compete with them. They will certainly be more than willing to use the two of us to get rid of King Yinglong. As he said that, Ning Fan no longer said anything else. The 22nd floor of the Taiyu Lightning Palace was already right in front of him. Unlike the previous floors, even though the Tower Lord of the 22nd floor had also prepared a generous gift for Ning Fan, his face was pale and his attitude was rather cold. The Lightning Lord of the 22nd floor was Lightning Lord Taiyu. He was a void inquiry stage expert at the second level of the Golden Body realm. He was nearly invincible among cultivators at the same level as him, but he was still slightly weaker than King Yinglong. He hoped to use Ning Fan's hands to kill Yinglong. However, he had his own pride. It was impossible for him to bow down to Ning Fan. Moreover, this man who resembled a black tower still did not believe that Ning Fan, who was just a half-step void refinement realm cultivator, could threaten the life of a void inquiry stage expert with his sovereign sword. I am Taiyu. I've been waiting for you for a long time. The gifts are here and the teleportation formation is also here. Little friend, feel free to use them. However, there's a prerequisite if you want to leave safely. What prerequisite? Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. He could feel a strong battle intent from Taiyu's body. Take a punch from me. If you don't die, I will let you go to the 23rd floor. Otherwise, you won't be qualified to fighting long at all. Taiyu took a step forward. With a tremendous force, the mountains and rivers within 100,000 li * 500 m per li collapsed. This man's body refinement realm is really strong. 3/5. To be continued. Ning Fan gently took a deep breath. Lightning Lord Taiyu's body refinement realm was at the second level of the golden body refining realm, which was enough to make his breath stagnate. Even with his body refinement realm at the peak of the Jade Life realm, in addition to the limit of strength of his corpse devil body, he was still slightly inferior to Taiyu. The black tower-like man was glowing with a pure golden light. His body seemed to have become a golden man, and it was engraved with patterns of the great Tao. He stood there like an insurmountable mountain. Even Lei Shi would not be able to withstand his punch and would definitely be severely injured. As for Chu Nanfeng and the others, they were forced to retreat dozens of steps before they could stabilize themselves. They were completely unable to resist Taiyu's domineering aura. Not only is this man a golden body cultivator, but he has also reached the second level of the golden body realm. This man is very strong. This person's blood qi carried a hint of gold, which made me faintly understand. The Tao of body refinement starts with the 10th layer of silver light, followed by the silver bone, tempering the bones, followed by the jade life, tempering the life soul, and finally the golden body, tempering the blood qi. Blood qi, huh? Ning Fan muttered to himself. His eyes showed no signs of fear as he took a step forward. Every strand of Lightning Lord Taiyu's aura was enough to suppress mountains and rivers and lock the vast sky. However, as Ning Fan made a grabbing motion with his 5 fingers, pieces of the golden body's aura force shattered like glass. A cracking sound was heard as the golden body was broken. Alright, I'll take your punch. If I am not injured, I want a drop of your golden body blood. Golden body blood? Sure. That is, if you can survive my punch. Seeing that Ning Fan had broken his aura force and even accepted his challenge, Taiyu's eyes flashed with a hint of approval. He stared deeply at Ning Fan. He could tell that Ning Fan's true body refinement realm was at the peak Jade Life realm. He was still far from attaining the golden body realm. However, with his strange corpse devil physique, he could put up a fight against a true expert at the first level of the golden body realm. The reason why Ning Fan asked for Taiyu's blood was because he wanted to comprehend the difference between the golden body realm and the Jade Life realm. It was just a drop of blood. If Ning Fan's strength could satisfy him, why not give him a drop of blood to help him comprehend the golden body refining realm? Take this. Taiyu took a step forward, and his aura reached its peak at this moment. It was as sharp as a sword, and it caused countless dead spirits to retreat in a hurry. Regardless of friend or foe, the battlefield was emptied, countless mountain peaks were suppressed by his imposing aura, and they seemed to have been hacked by an axe. Enormous ridges collapsed, rivers stopped flowing, and everything seemed to have been flattened by an immortal hammer. A trace of scarlet fierceness rose in Taiyu's eyes. His body seemed to be made of gold as his essence covered the sky. As soon as the fist light moved, it immediately produced an earth-shattering sound of collapse. A beam of pure golden fist light streaked across the sky, shattering layers of clouds. The void was crushed at this moment, and the ground began to collapse as if there was an earthquake. That ray of fist light approached him from afar. In just the blink of an eye, Ning Fan took a step forward and his eyes were filled with monstrous battle intent. This punch was very powerful. It was enough to suppress Lei Shi with one punch, so this is the strength of an existence that is almost unrivaled among Void Inquiry stage experts in the Heavenly Lightning Tower? Lightning armor, appear. All of a sudden, a lightning armor with golden lightning patterns appeared around Ning Fan's body. His white robes and golden armor made him look like a heavenly general. The moment the lightning armor covered his body, his physical defense immediately increased to a terrifying level. The third-level golden armor could withstand a Void Pierce stage attack. He had already obtained 100,000 traces of primordial lightning for no reason along the way to the 22nd level. He was already halfway to the 4th-level golden armor. With this level of defense, he could even ignore the attacks of ordinary Void Pierce stage-old monsters. The attacks of Void Inquiry stage-old monsters could not break this defense at all. The fist light that was enough to suppress Lei Shi blasted on the lightning armor, producing a terrifying explosion that sounded like the end of the world. Wind and lightning were blown away. The ground was swept away by the fist light, turning it into a decaying and desolate place. However, Ning Fan, who was standing at the center of the fist light, was not injured at all. He was in an invincible state. His defensive power had already reached a terrifying level under the nourishment of countless traces of primordial lightning. After a long time, the fist light dissipated. Ning Fan dispersed his lightning armor and said indifferently, "I have already withstood your fist light. It's time for you to fulfill your promise." Even Tai Yu could not help but gasp in astonishment. As for the other experts, all of them wore astonished expressions. All of them could see how powerful Tai Yu's punch was. It was enough to instantly kill any Void Glimpse stage expert and suppress a Void Inquiry stage expert who was at the same level as Lei Shi. Ning Fan had actually withstood such a powerful fist light with his lightning armor. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that this lightning armor was not a magic treasure. Instead, it was a type of magic technique. It was a magic technique that allowed him to condense primordial lightning to form an invincible lightning armor. They finally understood why Ning Fan had been collecting primordial lightning everywhere. It must be because of this mysterious secret technique. A deep sense of frustration rose in Lightning Lord Tai Yu's heart. He closed his eyes and remained silent. He had used all of his strength in this punch. He did not use any body technique. However, judging from this attack, even if he uses a powerful body technique, he would not be able to break the defense of the lightning armor. The defense of this lightning armor was already heaven-defying. Even a Void Pierce stage expert would find it difficult to withstand it. "You can go up to the 23rd floor." Tai Yu opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with reluctance and dejection. He used his finger like a sword and pierced it across his arm, keeping a drop of golden blood into a jade bottle. Then, he gave Ning Fan all the gifts he had prepared earlier. The blood of the golden body refining realm only flowed in the tiny blood vessels on the skin. With Tai Yu's current body refinement realm, he had only condensed 500 drops of golden blood. Ning Fan nodded his head. Even though Tai Yu was overbearing, he was still a person who was willing to admit defeat. He kept the gifts and swallowed the primordial lightning. Then, he glanced at the golden blood in the jade bottle indifferently. Without saying anything else, he stepped into the teleportation formation of the 23rd floor. "Fellow Taoist Zhou, you have broadened my horizons again. The defense of that primordial lightning armor is really heaven-defying. Tai Yu cannot break it and Ying Long probably won't be able to do so as well. I'm afraid fellow Taoist is already invincible in the battle against Ying Long. I'm just invincible. Ying Long can't hurt me, but I might not be able to hurt him either. For example, I can defend against Lightning Lord Tai Yu's attacks, but I might not be able to hurt him. Even if I use my killing sword with sovereign chi, I might not be able to break the defense of his physical body. At the end of the day, I'm still limited by my cultivation realm. If I want to eliminate Tai Yu, perhaps I can only use the third finger." "What third finger?" Lei Shi asked doubtfully. "Nothing. This is the last floor of the Lightning Palace. The next floor is where Ying Long is." Ning Fan and the others stopped in their tracks. In front of them, they could vaguely see a heavily guarded undead spirit expert. As soon as they saw Ning Fan and the others, they immediately shouted, "Stop right there. Lightning Lord Mole has given an order. If fellow Taoist Zhou wishes to use the teleportation formation, you need to answer a question of the Lightning Lord. No matter if the Lightning Lord is satisfied with your answer, as long as you answer, you can pass through the teleportation formation. As soon as he finished speaking, thousands of Divine Transformation Realm cultivators wearing armors and holding halberds rushed towards them and surrounded Ning Fan and the others. The ones who took the lead were 20 Void Glimpse stage experts and 1 Void Inquiry stage expert. The one who spoke was none other than Void Inquiry stage expert of the Lightning Palace. Even though he had Void Inquiry stage cultivation base, he was not Lightning Lord Mole but the great commander of the Lightning Palace. Answer a question? Don't tell me you want to fight me in a different way? Lei Shi revealed his yellow teeth and smiled wretchedly. However, his eyes were filled with battle intent. Ning Fan did not express his opinion. He just glanced at the cultivators who were surrounding him and waved his hand to stop Lei Shi, who was eager to fight. What question do you want me to answer? Ning Fan asked the Great Elder. Someone, bring the Lightning Lord's warrant, gifts, brush and ink. The great commander's eyes flashed with a solemn expression. He then ordered his men to bring countless items over. There were dark golden bamboo leaves, primordial lightning, silver grade and gold grade lightning jades. All of them were naturally gifts. Apart from that, there was also someone who knelt in front of Ning Fan with a wooden tray which was filled with brush, ink, paper and inkstone. Apart from that, there was also a warrant written on the paper. There was only one word on it, lightning. What kind of bullshit question is that? Lei Shi curled his lips. Although he looked frivolous, his eyes were filled with a hint of seriousness as if he had seen through something. I'm sorry. The Lightning Lord is currently in seclusion. He only said that he wanted to ask fellow Taoist Zhou a question and left this word behind. He did not specify what he wanted to ask fellow Taoist Zhou specifically. The great commander said apologetically. It's all right. I understand what he means. The purple star in Ning Fan's left eye shone faintly. His eyesight could almost see through all the traces of magic power in the word lightning. Every stroke of this thunder character contained dermic powers. Every stroke contained the Lightning Lord Mole's lightning Dao. However, the words that were drawn by the lightning power were not smooth and smooth. There was a hint of sluggishness between the lines and it could not be completed. The reason why the lightning power could not be perfected was because Mole had yet to advance to the Void Pierce stage. He was still a Void Inquiry stage cultivator. This word was a question. Mole wanted to ask Ning Fan how he could break through the shackles of the Tao of Lightning and reach the bottleneck of the Void Pierce stage. Interesting. Ning Fan did not write down any words. He just picked up the paper with the word lightning and tore it into pieces. How dare you? The great commander's eyes flashed with anger. He thought that Ning Fan was too arrogant. Lightning Lord Mole had prepared a generous gift to send Ning Fan to the 24th floor. All he wanted was to ask Ning Fan a question. Moreover, he would let Ning Fan go regardless of whether the answer was satisfactory or not. His request was not excessive. However, Ning Fan ignored Mole's request and tore the warrant into pieces in public. It was undoubtedly a slap to his face. A warrior would rather be killed than humiliated. Even though the great commander knew how strong Ning Fan was, he still wanted to fight him. At this moment, a sigh of enlightenment suddenly resounded from the lightning palace in the distance. His indifferent voice was like a ray of lightning that cut across the vast sky. Gong Bo, stop. I'm very satisfied with little friend's answer. He's right. The one who spoke was none other than Lightning Lord Mole. As soon as his voice fell, he turned into an elderly man with the demeanor of an immortal. His eyes were filled with emotion. Little friend's Tao comprehension is indeed extraordinary. Your future will certainly be limitless. The elderly man cupped his fists and expressed his gratitude. I also feel gratified to be able to help you. Ning Fan cupped his fists and returned the greeting. What he said made countless experts feel puzzled. Why didn't the Lightning Lord get angry when this young man tore the warrant of the Lightning Lord but thanked him instead? What kind of answer did this young man actually give to the Lightning Lord? The great commander was puzzled. Similarly, countless experts were also puzzled. Among the experts present, only the wretched Lei Shi seemed to have understood something. Lei Shi could vaguely see through the true meaning of Mo Lei's question. He was asking about how to comprehend the Tao of lightning and attain the void pure stage. However, Lei Shi could not understand Ning Fan's answer. What does he mean by tearing the paper into pieces? Ning Fan and Mo Lei were talking in riddles. Only the two of them knew the answer. After that, under Mo Lei's order, all of the experts sent Ning Fan and the others to the teleportation formation respectfully. However, before they left, Ning Fan suddenly smiled meaningfully at a certain direction and muttered to himself. Interesting. Are we going to have 2 more helpers on this trip? After everyone left, the great commander asked suspiciously. May I ask, what question did you ask fellow Taoist Zhou, Lightning Lord? What was his answer? I asked him how to break through to the void pure stage. In front of his subordinates, Mo Lei spoke bluntly without any shame. What? The Lightning Lord is a dignified void inquiry stage expert. Moreover, he is almost invincible among void inquiry stage experts. Why would he ask a junior who has not even attained the void refinement realm for such a question? He is just a divine transformation realm expert. How would he know how to break through to the void pure stage? The great commander became even more puzzled. Even though this young man's cultivation base is at the divine transformation realm, his understanding of the void has already broken through to the void inquiry stage. With your Tao comprehension, you won't be able to see it. Besides, what I'm especially concerned about is his understanding of the Tao of lightning. The biggest problem I face when I break through to the void pure stage is not the understanding of the void but the understanding of the Tao of lightning. This old man's Tao of thunder has always been incomplete. I heard that this young man has cultivated the secret technique of Lightning Emperor Tai Su. Therefore, I probed him and didn't have much hope. However, this young man's answer really surprised me. After cultivating the Tao of thunder for 10,000 years, this old man has finally seen the light today. That fellow Taoist Zhou merely tore off the Lightning Lord's token. How did he answer my question? This is the best answer. I asked the question by writing on the paper. The word lightning is all of my Tao of lightning. As for the paper, it is the heavenly Tao. My lightning lies within the heavenly Tao. However, under the heavenly Tao, I'm just an undead spirit. No matter how hard I study the Tao of lightning, there will always be a trace of flaw in my understanding of the Tao of lightning. I will never be able to compare to a living person. This is the will of the heavenly Tao. It cannot be resisted. In fact, this flaw cannot be made up for unless I reincarnate and cultivate again. I know all of this very well. Therefore, no matter what fellow Taoist Zhou wrote on the paper, it is trapped within the heavenly Tao and can't help me. That's why he tore off the paper, tore off my Tao of lightning and tore off the heavenly Tao. This. The commander seemed to have understood something but was also puzzled at the same time. He only felt that the principle behind the small action of tearing off the paper was too deviant. His answer is only one. If the Tao obstructs me, I will abandon the Tao. If the heaven obstructs me, I will tear the heaven apart. This was his answer. I have cultivated lightning for 10,000 years. Today, I finally had an epiphany. I was too obsessed with my identity as an undead spirit, too obsessed with lightning and too obsessed with the heaven. All these attachments should be abandoned. The only thing that needs to be firm is the determination to break through to the void pure stage. As soon as Mo Lei finished speaking, a vast aura force gradually rose. He was not far away from breaking through to the void pure stage. Men, prepare for battle. We are going to battle now and attacking Long. Mo Lei suddenly gave an order, shocking countless experts. What? Could it be that the Lightning Lord is attacking Ying Long to help Xiaoming? The commander said in surprise. That's right. This young man has solved my doubts. I will return him a favor. Then why didn't the Lightning Lord go with him directly? If I go with him, I will be like Lei Shi, kneeling before him. Even though I can help him, I am not his subordinate. I have my own pride. Are you the same as well? Tai Yu? As soon as Mo Lei finished speaking, his eyes suddenly turned cold and he looked at the hidden void space at the side. Immediately, a burly man with a black pagoda appeared in that hidden place. He laughed heartily. He was Lightning Lord Taiyu. Haha. Old Mo's eyes are really sharp. You actually noticed that I am hiding here. I'm not the only one with sharp eyes. That fellow Taoist Zhou probably noticed it too. The words he said before he left were probably referring to us. Mole sighed. He really could not figure out why Ning Fan's Tao comprehension and wisdom were so monstrous even though his bone age was only 500 years old. He could even tell that the two of them wanted to help him. Most likely, he also understood that the reason why they did not help him was because they could not put down their pride and were afraid that others would say that they were his subordinates. After all, not every old monster could be as shameless as Lei Shi, who was not afraid of being criticized by others. The reason why I helped him is to return the favor. But why are you helping him? If you harbor evil intentions, don't blame me for being merciless and attacking you. Mole questioned coldly. Attack me? Haha. Old Mo, I can't defeat you and you can't defeat me either. I'm willing to help him and I also want to kill Ling Long for fun. This is the reason why I'm attacking him. It's up to you whether you believe it or not. Haha. I'm going now. Taiyu laughed heartily and entered the teleportation formation by himself. Mole's eyes revealed a strange expression. He sighed and shook his head. Then, he also led his men into the teleportation formation. After so many years, he still could not understand Taiyu. This man was too casual. If he wanted to challenge you, he would even dare to fight against the Heavenly King. If he wanted to help you, he did not have a proper reason. However, what Mole could predict was that with Ning Fan's strength and Taiyu's help, he would not lose in the bloody battle on the 24th floor. I wonder if that Ling Long is already restless at this moment. Mole said indifferently as if he did not care about Ling Long's life or death. Ling Long's lightning palace on the 24th floor. In a deep swamp, a winged yellow dragon's eyes were filled with rage after hearing the reports. His dragon roar shattered the vast sky. Impossible. How could this young man break through the defense of the 23rd floor of the Lightning Tower and come to my 24th floor in such a short time? This is absolutely impossible. Before his anger subsided, several message-transmitting flying swords flew towards him in a panic. Each of them was begging for mercy. Dragon King, save us. The water pass is in an emergency. The water pass has been breached. Iron Dragon City is surrounded. Dragon King, please lend us a hand. Li Mountain has been razed to the ground, Divine Cloud Valley has been breached. Each of the message-transmitting flying swords carried the grievous news of being slaughtered and annihilated. King Ling Long became even more furious. In the past, he was the one who chased after others. Since when did the people he chased after dare to be so arrogant as to kill his subordinates in his territory? Guards! I want to attack personally and kill this young man on the 24th floor. The yellow dragon flapped his wings and flew into the sky. With a flash of yellow light, he turned into a burly man in yellow robes. His face was as dark as iron. However, before he could attack personally, another black flying sword flew towards him and exploded in the dragon pool. A cold voice was heard. It was not the report of his subordinates but Ning Fan's voice. Ling Long Zi, your time of death has come. Arrogant brat. King Ling Long was enraged. He could not tolerate being provoked by a divine transformation realm junior like this. Just as he was enraged, earth-shattering sounds of battle could be heard from outside the dragon pool. Ning Fan is here, 4/5, to be continued. A million miles away from Ling Long Lightning Palace, the desolate dragon lake had already turned into a sea of blood. Lei Shi led the group of cultivators from the myriad treasure pavilion and 200 illusory puppets. They were unstoppable as they fought their way through the battlefield. Holding the separation slayer in his hand, he walked through the pool of blood and swung his sword to kill his enemies. No one could withstand the might of his sword. In just 2 hours, countless forces that were attached to King Ling Long on the 24 floors of the Lightning Tower were wiped out by Ning Fan like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. He didn't want to stir up trouble, but he wasn't afraid of it. If Ling Long wanted to hunt him down, he would have to pay the price. Zhou Ming, how dare you! More than 20 furious roars came from afar. Their traveling lights carried a vast aura force that could shake heaven and earth. Without a doubt, they were void refinement realm old monsters. Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. He did not expect King Yinglong to have so many subordinates. 19 Void Glimpse stage experts and 3 Void Inquiry stage experts were his subordinates. Moreover, among the 3 Void Inquiry stage experts, other than one who was on par with Lei Shi, the strength of the other 2 was far above him. This brat dares to offend King Yinglong. Let's quickly suppress him. One of the Void Glimpse stage cultivators who spoke arrogantly bore the brunt of the attack and directly rushed towards Ning Fan. The speed of his traveling light was too fast, almost reaching the Void Inquiry stage. Relying on his astonishing speed, he did not put Ning Fan in his eyes at all and was prepared to finish him off with a single move. Due to his underestimation of the enemy, he did not expect to enter Ning Fan's formation diagram. Lightning flashed in Ning Fan's eyes. He had already noticed that this person had the intention to launch a sneak attack on him. Moreover, it was filled with killing intent. At the moment when this person was 10,000 zhang *3, 33 m per zhang, away from him, Ning Fan directly flipped his hand and flicked it. All of a sudden, lightning flashed in the sky and condensed into a scroll. Ning Fan raised his hand and flicked it, revealing a lightning painting scroll that depicted 10,000 li *, 500 m per li, of rivers and mountains. The lightning runes and the blood-stained mountains and rivers appeared one by one in the painting. The sun, moon, and stars, as well as the momentum of the universe, all seemed to be secretly in sync with the lightning diagram. In the past, the lightning diagram only had ancient and profound runes. However, as it killed the Void Refinement Realm cultivators, devoured the 10 lightning dragons and devoured countless primordial lightning along the way, its grade had greatly improved. The painting of the blood-stained mountains and rivers gradually became clearer, revealing the patterns on the surface of the mountains and rivers. Its power increased greatly. Even if Ning Fan does not injure lightning cultivators of the Void Glimpse stage, he could still kill them directly. He was invincible among lightning cultivators of the same level as him. His ability to turn lightning into a diagram with a flip of his hand had exceeded too many people's expectations, especially the Void Glimpse stage expert who launched a sneak attack. He felt a chill run down his spine as he realized that the situation was not good for him. Without any hesitation, he tried to flee. However, it was already too late. Return. He shook the lightning diagram and kept this Void Glimpse stage expert into it along with the 10,000 li *, 500 m per li, of the mountains and rivers. With just a shake, the mountains and rivers within 10,000 li *, 500 m per li, turned into ashes. That Void Glimpse stage cultivator let out a miserable shriek and also turned into ashes. There was no way for him to escape at all. This lightning diagram is so terrifying. Is this the legendary Tai Su lightning diagram? Legend has it that after Lightning Emperor Tai Su, no one has been able to comprehend this technique. For this child to be able to comprehend it, his aptitude is too heaven-defying. This person is not someone we can fight against. Only the Dragon King can take him down. Each of the arrogant Void Glimpse stage-old monsters felt fear in their hearts. None of them dared to attack Ning Fan anymore. Only the 3 Void Inquiry stage-old monsters let out a cold harumph. Even though this lightning diagram is powerful, this child's cultivation level is obviously not high enough. It can only kill Void Glimpse stage lightning cultivators. He can't take away us Void Inquiry stage experts. Qi Ji, you go and deal with Lei Shi. Dowli, you and this old man will kill this child together. Don't give him a chance to kill the other Void Glimpse stage experts. The Void Inquiry stage expert who spoke was the strongest among the 3 of them. His name was Qing Huang. Among the 3 of them, Qing Huang was the strongest. Dowli was second while Qi Ji was the weakest. With Qi Ji dealing with Lei Shi and the other 2 attacking Ning Fan together, it was enough to show how much importance Qing Huang placed on Ning Fan. He could tell how powerful the Tai Su lightning diagram was. With this diagram, Ning Fan could totally rely on this precious diagram to instantly kill ordinary lightning element undead spirits. In the past, he did not believe that Ning Fan had the ability to fight against a Void Inquiry stage expert. Today, however, he believed it, when the remaining 18 Void Glimpse stage experts saw that they did not need to fight against Ning Fan, they heaved a sigh of relief and fought against the cultivators of the Myriad Treasure Pavilion. Qi Ji blocked Lei Shi, not giving him any chance to help Ning Fan. Despite facing two Void Inquiry stage experts alone, Ning Fan did not show the slightest bit of fear. As for Qing Huang and Dao Li, they did not give Ning Fan any time to think either. They immediately launched their most violent attacks by summoning their mid-grade mortal void treasures. Profound Void Lightning Sword. Violet Lightning Clear Frost. Both of their treasures were peerless treasures. Although they weren't immemorial mystical weapons, they were still rare treasures of the same level. Such a supreme treasure was enough to make them rarely have a match among the Void Inquiry stage experts. Unless their opponents were experts like Ying Long or Tai Yu, they would definitely not lose. Two rays of terrifying sword light shot out, as if they were going to tear apart the Milky Way and mince Ning Fan into millions of pieces. Ning Fan couldn't avoid it, but he didn't plan to. He took a step forward and a suit of golden armor appeared on his white robe. So what if it's a mid-grade mortal void treasure? Boom. Boom. Boom, the two magic treasures carried a force that could overturn mountains and overturn seas. When they landed on Ning Fan's body, a deafening explosion resounded, causing each of the experts of the Lightning Palace to tremble with fear. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. Mountains and rivers shattered, the earth split open, and magma rose. On the great wilderness, large areas of land were turned into ruins. No matter how the world was turned upside down, Ning Fan stood proudly without a single scratch on his body. His golden armor had withstood millions of attacks from the two treasures, but not a single scratch was left on it. Hiss. What kind of armor secret technique is this? Its defense is actually so heaven-defying. Not good. This young man is going to counterattack. Ning Fan's black hair fluttered in the wind and lightning, but his eyes remained calm. He pointed a finger at the sky. 99 black stars suddenly appeared in the sky. Black starlight that was like a veil fell from the sky and landed on Ning Fan's white robe and golden armor. It glistened brightly and added a strange aura to him. He clenched his 5 fingers and the starlight condensed into a black bow which was covered with 99 devil runes. The way he held the bow was completely different from the way the Great Elder of 6 Wings held the bow. At this moment, the way he held the bow was just like Great Emperor Mo Luo. As for the natal black stars, the current Ning Fan was definitely a few times stronger than Mo Luo, who was at the same level as him. The lightning diagram dispersed and returned to Ning Fan's feet, expanding to 100,000 li * 500 m per li. With Ning Fan's current magic power, it was only enough to shoot a single arrow. However, the lightning diagram had another advantage. It could store the magic power of lightning cultivators that it devoured and turn it into his own. That lightning diagram contained the vast magic power of 10 Void Inquiry stage lightning dragons. With the help of the lightning diagram, Ning Fan did not have to worry about having insufficient magic power before he uses up the magic power of the lightning dragons. In the past, the reason why Ning Fan did not use the magic power that he had stored was because he was waiting for today's battle to the death with King Ying Long. Die. Ning Fan's word was cold like the ice of the 9 nether realms. That arrow seemed to have pierced through heaven and earth. Sparks burned and the shadow of the arrow tore through the sky. Qing Huang and Dao Li, who were targeted by Ning Fan's arrow, turned pale. Be careful and defend yourself. The destructive force of this arrow is extremely strong. If we are careless, even we might be severely injured by it. The two of them raised their magic treasures and attacked the shadow of the arrow. The 2 mid-grade mortal void magic treasures which had the power to destroy heaven and earth were repelled by a single arrow. Boom! The massive shockwave from the collision caused cracks to form all over the 2 magic treasures, greatly reducing their spiritual power. Both Qing Huang and Dao Li felt their scalps go numb. Both of them were not body cultivators. If that arrow hits them, they would certainly be severely injured. What kind of archery technique is this? Why is it so powerful? Even mid-grade mortal void magic treasures can't withstand this arrow. Unless one's physical body has reached the 2nd level of the golden body refining realm, who else can withstand this arrow? However, powerful techniques will certainly consume magic power. Even though this young man destroyed our magic treasures, he used up all of his magic power at the beginning of the battle. He's really foolish. The two of them only knew that Ning Fan's magic power had been depleted and the wariness in their hearts was gone. They smiled coldly and performed a lightning technique with their fingers, closing in on Ning Fan. However, when they were halfway through their battle, they were suddenly startled. They saw Ning Fan looking at them with a mocking expression. Ning Fan raised his hand and drew his bow again. Another arrow shadow that could destroy heaven and earth was shot by Ning Fan. The sharp sound of the arrow almost pierced their eardrums and sea of consciousness. The arrow flew towards them with an unstoppable force, causing the two of them to tremble with fear. They could not understand why Ning Fan could shoot 2 arrows consecutively when he was just a half-step void refinement realm cultivator with limited magic power. Even with their magic power, they could probably only shoot 2 to 3 arrows. The destructive power of this magic technique was too strong and it consumed too much of their magic power. Could it be that Ning Fan's magic power is already comparable to a void inquiry stage expert? But how is that possible? The two of them were puzzled and no one could help them either. Half of their magic treasures were already destroyed and they could no longer use them. All they could do was to summon their protective armors and forcefully block that arrow light. Unfortunately, their protective armors were not Ning Fan's lightning armor. Its defense was too weak. Ning Fan's arrow pierced through both of their bodies. The remaining arrow shadows left them with serious injuries and directly bombarded their physical bodies. Cough Qin Huang and Dao Li coughed out a few mouthfuls of blood. Luckily, they had their protective armor so their injuries were not serious. Both of their eyes turned gloomy. They were dignified void inquiry stage old monsters but they were humiliated by Ning Fan with just 2 arrows. If they don't get back at him, how would they be able to calm their anger, they pondered inwardly. Even though Ning Fan's magic power was comparable to a void inquiry stage expert, his magic power would certainly be depleted after shooting 2 arrows and he would not be able to shoot the 3rd arrow. However, they were wrong again. This time, Ning Fan did not wait for them to attack Ning Fan. He drew his bow again and shot the 3rd arrow, the 4th arrow and the 5th arrow. Oh my god! This Zhou Ming can actually shoot 3 arrows consecutively with such terrifying archery skills. Another round of exclamations filled the air. Their voices were filled with respect. The magic power in Ning Fan's body was depleting at an extremely fast speed. However, the lightning power in the lightning diagram was rapidly replenishing his magic power. The Taisu lightning diagram could be used to kill lightning cultivators at the same level as him. It could also be used to defend against lightning techniques at the same level. At the same time, it could also be used as a container to store lightning power. It was truly a supreme secret technique. No wonder this technique could be considered as one of the strongest abilities of Lightning Emperor Taisu. It really lived up to its reputation. The lightning diagram contained all the magic power of 10 void inquiry stage lightning dragons. Ning Fan reckoned that after shooting 5 arrows, he could at least shoot another 25 arrows. The 3 arrows that were shot consecutively gave Qin Huang and Dao Li a great sense of danger. They could not resist it. The only thing they could do was to run. The two of them no longer had the courage to fight against Ning Fan. They really did not know how many more arrows Ning Fan could shoot. If Ning Fan shoots 5 or 7 arrows consecutively, they might even face the danger of dying. Unfortunately, even though they were fast at escaping, how could they be faster than the star arrows? Usually, the power of an archery technique could only be used once. If the attack fails, it would be considered a failure. With such a huge disadvantage, the destructive power of an archery technique was naturally slightly stronger than other magic techniques. Not only did it have a longer range, but it was also extremely fast. Its destructive power was also extraordinary. The speed of the 3 arrows was comparable to the speed of a void inquiry stage expert. 2 of them went after Qin Huang while the last one went after Dao Li. The sound of 3-star arrows piercing through bodies resounded. Both Qin Huang and Dao Li were hit by the arrows. They fell from the sky like wild geese that were shot down by a hunter and crashed heavily on the ground. Star devil flames ignited within their bodies. Their primordial spirits were burning and they were in excruciating pain. Dao Li was slightly better. He was only hit by 1 arrow. Even though he was injured, he could still stand up forcefully. His injuries were certainly not serious. He forcefully extinguished the star devil flames on his body and looked at Ning Fan with eyes filled with intense fear. Qin Huang, on the other hand, was in a miserable state. His entire body was burned by the devil flames. With his weak magic power, it was difficult for him to extinguish the devil flames. After one of his arms was burned, he could only barely suppress the devil flames. His injuries were definitely not light. His chi was extremely weak and his cultivation base had almost dropped to the void inquiry stage. I still have 25 arrows. Ning Fan's indifferent words were like a sudden clap of thunder, making the two of them feel numb. Ning Fan still had 25 arrows left despite having such a powerful archery technique. They could not withstand it. If they tried to resist it head-on, they would certainly die, they were afraid. They fled to other battlefields, no longer daring to confront Ning Fan head-on. They could only wait for King Yinglong to arrive and finish him off. Without the two of them blocking his path, Ning Fan was like entering an uninhabited land. He did not go after them. After all, they were void inquiry stage-old monsters. Even if Ning Fan releases all of his star arrows and exhausts all of his magic power, he might not be able to kill them. Since he could not kill them, he might as well kill some old monsters that he could. Before King Yinglong arrives, he would kill as many Void Glimpse stage experts as possible. He drew his bow and aimed at a Void Glimpse stage expert. Then, he released an arrow. The shadow of a starlight arrow was like the suppression of the Great Tao. Its momentum was overwhelming and unstoppable. When a Void Glimpse stage expert was caught off guard, Ning Fan shot an arrow and assassinated him. Star flames burned his body, turning him into ashes in an instant. Another Void Glimpse stage expert had fallen. This time everyone's gaze fell upon Ning Fan. Only then did everyone notice that the two Void Inquiry stage experts who were fighting against Ning Fan had actually gained the upper hand and forced the other two Void Glimpse stage experts to retreat. At the same time, he drew his bow and shot the remaining Void Glimpse stage experts. As Ning Fan's killing intent rose, the remaining 17 Void Glimpse stage experts felt a sense of danger. Not good. Someone, come and stop this man. Each of the Void Glimpse stage-old monsters knew how powerful Ning Fan's archery technique was. How could they have the courage to fight against him? They summoned groups of nascent soul realm and divine transformation realm undead spirits. However, even though there were tens of thousands of undead spirits gathered in one place, none of them could withstand the destructive power of a single arrow from Ning Fan. With a single arrow, hundreds of thousands of nascent soul realm experts lost their lives. Blood flowed like a river. Countless divine transformation realm experts perished. The land seemed to have returned to the desolate antiquity. It was covered in star flames and not a single blade of grass grew. As for Ning Fan, he would definitely kill a Void Glimpse stage-old monster every time he drew his bow. The destructive power of the star-punishing bow was too domineering. In addition to the endless magic power provided by the lightning diagram, the current Ning Fan was almost invincible among Void Glimpse stage experts. No expert below the Void Inquiry stage could withstand a single arrow from him. Asterisk chi asterisk asterisk chi asterisk asterisk chi asterisk. In just the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Ning Fan had shot 20 arrows consecutively and killed 18 Void Glimpse stage experts. Most of the nascent soul realm and divine transformation realm experts were killed. Only less than 10,000 of them were still alive. Ning Fan had kept the strongest technique of the lightning diagram for this battle. He began his massacre like an unparalleled devil god. Qi Ji had already been severely injured by Lei Shi and the others. Cheng Huang and Dao Li's injuries had also worsened after being besieged by a group of experts. Ning Fan still had 5 more arrows. He drew his bow like a full moon and shot out 5 star arrows in succession. It was a secret archery technique that he inherited from Great Emperor Luangu. When the 5 arrows merged into one, Cheng Huang was horrified. His current injuries were too severe and his magic power was almost depleted. He did not have the strength to resist the star arrows at all. He wanted to run away but he could not do so in time at all. The 5 arrows pierced through his chest. His body was engulfed in raging devil flames. After letting out a blood-curdling scream, he finally died. This Zhou Ming can even kill a Void Inquiry stage-old monster. He definitely has the strength to go against King Yinglong. Voices of shock and fear resounded throughout the area, causing the morale of Yinglong's lightning palace to plummet again and again. Lei Shi and the other cultivators of the Myriad Treasure Pavilion had long become numb to Ning Fan's killings. He killed 18 Void Glimpse stage experts by himself, killed one with his lightning diagram and killed a Void Inquiry stage expert with his bow. Ning Fan's achievements today were enough to shake the 100 floors of the Lightning Tower. Since Jing Huang was already dead, Ning Fan dispersed the lightning diagram beneath his feet and used up all the magic power of the 10 lightning dragons. His cold gaze swept across Dao Li and Qi Ji. When these two old monsters thought of Jing Huang's fate, they shuddered with fear and nearly forgot the fact that they belonged to Ying Long's lightning palace. They abandoned King Ying Long and wanted to escape by themselves. Where do you think you're going? This time, before Ning Fan and Lei Shi could chase after them, two figures appeared outside the battlefield and stopped Dao Li and Qi Ji who were trying to escape. The two experts who appeared out of nowhere were both at the Void Inquiry stage. Moreover, they were existences who were nearly unrivaled among Void Inquiry stage experts. Lightning Lord Mo Lei and Lightning Lord Taiyu. Why you two are here to protect His Majesty, right? Good. Good. Kill him quickly. The two of us will definitely ask for credit for you. Lord Dragon King will definitely reward you handsomely. When Dao Li and Qi Ji saw the two lightning lords, it was as if they had seen a life-saving straw in their despair. However, their words were only met with a snort of contempt from the two lightning lords. Protect His Majesty? Ying Long and I are both lightning lords. Our statuses are the same. Why should we lower our statuses and protect him? Ridiculous. Mo Lei and Taiyu captured Dao Li and Qi Ji with a flip of their palms. Dao Li and Qi Ji were severely injured and were at the end of their rope. It was extremely normal for them to be captured alive by two peak Void Inquiry stage experts. The two lightning lords knocked out one of them each. Then, they landed on the ground and tossed the two unconscious experts to Ning Fan's feet. Fellow Daoist Zhou, we meet again. Count me in for the good deed of killing Ying Long. How about it? Taiyu laughed heartily, as if he had already forgotten about the matter of asking Ning Fan to fight him. Ying Longzi is already not far away from breaking through to the Void Pierce stage. His techniques are extremely powerful. Rumor has it that he once defeated a true Void Pierce stage old monster. This person must not be underestimated. I owe you a favor. Today, I'm here to lend you a hand. Mo Lei cupped his fists and said. Thank you for your kindness. Ning Fan nodded his head. He had already expected that the two of them would return. When he was on the 23rd floor, he had already seen some clues. Looking at the two unconscious Void Inquiry stage old monsters under his feet, Ning Fan touched his glabella and took out the Separation Slayer sword. Without showing any mercy, he directly killed the two of them and devoured their primordial lightning. Killing two Void Inquiry stage experts was as easy as killing grass to him. His action made countless experts tremble in fear once again. They became even more respectful towards Ning Fan. As such, almost all the experts in Ying Long's lightning palace were killed except for King Ying Long. However, Ning Fan did not underestimate his enemies at all. Since King Ying Long was unrivaled among Void Inquiry stage experts and was able to defeat a Void Pierce stage expert, his combat power was certainly not to be underestimated. He looked at the mountains in the east and his eyes suddenly turned solemn. At the next moment, Mo Lei and Taiyu also seemed to have made up their minds. Their breathing became slightly disordered. It was obvious that they were nervous. Lei Shi and the other experts of the Myriad Treasure Pavilion looked at the eastern mountain. Their heartbeats quickened. 1,000,000 li * 500 m per li, away from the eastern mountain, a vast aura force that was like an awakened giant dragon was approaching at lightning speed. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, a middle-aged man in yellow robes appeared on the peak of the eastern mountain alone. He looked down at the common people as if they were ants. His gaze swept across the battlefield and his anger grew. He had never thought that there would be a day when someone would dare to come to the 24th floor and stir up trouble. He had never thought that there would be a Divine Transformation Realm Junior who would disobey him and kill all his subordinates. The moment the middle-aged man in yellow robes appeared, Taiyu and Mo Lei's battle intent surged. They took a step forward and shouted coldly. Ying Long. The era where you ruled the 24th floor is over. Today, you must die. With just you two? Ridiculous. The middle-aged man in yellow robes was so angry that he laughed. He waved his hand and tore the void of 100,000 li asterisk, 500 m per li, apart. Countless void storms swept across the place. The void power poured down like a tide and flowed like waves, forming an ocean under his feet. He stood on the void waves. At this moment, his magic power was endless. He circulated his spiritual energy and continued to recover. He looked at Mole and Taiyu with even more anger. He threw out both of his fists and the shadows of 2 dragons appeared behind him. His fists carried a destructive force that could collapse mountains and crack the earth. Void technique, double dragon. Mole and Taiyu's expressions changed drastically. 1,000 years ago, they were just slightly weaker than King Yinglong. However, 1,000 years later, they felt suffocated when they faced King Yinglong's fist light. The 2 lightning lords struggled to throw out their fists. Each of them went against King Yinglong's fist light. Mole was not good at body techniques. He was directly injured by King Yinglong's punch. As for Taiyu, even though he had the terrifying body technique of the 2nd level of the Golden Body Realm, he was still sent flying by King Yinglong's punch. Blood flowed out from his mouth. Even though he was not severely injured, he still showed signs of being defeated. It silently showed the huge gap between him and King Yinglong. The 2 lightning lords stabilized their bodies and carefully looked at the void power that had gathered into an ocean. Then, they looked at King Yinglong who was standing in the center of the ocean like a small boat. Suddenly, they understood something. Void Pure Stage Qi Nurturing Technique. They finally understood why King Yinglong was so strong. It was because even though King Yinglong's cultivation realm had yet to reach the Void Pure stage, he had already comprehended the Void Pure Stage Qi Nurturing Technique. As long as a Void Pure Stage old monster stood in the void, he could use the void power to condense his sea of qi, recover his magic power and temper his physical body. After condensing the sea of qi, not only did King Yinglong recover his magic power at an extremely fast speed, he could also use the void power to increase the strength of his physical body. His strength had already surpassed Mole and Taiyu by a lot. Zhou Ming, you must die. King Yinglong turned around. His eyes were filled with monstrous baleful qi. It was the endless killing intent that he had accumulated throughout his life. Under this baleful qi, Lei Shi and the other experts of the Myriad Treasure Pavilion could not resist his aura force at all. All of them retreated rapidly. Even the 2 lightning lords had to take a few steps back before they could stabilize their bodies. Their minds were slightly disturbed by the baleful qi. Ning Fan was the only one who did not take even half a step back. He treated the baleful qi as if it was nothing. He was not afraid of King Yinglong's baleful qi because he had experienced too many seas of blood and seen too many peerless experts. He had seen Yun Tianju's domineeringness. That was the ferocity and invincibility of a void fragmentation realm-old monster. He had seen the deathly battle between Great Emperor Mo Luo and Immortal Emperor Tai Su. He had seen Meng Xuanzi suppress the sound of the bell of samsara. He had destroyed one of Immortal Emperor Zhang Qing's eyes. He had even seen Immortal Sovereign Zido. Ning Fan, who had all kinds of experiences, would not be frightened by a mere King Yinglong. He would not. Ning Fan's eyes were filled with blood-red baleful qi. At this moment, he released a blood-red baleful qi that was a few times stronger than King Yinglong's. It covered the entire sky. Yinglong, you must die. Ning Fan was not afraid at all. He also replied coldly. This sentence carried an even stronger baleful qi. It actually made King Yinglong take half a step back. He lost control of his mind for a moment and his expression changed greatly. He, the dignified King Yinglong, was actually frightened by the baleful qi of a junior and took half a step back. This was a great humiliation that he found hard to believe. It made him want to kill Ning Fan instantly to vent the hatred in his heart. This young man's baleful qi is actually stronger than mine. How is this possible? King Yinglong gritted his teeth. He realized that he had underestimated Ning Fan from the very beginning. Moreover, deep in his subconsciousness, he already felt a little regretful. He regretted recklessly giving the order to hunt Ning Fan down that day, which led to today's disaster. However, he already had no other choice. All of his forces had been massacred by Ning Fan. Only by killing Ning Fan with all his might could he vent his anger. However, this time, before he could attack Ning Fan rushed into the void ocean first and took out a golden bell. At the moment the golden bell rang, the void ocean began to collapse. The void pure stage qi that King Yinglong had painstakingly condensed was actually dissipating rapidly. What kind of bell is this? It can actually break the qi nurturing technique of a void pure stage cultivator? A strong sense of astonishment rose in King Yinglong's heart. He stared at the Eastern Ocean bell in disbelief. Then, a look of greed appeared on his face. This bell is too similar to the item that King Donglong is searching for. I must obtain this item. May 5th, to be continued, the Void Pure Stage's Qi nurturing technique borrowed the power of the void to evolve the Sea of Qi. As long as the Sea of Qi remained intact, one's magic power would be inexhaustible. The magic power contained in the Sea of Qi beneath King Yinglong's feet was at least the sum of the magic power of 10 Void Inquiry Stage experts. Stepping on his Qi Sea was very similar to Ning Fan stepping on the lightning diagram. With this technique, even if King Yinglong faces the army of the Myriad Treasure Pavilion alone, he would not exhaust all of his magic power and be defeated. No one below the Void Pure stage could break his Sea of Qi. Even Taiyu and Mo, the two lightning lords, felt that they couldn't win against this technique. However, this technique was directly broken by Ning Fan using the Eastern Ocean bell. In an instant, greed rose in King Yinglong's eyes. He remembered that there was an old monster in a higher level who was trying his best to find this bell. After Ning Fan broke the Dragon King's Sea of Void Qi, Lei Shi and the other Void Refinement Realm cultivators of the Myriad Treasure Pavilion seized the opportunity and led 200 illusory undead puppets to attack King Yinglong. King Yinglong let out a bloodthirsty smile when he was faced with so many experts who were attacking him from all sides. His hands conjured the sun, moon, and stars in front of him. Suddenly, Xiao Chen's hands turned into dragon claws, tearing with force. The 5 claw marks looked like 5 ethereal beams of moonlight. Every beam of moonlight seemed light, but it had the power to suppress mountains and rivers. The moonlight was like a claw that could tear apart the void. A tearing force as vast as the moon immediately swept across the sky. Void technique, moon-tearing dragon. Lei Shi and the other 5 Void Refinement Realm experts had all their armors torn apart by the moonlight. Their bodies were badly mutilated and they fell to the ground with severe injuries. They had almost lost the ability to move. The combat power of 200 illusory undead puppets was equivalent to that of 20 Void Glimpse stage experts. However, nearly 50 undead puppets were torn into pieces by King Yinglong. As for the rest, their bodies were damaged and their combat power was greatly reduced. Is this the true strength of King Yinglong? Even an ordinary Void Inquiry stage expert like Lei Shi would not be able to withstand a single strike from him. Lei Shi, you're just an ant. Now, it's your turn. King Yinglong did not even look at those Divine Transformation Realm juniors of the Myriad Treasure Pavilion. His eyes only swept across Ning Fan, Taiyu, and Mo. Apart from these 3 people, there was no one else here that could make him pay any attention to them. Ning Fan's eyes became even more solemn. King Yinglong's strength was far beyond his imagination. Is this the strength of an unrivaled Void Inquiry stage expert? Even though his expression was solemn, he wasn't afraid. However, Taiyu and Mo revealed expressions of fear. Impossible. 1,000 years ago, even though you were unrivaled among Void Inquiry stage experts, you weren't as strong as you are now. Defeating 6 Void Refinement Realm experts and 200 illusory Void Refinement Realm experts with a single move. You definitely couldn't have done this 1,000 years ago. Yes. I understand now. You are already a half-step Void Pure stage expert and you can enter seclusion to break through to the Void Pure stage anytime. That must be the case. This isn't good. This Yinglong can already be considered as a half-step Void Pure stage expert. He is definitely not someone we can fight. Fellow Daoist Zhou, let's retreat quickly. We have plenty of time in the future, so don't throw away your life here. Taiyu and Mo were shocked by King Yinglong's current strength. Fortunately, the 2 of them were not cold-blooded and heartless people. They did not have the intention to escape alone. Instead, they wanted to bring Ning Fan along with them. Unfortunately, Ning Fan would not escape in the end. Above the Void Refinement Realm, the difference between each level was like the difference between heaven and earth. Ning Fan understood that no matter how heaven-defying a half-step void refinement realm cultivator is, they would never be able to defeat a half-step void pure stage cultivator. In the eyes of countless people, it was absolutely impossible for him to defeat King Yinglong. He understood all of this. However, he still had a trump card that could make all the impossibilities possible. Hand over the golden bell and I will let you die in one piece. You are just a half-step void refinement realm cultivator. No matter how heaven-defying your combat power is, you are still an ant in my eyes. How dare you compete with the sun and the moon with the light of a grain of rice? Your death isn't to be regretted. King Yinglong's face darkened. He stood in the sky and looked down at Ning Fan and the others like ants. Even though his void pure stage chi nurturing technique was broken, he was confident that he could kill Ning Fan within 10 breaths. Ant? Light of a grain of rice? Are you sure? Demon eyes. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with a hint of mockery. That was his last human-like expression. At the next moment, his eyes lost all expression and only coldness was left. He still had a trump card which was to demonize his primordial spirit with the help of Mo Luo's blood and turn it into the body of a true devil. At this moment, a drop of Mo Luo's blood boiled inside Ning Fan's primordial spirit, turning it black bit by bit. Ning Fan's white robes were dyed black by the devil chi. His black hair danced wildly in the wind, making him look like a golden-armored devil god. He had 2 horns on his head, 6 wings on his back and a ghost eye on his glabella. The only thing that did not change was his gigantic devil avatar. An unusually ferocious devil chi spread out from his body, freezing the surrounding space. At this moment, Ning Fan felt like he had fallen into the abyss of 10,000 devils and became one of the 9 great devil ancestors who stood at the peak of the devil Dao. Demon eyes. Mo Lei and Tai Yu's expressions changed. The experts of the Myriad Treasure Pavilion who were severely injured on the ground were also shocked. Rumor has it that the ancient devil race had many secret techniques and abilities. All of them required the power of blood to be used. One of the abilities was demon eyes. By devouring blood, one could become a devil and transform into the body of a true devil. However, the demon eyes technique had long been lost along with the loss of the blood. No one could understand why Ning Fan was able to use this lost ancient devil ability. Could it be that Ning Fan possessed devil blood? But how was that possible? I didn't expect an ant like you to actually know the demon eyes technique. However, if you think that you can fight against me with this kind of mystifying technique, you are just daydreaming. Yinglong said disdainfully. Is that so? Ning Fan's eyes flashed with cold light. He glanced at Tai Yu and Mo Lei who were standing beside him. His indifferent words contained an irresistible devil might. Both of you, step back. What? Don't tell me you want to fight King Yinglong alone? You can't do that. The 2 of them wanted to dissuade Ning Fan but he had already taken a step forward. His figure faded and disappeared without a trace. His movement technique was too fast. It was even above the void inquiry stage. It was so fast that Mo Lei and Tai Yu could not see it clearly. His aura force was too strong. Even though he did not have the intention to target the 2 of them, it still made their sea of consciousness hurt. They were pierced by Ning Fan's gaze. What Mo Lei and Tai Yu did not know was that Ning Fan's physical body had already reached the true first level of the golden body refining realm. Under the extreme state of the corpse devil body refining realm, his physical body was comparable to a cultivator at the second level of the golden body refining realm. He was definitely not any weaker than Lightning Lord Tai Yu. The moment Ning Fan disappeared, the corner of Yinglong's eyes suddenly shrunk. Without hesitation, he turned around and threw a punch behind him. At that place, Ning Fan's figure appeared like a ghost. The speed of his traveling light and the movement technique he used were almost at the true void pierce stage. Void technique, twin dragons. Both of his fists carried the shadow of 2 roaring dragons. The power of his fists was enough to destroy heaven and earth. Ning Fan who suddenly appeared looked at the incoming fist light. His eyes, however, were filled with indifference and coldness. The twin dragon fist light was enough to defeat Tai Yu and Mo Lei with a single strike. However, in the eyes of the demonized Ning Fan, this fist technique was still not enough to hurt him. He did not dodge or evade the attack. He just let the fist light land on his lightning armor. However, it only created layers of ripple-like lightning. It could not break the lightning armor at all. Moreover, when the fist light was about to disappear, he opened his mouth and swallowed the remaining power of the fist light into his abdomen. Refine it, the remaining power of the fist light was devoured by Mo Luo's blood. To Ningfan's shock, he discovered that by devouring the fist force with Mo Luo's blood, he could actually use his devil blood to imitate a body refinement technique that was similar to this technique. All of King Yinglong's disdain turned into astonishment in front of the third-level golden armor. What kind of armor is this? Its defense is actually so heaven-defying. You don't need to know. Void technique, twin dragons. Ningfan swung both of his fists. Above his arms, two shadows of black dragons intertwined and roared. This technique was actually imitating King Yinglong's body refinement technique with his devil blood. Moreover, the body refinement technique imitated by Mo Luo's blood seemed to be able to be improved upon. Its destructive power was even vaguely above the original technique. What? King Yinglong became even more astonished. Anyone would be shocked to see their own body refinement technique being secretly learned by someone right in front of them. Ningfan's void technique of twin dragons was still not proficient and he only had a superficial understanding of it. However, the grade of Ningfan's void technique of twin dragons was obviously much higher than King Yinglong's. Many of the details were more perfect. Asterisk boom asterisk the light of the twin dragons landed on King Yinglong's chest, shattering layers of his inner armor and causing him to fall from the sky. The astonishment in King Yinglong's eyes turned into fury. His physical body, which was at the second level of the Jade Life Realm, was actually injured by Ningfan with a single strike that was separated by countless layers of inner armor. Even though his injuries were not severe, he was still injured by an ant. He could not tolerate being injured by an ant. What he could not understand was how Ningfan was able to steal his signature secret technique the moment they exchanged blows. Using Mo Luo's blood to refine the fist light of others, borrowing the power of the devil blood to imitate body refinement techniques and evolve the universe. Is this the power of the blood of the ancient devil race? The divine race cultivates magic power while the demon race cultivates spirit sense while the devil race cultivates body refinement. By borrowing the power of the devil blood, the speed of comprehending body refinement techniques is at least 100 times faster than the other two races. Ningfan's mind gradually calmed down. Today was the first time he completely demonized and discovered the profoundness of the blood. Perhaps the reason why the ancient devil race was suppressed and their blood was extracted was because this blood was too heaven-defying. The spirit of the demon race was the ability to borrow power from heaven and earth. The blood of the devil race was the innate talent of body refinement. The Fuli demon blood gave Ningfan the ability of spirit while the Mo Luo devil blood gave Ningfan the ability of blood. With Ningfan's current cultivation base, he was still unable to fully comprehend these two abilities. However, it was possible for him to imitate other people's body refinement techniques using his devil blood. King Yinglong was also no longer scary. The double dragon void technique is just a low-grade mortal void realm technique. It's not surprising that you can learn it secretly. However, I don't believe that you can even learn a mid-grade mortal void realm body refinement technique. King Yinglong calmed his mind and drew the great Tao with both of his hands, evolving the sun, moon and stars. It was the prelude to using the moon-tearing dragon technique just now. The moon-tearing dragon technique was also a body refinement technique. Its destructive power was extraordinary. With this attack, King Yinglong defeated 6 void refinement realm experts including Lei Shi and 200 illusory undead puppets. Ningfan circulated the devil blood in his body to the maximum. Above his right eye, 3 devil stars began to shine at the same time. The first devil star was an elemental devil star, the managing earth devil star. The second devil star was the divine ability devil star. It once contained an earth element divine ability. However, the destructive power of that ability was too weak and Ningfan had long abandoned it. The third devil star was the strengthening devil star. After condensing his natal star, it gradually condensed but it still did not obtain any strengthening attribute. As the devil blood was activated, Ningfan suddenly felt as if his right eye was burning. To be more precise, it was the second devil star that was burning. The ability contained in the second devil star was being replaced by Mo Luo's blood, the ability contained in the second Devil Star was no longer an earth element magic technique. Instead, it was Mo Luo's eye. At this moment, Ning Fan's left eye was a demon while his right eye was a devil. His left eye was Fu Li while his right eye was Mo Luo. His left eye could break illusions and cast illusory techniques. As for his right eye, it was given an even more powerful ability by the power of blood. The burning pain in his right eye gradually disappeared. However, Ning Fan discovered to his surprise that after activating his devil eye this time, he could see some unimaginable things. For example, the flow of blood qi in King Yinglong's body was presented in front of Ning Fan's eyes without any reservation. Every trace of the flow was incomparably clear. The destructive power of a body refinement technique originated from the essence qi of a cultivator's flesh and blood. Mastering the flow of the blood qi was equivalent to mastering this body refinement technique. Imitating King Yinglong, Ning Fan changed his hand gestures and projected the illusions of the sun, moon, and stars. The blood qi in his body began to circulate along King Yinglong's meridians. King Yinglong's eyes widened in anger. He realized that Ning Fan was really arrogant enough to imitate his moon-tearing dragon technique on the spot. A strong sense of humiliation rushed into his heart. He stopped drawing the great momentum. At this moment, the circulation of the essence qi of his flesh and blood had reached its peak. Moon-tearing dragon technique. Moon-tearing dragon technique. Two voices resounded almost at the same time. At the moment when King Yinglong displayed the technique, Ning Fan actually imitated the technique as well. The technique that he imitated was naturally not as skillful as King Yinglong's. However, his devil eye had seen through the technique and his devil blood had improved it. The grade of Ning Fan's moon-tearing dragon technique was definitely higher than King Yinglong's. Displaying a body refinement technique in front of the devil race who possessed devil blood was just like displaying one's slight skill in front of an expert. King Yinglong raised his 5 fingers and tore apart the moonlight on his 5 fingers. Ning Fan also raised his hand and tore down 5 rays of moonlight that could suppress mountains and rivers. Boom, the sky where the two of them stood was torn apart by a huge force. The void collapsed and the space trembled. The moonlight was like a huge dragon claw, each tearing at the void occupied by the other. The destructive power of this technique was not weak. After King Yinglong was torn by Ning Fan's moon claw, 5 bloody wounds appeared on his chest. The wounds were so deep that his bones could be seen. Blood kept flowing out of his wounds. His injuries were not light. With the help of the heaven-defying defense of his lightning armor, he directly blocked the Dragon King's moon claw without suffering any damage. Despicable. By secretly learning this king's body technique and relying on the lightning armor's protection, you can barely suppress this king. Do you dare to use your own strength to fight this king? King Yinglong roared indignantly. He was the one who was injured in both of their attacks. Ning Fan, on the other hand, remained unscathed. How could he accept this? Ning Fan ignored King Yinglong's anger. The devil blood imitated the enemy's body technique, and the thunder armor was condensed from his primordial spirit's thunder. How could they not be considered his own techniques? How despicable, he didn't like to talk nonsense. He didn't mind letting King Yinglong witness his true abilities. He took a step forward and disappeared once more. In the next instant, he appeared right in front of Winged Dragon and began a frenzied brawl. Boom! 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 King Yinglong did not expect that Ning Fan would have the guts to fight him in close combat. He was an expert at the second level of the Golden Body realm while Ning Fan seemed to be just at the peak Jade Life realm. However, as soon as they exchanged blows, he immediately realized that Ning Fan's physical body was not any weaker than his after his demonization. Each of his punches was powerful enough to collapse mountains and rivers. Each of his palm strikes was powerful enough to suppress heaven and earth. The two of them exchanged thousands of blows. Ning Fan was like a mad devil who only attacked without defending himself. With the protection of his lightning armor, why would he need to defend himself? All of King Yinglong's punches were blocked by the lightning armor. As for Ning Fan, each of his punches and palm strikes left indelible wounds on King Yinglong's physical body. Pieces of dragon scales fell from King Yinglong's body. They were all shattered by Ning Fan's punches. Drops of dragon blood splashed across the sky. They were all injured by Ning Fan's attacks. King Yinglong was unrivaled among void inquiry stage experts. With the protection of his lightning armor, Ning Fan could ignore all void inquiry stage attacks. The close combat between the two of them was earth-shattering. Mo Lei and Tai Yu were dumbfounded. They did not dare to intervene at all. Lei Shi and the others gradually regained their mobility. After suppressing their injuries, they raised their heads to look at the sky. The hollow space was shattered by Ning Fan and Yinglong time after time. That intense battle was not something ordinary people could intervene in. As time went by, Ning Fan's strength did not show any signs of weakening. However, King Yinglong's injuries became more and more serious. He could no longer fight against Ning Fan head-on. Each of the experts who were watching the battle wore a shocked expression. King Yinglong, who was unrivaled on the 24 floors, was showing more and more signs of being defeated. Ning Fan, who had undergone demonization, was actually so strong that he could defeat King Yinglong, who was King Yinglong. He was an unrivaled being among the Void Inquiry stage experts. He had even defeated an ordinary Void Pierce stage expert before. Ning Fan was actually going to defeat an expert of this level. This was undoubtedly shocking. Boom *** after another collision, King Yinglong was sent flying away. He used all of his strength to attack Ning Fan's lightning armor, but he could not even leave a single crack on it. The toughness of this lightning armor was far beyond his imagination. King Yinglong deeply understood that if he does not use his strongest trump card, he would certainly not be able to defeat Ning Fan. Moreover, it was highly likely that he would die here today. I have no other choice. Even if I have to use the treasure that King Donglong gave me, I must kill you. Void Treasure, Yellow Dragon Jade Token. While King Yinglong was retreating, he suddenly took out 7 dark yellow dragon-shaped jade tokens. When the 7 jade tokens soared into the sky, he transformed into a 6000 Xianxia *3. 33 Emperor Zhang, large yellow dragon with wings that could devour mountains and rivers. The yellow dragon jade token was just a mid-grade mortal void magic treasure. However, when the 7 jade tokens fused into one, its destructive power seemed to be even stronger than some high-grade mortal void magic treasures. It was enough to launch a Void Pierce stage attack. The magic power required to activate this treasure was too vast. King Yinglong even needed to transform into his true form in order to activate this token. Ning Fan's eyes turned solemn. The destructive power of this jade token was almost enough to shatter his lightning armor. The yellow dragon uttered a series of complicated and profound incantations. The vast heaven is dead. The yellow heaven shall rise. Suppress the yellow heaven. As soon as the incantation was uttered, the jade tokens turned into rays of golden light and vanished. At the next moment, the vast sky within 100,000 li * 500 m per li, turned golden. Layers of the sky spread out. There were a total of 7 layers of the yellow heaven. Suppress. The 7 layers of the yellow heaven pressed down from above. This was the true might that could overturn the heavens. Any Void Inquiry stage-old monsters or even some Void Pierce stage-old monsters would lose their lives under the suppression of these 7 layers of the yellow heaven. This was already King Yinglong's strongest attack. This attack was enough to change the color of the wind and clouds. I also have my strongest attack. Let me show you what kind of destructive power it is when Mo Luo and Tai Su merge into one. Heaven-breaking sword finger. First collapse, second collapse, and third collapse. Ning Fan raised his finger and pointed it at the sky. The bone of his index finger suddenly gave off a terrifying lightning light. This was the Emperor Bone Finger, 1/4, to be continued. The heaven-collapsing sword finger could first collapse the mountains and rivers of the vast island, the second collapse the black sun of the sky, and the third collapse the bones of the void. The might of the third finger was practically no weaker than the star-punishing bow. Furthermore, with 3 consecutive points and 3 collapses as one, its might was even above that of the star-punishing bow. Originally, he had yet to successfully cultivate the third finger. However, Tai Su had bestowed him with immortal Emperor Realm magic power in the dream he had in his mind that day. After attaining the unity of heaven and man, Ning Fan was almost an immortal emperor through and through. With the help of the Tao comprehension of the unity of heaven and man and his magic power that was as vast as the ocean, he had nearly comprehended all the essences of the first 5 fingers of the heaven-breaking sword finger. With his current realm, he was still unable to execute the 4th and 5th finger. but after demonizing, he could barely execute the third finger. Ning Fan raised his head and looked at the 7 layers of yellow skies that were falling from the sky. Then, he took a deep breath. He saw the aura of the 7 layers of yellow skies that could suppress everything. He saw King Yinglong's disdainful conceit. If it was any other void inquiry stage-old monster, they would certainly die after being suppressed by the 7 layers of yellow skies. It was no wonder that King Yinglong would be so conceited. King Yinglong's yellow dragon jade token was extremely powerful. Even Taiyu, Mo Lei, and the other lightning lords could not withstand it. However, Ning Fan must withstand this attack. When he pointed his first finger, the mountains and rivers below him crumbled one after another. All of the crumbling force gathered at the tip of his finger, turning into a ray of dazzling sword light. It was dark yellow in color, symbolizing the great earth, mountains, and rivers. Without waiting for the sword light to shoot out, Ning Fan pointed his finger a second time. The 7 layers of yellow skies trembled at this moment. It seemed like it was going to collapse because of the second finger. However, it stopped immediately. The void shattered bit by bit, and the black shadow of the sun that quietly appeared also shattered. The collapsing power of the black sun in the sky turned into a second resplendent sword light. At this moment, the 2 sword lights turned gray and pointed at the sky. Ning Fan's eyes looked unprecedentedly solemn. This was the first time he used this finger technique with his own cultivation base. With the point of his finger, the void within a radius of 100,000 li shattered. The void that was as black as ink had buried too many experts and buried too many corpses. The target of this finger was the countless dead souls that were buried in the void. With a single point of his finger, the void collapsed, and the skeletons hidden in the void collapsed as well. Ghostly howls from the desolate antiquity came from the bones, bringing with them the exhaustion of liberation. Ning Fan was stunned all of a sudden. This third finger seemed to be used to shatter the remains of the deceased to obtain the power of the finger. However, it actually had another purpose. Those who were buried in the void were trapped by the void, unable to enter the cycle of reincarnation after death. But this finger had shattered their bones and broken the cage of the void, sending them back into the cycle of reincarnation. The true meaning of the third finger was not to kill, but to save. Perhaps the sword ancestor created this finger because he felt guilty for killing too many people in his life and wanted to send those experts who died in the void to reincarnation. Sword ancestor. Ning Fan closed his eyes. Suddenly, he felt a trace of respect for the sword ancestor whom he had never met before. Killing was necessary on the path to attaining the Tao, but killing was not necessarily a life and death enmity. If it's not a death feud, I'll kill you for the rest of your life to relieve you of your predicament and send you into the reincarnation cycle. This can also be considered as the sword ancestor's magnanimity. Ning Fan's expression gradually calmed down. A trace of profound and vicissitudes of power rose in his eyes. That power was the cycle of reincarnation. Even though it was just a trace of it, it was more in line with the true meaning of the third finger. His mind suddenly became incomparably broad, as if it could accommodate the entire cycle of reincarnation. The third ray of dazzling sword light condensed at the tip of his finger and dyed all 3 rays of sword light black. That black color was a metaphor for the deceased bones in the void. 4 silhouettes appeared in his mind one after another. Mo Luo's bloodthirst, Tai Su's righteousness, the sword ancestor's calmness, and immortal sovereign Zido's smile that could wipe out the cycle of reincarnation. Ning Fan had refined the immortal emperor's finger bone, which would certainly make the destructive power of this finger much stronger. His eyes glowed with an unimaginable light, making him as lofty as an immortal emperor. When his gaze swept across King Yinglong's dragon body through the 7 layers of yellow heavens, it actually gave him a soul-stirring feeling. When he pointed out his finger, the 3 rays of sword light pierced through the vault of heaven with destructive power, causing gales to blow in all directions. At this moment, Ning Fan was standing under the collapsing 7 layers of yellow heavens. He was majestic and unmoving, like an immortal emperor who had lived since ancient times until today. What kind of finger technique is this? It actually gave me such a terrifying feeling. What? This is absolutely impossible. All of his words were stuck in his mouth. King Yinglong's dragon eyes were filled with disbelief. His eyes were filled with ferocious traces of blood. Just as he was exclaiming in shock, the 7 layers of yellow heavens that were suppressing Ning Fan began to crumble one after another along with the 3 rays of sword light. Chi Chi. The 3 rays of destructive sword light pierced through the 7 layers of yellow heavens one after another. The first ray of sword light broke through 3 layers of yellow heavens. The second ray of sword light annihilated the 6th layer of yellow heavens. After destroying the 7th layer of yellow heavens, the third ray of sword light still had 2/3 of its destructive power left. It turned into millions of pitch-black sword threads which instantly surrounded King Yinglong's dragon body. King Yinglong's gigantic yellow dragon body was as tiny as a moth in front of the millions of sword threads. His eyes were filled with fear. The millions of sword threads spread out like a massive spider web, and King Yinglong was like a dying moth that was trapped in the spider web. He could not believe that his strongest trump card, the Yellow Dragon's 7 tokens, was actually broken by Ning Fan with just 3 fingers. Chi Chi. Traces of pitch-black sword threads broke through King Yinglong's dragon scale armor. Even though his physical body was at the 2nd level of the golden body realm, the sword threads actually left millions of wounds on him. His dragon blood splashed across the heavens and formed a river of blood. Ah! King Yinglong let out a miserable shriek. His dragon scales fell like snowflakes. Finally, under the attack of the heaven-breaking sword finger, he was severely injured. Countless experts including Mo Lei and Taiyu sucked in a cold breath at this moment. When they saw King Yinglong display the Yellow Dragon's 7 tokens and summon the 7 layers of yellow heavens, all of them felt that they were unable to resist him. However, the suppression of the 7 layers of yellow heavens was broken by Ning Fan with just 3 fingers and 3 sword strikes. At this moment, Ning Fan was as arrogant as an immortal emperor, giving people the illusion that they wanted to fall to the ground and worship him. The destructive power of fellow Taoist Zhou Ming's finger attack has already reached the Void Pierce stage. Even if he is a true Void Pierce stage-old monster, not everyone can withstand this attack. Since fellow Taoist Zhou Ming can display this finger attack, could it be that his cultivation base has already reached the Void Pierce stage? King Yinglong has been defeated. Fellow Taoist Zhou has defeated Yinglong. You should seize this opportunity to kill this evil being. Then, the 24 floors of the Lightning Tower will return to the situation where all the dragons are contending for supremacy. We will no longer submit to the Dragon King's prestige. Shouts resounded from all directions. There were countless experts hiding in this place. Some of them were neutral forces on the 24 floors while some were experts from the lower worlds on the 24 floors and above. All of them were looking at Ning Fan with deep fear. No matter where they go, experts would always be looked up to by others. Since Ning Fan was able to defeat King Yinglong, he was undoubtedly a strong expert. Ignoring the countless respectful gazes, Ning Fan activated his devil body and turned into a 5000 Zhang 33 Emperor Zhang, tall black giant. His body was covered in golden armor and he finally displayed the last devil form of Mo Luo, the giant devil body. He opened his mouth and swallowed the 7 jade tokens that were falling from the sky into his abdomen, seizing the Yellow Dragon's 7 tokens. The golden-armored giant took a huge step forward and approached Yinglong. He grabbed the dragon's giant tail and smashed it on the ground like a whip. King Yinglong was severely injured by the sword finger attack. His chi was still stagnant and he could not resist the giant's attacks at all. He was like a huge helpless snake that was constantly being smashed on the ground. Each of his attacks would shatter countless mountains and rivers, producing a deafening sound that shook heaven and earth. All of a sudden, Yinglong, who had yet to recover his chi, became even more chaotic. His sea of consciousness was on the verge of shattering. After being smashed by the giant, his injuries became more and more severe. His consciousness became more and more blurry. He could not resist at all and could only let out angry and unwilling dragon roars. Zhou Ming! You're courting death. How dare you injure me like this? I must kill you. I must kill you. Noisy! The golden-armored giant let out a disdainful roar. He had already crippled King Yinglong. How could he let Yinglong go? He must kill him today. The giant used an almost cruel method to extract Yinglong's dragon tendons, peel off all his dragon scales, break his dragon horns and break his dragon wings. Yinglong was in so much pain that he wished he was dead. His flesh was torn and his blood flowed like a river. At this moment, he finally let go of his arrogant attitude. He was afraid. Zhou Ming. You can't kill me. I am the subordinate of the Lightning Lord of the 90th floor of the Lightning Tower, King Donglong. If you kill me, King Donglong will never let you go. Let me go now. As if responding to Ying Long's cry for help, an aura force that was infinitely close to the void fragmentation realm suddenly descended on the 24th floor. Ying Long is right. If you dare to touch my people, you must die today. As soon as this voice fell, an old man in golden robes suddenly descended. His eyes were as cold as frost. As soon as this person appeared, countless experts on the 24th floor exclaimed in surprise. King Donglong. This man is the Lightning Lord of the 90th floor of the Lightning Tower. He has come to avenge King Ying Long. Rumor has it that King Donglong has already reached the peak of the absolute void stage a long time ago. He is already a half-step void fragmentation realm expert. If it wasn't because the Black Lightning Tower restricts the cultivation base of undead spirits and prevents anyone from breaking through to the void fragmentation realm, that King Donglong would have already become a void fragmentation realm old monster. I didn't expect him to come back. No matter how heaven-defying Zhou Ming is, he is definitely not King Donglong's opponent. The moment King Donglong appeared, Tai Yu, Mo Lei and the others were filled with despair. King Ying Long was unrivaled among void inquiry stage experts. Everyone was already afraid of him. A void-pierced stage-old monster could easily crush everyone. If he is an absolute void stage-old monster, killing everyone on the 24th floor would definitely be as easy as blowing off dust. That King Donglong was not only an absolute void stage-old monster but he had also cultivated to the peak of the absolute void stage. Unless he is a true void fragmentation realm expert, who else could suppress him? Fellow Daoist Zhou. Let's leave now. We definitely can't fight this King Donglong. Lei Shi and the others exclaimed. No need. He won't dare to go against me. Killing intent flashed in the eyes of the golden-armored giant. He used both of his hands to tear Ying Long's waist into two pieces. At first, King Ying Long thought that Ning Fan would certainly not dare to hurt him after King Donglong showed up. However, he did not expect that Ning Fan would be so audacious as to kill someone in front of him. He let out a miserable shriek and was killed by Ning Fan. How dare you? King Donglong was enraged. He did not expect that a mere divine transformation realm junior would dare to kill someone in front of him. Moreover, he did not expect Ning Fan to speak arrogantly in front of him, saying that he, King Donglong, would not dare to go against a junior. Humiliation. It was a blatant humiliation. King Donglong was so angry that he laughed. He took a step forward and waved his hand. His heavenly dragon chi was like a blade or a halberd, trying to suppress Ning Fan's head. At this moment, a wave of void fragmentation realm aura force suddenly spread out from Ning Fan's body, causing King Donglong's face to turn ashen. A void fragmentation realm attack. You actually have a void fragmentation realm attack. Who are you? Get lost. If I see you again, you will certainly die. The golden-armored giant threatened coldly. King Donglong hurriedly dispersed his dragon chi. For the first time in his life, he panicked and felt puzzled. Why? Why could Ning Fan, a mere divine transformation realm junior, use a void fragmentation realm attack? King Donglong was conceited. However, his conceit was not worth mentioning in front of a void fragmentation realm cultivator. He had cultivated to the peak of the absolute void stage and was only a step away from the void fragmentation realm. However, he would never be able to take this step in his life. The difference between him and the void fragmentation realm would forever be like the difference between heaven and earth. From Ning Fan's steel of sun and moon, he sensed a hint of the threat of certain death. This young man has a void fragmentation realm trump card. It's definitely unwise for me to go against him. This young man obviously has such a powerful trump card, but he only chased me away instead of suppressing me. Most likely, he will have to pay a huge price for using this void fragmentation realm attack. Or perhaps, he only has the power for one attack and he doesn't want to waste it on me. No matter what, this young man has such a terrifying trump card. I must not offend him for a mere Ying Long. I heard that someone saw that this young man has a strange golden bell which can break the void power. It is for this bell that I deign to descend to the lower worlds. I really want this bell. However, if I force this young man to use a void fragmentation realm attack because of this bell, the gains won't make up for the losses. Forget it. It's better not to provoke this young man. King Donglong's mind raced. In the end, he gritted his teeth with mixed feelings. Reluctantly, he cupped his fists at Ning Fan and left dejectedly. He did not dare to go against Ning Fan. The scene left countless experts dumbfounded. King Donglong came to Ning Fan in a threatening manner. However, he was humiliated and killed by Ning Fan in front of everyone. Why did he leave unwillingly? Of course, they did not know that Ning Fan had secretly released a trace of the suppressive chi of the steel of sun and moon to scare King Donglong away. Looking at King Donglong, who was fleeing far away, the golden-armored giant's eyes turned slightly cold. However, he shook his head. If he uses the attack of the steel of sun and moon, he was confident that he could suppress King Donglong. However, he was also confident that he would return empty-handed. It was not easy for him to complete the soul of the steel of sun and moon. If he uses this void fragmentation realm attack on King Donglong and return empty-handed, it would be too wasteful. Without the confidence to kill King Donglong, Ning Fan only scared him away. If he attacks, he must kill him in a single strike. Otherwise, he would only provoke a powerful enemy. This time, Ning Fan had already reached his limit by killing his way up to the 24th floor in a fit of rage. If he wants to go to a higher floor, he would have to face Void Pierce stage and Absolute Void stage enemies. Ning Fan knew that even if he demonized, he would definitely not be able to fight against those old monsters. After devouring King Yinglong's flesh and primordial lightning, he kept the lightning jade and picked up a dark lightning bamboo leaf. His eyes were filled with thoughts. He already had 24 dark lightning bamboo leaves. It was more than enough to give Hongyi the task. It's time to go. I can't delay Yuer's injuries any longer. There's also little Yuer. After dispersing his demonized body, Ning Fan suddenly felt weak. He immediately consumed some pills to recover his stamina and magic power. With the protection of his third-level golden grade lightning armor, he was not injured. However, the consumption of his magic power and stamina was quite significant. The demonization of his primordial spirit was too much of a burden on his body. The third-level golden grade lightning armor still needed to devour at least 90,000 traces of primordial lightning before it could break through to the 4th level. Ning Fan did not have the time to kill his way up to a higher floor. The only thing he could do was to temporarily give up on upgrading his lightning armor. Ning Fan's cold eyes swept across the area and issued a warning to the experts who were watching the battle. Then, he walked towards Lei Shi and the others. Congratulations, fellow Daoist Zhou. You killed Yinglong with your own hands. After today's battle, I'm afraid fellow Daoist's name will shock the entire 100 floors of the Lightning Tower. That's right. I didn't expect fellow Daoist to not only kill Yinglong but also scare King Donglong away. It seems like fellow Daoist has an extremely powerful trump card. Some of the voices were congratulating him, some were inquiring and some were filled with inexplicable meanings. The only thing they had in common was that all of their eyes were filled with respect when they looked at Ning Fan, including Mo Lei and Taiyu. Lei Shi was the only one who still wore a wretched expression. He rubbed his palms and chuckled at Ning Fan. Fellow Daoist Zhou, are you leaving? That's right. Tea about that. Fellow Daoist, a person of high status often forgets things. Think carefully. Before you leave, is there anything that you should do but haven't done? Lei Shi blinked his eyes as if he was reminding Ning Fan that Ning Fan had promised him that he would give him all the lightning jades. It seems like there's nothing that I've forgotten. Ning Fan pretended to be at a loss. As soon as he said those words, Lei Shi's eyes went blank. He felt as if he had just swallowed a fly. It's over. It's over. It's all over. Could it be that Ning Fan has completely forgotten about our previous agreement? Just as he was scratching his ears and cheeks, thinking about how to tactfully remind Ning Fan about the lightning jades, Ning Fan had already handed him a storage pouch filled with lightning jades and left with a smile. Don't worry. I don't have the habit of breaking my promise. Ning Fan walked towards Mo Lei and Taiyu and cupped his fists towards them. Thank you for your help. If fate allows it, I will certainly repay your kindness. Asterisk cough asterisk. The two of us didn't help fellow Daoist much. It was fellow Daoist who killed Ing Long with your powerful means. Taiyu and Mo Lei smiled bitterly. They did not have the arrogance of a lightning lord. Other than helping to capture the two Void Inquiry stage experts, they did not do anything else. I have something important to deal with. I have no choice but to leave. The mountains are high and the rivers are long. Let's meet again if fate allows it. Farewell. Ning Fan's gaze swept across the experts around him and cupped his fists. Then, he summoned his heaven-deceiving cloak and disappeared. As for the peculiar smell of the fire scale ash, it was directly erased by Ning Fan using his golden-purple mist. Previously, he just did not want to erase it. Under the cycle of samsara, what can't be erased? He has left. He doesn't have any intention of dominating the 24th floor at all. From the looks of it, he is indeed a living being just like what I expected. Is he the same as that Thunder Sovereign Buzhou who came to the Black Lightning Tower to gain experience? Mo Lei sighed. Perhaps he will come back. At that time, he might be even stronger. At that time, I will be more than happy to have another battle with him. However, I'm afraid I won't be a match for him anymore. Taiyu's eyes were filled with battle intent. He was looking forward to Ning Fan's next visit. Lei Shi received the storage pouch. He did not check how many lightning jades were inside it. He just looked at the direction where Ning Fan had left. All of a sudden, he withdrew all of his wretched expression and sent a telepathic message to Ning Fan with a solemn expression. The mountains are high and the rivers are long. See you again. Using the heaven-deceiving cloak's concealment, Ning Fan avoided a lot of troubles and left each floor. Since there were no battles, he naturally left quickly. In just a day's time, he had already left the Lightning Tower. The trip to the Lightning Tower was like a dream. He accidentally obtained the Immortal Emperor's finger bone, accidentally got rid of the hidden danger of his devil marks and even condensed his lightning armor. Although his cultivation base did not improve, his combat power had increased by a lot. However, when he looked inside his body and saw the black devil chi on his primordial spirit that could not be erased, Ning Fan's expression turned slightly unpleasant. Under the situation where he had yet to completely assimilate Mo Luo's blood, the side effects of abruptly turning into a devil form were really not small. Currently, more than half of Ning Fan's primordial spirit had turned black. It had suffered some damage. If he completely turns black, it would probably be troublesome. Fortunately, the nature of his primordial spirit was firm. It was not affected by the devil chi. Ning Fan formed a series of hand seals and forced out traces of devil chi from his primordial spirit. Perhaps in less than a month, he would be able to force out all of the devil chi and turn into a devil form again. After returning to the internal endless sea this time, if it's not necessary, it's better not to turn into a devil form again. Although Mo Luo's demonic body is powerful, its side effects are too great. Unless you completely refine Mo Luo's blood, there will be some damage to your soul after demonizing. I'm afraid it will be very difficult to completely refine Mo Luo's blood. After all, this drop of blood is the blood of Great Emperor Mo Luo. It possesses the power of blood. It can't be refined directly like the other heavenly ingredients and earthly treasures. If I want to devour this drop of blood, not only will I have to go to the Giant Devil clan, but I will also have to go to the Six-Winged clan, the Mist Horn clan and the Ghost Eye clan. Perhaps there will be a way to devour this drop of blood. Ning Fan collected his thoughts and used the teleportation formation to leave the cloud realm in the upper layer, returning to the lower layer of the Black Lightning realm. As soon as he appeared, a beautiful figure dressed in red with a cold face immediately entered his sight. Her cold eyes clearly showed the dissatisfaction of waiting for a long time. I've waited for you for 10 days. You're finally back. Where's the thing? Can I get 7 bamboo leaves? Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. I managed to obtain a little more than 7. Ning Fan secretly studied Hong Yi and his brows slightly sank. Even with his current combat power, he still felt that his chi was sluggish when facing Hong Yi. Even though this lady's cultivation base was at the void glimpse stage, the sense of danger she gave Ning Fan was far greater than King Ying Long's. In fact, she was even stronger than King Dong Long's. You still dare to probe me? Hong Yi's plain face became even colder. She had once reminded Ning Fan not to probe her again. However, she did not expect Ning Fan to have such a bad memory and probe her again. However, when she heard that Ning Fan obtained a little more than 7 dark lightning bamboo leaves, Hong Yi suppressed the coldness in her eyes. Her mood became slightly better and she no longer held Ning Fan responsible for offending her. Judging from the baleful qi on your body, it seems to have become much denser. Could it be that you killed your way up to the lightning tower? How many floors of the lightning tower did you go up and how many lightning leaves did you obtain? Hong Yi was slightly surprised. In fact, she already had an answer even though she asked that question. The process is not worth mentioning but the result is quite satisfying. Why don't you guess how many dark lightning bamboo leaves I obtained? Ning Fan changed the topic and did not show off too much about the number of killings he had. Killing people was never a joyful thing. However, the path of seeking immortality and the Tao was too tortuous. Many times, he had no choice but to kill. Even though he was decisive in killing and did not hesitate to kill people, he was not that perverted to the point where he would boast about the number of his kills. You want me to guess? Hong Yi gave Ning Fan a strange look. Other people had always answered her questions obediently. Ning Fan was the first person who asked her a question in return and made her guess the answer. Are you afraid that you won't get it right? Afraid? The corner of Hong Yi's mouth curved into a provocative smile. She had never been afraid of anything before. She rarely smiled. Even though her smile at this moment was a little provocative, it also carried a unique charm because of her natural beauty. Not only was it not scary, but it was also a little charming. Ning Fan's eyes were slightly stunned. He did not expect that someone as cold as Hong Yi would look so beautiful when she smiled. With your strength, if nothing unexpected happens, it won't be difficult for you to kill your way up to the 7th floor. You might even be able to dominate the 10th floor. I guess you obtained 10 bamboo leaves after killing your way up to the 10th floor. Hong Yi said with certainty. A little more than 10. You've killed your way up to the 11th floor? Hong Yi's cold and bright eyes revealed surprise for the first time. The guardian of the bamboo leaves on the 11th floor was a void inquiry stage expert. Hong Yi did not think that Ning Fan's weak body could fight against a void inquiry stage old monster. How many floors have you actually killed your way up to? Even though Hong Yi was not interested in anything in the world, she had to admit that she was now curious about Ning Fan. She took a few steps forward and approached Ning Fan. Her cold eyes carried a hint of aggressiveness. She did not want to continue guessing. She did not have that much patience. As she approached Ning Fan, she raised her cold but pure face and stared at him coldly without any emotion. At such a close distance, Ning Fan could even smell the unique fragrance on Hong Yi's body. How about we make a deal? I've obtained quite a lot of dark lightning bamboo leaves. I can give you 14 of them and the rest will all belong to me. However, you have to give me 100,000 years old spiritual herbs that I need to harmonize the bamboo leaves. You also need dark lightning bamboo leaves? The golden lightning bamboo leaves can save a void refinement realm expert. As for the dark lightning bamboo leaves, I don't think you have any use for them for now, right? Hong Yi pondered and said. Aren't you just a void refinement realm expert? Why do you need the dark lightning bamboo leaves that only void fragmentation realm experts use? Ning Fan asked in return. He also had some speculations about Hong Yi. Forget it. It's fine if you don't want to tell me. Did you go up to the 14th floor? Hong Yi was slightly surprised. She did not think that Ning Fan had the ability to kill his way up to the 14th floor. I was just lucky. What do you think about this deal? Ning Fan's smile became deeper, making Hong Yi unable to understand his intentions. I don't need 14 bamboo leaves. 12 are enough. I can give the rest to you. Now, can you tell me how many bamboo leaves you have actually obtained? 24. You're just a half-step void refinement realm cultivator but you actually managed to kill your way up to the 24th floor. Hong Yi's blood-red eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. Then, she perfectly concealed her expression and remained silent for a while. She realized that she seemed to have underestimated Ning Fan. With such strength, he might really be able to help her accomplish that important matter. Your strength really surprises me. Let's go. I'll bring you to meet a few people. Hong Yi quietly stepped back, distancing herself from Ning Fan and said casually. No one knew what she was thinking. Meet who? Ning Fan's heart became vigilant. Even though he had an agreement with Hong Yi, it was not to the extent where he trusted her completely. The people of the Zhou clan are on the Thunder Bamboo Island. The 100,000 years old spiritual herb is also in their hands. You can choose not to go. Hong Yi left gracefully. Ning Fan's eyes flashed and he immediately followed her. If it's just to save you Ling Kong, obtaining the golden lightning bamboo leaf would be enough. However, in order to save Luo Yu, he must obtain the 100,000 years old spiritual herb and the dark golden bamboo leaf. He had yet to hand over the dark golden bamboo leaf to Hong Yi. With this information in his hands, he was not afraid that the people of the Zhou clan would do anything to him. He was also not afraid that Hong Yi would break the agreement. Ning Fan could also see that to Hong Yi, a precious 100,000 years old spiritual herb was not worth mentioning at all. The daughter of the Thunder Sovereign. Her identity is so respected and her vision is so high. Even a void fragmentation realm-old monster would pay attention to a 100,000 years old spiritual herb. Yet, she is so dismissive towards it. With the heaven-deceiving cloak and the steel of sun and moon, I can easily go to the internal sea. Even if this woman leads me to meet the cultivators of the Zhou clan with ill intentions, I won't be afraid. Besides, judging from this woman's motive, it seems like she still wants to rope me in. Even though she valued my wind mist finger technique, she did not value me this much. It seems like my sudden increase in combat power has changed her attitude towards me. In this world, if you want others to value you, you still need to change yourself. I still need to break through to the void refinement realm. However, breaking through to the golden body refinement realm is far easier than breaking through to the void refinement realm. With the power of my blood, my body refinement aptitude is 100 times better than ordinary cultivators. As long as I advance my devil marks to the martial rank, I will certainly be able to break through to the golden body refinement realm in one go. By then, even if my cultivation base has yet to attain the void refinement realm, no void refinement realm old monster would dare to look down on me. Ning Fan clenched his fists tightly. His eyes were filled with confidence. He was not far away from the golden body refinement realm. January 5th, to be continued. After exiting the black lightning realm, they arrived at the golden lightning heavenly dwelling. Here, Hong Yi handed a sachet to Ning Fan. That sachet was a high-grade storage pouch that was loved by many high-grade female cultivators. It contained a lot of golden lightning bamboo leaves. She did not stop Ning Fan from erasing all the spirit sense imprints on the bamboo leaves. She understood that Ning Fan did that to prevent her from destroying the bamboo leaves. Compared to Hong Yi's calmness, Ning Fan was much more cautious. He only handed 7 dark bamboo leaves to Hong Yi. 7 bamboo leaves was the agreement they had made earlier. Later on, Ning Fan promised to give her 12 bamboo leaves. As for the remaining 5 bamboo leaves, he said that he would give her the same amount after obtaining the 100,000 years old spiritual herbs. Hong Yi's blood-red eyes were calm. She did not feel that there was anything wrong with what Ning Fan did. There was nothing wrong with being a gentleman before being a villain in the world. If Ning Fan deceives her, she would make him pay. If Ning Fan keeps his promise, she would also fulfill her promise and trade with him normally. She would give him the 100,000 years old spiritual herbs and order the Zhou clan to back him up in the internal sea. Hong Yi never took advantage of others, nor would she suffer losses. She was quite similar to Ning Fan. Miss Hong Yi, you kept your promise and gave me the golden lightning bamboo leaves. I really admire you for that. Ning Fan kept the golden lightning bamboo leaves and cupped his fists to express his gratitude. With these bamboo leaves, Yu Lingkong's injuries would no longer be a problem. Humph. Do you really think that I will break the great oath of Heart Devil for some golden lightning bamboo leaves? Hong Yi glanced at Ning Fan coldly. When she remembered that Ning Fan had forced her to use her great oath of Heart Devil, she felt a little displeased. Hee. Miss, you must be joking. You don't look well. Are you feeling unwell? Ning Fan changed the topic to avoid angering Hong Yi. After leaving the Black Lightning realm, Ning Fan finally had the mood to observe Hong Yi carefully. Only then did he notice that her face was a little pale and weak. 10 days ago, she definitely did not have such a feeling of weakness. I'm just a primordial spirit. The reason why I look so pale is because my primordial spirit is weak. It's not a big deal. Humph. You are the first man who has the guts to complain about my pale face. However, seeing that you're still useful to me, I can forgive you for your offense. Hong Yi frowned. Even though she did not care about her looks, she was still a little displeased when Ning Fan said that her face was pale. Moreover, the reason why her expression turned sour was because of Ning Fan. According to the original plan, Hong Yi could only stay in the Black Lightning realm for 7 days at most. After 7 days, regardless of whether she obtained the Dark Lightning Bamboo Leaf or not, she must first return to the outside world and meet up with the Third Elder and the others. He had to consume a certain amount of nourishing medicine to strengthen his soul. Otherwise, his soul would become weak and damaged. It took a total of 10 days for Ning Fan to head to the Cloud Realm in the upper layer. During these 10 days, Hong Yi had been guarding the teleportation formation at the lower layer to prevent the lightning beasts from destroying it and trapping Ning Fan in the Cloud Realm forever. Therefore, Hong Yi did not leave the Black Lightning Realm on time, so her primordial spirit naturally showed signs of weakness. She did not tell Ning Fan about this because it was unnecessary. Ning Fan, on the other hand, felt rather speechless. He was just concerned about Hong Yi's complexion. He did not have the intention to humiliate her by saying that her appearance was ugly. He could only say that Hong Yi's temperament was just too strange. Hong Yi's complexion was not good, but her appearance was definitely not bad. Her hair was as black as ink, her skin was as white as snow, and her eyes were as red as rubies. Her eyelashes were long and curly, and her lips were moist and sparkling. She was an absolute beauty. She looked 70 to 80% similar to the Ning Honghong in Ning Fan's memory. However, she had an additional mature charm and a hint of arrogance and coldness. Her crimson dress was long enough to touch the ground. It looked like a red lotus and a blazing flame. The hem of the dress was decorated with several diamonds. It was luxurious and scorching. Ning Fan secretly observed Hong Yi's appearance. Gradually, he felt that something was amiss. What Ning Fan was especially concerned about were the 3 blood-red lightning stars on her glabella. Among them, only 2/3 of the third lightning star was solid while the remaining 1/3 was illusory. Taisu lightning star, in the past, Ning Fan could not see through the profoundness of the lightning stars. However, now that he had completely condensed the Taisu lightning star, he could see some of its mysteries. This lady's lightning star is only 2/3 solid. It's the same as what I guessed earlier. Have you seen enough? The corner of Hong Yi's mouth curved into a cold smile. Ning Fan was very bold. Extremely bold. He actually dared to look at her appearance like this. According to her temperament, if anyone dares to look at her face directly like this, she would certainly kill him to vent her anger. I'm sorry. Ning Fan shifted his gaze away. He could feel that Hong Yi was very repulsed by men. She was the daughter of the Lightning Sovereign. He did not plan to have any relationship with her. I have an agreement with the Third Elder that I will only stay in the Black Lightning Realm for 7 days. Now that I'm late by 3 days, I'm afraid the Third Elder has already brought some people to guard the bamboo forest. When they see you traveling with me later, I'm afraid they will be wary of you. However, you don't have to worry. You are useful to me. With me protecting you, no one in the internal sea will dare to hurt you. Follow closely behind me. Hong Yi's tone suddenly became domineering, giving Ning Fan an illusion that the current Hong Yi had the same aura as Yun Tianjue. After opening the exit of the Golden Lightning Heavenly Dwelling, Hong Yi and Ning Fan walked out side by side. As soon as they appeared in the outside world, Ning Fan immediately noticed that there were 4 extremely strong experts guarding the bamboo forest outside. Each of them was a Void Refinement Realm old monster who had lived in seclusion in the internal sea. 3 of them were Void Glimpse stage experts and 1 of them was a Void Inquiry stage expert. That Void Inquiry stage old monster wore a linen robe. His hair was white and his beard was white like a halberd. His eyes were like blazing flames. He was carrying an ancient and large sword case on his back. His aura force was extremely strong. It was not any weaker than King Ying Long. As soon as the 4 of them saw Hong Yi, they heaved a sigh of relief. However, when they saw Ning Fan following beside Hong Yi, each of their expressions turned into one of rage. "It's you, Zhou Ming. I didn't expect you to leave the Lightning Bamboo Island that day. It was just a camouflage and you actually came back. You're courting death. Even if you are a revered elder of the Rain Palace and have Yun Tianju as protection, you still treat the Zhou clan of the Internal Sea as nothing. Today, this old man will come and have a taste of your skills. I want to see what kind of strength you are relying on to have the guts to provoke my Zhou clan. Master, this brat is audacious and presumptuous. He trespassed the Golden Lightning heavenly dwelling with the intention of harming you. He should be sentenced to death." The three void glimpsed age-old monsters shouted angrily. Each of them stared at Ning Fan with eyes that seemed to be able to spit fire. Only the old man carrying the sword had extremely sharp eyesight even though he had an unyielding character. He could vaguely see that Ning Fan and Hong Yi were standing side by side. Judging from Hong Yi's attitude, she did not harbor any hostility towards Ning Fan. He waved his hand to stop the three void glimpsed age-old monsters from shouting. Then, he cupped his fists and said to Hong Yi, "May I ask, Master, why are you traveling with this person? Why did you only leave the Black Lightning realm after 3 days? Did something unexpected happen?" The old man's question was very tactful. If something unexpected happened to the Black Lightning realm, it was very likely that Ning Fan had done something to it. If that was the case, he would definitely kill Ning Fan with his own hands. "Don't worry, Third Elder. I am the dignified daughter of the Lightning Sovereign. How could I cause any trouble because of a Divine Transformation Realm Junior? Besides, it was because of this young man's help that I managed to obtain a sufficient amount of bamboo leaves in the Black Lightning realm this time. Even though the time was slightly delayed, the amount of bamboo leaves I obtained was beyond my expectations. Now, all the important matters can be carried out step by step." Hong Yi explained coldly. "The daughter of the Lightning Sovereign?" One of the void glimpsed age-old monsters sounded doubtful. However, the old man immediately glared at him and he hurriedly shut his mouth. "Mistress. It's really a joyous occasion for Mistress to obtain a sufficient amount of bamboo leaves. Since little friend Zhou has contributed, he is not considered as an enemy anymore. This is not a good place to talk. Mistress, please move to the Thunder Court Pavilion. Little friend Zhou, come with us." The old man's tone was respectful to Hong Yi. However, his words to Ning Fan left no room for refusal. When the other three void glimpsed stage-old men heard that Ning Fan was a friend and not an enemy, they also concealed their killing intent. However, there was still a lot of vigilance between their brows. Ning Fan did not say much and did not give any explanation. With Hong Yi explaining for him, he naturally did not need to speak. All he needed to do was to follow behind her. His eyes looked at the three void glimpsed stage-old monsters thoughtfully. He had never heard of these three void glimpsed stage-old monsters in the Endless Sea. They were probably the hidden experts of the Zhou clan. If it was before he entered the Thunder Bamboo Island, Ning Fan would still be a little afraid of void glimpsed stage-old monsters. However, after the trip to the Black Lightning Tower, Ning Fan's strength had skyrocketed. There were already tens of void glimpsed stage-old monsters who died in his hands. Moreover, these three void glimpsed stage-old monsters were lightning cultivators of the Zhou clan. Thus, he naturally would not put them in his eyes. However, the old man carrying the sword was different. He gave Ning Fan an extremely strong sense of danger. The Zhou clan was famous for their lightning cultivators. Even though this old man was an expert of the Zhou clan, he was not a lightning cultivator. Instead, he was a sword cultivator. Ning Fan's Taisu lightning star could not restrain him at all. The strength of this old man was not weaker than King Yinglong. Moreover, he was not restrained by Lei Xing. If he fights against Ning Fan, he would probably be much more difficult to deal with than King Yinglong currently. The devil qi in Ning Fan's primordial spirit had yet to dissipate. Thus, he could not transform into his devil form for the time being. Even if he were to transform into his devil form, he might not necessarily be able to defeat this elderly man. In terms of strength, Ning Fan was not as strong as the elderly man. However, in terms of trump cards, Ning Fan had the steel of sun and moon and the heaven-deceiving cloak. Thus, he was not afraid of this elderly man. From Hong Yi's address, this old man with a sword on his back was the third elder of the Zhou clan. A trace of memory entered his mind. Ning Fan vaguely remembered that when he killed Revered Flame, he had heard the name of the third elder of the Zhou clan from the two Void Refinement Realm Palace Masters of the Rain Palace. The third elder of the Zhou clan is named Zhou Chen. He is at the Void Inquiry stage. Rumor has it that he is only a step away from attaining the Void Pierce stage. He has an unyielding character and kills people like scything flax. If I'm not mistaken, this elderly man with a sword on his back is Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen is the same as the other old monsters of the Zhou clan. All of them are servants of Thunder Sovereign Bu Zhou. They will only serve the Thunder Sovereign as their master. However, he addressed Hong Yi as his master previously and then changed his way of addressing her. When the Void Glimpse stage old man first heard that Hong Yi was the daughter of the Thunder Sovereign, he seemed to be a little surprised. Could it be that there's something wrong with Hong Yi's identity? She's not the daughter of the Thunder Sovereign but, the Thunder Sovereign? Ning Fan's eyes turned slightly solemn. If it's as he had guessed, some of the things that he could not figure out before could be solved. However, rumor has it that the Thunder Sovereign cannot leave the Sovereign's tomb. Moreover, there has never been any information that says that the Thunder Sovereign is a woman. My guess seems to be a little arbitrary. Are you doubting my identity? Hong Yi, who was walking beside him, suddenly revealed a cold smile and transmitted her voice to him. Who you are has nothing to do with me. Ning Fan said resolutely and decisively. After Hong Yi questioned him, he was almost 90% sure that Hong Yi was not the daughter of the Thunder Sovereign. However, if Hong Yi is the Thunder Sovereign, he still did not have much confidence and he was not interested in making such a guess. Just like what he had said, he did not want to know Hong Yi's identity nor was he willing to interfere. Thunder Sovereign Bu Zhou and the Rain Palace seemed to have a lot of complicated grudges. He did not want to get involved in those grudges. Well said. Don't get involved in unrelated matters. If you don't have any proof, don't say too much. This is the way to protect yourself. Hong Yi's expression turned calm. No one could tell whether she was happy or angry. Ning Fan calmed himself down and followed Hong Yi and the others into the Thunder Official Pavilion. The location of the Thunder Official Pavilion was also a forbidden area on the Thunder Bamboo Island. It was extremely secluded and a Supreme Grand Formation was set up. However, there were no cultivators guarding the place. Ning Fan vaguely guessed that the reason why there were no cultivators guarding this place was probably because Zhou Chen and the others were afraid that someone would see Hong Yi. Apparently, even if Hong Yi was not the Thunder Sovereign, her identity was also quite troublesome and could not be revealed to others. After entering the pavilion, everyone took their seats. Hong Yi sat on the main seat while the four experts guarded her like a myriad of stars surrounding the moon. As for Ning Fan, he sat at the corner. Zhou Chen and the others reported something to Hong Yi one after another. All of them used code words and they even transmitted their voices to Ning Fan during crucial moments. Ning Fan could not understand any of them. Then, they talked about their trip to the Black Lightning Realm. Hong Yi briefly told her about how she met Ning Fan and also described his contributions. When they heard that Ning Fan had obtained 24 dark bamboo leaves with his half-step Void Refinement Realm cultivation base, the three Void Glimpse stage experts sucked in a cold breath at the same time. It was impossible for them to not be shocked. Even if the three of them had heaven-defying concealment abilities that allowed them to hide from the ferocious beasts that guarded the Black Lightning Realm and enter the Black Lightning Tower, none of them could move freely on the 10th floor, let alone kill a Void Inquiry stage expert and obtain the dark bamboo leaves that were above the 11th floor. When they heard that Ning Fan was proficient in a mysterious wind mist magic technique that could erase some special marks, even Zhou Chen, who was at the Void Inquiry stage, could not sit still anymore. The four of them finally understood why Hong Yi, who had always been cold-blooded, would look up to Ning Fan. It turned out that Ning Fan's wind mist magical technique could contribute a lot to that important matter. Third Elder, I have an agreement with this young man. He found me 7 pieces of dark lightning bamboo leaves and I will give him all of the golden lightning bamboo leaves. Moreover, I will teach him a magic technique and ask the Zhou clan to protect him. I have already made the Heart Devil great matter. From today onwards, the Zhou clan of the Endless Sea must treat Zhou Ming as our distinguished guest. No force is allowed to attack Zhou Ming in the Internal Sea. Those who disobey will be killed by Void Refinement Realm experts. Hong Yi followed the agreement and gave Zhou Chen and the others an order to protect Ning Fan. Moreover, the level of protection she gave them was quite high. She could send Void Refinement Realm experts of the Zhou clan to protect Ning Fan. Immediately, the expressions of the 3 Void Glimpse stage experts changed and they advised. What? All the Void Refinement Realm experts of the Zhou clan have an agreement with the Rain Palace that we are not allowed to act openly. Rumor has it that this Zhou Ming is especially good at stirring up trouble. If he causes a great calamity, our Zhou clan may have to expose our hidden trump cards in order to protect him. Shut up. Didn't you hear that the young miss had already made a heart demon oath? No matter what, we must complete the young miss's order. We cannot let the young miss violate the heart demon oath. Without waiting for Hong Yi to speak, Zhou Chen directly shouted at the 3 of them and immediately cupped his fists at her. Young miss, please calm down. The 3 of them have just attained the Void Refinement Realm in the past 5,000 years. They don't understand the young miss's temperament. Please forgive them. Zhou Chen understood Hong Yi's temperament very well. Hong Yi did not like anyone to refute her. In the past, if the 3 of them dared to question her orders, she would certainly kill them immediately. These 3 Void Glimpse stage experts did not understand Hong Yi's temperament. They did not know how dangerous it was to contradict her. That was why Zhou Chen hurriedly tried to smooth things over. He was afraid that the 3 of them would offend Hong Yi and die in vain. Zhou Chen, on the other hand, was puzzled. In his memory, Hong Yi had never made an oath to anyone, let alone the heart demon oath. He glanced at Ning Fan from the corner of his eyes and thought to himself. Ning Fan must have some extraordinary means to make Hong Yi swear an oath. Since he was able to obtain 24 dark bamboo leaves from the Black Lightning Tower, he must have killed his way up to the 24th floor. Even Zhou Chen would find it difficult to enter that floor. Moreover, Zhou Chen could not break through the defense of the ferocious beasts at the entrance of the Black Lightning Realm at all. Humph. This time, Zhou Chen has pleaded for you. Next time, I don't want anyone to question my orders. Hong Yi's beautiful blood-red eyes suddenly flashed with a terrifying ray of lightning. That ray of lightning was too fast. In just a flash, it was impossible to see its trajectory clearly. However, the 3 Void Glimpse stage old men felt a sharp pain in their sea of consciousness as if it was about to shatter. If it wasn't for Hong Yi's mercy, the 3 of them would certainly die. The 3 of them immediately broke out in a cold sweat. They hurriedly cupped their fists to apologize and no longer dared to disobey Hong Yi. Ning Fan's expression remained unchanged, but he was inwardly speechless. This woman has such a cold temperament. Hong Yi was only cold to him, but she was cold to the others. Compared to that, Hong Yi's indifferent attitude towards him was already extremely polite. He did not interfere. That was the Zhou clan's internal matter. It had nothing to do with him. What made Ning Fan happy was that with Hong Yi's order, the Zhou clan of the Internal Sea would become his backing from today onwards. Ning Fan did not expect the Void Refinement Realm Zhou clan to come and help him when he gets into trouble. However, just the prestige of the Zhou clan alone was already enough for him to benefit a lot. A revered elder of the Rain Palace and a distinguished guest of the Zhou clan. This time, Ning Fan could be said to have the upper hand in the Endless Sea. Third elder, how many 100,000 years old spiritual herbs do you still have? Hong Yi suddenly asked. Don't worry, my lady. I still have 100 tufts of spiritual herbs with me. All of them were painstakingly collected by me for 10,000 years. Each of them can be used as supplementary herbs to harmonize the dark lightning bamboo leaves. Zhou Chen said respectfully. Only 100 tufts? The lightning power of the dark lightning bamboo leaves is extremely strong. Each bamboo leaf needs at least 5 tufts of 100,000 years old spiritual herbs to harmonize. In other words, if I take 60 tufts of them, there will only be 40 left. Fine. Zhou Chen, take 40 tufts of 100,000 years old spiritual herbs and give them to Zhou Ming. Hong Yi said in an irrefutable manner. What? This time even Zhou Chen was shocked. He had the urge to refute Hong Yi. 100,000 years old spiritual herbs were required to concoct 7th revolution pills. Each tuft of them was extremely expensive. Even though there were no 7th revolution pill masters in the Rain world, 100,000 years old spiritual herbs could also be used to concoct sixth revolution pills. It would be difficult for even void fragmentation realm old monsters to obtain 100,000 years old spiritual herbs. As the third elder of the Zhou clan and a void inquiry stage expert, Zhou Chen only managed to find 100 tufts of them after spending 10,000 years. Each tuft of spiritual herbs contained Zhou Chen's painstaking efforts. How could he simply give away such precious items? It was not that he was reluctant to give them away, but these spiritual herbs were necessary for Hong Yi to ascend to the peak again. How dare you disobey my order? Hong Yi's eyes turned cold. The sun and moon can bear witness to this old servant's loyalty. Other than healing the injuries of your primordial spirit, these spiritual herbs also need to be used in the important matter in the future. If you lose these spiritual herbs, I'm afraid it will take a long time for you to recover your cultivation base. You don't have to worry about this. Zhou Ming's wind mist finger is of great help to me. It can exempt me from the medicinal bath of those 100,000 years old spiritual herbs. Go, take 40 tufts of 100,000 years old spiritual herbs and give them to Zhou Ming. Zhou Chen gritted his teeth. Everything he did was for his master. He could run around for 10,000 years just to accomplish his master's important matter. He could wear out his ruthlessness and he would never disobey any of his master's orders. However, this was a serious matter. He did not dare to act recklessly. Zhou Chen looked at Ning Fan's direction. The hesitation in his eyes turned into determination. Then, he rose to his feet. Miss, this old servant needs to personally verify whether he has the strength to help you accomplish your important matter. This old servant understands. This old servant has violated Miss's rules and I deserve to die for my crime. However, Miss, please allow me to sever one of my arms to atone for my crime on account of my past contributions. Zhou Ming, if you want 100,000 years old spiritual herbs, then receive a sword attack from me. If you receive this sword attack, you can take the medicine. Zhou Chen's white hair fluttered in the wind. A strong aura force was emitted from the sword case on his back along with the sound of a sword hum. All of a sudden, heaven and earth changed color. The sword chi was like a dragon. Do you dare to receive a sword attack from me? Why wouldn't I dare? Ning Fan suddenly rose to his feet. He knew that if he could not receive a sword attack from Zhou Chen, he would certainly not be able to take the medicine. He did not know what secret Hong Yi and the others were talking about. However, just for Luo Yu's sake, he must obtain 100,000 years old spiritual herbs to harmonize the dark golden bamboo leaves and cure her. Luo Yu was injured because of him. He would never abandon her. If I receive a sword attack from the third elder, please give me the medicine. A terrifying baleful chi spread out from Ning Fan's body, causing everyone in the hall to be shocked. It was the baleful chi left behind by tens of thousands of divine transformation realm and void refinement realm experts after their deaths. Ning Fan had killed more than 10,000 divine transformation realm experts along the way, and there were countless of them whose cultivation bases were lower than his. Even Zhou Chen felt his mind being in a mess when facing this baleful chi. Hong Yi raised her beautiful eyes. Her face was filled with surprise. She had been surprised by Ning Fan too many times. In the rain world, the strength of this young man's baleful chi can be ranked first among those below the void fragmentation realm. 2/5, to be continued. Zhou Chen's sword chi was like a dragon while Ning Fan's baleful chi was monstrous. On the Thunder Bamboo Island, the weather suddenly changed. Tens of thousands of cultivators were shocked. Countless cultivators rushed towards the forbidden area of the Thunder Official Pavilion. Hong Yi suddenly stood up. She held a token in her hand and activated the great formation of the Thunder Court Pavilion, concealing all the ripples from the battle. The three Void Glimpse stage experts were instructed by Hong Yi to leave the Thunder Official Pavilion at once to stabilize the situation on the island. Ning Fan didn't care about the actions of others. In his eyes, there was only Zhou Chen. This Zhou Chen was far from being as strong as Xianxia. However, among the Void Refinement Realm old monsters, he was definitely one of the best sword cultivators. His sword intent was fundamentally different from Xianxia's sword. Ning Fan infused his sword intent into his body and carefully savored Zhou Chen's powerful sword intent that was rushing towards him. Gradually, he understood what was going on. Sentimental sword. Furthermore, the love within the sword is the love between a man and a woman. If it is further subdivided, it is the love of sorrow. As soon as his words fell, Zhou Chen's old eyes immediately flashed with surprise. He was surprised that Ning Fan was able to see through the essence of his sword intent at first glance. That's right, the sword intent he comprehended was the emotionless sword. Compared to the majority of emotionless sword cultivators, he, Zhou Chen, was an exception. The love he had placed in the sword was the love between a man and a woman. That love had ended in tragedy. In Zhou Chen's entire life, he had fought against countless sword cultivators of the Rain World. Among them, those who could see through his sword intent was a sword of emotion were all Void Refinement Realm sword cultivators. Those who were able to see through the relationship between a man and a woman on the basis of the emotion sword were at least Void Inquiry stage sword cultivators. Those who could see the sorrow in the sword must be sword cultivators with Void Fragmentation Realm vision. In Zhou Chen's entire life, he had only met 3 such people. One of them was Xianxia. As for the other 2, one was the Rain World Sword Emperor and the other was a 4 heavens wandering rogue immortal. Ning Fan was the 4th person. It was not strange. Ning Fan's Tao of Sword might not be the strongest in the 9 worlds. However, among countless sword cultivators, his vision was definitely the highest. This old man has underestimated you. Even though your cultivation base is low, your comprehension of the sword is unparalleled in the Rain Immortal world except for the white-clothed sword god. If it wasn't for the 100,000 years old spiritual herb, this old man would definitely be willing to make friends with the sword and befriend you. I'm a loyal servant. Sorry for offending you. As compensation, I'll let you see the sword that I cherish the most in my life. Zhou Chen gritted his teeth and pointed with his finger. The sword sheath on his back suddenly let out a clear sound. It was a sound that was unparalleled in both ancient and modern times. Suddenly, Zhou Chen had a long sword in his hand. It was a wooden sword. The wood of the wooden sword exuded a hint of the fragrance of begonia. If Ning Fan did not smell wrongly, it was the wood of begonia pendula. This sword was extremely ordinary, as if it would break with a gentle shake. However, Ning Fan understood that an extremely ordinary sword would become the most extraordinary sword in the hands of a swordsman like Zhou Chen. When he was in Gusu, he had once comprehended the sword, and he had long since understood the principle of a weak sword is a strong intent, and a strong sword is a weak intent. If it was a flying sword, the stronger and lighter the material, the better. After all, it was inevitable that magic treasures would collide. If he were to use a heavy sword, he would also need to pay attention to the material used. He would need to wield it in a large manner to sweep away an army of 1,000. Zhou Chen's sword was clearly not a flying sword, nor was it a heavy sword. This sword was an intent sword. It made the body of the sword infinitely weak, allowing it to unleash the strongest sword intent. What Ning Fan needed to defend against was not Zhou Chen's sword light, but his sword intent. The sword intent was all-pervasive. Even the lightning armor could not completely defend against it. Ning Fan's eyes turned slightly grim. Originally, he was prepared to summon the lightning armor to defend himself. However, it seemed like he could not resort to tricks now. He needed to show his true strength. Otherwise, he would definitely not be able to withstand a single sword attack from Zhou Chen. The 3 Void Glimpse stage experts had already returned after calming down the situation. When they saw Zhou Chen actually using a wooden sword, their expressions changed greatly. What? The 3rd elder actually used the begonia wooden sword. This sword kills without spilling blood. Rumor has it that the 3rd elder has only used this sword to kill Void Inquiry stage old monsters in his entire life. There are at least 10 Void Inquiry stage experts who died because of this sword. I didn't expect that the 3rd elder would actually use this sword against Emir Zhou Ming. Emir Zhou Ming. Ning Fan frowned slightly. These 3 Void Glimpse stage-old monsters really thought highly of themselves. Did they really think that Ning Fan was an ant? If he wanted the Zhou clan to be his backing, he could not let them look down on him. At least, he had to show them enough strength to make them think highly of him. Since that was the case, he could not hold back anymore. Lightning armor, appear. Ning Fan changed his hand seal. It was the hand seal to summon the primordial lightning armor. As Void Refinement Realm experts of the Zhou clan, the 3 Void Glimpse stage experts naturally knew about the secret technique of the primordial lightning armor. However, this technique was extremely difficult to cultivate. It required one to devour primordial lightning in order to achieve some success. Other than the Thunder Sovereign, who had cultivated this technique to an extremely high level, there had never been a cultivator of the Zhou clan who had cultivated this technique above silver armor. Killing a divine transformation cultivator, who had to be a lightning cultivator, would allow him to refine a bolt of primordial spirit lightning. In order to defend against void refinement realm attacks, one would need golden armor at the very least. It was impossible to break through the golden armor without tens of thousands of elemental lightning. Rumor had it that once the lightning armor entered the golden grade, the amount of elemental lightning required would be even greater. There were only a few hundred divine transformation realm warriors in the internal ocean, and this was after including the resources of the 4 races of the Hidden Ocean and the Zhou family. Not to mention that lightning cultivators were the minority among these experts. Even if they killed all the semi-god realm cultivators in the rain world, they would not be able to collect enough primordial thunder to break through the golden armor. In the eyes of the 3 void glimpse stage experts, this technique was undoubtedly a useless technique. When they saw Ning Fan displaying this technique, they naturally did not think much of it. This technique must have been given to this young man by Mistress. Hee. This young man is just a divine transformation realm junior after all. He only knows how to summon a silver grade lightning armor to resist the Third Elder's strongest sword attack. How can such a poor defense withstand the Third Elder's sword intent? There's no need to watch anymore. This young man will definitely lose. As soon as the 3 of them finished speaking, all of them suddenly became mute. Their eyes were as round as camel bells and they were filled with disbelief. Ning Fan's white robes were suddenly covered with a golden lightning armor. Moreover, that golden armor was emitting a vast lightning power that was enough to defend against a void-pierce stage attack. It was obviously a 3rd grade lightning armor. Impossible. This young man actually cultivated his lightning armor to the 3rd grade. How is this possible? After the Thunder Sovereign, there is actually another expert in the rain world who cultivated his lightning armor to the 3rd grade of the golden grade. With this armor alone, this young man is able to dominate the Void Inquiry stage and rarely has a worthy opponent. Because with this armor, there are almost no Void Inquiry stage old monsters who can hurt him. As for us, even though we are Void Refinement Realm experts, we are just Void Glimpse stage experts after all. Even if we use our full strength, we certainly won't be able to hurt a single hair of his. The 3 Void Glimpse stage experts were astonished. They were speechless. All of their contempt towards Ning Fan vanished at this moment. Hong Yi, who was watching the battle at the side, looked at Ning Fan, who was like a golden deity. Her cold eyes were filled with surprise again and she murmured to herself. This young man has just entered the Black Lightning Tower once. In just 10 days, he has actually obtained such a large amount of primordial lightning. It really surprises me. Even when I was collecting primordial lightning in the past, I didn't have the speed. Even Hong Yi, who entered the lightning tower alone, could only obtain the primordial lightning by slaughtering others. Naturally, her efficiency and speed in collecting primordial lightning were not as high and fast as Ning Fan. With Lei Shi's help, Ning Fan could directly purchase the primordial lightning. He caught up with the crowd's anger and became the hero who slaughtered Ying Long. Every time he went to a floor, there would be a lightning lord of that floor who would do their best to collect primordial lightning and give them to Ning Fan. Ning Fan was not fighting alone, nor was he collecting primordial lightning alone. Thus, his speed was naturally not comparable to Hong Yi, who was traveling alone. Zhou Chen took a deep breath. His eyes became even more solemn and he said in a clear voice. Zhou Ming, although your thunder armor is strong and can block Dharma and body arts, it can block physical attacks. However, it can't block intent. Demonic intent, divine intent, or demonic intent will work as well. At the end of the day, all kinds of intents are concepts. Magic power cultivates the corporeal while intent realm cultivates the void. The reason why one needs to improve their intent realm to break through to the divine transformation realm and void refinement realm is because it requires the cultivator to understand the transformation between corporeal and void. The first step of intent realm is the corporeal realm. The second step of intent realm is the void realm. The third step of intent realm is the legendary true realm. Each intent realm is born with a grade. However, this grade can be improved step by step through comprehension. My sword intent is called the begonia sword intent. I comprehended it with the help of a drooping silk begonia. When I first comprehended it, it was inferior and had no grade. However, after painstakingly cultivating this intent realm, the grade of this intent realm has risen step by step to the 9th grade, the 8th grade and then the 7th grade. Today, this begonia sword intent is already a 6th grade intent realm. Little friend, take my sword. Zhou said a lot of things in a long-winded manner. In fact, he was giving Ning Fan some pointers. He was imparting his comprehension towards the cultivation of intent realms to him. It was to compensate him for the mistake he made when he drew his sword against Ning Fan. When he drew his sword against Ning Fan, firstly, it was against Hong Yi's order. Secondly, it was against his own conscience. After witnessing Ning Fan's comprehension of the Tao of Sword and the strength of his lightning armor, he already had the intention to befriend him. However, he was loyal to his master wholeheartedly. He could not bear to lose the spiritual medicine. Even if he lost the chance to befriend Ning Fan, even if he had to go against Hong Yi's order and even if he had to cripple one of his arms after the battle, he could only draw his sword. In his life, love had already passed away. All he had left was kindness. His loyalty towards his master was originally just to repay the kindness. If he also loses his kindness, he would only be left with the sorrow of having his Tao turned into nothingness after cultivating alone for 10,000 years. Every single word of Zhou Chen's went into Ning Fan's ears. Every single word he said was the Tao comprehension that Zhou Chen had personally experienced 10,000 years of loneliness. It could be said that every single word was worth 1,000 gold. Countless cultivators of the Rain World begged Zhou Chen, but he would not tell them anything. Today, however, he really had no choice but to draw his sword against Ning Fan. The only compensation he could get was this Tao comprehension. Ning Fan carefully digested Zhou Chen's words. His understanding gradually increased. His divine intent was the rain, his devil intent was the mountain and his demon intent was the Fuli intent. With his shocking Tao comprehension, he had comprehended 3 types of intent realms one after another and eventually merged them into one. However, until the moment when the memory intent realm was born, he still could not see through the essence of the intent realm. He only knew that the memory intent realm was the 2nd step intent realm. Today, Zhou Chen told him that the cultivation of the intent realm was actually the cultivation of the word void, which was cultivating magic power into reality while cultivating the intent realm into nothingness. All the puzzles he had in the past were solved today. From nothingness to reality, condensing magic power into cultivation. From reality to nothingness, breaking magic power into intent and shattering the void, one could become a life immortal. After comprehending the true Tao, one could become a true immortal. Ning Fan's mind became even more blank. Because of Zhou Chen's guidance, countless of his doubts were cleared. His path of cultivation was naturally less bumpy. Thank you. He cupped his fists at Zhou Chen. He did not blame him but only expressed his gratitude. The reason why Zhou Chen drew his sword against him was not because of a personal grudge. It was because of his loyalty. He was definitely not a despicable person. Thus, Ning Fan did not blame him. Zhou Chen had given Ning Fan a Tao comprehension. Ning Fan was naturally grateful towards him. However, at this moment, both of them could not be merciful in a battle of magic power. Both of them had to give it their all. Ning Fan's eyes became even more focused while Zhou Chen's mind was completely immersed in the begonia wooden sword. Zhou Chen had a reason to draw his sword while Ning Fan had the determination to save Luoyu. It was a battle of magic power, but it could reflect all the bloody shadows of the cultivators. There were too many times when cultivators had no choice but to fight and kill each other in order to fight for the limited cultivation resources and to protect their own Tao. Sword, rise. Zhou Chen suddenly raised his sword. His killing intent was like the clouds. Before activating his sword intent, a sword chi rushed towards Ning Fan. It was enough to kill an ordinary void glimpse stage expert. Ning Fan's eyes were filled with surprise. Zhou Chen was definitely the one who released this sword chi unintentionally. The sword chi that he unintentionally released was already enough to kill an ordinary void glimpse stage expert. If he releases his sword intent with all his might, wouldn't it be able to instantly kill a void inquiry stage expert? No wonder the two Void Refinement Realm experts of the Rain Palace were so afraid when they heard Zhou Chen's name in the past, as if they had heard some kind of nightmare. Although Zhou Chen was still one step away from the Void Pierce stage, in reality, he had already taken the lives of several Void Pierce stage experts and even an absolute Void stage expert. If it wasn't for some special reasons, this person would definitely not remain at the Void Inquiry stage. Even though he was not as monstrous as Yin Tianjue, he was definitely a sword cultivator who could dominate the rain world. Chi Chi traces of sword chi that he casually released hit Ning Fan's chest, creating waves of lightning ripples. Relying on the strength of his lightning armor, Ning Fan managed to block these casual sword chi attacks. However, he knew that what was truly difficult to block was the strongest sword intent that Zhou Chen released using the weakest sword. Zhou Chen raised his hand. This sword intent is coming. Not good. Retreat quickly. The three Void Glimpse stage experts fled in terror almost instantly. They only felt slightly relieved after they left the grand formation of the Thunder Official Pavilion. Hong Yi naturally did not need to flee. However, when she saw Zhou Chen's unchanging and persistent sword intent, she sighed for the first time. Zhou Chen, you are still as stubborn as before. I have used the white lightning erasure technique for you 4 times, but you still can't forget your past. If you can forget, you were already a Void Pierce stage expert 10,000 years ago. Today, you are already a Void Fragmentation Realm expert. Among the elders under me, your aptitude is obviously the highest. Even with Hong Yi's cold and indifferent personality, she still felt sorry for Zhou Chen. It was enough to show how high his aptitude was. Hong Yi just sighed. Then, she returned to her usual indifference and stared at Ning Fan quietly. All of her attention was focused on him. How many years can you endure under Zhou Chen's sword intent? If you can endure for more than 100 years, I will save you. If you can't, I will let you suffer a little. Who asked you to provoke me so many times in the past? As soon as Hong Yi finished speaking, she frowned. It's strange. Why did I take revenge on Ning Fan? Is it because of the incarnation of the 10,000 tufts of lightning grass? It's a little troublesome. It was indeed troublesome. In the past, Hong Yi was as cold as ice. After her primordial spirit became 10,000 times stronger, she subdivided all of her primordial spirit into grass in order not to affect her heart. Grass and trees were emotionless. On the day when her primordial spirit became one, she naturally would not have any emotions. Unfortunately, one tuft of lightning grass was touched by someone. It took the form of a human and had a heart and emotions. To Hong Yi, who cultivated the Tao of emotionlessness, this emotion was a poison. Even traces of her past memories were stirred up because of that trace of emotion. I'm not Ning Honghong. I'm Hong Yi. Hong Yi frowned. She used the white lightning erasure technique again to erase the trace of memory that she had just regained. She used to be Ning Honghong. But now, she was not. She wanted to be herself again. The emotions that she felt at that moment were also extinguished and everything returned to normal. If he can endure for 100 years, I can save him for the greater good. If he has already died in 10 years, there's no point in me saving him. There's no value in me using him. Hong Yi's tone became cold and emotionless again. Ning Fan looked at Zhou Chen and then at the wooden sword that was slightly red in color. The sense of danger he felt became stronger. At the next moment, Zhou Chen's sword intent drowned Ning Fan like a tidal wave. A cold and sorrowful old voice came out from Zhou Chen's mouth. 4 styles of sorrowful sword. The first style, 10 years of life and death. The sword intent that was like tidal waves completely ignored the toughness of his lightning armor and directly invaded Ning Fan's sea of consciousness. The grade of Ning Fan's memory intent realm was at the second step. It was far above Zhou Chen's 6th grade sword intent realm. However, his comprehension towards the intent realm was far less profound than Zhou Chen's. It was because Zhou Chen's sword intent contained the sorrow of his 10,000 years of Tao cultivation. That sorrow was irreparable and there was no way to express it. It turned into the most painful sword intent that could break a cultivator's heart. Ning Fan's eyes became dull. In just a moment, he felt like he had experienced 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years and 10,000 years. It was a memory that was as sorrowful as a sword and it belonged only to Zhou Chen. Ning Fan's mind was sealed by the sword intent. His consciousness was immersed in an imaginary world. The place where he was standing was a small mountain village with picturesque scenery. His appearance had changed drastically. He was now a 16-year-old young man with a sword on his back. However, his appearance was completely different from Ning Fan's. Instead, he looked somewhat similar to Zhou Chen. Ning Fan's head was dizzy and painful. He could not remember the past. A trace of power of the memory intent realm flowed in his sea of consciousness. After a while, his eyes became clear and he recognized that this place was a remnant dream. Zhou Chen would never have thought that Ning Fan's power of intent realm was memory. Moreover, he woke up from Zhou Chen's memories. This is the world of Zhou Chen's sword intent. When the sword intent from the outside world comes into contact with it, it will only last for a moment. However, this is the deepest part of one's consciousness. This place is like a dream. No one can extricate themselves from this dream of sword intent. Only Zhou Chen's 10,000 swords can penetrate their hearts and kill them. As for me, I woke up with the help of the power of the memory intent realm. Zhou Chen had miscalculated. Ning Fan was standing under a malice tree. The malice tree grew at the entrance of the small village. Behind the begonia tree, a young girl in pink clothes walked out of the tree shyly and gave Ning Fan a sweet smile. The young girl had delicate features. Her black hair was tied up high. There was a scar on the left side of her face, but it did not cover her beauty. She looked at Ning Fan with eyes that were filled with infatuation and passion. "Brother Chen, I heard that the immortal master of the Qiyu sword faction has taken a liking to you and you are about to be accepted as his disciple." "Congratulations," the young girl's beautiful eyes were filled with tenderness. However, Ning Fan was not moved by it. Instead, he felt a little annoyed. Even though he was passionate, he was not that passionate to the point that he would fall in love with a girl whom he did not know, even if it was a dream. "I'm not Zhou Chen." Ning Fan's tone was cold. His eyes scanned the surroundings and walked out of the village, trying to find a way to break free from the sword intent lock. Just as he was about to leave the village, he was suddenly pulled back by the young girl. "Brother Chen, father said that if you join an immortal sect and become an immortal master, you will have money and power. Then, you will save me and not want me." "I didn't believe it at first, but you." The young girl cried helplessly because she was heartbroken. Her smile was just a forced smile. Who would like their lover to leave their side? "I'm not Zhou Chen." Ning Fan turned his head coldly. However, when he saw the young girl's face again, his heart suddenly softened. Seemingly in order to make Ning Fan fall into the dreamland, the young girl's appearance had also changed into Jiha. "Brother Chen. Don't go." The young girl knelt on the ground and begged helplessly. "Jiha." Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. He did not like it when someone schemed against his woman. Even if it was a dreamland, he would not allow it. "Who is Jiha?" "I'm not Jiha. I'm Haitang. Mu Haitang." The young girl stood up in anger. She was angry that Ning Fan actually called her name wrongly again. When Zhou Chen was young, he liked to tease Mu Haitang. He often called her name wrongly on purpose to make her angry and then make her laugh. The scenes that were happening in front of Ning Fan's eyes were all the sorrowful sword intent of Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen wanted to use his sorrowful sword intent to create an illusory dream to imprison Ning Fan's mind, making him sink into sorrow and letting thousands of swords pierce his heart. That was the strongest sorrowful sword intent. No matter what, I'm still displeased that he used Jiha in a battle of magical power. However, this is my illusory dream. Zhou Chen's sword intent should only make me dream about my Dao companion. It's not intentional. He can't see my dream, but I can see his past. From this point of view, if I break his broken dream, I will have won this sword attack of his. Knowing that Zhou Chen did not have the intention to scheme against Jiha, the anger in Ning Fan's eyes diminished slightly. He gently helped Mu Haitang up. No matter what, the current Mu Haitang was Jiha while Ning Fan was Zhou Chen. Even though their names were different, in Ning Fan's eyes, Jiha was Jiha. No one could hurt her. Zhou Chen's broken dream ended with sorrow. His lover must have suffered an unexpected disaster, causing him to be lonely for 10,000 years. The pain would never be erased. On one hand, Ning Fan wanted to break his broken dream, on the other hand, he could not allow Mu Haitang who had turned into Jiha to suffer any harm. He pulled Mu Haitang up and protected her in front of him. His eyes were filled with tenderness. "Follow me. Brother Chen, where are we going?" Mu Haitang's eyes flashed with joy when she saw that Ning Fan did not have the intention to abandon her. "To the Qiyu sword faction." It seems like Zhou Chen's experience in cultivation started from the Qiyu sword faction. "If you follow me, no one can hurt you." "Jiha. I've told you many times." "I'm Haitang, Mu Haitang," the young lady said with displeasure. She had Jiha's body but she carried Mu Haitang's memories. Not long after they left the village, a great calamity suddenly befell the small village. An old Taoist with long eyebrows at the harmonious spirit realm stood in the sky, looking down on the village as if it was an ant. "I didn't expect that senior brother sect master could actually find a disciple who cultivates the emotional sword Dao in this shabby village. With such a disciple, he will definitely be favored by the patriarch and his position will be even more secure." Zhou Chen. A mere young man from a mountain village dares to try and stop me from becoming the sect master? Humph. Doesn't he cultivate the emotional sword Dao? Doesn't he have a lover in this village? I will kill his lover and make him angry and merciless. Let's see if he can still be favored by the patriarch. The old Taoist with long eyebrows released his spirit sense and scanned across the village. Suddenly, he gritted his teeth. "Where's Mu Haitang? Where did she go? Why isn't she in the village?" In the past, Zhou Chen lost his lover on the day he joined the Qiyu sword faction. Ning Fan entered the dream. However, he would never allow anyone to harm Jiha, even if that Jiha was just an illusion and was using Mu Haitang's identity. Even so, he would not allow anyone to hurt Jiha. Whoever hurts her will die. 3/5. To be continued, the Qiyu sword faction was located in a low-ranked cultivation country in the Rain World, the Qi Nation. It was the number 1 sword faction in the Qi Nation. Ning Fan stood at the foot of the Qiyu mountain with the silly little Jiha following beside him. They were admiring the scenery along the way, feeling extremely delighted. After Mu Haitang's appearance turned into Jiha, her personality also changed slightly. In the end, she was almost exactly the same as Jiha. He did not care whether this dream was real or not. As long as he was here, no one could hurt Jiha. He occupied Zhou Chen's body, and his cultivation was at Zhou Chen's level when he was 16 years old. Third-level vein opening realm was indeed weak. In the dream, Ning Fan did not inherit any cultivation base or body refinement realm from his original body. However, the power of his intent realm was still there. Ning Fan closed his eyes. Pieces of black snowflakes condensed on his palm. Each snowflake was the power of a concept. His memory concept existed in the form of the 7-apricot blizzard. With the power of the memory intent realm, even though Ning Fan was only at the 3rd level of the vein opening realm, he could be invincible in Qi country, which was just a low-grade cultivation country. In a low-grade cultivation country, the strongest cultivator was at the gold core realm. However, Ning Fan could freeze a spirit-severing realm cultivator with just a wave of his hand. Apart from that, he also had the immortal trapping sword will, which could also injure the enemy. With me here, no one can hurt Jiha. However, as far as I know, there isn't any Qi nation among the 800 cultivation countries in the Rain World. It seems like it was annihilated 10,000 years ago. The first style of Zhou Chen's sorrowful sword is called 10 years of life and death. If that's the case, 10 years will pass in this broken dream. If I want to break this sword and leave the dream world, I must not feel any sorrow for the next 10 years. The greatest sorrow in this dream was naturally Mu Haitang's death, which left Zhou Chen with endless pain. I only need to protect Jiha for 10 years without a single hair on her head. 10 years without sorrow, and this dream can be broken. After a long time, Ning Fan withdrew his thoughts and led Mu Haitang up the stairs of the mountain. Scarlet Mountain was extremely tall, tens of thousands of zhang in height. Moreover, it was a dangerous peak with tigers, leopards, insects, and snakes everywhere. In the eyes of mortals, Scarlet Moon Mountain was a peerless mountain that could not be climbed. Mu Haitang was just a mortal woman with a weak body. After half a day's effort, she had only climbed 3,000 feet. She was already panting. Ning Fan turned around and saw Mu Haitang sweating profusely. He crouched down and carried her on his back. Mu Haitong's beautiful eyes were in a trance. She leaned on Ning Fan's back and suddenly revealed an expression as if she had just woken up from a dream. Big brother Fan, I dreamed of you again. Very good, this Mu Haitong's existence had been completely erased, and the dream had completely replaced Mu Haitong with Jiha. You're awake? Ning Fan's tone became gentle but his eyes became solemn. Dreams were indeed very mysterious and unfathomable. You thought that everything in the dream was real, but when you woke up, everything was empty. It was just an illusion. However, if dreams were all illusory, Jiha could always meet Ning Fan again and again in his dreams. It was hard to tell whether life and death in a dream was real or fake. However, Ning Fan was even more convinced that even if it was a dream, he would protect He and not let her get hurt in her dreams. Big brother Fan, I missed you so much, I know. Rest for a while, I'll take you to a place. Ning Fan had thousands of words in his heart but he could only smile bitterly. He had been running around and killing people like scything flax for his entire life. He also longed to return to Yu country. However, he had too many unfinished business and could not return. On the mountain path, only Jiha's words were left. Ning Fan listened attentively. Occasionally, ferocious beasts would rush out from the forest and block the path. Ning Fan's ferocious eyes could scare the birds and beasts away. His baleful chi and devil might were still there. Half a day later, they arrived at the peak of the mountain. It was already midnight. The moon was bright, and the stars were sparse. Magnificent jade buildings with bright lights floated in the clouds above the mountain peak, making it look like a fairyland. Among the clouds, young men and women came and went on their flying swords. All of them were sword cultivators. This Jiyu sword faction was indeed the #1 sword sect in Qi country. It was such a beautiful night scene, but Jiha was not in the mood to enjoy it. She had already fallen asleep. Halt! Suddenly, 6 disciples who were guarding the mountain appeared in front of Ning Fan, blocking his way. Each of them had a cultivation base at the 7th level of the vein-opening realm and each of them carried a sword on their back. Their gazes drifted to Ning Fan. When they saw that he was only at the 3rd level of the vein-opening realm, their eyes were filled with disdain. Then, they glanced at Jiha. When they saw her beautiful face, they were stunned and their eyes flashed with amazement. What a beautiful lady! I'm the deacon who guards the mountain, Yue. Who are you? Why did you bring a young lady into my Chiyu sword faction? The leader of the 6 disciples who were guarding the mountain spoke. He was at the 8th level of the vein-opening realm. He slightly released his aura force towards Ning Fan with the intention to intimidate him. I am Zhou Chen. Ning Fan casually flicked his sleeve. A breeze rose from his sleeve and dispersed Yue's aura force. His expression was still as calm as an ancient well. However, the 6 disciples who were guarding the mountain were repelled by the force of Ning Fan's sleeve. They coughed out blood at the same time and their eyes were filled with astonishment. Even if it was a dream, Ning Fan would not be intimidated by a junior at the vein-opening realm. Besides, he really disliked the way the 6 of them looked at Jiha. ****, all the disciples who were guarding the mountain including Yue sucked in a cold breath. The carefree young man with a sword on his back was Zhou Chen. Moreover, this Zhou Chen was only at the 3rd level of the vein-opening realm, yet he was able to block the aura of the 8th level of the vein-opening realm and injure 6 deacon disciples with just a wave of his hand. His means were really amazing. So it's senior martial brother Zhou Chen. Pardon me. The sect master has already given the order to accept senior martial brother Zhou Chen as his disciple and make him the first disciple of the Chiyu sword faction. If senior martial brother comes to the sect, you can head straight to the Smoky Sword Pavilion and go into seclusion to comprehend the sword for 10 years. After 10 years, if senior martial brother is ranked in the top 10 of the 100 sect sword competition, you can leave the sect freely and no one will be able to stop you. When Yue and the others looked at Ning Fan, their eyes were filled with fear. They were not only afraid of Ning Fan's identity but also afraid of his terrifying strength that could injure someone just by raising his hand. No one dared to look at Jiha for fear of angering Ning Fan's. No matter where one went, strength would always be respected. It won't happen again. Ning Fan left a warning, carried Jiha, and entered the mountain gate. Along the way, the reception disciples had already been ordered by Yue Wei to lead the way respectfully for Ning Fan. After turning left and right, they finally arrived at a pavilion that was filled with dense spiritual qi. It was the Smoky Sword Pavilion. There were 12 servants in the pavilion. Each of them had a cultivation base of the 5th level of the vein-opening realm and above. All of them could be considered as the elite disciples of the sect. However, they were sent here to serve Ning Fan. As for the so-called master of the sect, he did not show up from the beginning to the end and accepted Zhou Chen into the sect. There was also no assessment of the sect. Zhou Chen was a genius sword cultivator since he was young. He was chosen by the sect master of the Qiyu sect and passed the assessment in the mountain village. Therefore, he did not need to take any assessment after he entered the sect. Greetings, senior brother Zhou Chen. The sect master has already predicted that senior brother would come tonight. He ordered senior brother to rest early. Tomorrow, he will personally come to the Smoky Sword Pavilion to impart his cultivation technique to you. The 12 servants looked respectful, but their eyes were filled with disdain. Understood. This woman cannot enter the Smoky Sword Pavilion. The Smoky Sword Pavilion is a pavilion that was left behind by the founding ancestor of the sect. Without the sect master's order, no outsider is allowed to enter. A few of the servants looked at Jiha with disdain and tried to stop her in a domineering manner. She is my wife. There is nothing wrong with me bringing her into the Smoky Sword Pavilion. What I cultivate is the sword of emotion. My master will understand. If any of you continue to stop me, you will die. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying baleful qi spread out from his body, causing the servants and disciples to become submissive. They no longer dared to show any disdain or objection. They could not understand why a mere 3rd-level vein-opening realm junior would have such a terrifying baleful qi. Zhou Chen had achieved success at a young age. Of course, his fame was boundless. However, all of this glory would turn into bone-piercing sorrow 10 years later. Jiha was sleeping peacefully. Ning Fan sat on the bed, guarding her while meditating with his legs crossed. From time to time, his gaze would sweep across the Smoky Sword Pavilion. He could faintly sense a trace of incomplete sword intent from it. That sword intent was left behind by the founding ancestor of the Qiyu sword sect in the pavilion. It had not been successfully condensed and could only be considered as a half-finished sword intent. Rumor has it that old ancestor Qiyu was only at the nascent soul realm. It was already rare for him to be able to touch the edge of the sword intent. It was not surprising that he did not manage to condense the sword intent completely. Ning Fan closed his eyes and comprehended this trace of incomplete sword intent. That sword intent was ethereal like smoke. It made the sword look like smoke and made the smoke look like a sword. He gently lifted his finger and a trace of ethereal sword light slowly rose from the tip of his finger. He spent the entire night comprehending this sword intent and gradually gained some insights. This ethereal sword intent was quite similar to Zhou Chen's sword intent. Most likely, Zhou Chen's future sword intent would be comprehended from this sword mist. He still had to wait in the dream realm for another 10 years. 10 years without sorrow was a good choice to cultivate this sword intent. Suddenly, a sinister sneer came from outside the room, interrupting Ning Fan's comprehension of the sword intent. Zhou Chen, you are really careful. You actually brought Mu Haitang with you when you left the village to become a disciple. Even though I did not manage to kill her in the village, killing her tonight will still be the same. I will certainly destroy your Tao of emotion and ruin your future. A Taoist who wore black robes and carried a sword on his back suddenly sneaked into the Smoky Sword Pavilion. His finger technique was harmonious spirit sword light and he slashed at Jiha who was sleeping soundly. Ning Fan's eyes darkened. He guessed that this Taoist who was hiding his identity was most likely the culprit who killed Zhou Chen's beloved and made him sad for the rest of his life. He could kill Zhou Chen's wife but he could never hurt Ning Fan's wife. You're courting death. Ning Fan reached out his hand and made a grabbing motion in the air. An unimaginable sword intent turned into strands of sword threads and engulfed the Taoist who carried the sword, instantly turning him into a mist of blood. The Taoist's eyes widened in anger. They were filled with disbelief and fear. Even until his death, he could not understand why a junior at the 3rd level of the vein-opening realm could kill a dignified harmonious spirit realm cultivator like him with just a raise of his hand. He wanted to beg for mercy. However, he could not even do that in Ning Fan's hands. He could only die. He died with everlasting regret. Ning Fan flicked his sleeve. A breeze blew from his sleeve, dispersing the blood mist of the Taoist without leaving a trace. With his cultivation base, no one would be able to find out if he wanted to silence a harmonious spirit realm cultivator. That night, the life plate of the vice sect master of the Chiyu sword faction was shattered. He died mysteriously and the entire sect was in chaos. No one suspected that it was Ning Fan's doing. If Ning Fan killed this person, Mu Haitang would not die. In that case, Ning Fan would not have to suffer 10 years of sorrow. Zhou Chen's sorrowful sword could not hurt Ning Fan. The next day, the sect master of the Chiyu sect came to the Smoky Sword Pavilion and gave Ning Fan a large amount of pills and cultivation methods. Then, he left in a hurry. It seemed like he was going to investigate the death of the vice sect master. He was Zhou Chen's master who treated Zhou Chen very well. To Zhou Chen, his death was another source of sorrow. Within 10 years, Ning Fan did not go out at all. He stayed in the Smoky Sword Pavilion all the time to protect Xiha. He fulfilled all her requests for pills. He also prepared some sword cultivation methods thoroughly. Ning Fan had never practiced sword techniques systematically. In Zhou Chen's remnant dream, he started cultivating diligently as a vein-opening realm sword cultivator for 10 years. His chi had already reached the late harmonious spirit realm a long time ago. However, he only told others that he was only at the 10th level of the vein-opening realm. During the 10 years, Xiha slept more than she woke up. When she woke up occasionally, she was still in a daze. However, with Ning Fan's protection, she was never in any danger. On the 10th year, Xiha's figure slowly faded and disappeared from the dream. As for the traces of memories that originally belonged to Zhou Chen, they were also obtained by Ning Fan during these 10 years. Ning Fan protected Xiha for 10 years until she left the remnant dream. No one could harm her. Ning Fan did not have any regrets nor sorrow. He would not be hurt by the sorrowful sword. As long as he broke Zhou Chen's sorrowful sword in the 10th year, he would be able to defeat Zhou Chen. According to Zhou Chen's memories, he should have become Qiyu's disciple and comprehended the sword for 10 years. 10 years later, he obtained the quota to leave the sect and returned to the village. However, when Zhou Chen returned to the village, he found out that his true love had already passed away for 10 years. Until that moment, all his glory turned into dust and all his love was shattered. He cut off the only remaining weeping silk begonia in the village and turned it into a wooden sword. After that, he cultivated diligently for 100 years just to take revenge. Ning Fan did not participate in the sword competition. He directly turned into a ray of sword light and left Qiyu, returning to the village. The illusions around him showed signs of collapsing. It was a sign that his sword technique was being broken. Bang ! The remnant dream that lasted for 10 years suddenly collapsed when Ning Fan stepped into the village. The village was just like 10 years ago. It was peaceful and happy. There was no one who killed them and there was no sorrow. Under Ning Fan's protection, Mu Haitang did not die and there was no sorrow. Without sorrow, a sorrowful sword would not be a sorrowful sword. The first style, 10 years of life and death, was broken. 10 years in the dream was just a blink of an eye in the outside world. In these 10 years, Ning Fan had built the foundation of sword cultivation which made up for some of the shortcomings of his sword Dao. After receiving a sword attack from Zhou Chen, he benefited a lot. After breaking the illusion, Ning Fan who was in the real world suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes flashed and shattered all of Zhou Chen's sword intent. The first style of your sword intent is ineffective against me. What? Outside the Thunder Court Pavilion, the expressions of the 3 Void Glimpse stage experts changed greatly when they saw Ning Fan actually opened his eyes and broke the illusion of his sword intent. Even Hong Yi was slightly surprised. Even Void Inquiry stage or Void Pierce stage old monsters would fall into the illusion after being bewitched by Zhou Chen's sword attack. However, Ning Fan directly broke the sword intent with the first style and woke up. Zhou Chen's eyes flashed with a hint of respect. In his entire life, he had only met 3 people who could wake up from the first style of the sword intent. They were Yun Tianjue, the sword sovereign of the sword world and the 4 heavens rogue immortals. Ning Fan was the 4th. Sure enough, he did not misjudge Ning Fan. Ning Fan was a rare genius in sword cultivation. In terms of innate talent in the Tao of Sword, Ning Fan was even above him. My sword technique is divided into 4 styles. Even though you woke up from the first style, the 4 styles of sword intent have yet to be completely defeated. The first sorrow, 10 years of life and death. At this moment, Zhou Chen no longer wanted to win the battle against Ning Fan. He only wanted to learn from him. Ning Fan nodded his head, signaling Zhou Chen to use his full strength. By fighting against Zhou Chen, his sword Tao could also be verified and improved greatly. Zhou Chen turned the tip of his sword. A wave of intense sorrow drowned Ning Fan. I joined the Qiyu sword faction at the age of 16 and bid farewell to Hai Tang. However, I didn't know that after that day, we would be separated forever. She died in the hands of my evil disciple, but I didn't know about it. When I found out about her death, it was already 10 years later. I have been waiting for 10 years for her to be with me again. I have been waiting for 10 years for her. However, what I got in return was my life. She died. This first style of the sorrowful sword contains the regret of my entire life. I can't make up for it. I can't tell it. I can't forget it, and I can't turn back. The sorrow of this sword can kill a void glimpse stage expert. Chi a sense of sorrow swept across the Thunder official pavilion like tidal waves. When the 3 void glimpse stage experts saw this sword technique, all of them were filled with deep fear. Ning Fan stood at the center of the sword intent without moving an inch. His mind would only be locked by the sword intent once. There would not be a second time. Waves of pain came from his heart. That pain was the regret of not being able to protect his beloved. Ning Fan's eyes were filled with emotion. If the woman he loved died and he only found out about it 10 years later, he would certainly feel the same heart-wrenching pain and deep regret. Therefore, he could not take a wrong step in his life. He must not leave any regrets behind. That was why he would rather bear the notoriety of the world than to have any regrets in this life. Bang! His Tao heart was firm. It would not be shaken by sorrow. He opened his mouth and swallowed all the sorrow of Zhou Chen's 10 years of life and death. He recalled his understanding of the sword mist and sword intent in the 10 years broken dream. Just like Zhou Chen, he casually grabbed a wooden chair at the side. The wooden shavings were crushed and condensed into a wooden sword. A weak sword intent but a strong intent, a wave of sorrowful sword intent that was the same as Zhou Chen's condensed on the wooden sword. I also know the sorrow of 10 years of life and death in this sword technique. Ning Fan's tone was flat as if he was talking about something casual. However, it made Zhou Chen's eyes filled with astonishment. His strongest sword intent was actually stolen by Ning Fan. The 3 void glimpse stage experts found it even more unbelievable. It was already unimaginable that Ning Fan could break Zhou Chen's first style of sword intent. Now, he could even learn Zhou Chen's sword intent. How could this be possible? What level of genius in the Tao of Sword is this young man exactly? He could actually learn the 3rd elder sword intent in one go. The 3 of them exclaimed. They naturally did not know that Ning Fan did not learn the 3rd elder sword intent in one go. Instead, he spent 10 years comprehending the sword intent by following the path of Zhou Chen's sword cultivation in the broken dream. Then, just like Zhou Chen, he melted his sorrow into the sword mist and cultivated the first style of the sorrowful sword. Hong Yi's cold eyes were slightly moved. Ning Fan had once again exceeded her expectations. Zhou Chen's sword edge slashed horizontally. Since he could not defeat Ning Fan with the first style of sword intent, he needed to use the second style. I joined the Qiyu sword faction and cultivated to the 10th level of the vein-opening realm in 10 years. When I found out that my true love had died and that the enemy was a harmonious spirit realm old monster, I betrayed the Qiyu sword faction and cultivated bitterly for 100 years. After 100 years, I attained the gold core realm and slaughtered the Qiyu sword faction. I endured the pain of missing her and sat alone in my cave for 100 years like meditating. Every day was filled with sorrow. 10 years of life and death can slay a void glimpse stage cultivator. 100 years of loneliness can slay a void inquiry stage cultivator. Ning Fan suddenly raised his head. His black hair danced wildly in the air. His wooden sword also imitated Zhou Chen's sword. On the basis of 10 years of life and death, he extended 100 years of loneliness. Ning Fan also had loneliness. His loneliness was not the loneliness of guarding a sorrowful hut alone. Instead, it was the loneliness of facing the bloody sea of cultivation alone. His loneliness was different from Zhou Chen's. However, he could understand Zhou Chen's sorrow. Standing in the middle of the sword and tent, Ning Fan was unscathed. His eyes, however, became deeper and deeper. The third style, 1,000 years intertwining. The fourth style, 10,000 years drifting. When I annihilated Qiyu, I obtained a trace of Haitang's soul from that evil Taoist. I carved the silk Haitang tree at the entrance of the village into a wooden sword and sealed a trace of her soul into the sword. She became my sword. For 10,000 years of drifting, only her sword accompanied me. She accompanied me through life and death. Even though she was sad, she did not abandon me. As long as the sword exists, I will exist. If the sword dies, I will die. The reason why I can't attain the void pure stage is because my intent realm can't improve further. It's not that I can't do it. It's just that I'm unwilling. My sorrow will make even me sink into it. As long as I abandon all my sorrow and forget everything that happened between me and her, I can attain the void pure stage. However, I'm unwilling. If the price of attaining a breakthrough in my cultivation base is forgetting about her, I would rather give up my cultivation base. Zhou Chen's eyes were filled with sorrow. His innate talent was exceptional. If it wasn't because he could not bear to let go of Mu Haitang, he would certainly be a void fragmentation realm expert now. However, he could not bear to. He could not let go. The waves of sorrow did not give Ning Fan any chance to catch his breath. They drowned him once again. Zhou Chen's sorrow intent had already been activated to the maximum. Within his sorrow, there were his memories and his Tao. More and more sorrow seeped into Ning Fan's heart. However, his heart became firmer and firmer. From the beginning, he had never felt sorrow for Zhou Chen. Even now, he would not feel sorrow for him. Using his memory intent realm, he peeked into Zhou Chen's memories. He could clearly see every trace of sorrow in Zhou Chen's heart. 10 years of life and death, countless humans and ghosts. 100 years of loneliness and desolation. 1,000 years of intertwining, tearing one's liver and intestines apart. 10,000 years of drifting, abandoning love and entering madness. Ning Fan closed his eyes. He was like Zhou Chen, who had experienced thousands of years of vicissitudes after losing his true love. Following the traces of Zhou Chen's memories, he finally understood his sword intent. Ning Fan understood the 4 styles of the sorrowful sword one by one. His eyes seemed to be filled with tears as if he was affected by Zhou Chen's sorrow. As soon as his tears fell, his heart would be filled with sorrow and tens of thousands of swords would pierce through it. He opened his eyes and the memory intent realm enveloped his body. Gradually, all the sorrow that pierced his heart was devoured by the memory intent realm. Ning Fan opened his palm. Traces of black snowflakes were slowly condensing into a small black sword which shone with a strange luster of the great Tao. This small black sword was formed by devouring Zhou Chen's sorrowful sword intent with the power of his memory. His memory intent realm had broken through to the grand completion realm. After devouring Zhou Chen's sword intent, Ning Fan condensed a sword intent realm that belonged to him. 10 years of life and death, 100 years of loneliness. 1,000 years of intertwining and 10,000 years of drifting. It's not impossible to cut off all the sorrowful memories. I have comprehended a sword technique from your memories. It's called the Memory Severing Tao Sword. Perhaps it can help you break through to the void pure stage. If you can't get rid of her memories, you can sweep away the sorrow in your heart and only remember the happy times you spent with her in the past. That way, you can also break through to the void pure stage. Ning Fan raised his hand. The small black sword flew up from his palm and cut off all the sorrowful intent. Zhou Chen felt a sharp pain in his sea of consciousness. All the sorrowful memories that were cut off by this strange small sword vanished one after another. He fell heavily on his knees with astonishment in his eyes. He was astonished because Ning Fan had condensed a sword with the help of the 4 styles of the sorrowful sword, and this sword could cut off one's memories. All the power of Zhou Chen's sorrowful intent came from the painful memories of the past. If his memories are cut off, the sorrowful intent would no longer exist. You've lost. Ning Fan's eyes indifferently glanced at Zhou Chen. He raised his hand and kept the small black sword away. Then, he opened his mouth and swallowed it. Today, after receiving a sword attack from Zhou Chen, he had used his 10,000 years of sorrow to achieve the grand completion realm of his memory intent realm and condensed the memory-severing Dao sword. It was definitely a rare gain. When he held the sword in his hand, Ning Fan took a closer look at it and realized that it had two great abilities. Firstly, it could erase the memories of others. Secondly, it could destroy the intent realm of others. If there is someone like Zhou Chen who fights against Ning Fan using intent realm, Ning Fan could defeat him with a single sword attack using the memory-severing Dao sword. What exactly is that small black sword? It could actually destroy all of the Third Elder's sword intent with a single sword attack. I can't see through it. I can't see through it at all. This sword is too profound. It's not something that I can understand. I seem to have read a similar rumor about this sword from an ancient book. This sword seems to be... What? What is it again? The three Void Glimpse stage experts were astonished by the power of the small black sword. Hong Yi was the only one who clenched her fists and said with astonishment flashing across her blood-red eyes. This is a Dao weapon with intent realm. According to the ancient books, only cultivators who have grasped the second step of intent realm can condense the power of their intent realm into a great Dao weapon when their intent realm is at the grand completion realm. It possesses great power. What? This black sword is a Dao weapon. This means that the intent realm that Zhou Ming has comprehended is the void intent realm of the second step. Moreover, he has already cultivated his intent realm to the grand completion realm when he is just at the divine transformation realm. Second step concept. Let's not talk about the second step intent realm he has comprehended. Almost no one in the 9 realms has comprehended the second step intent realm. Even in the 4 heavens immortal realm, those who can comprehend the second step intent realm are mostly perfected immortals. Perfect concept. Generally speaking, only old monsters of the absolute void stage can cultivate their intent realm to perfection and completely comprehend the word void. However, this young man has already attained perfection in his intent realm even though he has yet to attain the void refinement realm. His future is limitless. The eyes of the 3 Void Glimpse stage experts were filled with deep astonishment. Zhou Chen half knelt on the ground. The sorrow in his eyes gradually dissipated, revealing a look of defeat. Not only did little friend receive my sword strike, but you even broke all of my intent realm with a backhand strike. In terms of the strength of my intent realm, this old man has lost to little friend. Later on, this old man will bring 40 stalks of 100,000 years old spirit herbs and hand them over to little friend. Young friend, please wait for a moment. This old man will first cripple an arm to apologize to Mississippi. There's no need. Hurry up and get the medicine. Hong Yi's tone was ice cold. Her eyes were filled with displeasure and impatience. She never said that she wanted to chop off Zhou Chen's arm. It was all Zhou Chen's own words. Zhou Chen's eyes widened in bewilderment. In the past, Hong Yi would certainly kill anyone who disobeys her orders. Chopping off an arm was considered a light punishment. The current Hong Yi actually knew how to sympathize with her subordinates. It was really surprising. Master's personality has changed a little. Zhou Chen's eyes were filled with worry. Hopefully, the change in Hong Yi's personality was in a good direction. Zhou Chen shifted his gaze to Ning Fan again and let out a deep sigh. Ning Fan swallowed his sorrow and condensed the black sword Dao weapon. It really shocked Zhou Chen. This young man is worthy enough for Master to recruit with all her might. He is qualified to obtain 100,000 years old spiritual herbs. In the future, he will certainly be a powerful aid to Master's revenge. April 5th, to be continued, Zhou Chen took out 40 tufts of 100,000 years old spiritual herbs and handed them to Ning Fan. As for Ning Fan, he took out 5 pieces of dark lightning bamboo leaves and handed them to Hong Yi. While he was receiving the protection of the Zhou clan, he also promised to help Hong Yi with a small favor. To Ning Fan, this little favor was indeed not too dangerous. All he needed to do was to win a token in the grand competition of the Sovereign Tomb 10 years later and obtain the qualification to enter the Sovereign Tomb. If he really couldn't get a token, Hong Yi would give him a token 10 years later. Of course, with Ning Fan's strength, it was certainly not difficult for him to obtain the first place among all the divine transformation realm experts. After breaking Zhou Chen's sword and tent, Ning Fan gained the attention of the higher-ups of the Zhou clan. This attention was no less than the attention given by the Rain Palace. Other than the danger of exposing his sovereign qi, Ning Fan almost did not need to worry about any other hidden dangers in the internal endless sea. After obtaining some 50,000 years old spiritual herbs, Ning Fan bid farewell and left. Hong Yi did not try to persuade him to stay. She still had 10 years to prepare for her big event. Before that, she had a lot of things to do, such as healing. After traveling several tens of millions of li * 500 m per li, away from the Thunder Bamboo Island, Ning Fan chose a deserted island. He opened up his immortal cave and summoned Yu Lingkong and the female corpse. The golden lightning bamboo leaves required 50,000 years old spiritual herbs to be used to harmonize them. 100 pieces of golden lightning bamboo leaves had consumed a lot of spiritual herbs. Ning Fan had concocted tens of bottles of golden medicinal liquid. Every bottle of this medicinal liquid was helpful in recuperating one's primordial spirit. With just a few bottles, the crack on Yu Lingkong's primordial spirit had already healed. After completely consuming 100 bottles of medicinal liquid, Yu Lingkong could already release her magic power freely. Opening the moon door was not a problem at all. Ning Fan left Yu Lingkong and the female corpse in the abode to rest while he returned to the profounding world to treat Luo Yu's injuries. He did not know what kind of self-harming secret technique she had used to help him escape from Great Emperor Mo Luo's bewitchment. Looking at her pale and unconscious face, Ning Fan felt pity for her. He used 40 tufts of 100,000 years old spiritual herbs to make 8 pieces of dark lightning bamboo leaves and fed them to her. The unconscious Luo Yu was naturally unable to consume anything. Ning Fan used his mouth to taste the medicinal liquid. Every time his lips and tongue touched the liquid, he fed it to her. Although he had offended the beauty, there was nothing he could do. Even though Luo Yu did not wake up after eating the 8 dark lightning bamboo leaves, her cultivation base had recovered to the first heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. In fact, it was even getting close to the second heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. It seemed like the dark lightning bamboo leaves were extremely suitable for Luo Yu to recover her strength. If she had enough 100,000 years old spiritual herbs and refined the remaining 4 dark lightning bamboo leaves one by one, she would certainly be able to recover her strength to the second heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. Unfortunately, although the world was vast, 100,000-year-old spirit herbs were too rare. Any spirit herb that could live up to 100,000-year-old was a rare breed. Even though Zhou Chen spent 10,000 years and went to countless ruins, he only managed to find 100 stalks of spiritual herbs. If Ning Fan did not have a fortuitous encounter, it would be extremely difficult for him to obtain a 100,000 years old spiritual herb. Looking at Luo Yu's rosy but unconscious face, Ning Fan felt very gratified. Since he was able to cure Yu Lingkong and Luo Yu, his efforts were not in vain. What was left was to bring the female corpse to the Six-Winged Clan and use the power of the revival platform to repair her damaged sea of consciousness. To be honest, Ning Fan himself did not have much confidence in repairing his sea of consciousness in one go. In any case, the healing effect of the revival platform was beneficial to the dead woman. The trip to the Six-Winged Clan was a must. The appointed time to meet with the Great Elder of the Six-Winged Clan was also approaching. Ning Fan confirmed that Luo Yu was not pretending to be asleep this time. She was indeed unconscious. He did not stay any longer and left the profounding world. When he returned to his cave dwelling, he saw Yu Lingkong's teasing eyes. "Little cucumber, where did you go? There's a woman's fragrance on your body. Are you jealous?" Ning Fan smiled and asked her a question instead of answering her question. "Why would I be jealous of you? Che." Yu Lingkong glared at Ning Fan disdainfully, thinking that he was really narcissistic. "Are you feeling better? Don't worry. Even though I still have some minor injuries, it won't be a problem for me to open the moon portals. When the moon comes, I will let you witness a speed that even void fragmentation realm old monsters can't catch up to. Under the moonlight, I can open the moon portals once and travel 300 million li * 500 million immortal jades. During the day, I can also open the moon portals once with every 100 million immortal jades. However, I can only travel 100 million li * 500 million li. You need to spend such a huge amount of immortal jades to open the moon portals using magic techniques?" Ning Fan was greatly surprised. Back then, when he followed Yu Lingkong through the moon gate, he did not spend any immortal jade. However, when he thought about it carefully, the reason why he didn't use any immortal jades that day was because those moon gates were set up beforehand, so immortal jades must have been laid down beforehand. Now that he was going to the Six-Winged Clan, there were no moon portals along the way. Yu Lingkong casually opened the door. If she did not spend a huge amount of immortal jades, with her magic power, she would not be able to teleport someone 300 million miles away. A divine transformation realm expert could travel 10,000 li *, 500 m per li, a void refinement realm expert could travel 50,000 li *, 500 m per li, and a void fragmentation realm expert could travel 1 million li *, 500 m per li. Every time Yu Lingkong opened the moon portals, she could travel 300 million li *, 500 m per li, away. With that, she could totally evade the pursuit of a void fragmentation realm expert. With such a heaven-defying speed, it would be strange if there wasn't a huge price to pay. Yu Lingkong was simply a portable primordial teleportation array. Your moon portal technique is really too heaven-defying. The inheritance of immortal concubine Zong Yu must have been famous even in ancient times. Ning Fan praised. Cut it out. No matter how heaven-defying this old lady's moon gate technique is, in the end, I still fell into your hands and was ked by you. This is truly the shame of my life. Yu Lingkong did not say anything else. She rolled her eyes at Ning Fan and stood up, walking towards the outside of the cave. There was still some time before the moonlight appeared. She had to start summoning the moon gate. She secretly hid the trace of paleness on her face. Her body was still a little weak, but she did not want Ning Fan to know about it. She knew that the reason why Ning Fan was in such a hurry to go to the Six-Winged Clan was to treat the female corpse's injuries. She understood what kind of place the female corpse held in his heart. Ning Fan had gone to the Thunder Bamboo Island to steal the golden lightning bamboo leaves for her. She was very touched by him. She would definitely repay his kindness. Therefore, she must send Ning Fan to the Six-Winged Clan as soon as possible. There was no time for her to rest. Before she could walk out of the cave, her wrist was held by Ning Fan. He gently pulled her into his arms. Little cucumber, what are you doing? I'm going to take care of business. I'll repay you with my body later. I really don't have time now. When Yu Lingkong was pulled into his embrace, she thought that Ning Fan was going to push her down. Her brows knitted together and her heart was filled with dissatisfaction. It's fine. Actually, there's no need to rush to Six-Winged. Even though the Great Elder of the Six-Winged Clan has agreed with me on the time to activate the revival platform, he won't be in a hurry to activate it even if I go there a few days later. He will certainly wait for me to avoid angering me. Therefore, it's fine if I go there a few days later. You should rest for a few more days. Weiliang and I will wait for you to recover completely before we open the moon gate. I don't need to rest, your face is still a little pale. Have a good rest. Ning Fan stroked the side of Yu Lingkong's face with his palm. Ignoring her dissatisfaction, he directly carried her up and placed her on the bed in the cave. Yu Lingkong's mind went blank. She did not know what to do when Ning Fan showed so much concern for her. Little cucumber, I'm really fine. Weiliang's matter is more important. She averted her eyes and lowered her posture. She no longer addressed herself as I. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Have a good rest. If you break your body, you won't be able to repay me with your body. Today, you're no longer a little girl with no breasts and no buttocks. I'm looking forward to it. Ning Fan teased her. Then, he held the female corpse's hand and walked out of the cave. You. Recuperate. Even the female corpse turned her head and said with concern. Even though her spiritual wisdom was slightly low, she could see that Yu Lingkong's face was pale. Yu Lingkong covered herself with a thin blanket and lay on her side on the stone bed. Looking at Ning Fan's departing figure, her eyes became even more complicated. Little cucumber, don't be so gentle to me. I'm afraid I won't be able to extricate myself. She sighed softly. Outside the cave, Ning Fan raised his head and stared at the moonlight of the last quarter moon. In the end, he did not ask Yu Lingkong to open the moon gate. It was not that he was not in a hurry. However, if he were to hurt another woman in order to save the female corpse, it would be like neglecting the essentials. The debt of love would always increase unknowingly. In this era where cultivators were as numerous as ants, it was hard to tell who was right and who was wrong. Who was right and who was wrong when it came to love? Who was right and who was wrong when it came to saving others? Everyone was trying their best to survive. If they stop, they would become the stepping stones of others on the path of cultivation. Weiliang, if you wake up and find out that I've become so fickle in love, will you blame me? Ning Fan smiled bitterly. Each of the beauties he knew was an outstanding woman with their own pride. If they did not meet Ning Fan, they would never fall in love with a fickle man. Mu Weiliang in her previous life was the daughter of the Heaven Emperor. She certainly had her own pride. Could she tolerate the man whom she had waited for 150 million years to fall in love with someone else? Light. I am. The female corpse raised her cold and small hand and gently stroked Ning Fan's black hair as if she was stroking a pet. Her expression was filled with pity. No, regrets. Her words were short, but they were like a sharp sword that pierced into Ning Fan's heart. No regrets. The female corpse said that she had no regrets. The female corpse would never have no regrets. The only person who would say that was Mu Weiliang in her previous life was Mu Weiliang. She had never regretted her actions. Ever since the last time she awakened in the Star Palace, she had gradually turned back into Mu Weiliang. It turned out that when Ning Fan was ignoring her, she had already become the Mu Weiliang of her previous life. I've killed too many people and owed too many women. Perhaps one day, I will be struck by lightning and die without a complete corpse. I have never thought about the future. Living in the present is already so difficult. I have too many enemies who are so strong that they make me feel suffocated. Moksha Sovereign, the White Devil Sect, Great Emperor Mo Luo, Immortal Emperor Xianxia. Each of my enemies makes me unable to stop moving forward. If I'm afraid, I will lose everything. Ning Fan told the female corpse about his worries. His mind recalled the afterimage he saw in the samsara. It was a butterfly that was half black and half white. Even though it was weak, it still rushed towards Immortal Emperor Xianxia. It knew that it would definitely die, but it could not retreat. If it does not risk its life, Mu Weiliang would die without a complete corpse and there would be no chance for them to meet again in the next life. There was no other choice and he could not run away from this path. Ning Fan was definitely not willing to be like Zhou Chen, who lost his true love and lived alone for 10,000 years. Even if he loses his life, even if his Tao disappears, even if his Tao and life are separated, he must protect each and every one of them who he cares about. Stupid. Light. The female corpse's stiff face revealed a sweet smile. The person she once loved deeply was such a stubborn butterfly. He did not change. Even if the sea turns into mulberry fields, he is still the same person. Ning Fan pondered for a long time. His Tao heart became even firmer. Standing side by side in the night, Ning Fan patted his storage pouch and took out a jade slip. It was a gift from Lightning Emperor Tai Su. In the past, when Lightning Emperor Tai Su gave him the jade slip, he did not read it carefully. Instead, he was busy healing Yu Lingkong and Luo Yu. Now, he finally had the leisure to see what request Tai Su had left in the jade slip. Tai Su had done him a great favor. He was the one who saved his life. Ning Fan must repay such a great favor. As long as it is within his capabilities, Ning Fan would never refuse Tai Su's request. Ning Fan scanned the jade slip with his spirit sense. There were only a few short last words and a vast star map in it. Judging from the position of the star map, the star region indicated by it was a small kiliacosm which existed in a hidden and sealed place in the eastern heaven immortal world. When little friend reads this jade slip, my Tao must have already perished. Humans must die and immortals must perish. This is fate. I saved you willingly. Little friend, you don't have to blame yourself. When Ning Fan read until here, his heart felt a little sour. In order to save him from the hands of Mo Luo, a great emperor of a generation had perished with his Tao and no one knew about it. It has been 50 million years since my death. During these 50 million years, I have tried my best to not perish just to wait for you to save me. Little friend, you are the person I have been waiting for. You are the hope to save the true lightning world. The star map of the true lightning world is attached in the jade slip. It is located in an extremely hidden star region in the eastern heaven immortal world. There are two types of seals in the star region. The first layer of the seal on the outside was set by me. With my strength that was unrivaled at the same level as me in the past, I used all my strength to set up the formation seal. Unless it's an immortal emperor who is at the same level as me, no one can break through this seal. Little friend, you have obtained the inheritance of my lightning star and lightning diagram. You can ignore the first layer of the seal of the true lightning world. As for the second layer of the seal, this seal was personally set up by immortal sovereign Zido a billion years ago. It can't stop our enemies. It will only seal our true lightning clan. We will never be able to break free from the true lightning world, and we will have to suffer all kinds of sufferings. What I want is related to this second layer of the seal. If Little Friend's cultivation base is successful in the future, you must go to the true lightning world and resolve the suffering of our true lightning clan for a billion years. That place is my hometown. In the past, I met an expert who taught me that I can only resolve the tribulation of the true lightning clan when the disciple of Zido appears. I won't be mistaken. You are indeed Zido's disciple. You must have obtained the immortal sovereign's impartation of Tao. Even the Z clan cannot save the true lightning clan. Only you can. This is my lifelong wish. I hope that Little Friend can help me fulfill my regret. Also, Fei Feng. If Little Friend goes to the true lightning world, you must help me look for a person. Her name is Fei Feng. Perhaps she is already married. Perhaps she is already dead. If she is still alive, you can give this pill recipe to her. It can cure her chronic illness. You don't have to tell her that this pill recipe is a gift from me. If she is already dead, please go to her grave and burn this pill recipe. Then, I can die without regrets. ****. When Ning Fan was done looking at the jade slip, it suddenly shattered into pieces and turned into rays of seven-colored lightning. Then, they condensed into two scrolls. One of them was the star map of the true lightning world, while the other one was an ancient pill recipe. Ning Fan only took a few careful glances at the pill recipe. It seemed to be a 9 revolutions pill recipe, and it was actually a 9 revolutions golden pill. Once a pill enters the 9 revolutions realm, it would be divided into 4 grades, which were lead grade, silver grade, gold grade, and emperor grade. This pill recipe of the 9 revolutions golden pill was priceless. Ning Fan fell into silence. A dignified great emperor of a generation could not forget two things before his death. Firstly, he wanted to save his hometown from the calamity, and secondly, he wanted to find a woman named Fei Feng. The so-called immortal emperors must have gone through the stage where they could forget their emotions. However, even if they had forgotten their emotions, they were not emotionless. Ning Fan engraved the two things that he had asked Ning Fan to do in his heart. He did not find it difficult to find Fei Feng and pass the pill recipe to her. If he had the chance to go to the Eastern Heaven, he could do it. However, the first request was to save the true lightning world. This request only made Ning Fan smile bitterly. Ning Fan did not think that he could do something that even immortal Emperor Taisu could not do. After all, it was immortal sovereign Zido who had sealed the true lightning world for 1 billion years, perhaps 1 billion years ago. Before the immortal sovereign achieved his Tao, he had a grudge against the true lightning world. That was why he sealed this world. 1 billion years had passed and all the grudges had passed. If Zido did not die, he would probably be able to get rid of the calamity of the true lightning world. Ning Fan had once acknowledged Zido as his teacher. Therefore, it was reasonable to say that he was a disciple of Zido. He did not think that saving the true lightning world would go against Zido's will, and he was not prepared to reject Taisu's last request either. However, Ning Fan really did not think that he could save the true lightning world with his current strength. He could not do it for the time being. However, he could give it a try when his cultivation base was stronger in the future. After keeping the star map and the pill recipe, Ning Fan stayed on the deserted island for more than 10 days. Only then did he bring Yu Lingkong, who had fully recovered, to the Six-Winged Clan. Yu Lingkong had already completely recovered to her peak state. She set up a moon portal which could allow her to travel 300 million li *500 m per li. In just one night, She had opened the moon portal more than 20 times and brought Ning Fan across more than 7 billion li * 500 m per li. Only then did they arrive at the sea region where the six-winged clan was located. As for the amount of immortal jade used, it was a total of 1.2 billion. Ning Fan had just obtained a lot of immortal jade from the Zhou clan. Now, all of them were used up by Yu Lingkong again. The moon portal technique could allow her to travel across 300 million li * 500 m per li. Its speed was extremely fast, but the price it had to pay was indeed huge. Fortunately, Ning Fan did not have much concept of immortal jade. He did not know how to feel bad about spending money at all. If he ran out of money, he could just rob some more in the future. Ning Fan, the female corpse and Yu Lingkong entered the sea using rays of light and moved towards the sea region 1 million zhang * 3.33 m per li, below. Just as they descended to the bottom of the sea, they heard the sounds of battle coming from the sea hill not far away when they were still tens of millions of li * 500 m per li, away from the six-winged clan. On the sea hill, there was a group of cultivators who were clad in black armor. There were more than 30 of them and each of them had 6 wings. All of them had suffered quite a heavy injury and were surrounded by hundreds of experts. Without a doubt, all of the cultivators who were trapped were members of the six-winged clan. The one with the highest cultivation base was an early divine transformation realm woman. She had already been severely injured by someone. Her physical body was destroyed and only her primordial spirit was left. The hundreds of experts who surrounded the sea hill consisted of 4 groups of experts. Those who surrounded the eastern side of the sea hill were a group of ferocious devils. All of them had ghost eyes on their glabella. They were obviously from the Ghost Eye clan. Those who surrounded the western side were also from the devil race. All of them had devil horns on their heads. They were obviously from the Mist Horn clan. If there were only the experts from these 2 clans surrounding the sea hill, Ning Fan would only think that this battle was an internal conflict between the 4 clans of the Hidden Ocean. However, other than these 2 clans and the devil race, there were actually 2 other forces involved. Ning Fan was very familiar with the inscriptions worn by the experts at the north of the sea hill. They were actually the inscriptions of the Demon Sealing sect. The Demon Sealing sect was really all-pervasive. They even dared to intervene in the battle between the 4 clans of the Hidden Ocean. The experts at the south of the sea hill, on the other hand, were far beyond Ning Fan's expectation. Each of these experts cultivated profound techniques. Their bodies were filled with righteous qi. They were actually profound cultivators of the righteous path, judging from their attire, cultivation methods, and qi. They seemed to be experts from one of the righteous sects in the 800 cultivation countries. There were a total of 7 divine transformation realm experts from the 4 great forces surrounding the six-winged clan. All of them were brimming with killing intent and clamoring non-stop. Every single one of their words revealed their determination to annihilate the six-winged clan. Interesting. Profound cultivators of the righteous path, devil cultivators of the devil race and demon cultivators of the demon sealing sect. These foreign clans have actually joined forces to attack the six-winged clan. What is their purpose? If there were no great benefits, Ning Fan would not believe that the 3 clans which had never interacted with each other would join forces. At least, based on Ning Fan's understanding of the demon sealing sect, they would not act without benefits. Little Cucumber, are we going to save them? What Yu Lingkong asked was naturally whether they should save the experts of the six-winged clan. The female corpse, on the other hand, was indifferent. She was never interested in these deceitful battles. It's no longer up to us to act or not. Ning Fan smiled and touched Yu Lingkong's nose. His eyes suddenly turned cold. When the 4 groups of experts who were attacking the sea hill sensed the fluctuations caused by Ning Fan and the others entering the sea, they had already sent out quite a number of experts to surround Ning Fan and the others. How dare you? My Ghost Eye clan and the Mist Horn clan have already sealed off the sea. No cultivators are allowed to enter the sea. How dare a junior like you defy the ban? You're courting death. Kill him. Groups of experts charged at Ning Fan without asking for the reason. Just the fact that Ning Fan had disobeyed the ban was enough for them to kill him. Kill him. If the six-winged clan is destroyed, we won't be able to borrow the revival platform anymore. Ning Fan's eyes were filled with indifference as if killing these experts was just a trivial matter. His sword sense suddenly spread out and engulfed the sea hill. The experts of the four great forces were instantly killed by Ning Fan's sword sense. Their flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Only the 7 Divine Transformation Realm cultivators were shocked. How could they not know that Ning Fan, who looked ordinary, was actually a peerless expert? Even if they were Divine Transformation Realm old monsters, they would not be able to kill hundreds of nascent Soul Realm cultivators with just a single thought. Ning Fan's strength was beyond their imagination. Zhou Ming. I'm Zhou Ming, the distinguished guest of the Great Elder. I'm Fen Qi. I'm the Deacon Elder who was sent by the Great Elder to welcome you. Please save us. I'll be eternally grateful. The Divine Transformation Realm lady, who was severely injured and only had her primordial spirit left, recognized Ning Fan as soon as she saw his face. Immediately, all the despair on her face disappeared and she shouted for help. Her words entered the ears of the 7 Divine Transformation Realm cultivators. Immediately, the 7 of them who were initially arrogant were trembling in fear. Zhou Ming. That's right. He's Zhou Ming, whom the Palace Lord has warned us not to offend. One of the Divine Transformation Realm cultivators of the Demon Sealing sect said in despair. Zhou Ming? He's the infamous Zhou Ming of the Endless Sea? The Ghost Eye clan and the Mist Horn clan had always been living under the Tranquil Ocean. Thus, they did not know Ning Fan's appearance. Now that they heard Ning Fan's devil name, they were naturally shocked. Zhou Ming? The newly appointed revered elder of the Rain Palace? The few Divine Transformation Realm cultivators were also filled with fear when they heard Ning Fan's name. Very well. They finally know what fear is. Unfortunately, it was a little too late for them to be afraid. Don't come any closer. If you come any closer, I'll kill this woman. The 7 Divine Transformation Realm cultivators knew that they would definitely die. The one with the highest cultivation base among them was only at the mid-Divine Transformation Realm. How could they be Ning Fan's match? The Divine Transformation Realm old man of the Demon Sealing sect flashed and arrived at the sea hill. He stepped on the primordial spirit of the 6-winged lady. His eyes were filled with fear and his voice trembled as he threatened Ning Fan. He had heard about Ning Fan's terrifying strength from Lu Jiefan countless times. He certainly did not dare to confront Ning Fan head-on. He could only threaten Ning Fan with the use of a woman. Ning Fan's eyes were filled with mockery. He took a step forward without any intention of showing mercy to the fairer sex. Then, he turned into a black shadow and disappeared. A strong sense of danger descended upon the Divine Transformation Realm cultivator of the Demon Sealing sect, causing him to feel despair. Not good. This Zhou Ming doesn't know this lady at all. He won't be threatened by anyone for her. His strength can even make a venerable demon afraid of him. I must die. Damn it. Damn it. I'm going to perish together with you. The old man activated his killing technique and stomped on the ground, aiming at the lady whose name was Fen Qi. Since there was no hope of survival, he would drag one of them down with him before he dies. Ah. The small face of Fen Qi's beautiful primordial spirit was filled with extreme fear. She let out a terrified scream. She thought that she was going to die for sure. However, at the next moment, her body suddenly felt light. She felt that her tiny primordial spirit was held in someone's palm. Before she could see the face of that person clearly, she saw ammonia spreading in all directions. 7 Divine Transformation Realm cultivators were entangled and killed by ammonia at the same time. Black Tempest Soul-Splitting Technique. What a frightening magic technique. The delicate body of Fen Qi's primordial spirit trembled uncontrollably. Only now did she see clearly that the person who saved her was the unusually cold young man whom she had asked for help before. What happened to the 6-winged clan? Ning Fan's cold voice entered Fen Qi's ears, causing her entire body to shiver. It was as if Ning Fan would kill her if she told a lie. He's a heartless person. Fen Qi was filled with fear. She immediately evaluated Ning Fan. May 5th, to be continued. Fen Qi's cultivation base was at the early Divine Transformation Realm. She was beautiful and she was a famous beauty in the 6-winged clan. Fen Qi had always been very confident in her beauty. Even among the middle and late-stage Divine Transformation Realm old monsters of the 6-winged clan, there were quite a number of them who fancied her. Many old monsters were willing to become Tao companions with Xianxia. However, Xianxia had always been proud and arrogant. She looked down on any man. Under the order of the great elder of the six-winged clan, she came to welcome Ning Fan outside the clan. However, she was reluctant to do so as she thought that it would be beneath her status to welcome Ning Fan. As Ning Fan was worried about Zhu Lingkong's condition, he did not arrive even after a long time. As for Xianxia, she brought her people to wait for him outside the clan. They had been waiting for him for several days, which made her even more impatient. Unexpectedly, the great calamity of the six-winged clan came instead of Ning Fan. The Ghost Eye clan and the Mist Horn clan had colluded with the other two great clans. They had openly sealed off several 100 million miles of the sea and launched an attack on the Six Wings clan. The masterminds were naturally the Ghost Eye clan and the Mist Horn clan. The reason why they attacked the Six-Winged clan seemed to be to obtain some devil statue slate. Half a month ago, in the forbidden area of the Six-Winged clan, a strange phenomenon appeared in the sky. Demon blood dyed the blue sky red. An ancient demon statue that had been worshipped in the forbidden area for generations suddenly shattered after the strange phenomenon appeared. That devil statue was said to worship a certain devil ancestor in the ancient times. The devil statue had a mysterious and mighty power. It would not be destroyed by any attack. Even a void fragmentation realm old monster would not be able to destroy it. However, the strange phenomenon that day greatly reduced the spirituality of the devil statue, causing it to shatter on its own. Moreover, an ancient stone tablet hidden within the devil statue fell out, seemingly recording something. The slate fell into the great elder's hands immediately. No one knew what was recorded on it. At the same time, the Mist Horn clan, the Ghost Eye clan, and the other two clans also experienced the same phenomenon. The two clans seemed to have obtained an ancient slate from the devil statue's fragment. As for the giant demon clan, there was also a phenomenon of demonic blood dyeing the sky, but it only lasted for a moment before disappearing. According to the investigation of many masters, the demonic statue in the giant demon clan's forbidden land didn't shatter, nor did it turn into stone. This matter caused quite a stir in the inner sea. Many rumors said that the ancient stone slab recorded the great secrets of the demon race. However, no one dared to look at the stone slabs because the 3 stone slabs that had appeared were in the hands of the 3 devil races of the hidden ocean. The 3 devil clans were guarded by void refinement realm experts. Some experts who knew a little about the history of the endless sea would not dare to provoke the 3 great devil clans. In the rain world, there were 800 cultivation countries, innumerable spiritual mountains and great lakes and innumerable strong cultivators. However, there were only a few hundred void refinement realm old monsters. Each of them was a strong cultivator whose name once shook the entire world. In the entire rain world, the hidden ocean demon clan was a first-rate force. Only the Thunder Sovereign dared to suppress the 3 clans. Ordinary cultivators would not dare to provoke the 3 clans. Ordinary people didn't dare to covet the devil statue slate, but the 3 members of the demon clan dared to fight over it. The Ghost Eye clan and the Mist Horn clan had always been close to each other. The Six-Winged clan was isolated and the reason why they were attacked first was to fight for the slate. The giant demon clan didn't shatter the statue or reveal the stone slab, so they managed to escape. This was the reason why the Six-Winged clan was suddenly attacked. This time, the Ghost Eye clan and the Mist Horn clan each sent out 2 void glimpse stage-old monsters and invited 2 illusory void stage experts from the Demon Sealing Palace and the Lanling sect to help. It was the Lanling sect, a sect from the Xiao country that had a good relationship with the Ghost Eye clan. It was rumored that the sect master of the sect, the Lanling sect, was an outstanding figure among the youths of the previous generation in the Rain world. He was unrivaled among his peers and he had only been defeated once in his life. That time, he was defeated by Yun Tianjue. The current Duke of Lanling was said to be an absolute void stage-old monster. He was not far away from attaining the void fragmentation realm. Moreover, the divine sovereign of the Rain Palace once praised him as the most promising person to become the next void fragmentation realm old monster of the Rain world. This time, the Lanling sect had only sent a void illusory realm old monster to attack the Six-Winged clan. He was not a true void refinement realm expert. But even so, with the intervention of the Lanling sect, many old monsters of the righteous Tao gave up on the idea of obtaining the devil statue slate. The Ghost Eye clan and the Mist Horn clan wanted to rope in the Lanling sect because they wanted to use the Lanling sect's power to intimidate the righteous path. As for the Demon Sealing sect, the sect master of the Demon Sealing sect, Lu Jiefan, had received the devil pill of the Ghost Eye clan. His injuries in the Star Palace had healed and his cultivation base had improved tremendously. He was not far away from breaking through to the Void Refinement realm and was in an illusory state. The Demon Sealing sect had received the favor of the Ghost Eye clan. Of course, they had to contribute to the attack on the Six-Winged clan. The reason why the Ghost Eye clan wanted to rope in the Demon Sealing sect was certainly not because they valued Lu Jiefan's illusory strength. Instead, they valued Lu Jiefan's position as one of the 8 venerated beings of the Internal Sea. The 8 venerated beings of the Internal Sea were the subordinates of the Thunder Sovereign. With the involvement of the Demon Sealing sect, the devil cultivators of the Endless Sea would not dare to interfere in this matter. The reason why the Lanling sect and the Demon Sealing sect wanted to rope in the two sects was to intimidate the righteous path and the devil path of the world. Fenqi told Ning Fan all the information without hiding anything. She was really a beautiful woman full of tragedy. She was waiting for Ning Fan's arrival outside the clan, but she was surrounded by the 4 great forces. If it wasn't because the experts who surrounded her coveted her beauty and held back their strength, wanting to capture her alive, it would have been impossible for her to survive the attacks of the 7 Divine Transformation Realm enemies with her early Divine Transformation Realm cultivation base. I am unable to repay venerated Ming's kindness of saving my life. Everything I have told you is the truth. I dare not hide anything from you. I hope venerated Ming will understand. Fenqi told Ning Fan everything and tried her best to sound calm. Previously, she was conceited about her beauty and looked down on Ning Fan. She did not understand why the Great Elder sent her to welcome Ning Fan. Now, she only had respect and fear for Ning Fan. In her eyes, the aura force that Ning Fan gave her was even more irresistible than that of the Great Elder. She immediately understood that it was wrong of her to underestimate Ning Fan in the past. She was also grateful to Ning Fan. Without his help, she would certainly have been captured by the 7 Divine Transformation Realm enemies. Then, she would have been humiliated or killed. She was even more afraid of Ning Fan. Ning Fan's eyes were filled with supreme coldness. It was as if he was standing on the clouds looking down on all living beings. He did not have this kind of coldness in the past. After Ning Fan had experienced the cultivation base of an immortal emperor and fought against a Mo Luo, his outlook was broadened. His state of mind was washed clean and his aura was tainted with a trace of nobility of an immortal emperor. He is a heartless person. That kind of heartless is not cold-blooded. Instead, it's the heartlessness of an expert looking at an ant. Fenqi pondered. In short, Fenqi was very afraid of Ning Fan. Her physical body had already been destroyed. Only her primordial spirit, which was the size of a palm, was left in Ning Fan's palm. Her long and narrow brows carried a soul-captivating beauty. Her red lips were alluring. She wore a tight-fitting battle armor which made her look like a female devil general. There were 6 small and delicate wings on her back. She carried a kind of enchanting aura that belonged to a foreign race. She was the number 1 beauty of the Six-Winged clan. Countless men would look at her with scorching eyes. However, Ning Fan's eyes were always cold when he looked at her. You didn't lie. That's good. If you lie, you will regret it. Ning Fan had already activated his mind-reading technique. While he was questioning Fenqi, he also obtained all the information in her mind. As for whether Fenqi was telling the truth or lying, it made no difference to Ning Fan. However, since Fenqi was telling the truth, Ning Fan's attitude towards her naturally became slightly friendlier. At least, his eyes were not as cold as before. He let go of Fenqi and let her tiny primordial spirit stay on his shoulder. Then, he spread his Fuli demon wings and gave rise to a purplish-black demonic wind, carrying Yu Ling Kong and the female corpse towards the Six-Winged clan. Little Cucumber, are we really going to save the Six-Winged clan? Forget about the Demon Sealing Palace. However, the Ghost Eye clan and the Mist Horn clan are not to be trifled with. They are determined to get their hands on that devil statue slate or whatever. They are even willing to annihilate the Six-Winged clan for the slate. If we intervene, we will certainly offend the 2 clans. Moreover, the Lanling sect is also involved in this operation to attack the Six-Winged Clan. Yu Lingkong calmly analyzed the situation. During crucial moments, her intelligence was never muddled. She was a very reliable wife. You must be venerated Ming's Tao companion, venerated moon. I beg you, venerated moon. You must save my Six-Winged Clan. Fenqi's beautiful face was filled with anxiety and despair. This time, the four forces had sent 2 Void Glimpse stage experts and 2 Illusory Void stage experts to attack the Six-Winged Clan. However, there was only 1 Void Glimpse stage expert in the Six-Winged Clan. It was difficult for 2 fists to fight against 4 hands. Without Ning Fan and Yu Lingkong's help, the Six-Winged Clan would certainly be annihilated. Even though Fenqi was extremely arrogant and conceited in the past, she had heard of the rumor that Ning Fan possessed 3 Void Refinement Realm spiritual puppets. According to the rumor, Ning Fan and Yu Lingkong were both half-step Void Refinement Realm experts. They were unable to fight against a true Void Refinement Realm old monster. However, Ning Fan's 3 spiritual puppets were the greatest hope to save the Six-Winged Clan this time. Fenqi was almost begging. Yu Lingkong gently frowned at her pleading. She was not a kind person who would offend the Ghost Eye Clan, the Mist Horn sect and the Lanling sect for fun. She habitually wanted to refute the title of venerated Ming's Tao companion. However, when she recalled Ning Fan's gentle expression, her tone became sluggish and she actually did not raise any objection to this title. Little Cucumber, I don't like to offend these great forces. However, if you say you want to help me, I will certainly hesitate and help you. Yu Lingkong's tone was extremely firm. Ning Fan's heart felt warm. Yu Lingkong's words actually meant that she would follow him through life and death. As long as it was for Ning Fan, she was willing to offend each and every extremely terrifying force. He raised his hand and gently held Yu Lingkong's hand. The corner of his mouth curled into an ambiguous smile. Only the Great Elder of the Six-Winged Clan can activate the revival platform. In order to heal Xianxia of consciousness, the Six-Winged Clan must not be annihilated. We must protect this clan. Yuer, I'm counting on you to help me this time. Don't worry. I will definitely help you. Let go of me. Yu Lingkong's delicate body trembled. She nervously withdrew her hand. Currently, her mind would be in a mess and her heart would beat faster whenever Ning Fan casually touches her. She felt strange. It was really strange. In the past, even if she had sex with Ning Fan, she did not have this kind of feeling. However, at this moment, her emotions were completely affected by Ning Fan. Little Cucumber, don't worry. My cultivation base has already recovered to its peak. Moreover, it has even improved a lot. Even if I have to fight 2 Void Glimpse stage and 2 Illusory Void stage experts alone, it will definitely not be a problem. This time, I will protect you. I can fight 4 of them alone. Yu Lingkong had never seen the shocking scene of Ning Fan killing a Void Refinement Realm expert with a single palm strike in the Black Lightning Tower. She did not know that the current Ning Fan could even defeat a Void Inquiry stage expert if he goes all out. The reason why she told Ning Fan that she could fight 4 of them alone was just to make him feel at ease. However, when these words fell into Fenqi's ears, it sounded like she was speaking rudely. What? Venerated Moon actually said that she can fight 4 of them alone? Even the Great Elder can't fight 2 Void Glimpse stage and 2 Illusory Void stage experts alone. Isn't this Venerated Moon a little too arrogant? Fenqi did not believe that Yu Lingkong had the strength to fight 4 of them alone. However, even if she did not believe it, she also did not dare to voice out her thoughts in front of Yu Lingkong in order to avoid angering her. Ning Fan, on the other hand, believed in Yu Lingkong's strength. Just her second primordial spirit alone could already defeat 3 Void Glimpse stage spiritual puppets. If it's Yu Lingkong herself, her combat power would be even stronger. After recovering the power of her primordial spirit, her strength had improved a lot. The current Yu Lingkong was not any weaker than an ordinary Void Inquiry stage old monster when she goes all out. She alone was enough to quell the calamity of the Six-Winged Clan today. Of course, Ning Fan did not plan to stain the Six-Winged Clan with blood. Yu Lingkong was willing to offend the Ghost Eye Clan, Mist Horn Clan and Lanling sect for him. However, Ning Fan was not willing to kill all the experts of the three great forces in one go just to save a six-winged clan that he had a shallow relationship with. Now was not the time to shed all pretense of cordiality with forces of this level. This time, Ning Fan was only prepared to protect the six-winged clan from being annihilated. He was not prepared to kill all the top experts of the three great forces. With Ning Fan's dual identities as a revered elder of the Rain Palace and a distinguished guest of the Zhou clan, it was enough to make the three great forces wary. Even if he only kills some small fries, the three great forces would not dare to go against him. It was enough to protect the six-winged clan from being annihilated. If I hand over the Devil Statue Slate to the Ghost Eye clan and Mist Horn clan, the six-winged clan would not be annihilated because of Ning Fan's reputation. However, the appearance of this Devil Statue Slate is a little strange. The time when the abnormal phenomenon of devil blood staining the blue sky appeared was not long after I killed Mo Luo and obtained his devil blood. I wonder if there's any connection between these two events. In order to be cautious, I must get my hands on the Devil Statue Slate before handing it over to the two clans. I might even make a copy of it and study it carefully. Perhaps the content recorded in this Devil Statue Slate can help me completely devour Mo Luo's blood. Rumble 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 from afar, the six-winged clan could be seen. Smoke was already rising everywhere. The place was in ruins and the sounds of battle could be heard everywhere. In the deep sea, the great elder of the six-winged clan was bathed in blood. He was fighting against 4 experts. His body was full of wounds and his blood flowed like a river. However, he still refused to surrender. Xianxia, quickly hand over the Devil Statue Slate and I can leave your corpse intact. A burly man in black armor with a single horn on his head and a strong early Void Refinement Realm Cultivation base smiled coldly. Each of his punches could cause the mountains to collapse and the earth to crack. The Great Elder was in a difficult situation. Gui Jiao. Dream on. This slate recorded the method to get rid of the slave mark and 1/4 of the cultivation method of Mo Luo's ancestral talisman. This is the only hope of my six-winged clan to get rid of Mo Luo's slave mark forever. Even if I die, I will never hand over the slate to you. Hee. Since Great Elder Xianxia is unwilling to hand over the Devil Statue Slate, don't blame me for being merciless. Lu Jiafen let out a few hollow laughs in a gloomy manner. Then, he took out a demon dagger axe made of purple flames and slashed at Xianxia. The power of that single strike was enough to burn the mountains and boil the seas. It was already infinitely close to a Void Refinement Realm attack. Xianxia was fighting against 4 experts at the same time. He focused all his attention on dealing with 2 Void Glimpse stage experts and only used his remaining strength to deal with Lu Jiafen and the other 2 illusory Void stage experts. He did not expect that Lu Jiafen would have such a powerful trump card at all. As he was distracted for a moment, one of his arms was directly cut off by the fire dagger axe. He let out a cry of pain and his chi became chaotic. This gave the other 3 experts an opportunity to attack him with all their might. In an instant, his injuries became even more severe and he was almost going to die. Xianxia glared at Lu Jiafen furiously. He knew that he was not far from death but he could not die in peace. Lu Jiafen, you're just a divine transformation realm ant. If you didn't become a lackey of the Ghost Eye clan, how could you be bestowed with a devil pill and reach the illusory void stage? I can't accept being ambushed and killed by an ant like you. I can't accept this. Humph. You're courting death. Lu Jiafen's old eyes turned gloomy. He hated being called an ant by others the most. He would take revenge on everyone who had humiliated him in the past. Be it Xianxia or Ning Fan, of course, in Lu Jiafen's eyes, Ning Fan was far more unfathomable than Xianxia. Before Lu Jiafen truly breaks through to the Void Refinement Realm, he would continue to pretend to be afraid of Ning Fan until the day he breaks through to the Void Refinement Realm and obtains the power to suppress Ning Fan. At that time, he would avenge his humiliation. He changed his hand seal and controlled the fiery dagger axe to slash at Xianxi's dantian. The power of this single attack was enough to kill Xianxia, who was currently in a weakened state. Xianxi's eyes were bloodshot. His eye sockets looked as if they were going to burst. It was not easy for the unusual phenomenon in the sky and the appearance of the slate. He finally saw the hope of saving the six-winged clan. He could not accept the fact that the six-winged clan was annihilated at this critical moment. I can't accept this. Xianxia ignited his devil blood. His eyes were like that of an ancient devil. Starlight condensed on his palms. He wanted to use all of his strength to display the star-punishing bow and block the attack of the fiery dagger axe. At this moment, several figures descended from the sky. The white-robed young man who led the group raised his finger indifferently and pointed at the fiery dagger axe. That fiery dagger axe, which was almost a void treasure, trembled violently under the tremendous force of Ning Fan's finger. At the next moment, the cracks on it were mended and the spiritual light it gave off was greatly reduced. Then, it shattered with a loud bang. A single finger had destroyed a half-step void treasure. Only a cultivator with the metal body refinement realm could have such a terrifying physical body. Who is it? How dare you obstruct my plans? Lu Jiefen's heart was filled with rage when his magic treasure was destroyed. He glared at the white-robed young man. However, as soon as he saw the young man's appearance, Lu Jiefen's eyes were filled with shock. There was even a hint of undetectable hatred in his eyes. That hatred was extremely deep. From the broken world to the Star Palace and then to the external endless sea, Lu Jiefen was forced to tolerate Ning Fan's provocations time and time again. It was not because he was magnanimous but because he could tolerate it. Being able to tolerate it did not mean that he did not hate Ning Fan. Zhou Ming, it's you. Have you become a cultivator with the metal body refinement realm? No, you're not. Your physical body isn't at the golden body refinement realm yet. According to rumors, when a cultivator with the golden body refinement realm throws a punch, there must be 10,000 rays of golden light protecting their body. You're not a cultivator with the golden body refinement realm. Lu Jiefen purposely reminded the other three experts that Ning Fan was not a cultivator with the golden body refinement realm. Although he pretended to be afraid of Ning Fan on the surface, he was secretly planning to kill Ning Fan with a borrowed knife. By pointing out that Ning Fan was not a cultivator with the golden body refinement realm, he wanted the other three experts to look down on him and kill him. Zhou Ming, even though you have the protection of the Rain Palace and Yun Tianjue as well as 3 Void Glimpse stage spiritual puppets, you obviously don't put the Ghost Eye clan, the Mist Horn clan and the Lan Ling sect in your eyes by openly interfering in the battle for the slate today. If you leave now, I can plead on your behalf to spare you from the death penalty for the sake of our old friendship. Lu Jiefen was pleading on Ning Fan's behalf, but in reality, he was putting a high hat on Ning Fan's head, slandering him by saying that he came here to snatch the slate. As soon as they heard that Ning Fan came to snatch the slate, the expressions of the 2 Void Glimpse stage-old monsters of the Ghost Eye clan and the Mist Horn clan turned cold. Lu Jiefen, your pleading is useless. If this Zhou Ming really came here to snatch the devil statue slate, no matter what identity he has, he will be a great enemy of the Mist Horn clan and the Ghost Eye clan. We must kill him. Even if he has 3 Void Glimpse stage spiritual puppets, he is still not a threat to us. Very well. Before Ning Fan could state his purpose of coming here, Lu Jiefen had already stirred up the situation, trying to make Ning Fan fall in love with the experts of the Ghost Eye clan and the Mist Horn clan. As for him, by killing Ning Fan with a borrowed knife, he would have a chance to snatch the devil statue slate from Ning Fan after the situation is stirred up. He wanted to find out what exactly was hidden in the slate. Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. This Lu Jiefen is still the same as before. His ambition is not small and he likes to make use of others. He made use of Li Ban and the other demon generals, the White Devil sect and every single person that he can make use of. Since he dared to scheme against the Imperial Star and the Devil Statue slate, there was really nothing that he did not dare to do. It seems like I can no longer spare this person today. If this person gains power, he will certainly become a great threat to me. He will definitely settle the scores with me. Ning Fan's killing intent had already been triggered. He must kill Lu Jiefen today. At first, he wanted to negotiate with everyone with kind words. Now, however, it seemed like there was no need to negotiate anymore. It was the Ghost Eye clan and the Mist Horn clan who came to him on their own accord. He gently placed his hand on Yu Lingkong's shoulder and said indifferently, "You heir, how long will it take for you to defeat the 4 of them?" "At most the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. I will certainly beat them up badly." Yu Lingkong revealed a conceited and domineering expression. She took a step forward and her traveling light dashed forward rapidly like the faint moonlight. What? The four experts including Lu Jiefan were greatly surprised. From Ning Fan's tone, they could tell that he did not intend to use his 3 Void Refinement Realm spiritual puppets to deal with the mess of the Six-Winged Clan this time. Instead, he wanted to let Yu Lingkong fight the 4 of them alone. In their eyes, Yu Lingkong was just a half-step Void Refinement Realm expert. A half-step Void Refinement Realm expert fighting against 2 Void Glimpse stage experts and 2 Illusory Void stage experts. Moreover, she even said that she could defeat the 4 of them within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. What an extremely arrogant statement. Kill. Lu Jiefan and the other 3 people immediately surrounded Yu Lingkong and attacked her. Since Yu Lingkong wanted to die, they certainly would not show any mercy, especially Lu Jiefan. A hint of viciousness flashed across his eyes. He heard that Yu Lingkong was Ning Fan's woman. If he kills her, Ning Fan would certainly feel heartache and he would be able to achieve his goal of revenge. In the past, I was just a half-step Void Refinement Realm cultivator. I'm not as strong as Yu Lingkong. However, after obtaining the devil pill given to me by the Ghost Eye clan, I have already touched the bottleneck of the Void Refinement Realm. Now, I can be considered as an illusory Void stage cultivator. Moreover, I still have 2 Void Glimpse stage cultivators and 1 illusory Void stage cultivator to help me. Killing Yu Lingkong will be a piece of cake. Lu Jiefan stealthily took out a purple flame golden dart. He activated his magic power and launched a sneak attack on Yu Lingkong. His actions were not hidden from Yu Lingkong's divine sense, causing her to reveal a trace of disdain. Lu Jiefan, you're still so weak and despicable. I don't care if you want to harm others, but if you want to harm little cucumber, you're dead meat. Yu Lingkong's face was as cold as frost. Her killing intent was shocking. With a wave of his hand, he sent out 4 beams of moonlight toward the 4 of them. When the moonlight that was as light as cotton fell into Yu Lingkong's hands, it turned into the most dangerous killing weapon. Boom. 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 Boom, 4 rays of moonlight light lashed on the bodies of the 4 old monsters. Their attacks were extremely close to the Void Inquiry stage, for earth-shattering explosions resounded from 4 different directions, directly shattering the chest armor of the 2 Void Glimpse stage experts and inflicting light injuries on them. The physical bodies of Lu Jiefan and the other 2 illusory Void stage experts were on the verge of shattering and they were severely injured. Lu Jiefan, in particular, received special attention from Yu Lingkong. A beam of moonlight directly injured Lu Jiefan's demon soul, causing him to cough out blood incessantly. He was not far from death. The 4 of them could not believe that Yu Lingkong, who was rumored to be just a half-step Void Refinement Realm expert, was actually an early Void Refinement Realm old monster. Moreover, she was an unrivaled existence among Void Glimpse stage experts who could give Ghost Eye Misthorn a great sense of danger. Ning Fan nodded his head. Yu Lingkong's toughness was within his expectation. However, Fanqi's tiny primordial spirit on his shoulder covered her mouth with her small hands at this moment. Her face was filled with disbelief. Previously, she only thought that Yu Lingkong's words of fighting against the 4 of them were just arrogant words to boast about herself. Only now did she understand exactly how strong Yu Lingkong was. What she said just now was not boasting at all. She was just stating the truth. Is this the true strength of Venerated Moon? Even the Great Elder is no match for her. However, I still can't understand why such a strong expert would be willing to be Venerated Ming's woman. Why would she be willing to offend the 3 great forces for Venerated Ming? Does Venerated Ming really have such great charm? Why can't I see it at all? Fanqi's beautiful eyes were completely stunned. She carefully looked at Ning Fan. His thin and weak figure made her even more puzzled. She could not understand what was so good about Ning Fan that he could make Yu Lingkong follow him in life and death. 1/1, to be continued. Yu Lingkong's black hair cascaded down like a waterfall and her eyes were bright like the moon. Her white hands brandished streaks of moonlight, dispersing all the attacks from the 4 enemy cultivators. Standing in the dim moonlight, Yu Lingkong was like a celestial concubine. Her movements were graceful, but every move she made was tyrannical and oppressive. Boom. 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 The Void Glimpse stage expert of the Mist Horn clan was called Gui Jiao. He was a burly man with a single horn and black armor. His physical body was extremely strong and he was already not far away from attaining the golden body realm. His single horn was especially powerful. It was as thick as a rhinoceros horn. When a single horn of his horn collided with something, it could flatten a mountain and fill up the sea. Its destructive power was a notch higher than ordinary low-grade mortal void magic treasures. However, after being swept by Yu Lingkong's moonlight waterfall, which she casually brandished several times, the devil horn that Gui Jiao was so proud of was actually broken by the moonlight waterfall. Gui Jiao let out a furious roar, but he was unable to do anything to Yu Lingkong. Boom! 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 The Void Glimpse stage expert of the Ghost Eye clan was called Wang Liang. There was a vertical ghost eye on his glabella. Apart from that, there were strange eyes on his arms, neck, stomach and other parts of his body. There were more than 50 ghost eyes on his body. This was the Ghost Eye clan's innate secret art, the thousand-eyed demon eyes. In the Ghost Eye clan, no one could cultivate 1,000 eyes other than the Ghost Eye clan's Grand Elder. Each time Wang Liang attacked, more than 50 ghost eyes would spew out black flames. The layers of black flames merged into one. Even a Void Glimpse stage expert at the same level as him would find it hard to defend against them. Facing Wang Liang's ghost-eyed black fire, Yu Lingkong just swept out with her moon chains and shattered them one by one. Then, she pointed her finger in the air. Millions of rays of moonlight were like flying needles, suddenly piercing into Wang Liang's ghost eyes, blinding him. It was extremely difficult for him to recover. Wang Liang let out a painful roar, and his eyes revealed a deep fear. Boom! 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 The illusory void of the Lanling sect was called Luo Song. He was only a step away from breaking through to the void refinement realm. His strength was far inferior to Yu Lingkong's, but by relying on the 9-segment bamboo whip in his hand, he was able to block Yu Lingkong's moon attacks time and time again. The 9-segment bamboo whip was only an imitation artifact, but it was already so powerful. If it was a source box, it would definitely be even more powerful. Although he was barely able to block Moon Drill's attack, every time the bamboo whip collided with Moon Drill, Luo Song's chest would be jolted by the force of the collision, causing his qi and blood to churn and aggravating his injuries. After a few exchanges of blows, Yu Lingkong raised her wrist, and moonlight pressed down like a mountain or an ocean, causing the 9 segments of the bamboo whip to be unable to resist, and it shattered into 9 segments with a bang. Luo Song's eyes were filled with horror when he saw the bamboo whip shattering and the moonlight pressing down on him like a mountain. He took out a silver talisman and slapped it on his chest. His body turned into a ray of silver light and retreated hastily with a speed comparable to a Void Glimpse stage expert. However, even though Luo Song retreated quickly, the moonlight suppressed him even faster. Crescent blades slashed down, and Luo Song screamed in pain as one of his arms was severed. His face was as pale as paper, and his heart was filled with fear. Yu Lingkong's strength made him deeply fearful. Boom! 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 Lu Jiefan was bombarded by layers of moons. He had a misconception that although Yu Lingkong was attacking 4 people at the same time, most of the firepower was concentrated on him. Damn it! I know that my hostility towards Zhou Ming and Yu Lingkong has been deeply hidden and I have never exposed it. Why am I being attacked by Yu Lingkong? This bitch has actually broken through to the void refinement realm. Moreover, she is at the level where she is unrivaled among Void Glimpse stage experts. Even if I break through the illusory void realm and advance to the true void refinement realm, I might not necessarily be her match. Damn it. Damn it. Why is it that every time I plan something big, Zhou Ming always interferes with me? I can't accept this. Lu Jiefan's old eyes turned gloomy. He took out supreme treasures from his storage pouch again and again. His yin-yang purple flame mirror was originally the magic treasure that he relied on the most. However, it was destroyed helplessly when it was attacked by the realm beast in the Star Palace. His fire dagger axe was also a decent magic treasure. However, it was destroyed by Ning Fan with just a finger. His purple flame golden dart was also a hidden weapon magic treasure that he had spent a lot of effort to refine. Even a true void refinement realm expert would be injured if they were to be ambushed by this golden dart. However, this golden dart was destroyed by Yu Lingkong with a single moonray. He took out his bronze hammer, the black iron cauldron and the flying sword, which was a spiritual treasure that shone with various colors. Each of the magic treasures was a rare treasure. Many of them were even useful to Void Refinement Realm old monsters. However, these magic treasures could not stop any of Yu Lingkong's attacks at all. Under her almost overbearing moon ray, they would usually shatter with just a single strike, turning into pieces of broken magic treasures. Every time Lu Jiefan lost a magic treasure, he would feel extremely pained. Those were supreme treasures that he had spent a lot of effort to find. He stared at Yu Lingkong with eyes filled with hatred. If he could survive today, he would definitely endure hardships and achieve a breakthrough in his cultivation realm. In the future, he would definitely take revenge and make Yu Lingkong beg for death. His hatred did not escape Ning Fan's eyes. From Lu Jiefan's eyes, Ning Fan could see the hatred he had for Yu Er. It was impossible for him to let Lu Jiefan do whatever he wants again in order to avoid raising a tiger that would bring trouble in the future. Today, he would definitely not give Lu Jiefan another chance to escape. Xianxia, the great elder of the six-winged clan who was standing at the side, was saved by Ning Fan when he was on the brink of death. His eyes were filled with gratitude. If it wasn't for Ning Fan, Xianxia and the six-winged clan would certainly be annihilated. Xianxia had never expected that Ning Fan would actually be so strong. Crushing a half-step void treasure with a single finger, possessing 3 void glimpse stage spiritual puppets and an unrivaled void glimpse stage woman who was willing to risk her life for him. Xianxia was extremely shocked by Yu Lingkong's strength. He was very glad that he had made the wisest decision in befriending Ning Fan in the past. Ning Fan stood side by side with the female corpse, keeping watch for Yu Lingkong. He did not have the intention to save the other members of the six-winged clan. On Ning Fan's shoulder was the primordial spirit of a woman whose chi was weak. When Xianxia took a closer look, he realized that the woman was obviously Fen-Chi. This woman has a special identity. Why is she with venerated Ming? Judging from Fen-Chi's injuries, the injuries she suffered were caused by the magic techniques of the Ghost Eye clan and the Mist Horn clan. In other words, she was injured by the enemy and was saved by venerated Ming? I wonder if venerated Ming saved her by chance or because he found out about her special identity and did it on purpose. Judging from venerated Ming's attitude, even though he is willing to save me, he won't save the other members of the six-winged clan. It makes sense. This person is cold and indifferent. He won't do anything without benefits. He saved me just to save me and help him activate the revival platform. As for the survival of the six-winged clan and the casualties of the other members, he naturally wouldn't care. It seems like I still have to save the other members of the clan by myself. Since Xianxia could become the great elder of a clan, he was naturally not a weakling. His mind raced and he had already figured out many things. Looking at the countless casualties of the six-winged clan, Xianxia let out a sigh. Ning Fan had helped him block the 4 great experts. However, the low-grade cultivators of the six-winged clan were still far weaker than the 4 major forces. If no one intervenes, the low-grade cultivators of the six-winged clan would probably be wiped out in another 2 hours. Since Ning Fan did not save them, Xianxia could only save himself. Xianxia, of course, would not blame Ning Fan for being cold-blooded. Ning Fan was not a member of the six-winged clan. Why would he fight for the sake of the clan? Ning Fan was already showing mercy to Xianxia by being willing to save him. Thus, Xianxia naturally would not force him to do anything. Ignite my devil blood. Today, even if I have to suffer severe injuries and fall to the Void Refinement realm, I must protect the six-winged clan from being annihilated. Black devil flames burned on Xianxia's 6 wings. He burned his bloodline and cultivation base to forcefully suppress his injuries. Then, he turned into a ray of devil light and dashed towards the battlefields, killing countless enemy cultivators with thunderous methods. Among the enemy cultivators, there were many nascent soul realm and divine transformation realm old monsters. However, in the eyes of Xianxia who was at the Void Refinement realm, these old monsters were just ants. How could they withstand a single attack from him? Besides, he was currently burning his devil blood and was already in a desperate state. No one could stop him unless they were Void Glimpse stage experts who were at the same level as him. The enemy cultivators in the battlefields were all slaughtered by Xianxia. It was a bloody battle, be it the Six-Winged Clan, the Mist Horn Clan, the Ghost Eye Clan, the Lan Ling Sect or the Demon Sealing Palace. Ning Fan did not care at all about who would live and who would die. The Six-Winged Clan was facing the danger of being annihilated. Although it seemed pitiful, it did not deserve his sympathy at all. If Ning Fan's strength was weak, He would have been hunted down by the entire clan when he became enemies with the Six-Winged Clan in the past. The reason why the Six-Winged Clan befriended Ning Fan and did not dare to take revenge was because they were afraid of Ning Fan's strength. Who knew if the Six-Winged Clan would turn around and bite Ning Fan like Lu Jiefan when they become stronger in the future? In this world, the human heart was the most unpredictable thing. Therefore, Ning Fan was very willing to watch the Six-Winged Clan being annihilated. It could also eliminate a hidden danger. As long as he kept Xianxia alive and activated the revival platform for him, it would be enough. Venerated Ming, please save my clan. Fenqi sat on Ning Fan's shoulder. Her heart was burning with anxiety. Finally, she could not help but plead with him. What benefits will I get? Ning Fan said coldly. Benefits? Venerated Ming saved my clan when it was in danger and you will gain the favor of my clan. Is that so? I don't think saving the Six-Winged Clan will gain any favor from me. If it wasn't for today's great calamity, I'm afraid there would be many members of the Six-Winged Clan who would target me when I enter the clan. Miss Fenqi, don't you think so? This? Fenqi was speechless. Ning Fan's guess was right. The revival platform was a treasure of the Six-Winged Clan that would not be passed down to others. It had a shocking healing effect. However, it would never be used by outsiders. Even though Xianxia had agreed to lend Ning Fan the revival platform, there were many voices of opposition within the clan. They could not change the Great Elder's order, but they secretly plotted to teach Ning Fan a lesson after he enters the Six-Winged Clan. However, they did not expect that the Devil Statue Slate would appear at this moment and bring a great disaster to the Six-Winged Clan. The Six-Winged Clan was about to be annihilated. How could they still have the mood to plot against Ning Fan? The Six-Winged Clan was a wolf. It was the wolf of the East. Unless Ning Fan was a fool, he would never save a wolf. Light. Someone is coming. The female corpse suddenly made her move. Her small hand pointed in a direction where there was no one. Her eyes were cold and noble. Ning Fan's eyes were filled with surprise. Even with the strength of his spirit sense and the Fu Li eye, he did not see anyone coming. As her sea of consciousness recovered, she became stronger and stronger. Ning Fan did not doubt her words at all. It was not only because he trusted her but also because he could gradually feel a vast aura force approaching from the distant sea current. A void inquiry stage-old monster. Moreover, it was at the unrivaled void inquiry stage. Yu Er, come back. Just when Yu Lingkong was about to kill Lu Jiefan, Ning Fan suddenly spoke and forcefully called her back to his side to protect her. Little cucumber, why did you call me back? I am about to kill Lu Jiefan and help you vent your anger. Yu Lingkong was rather dissatisfied. However, she did not disobey Ning Fan's words and obediently returned to her side. Someone is coming. Ning Fan explained with a solemn expression. At the next moment, a strong aura force that made the air suffocate came from afar. It was a cold and arrogant man. He wore luxurious clothes and a crown on his head, making him look like a young emperor. His appearance made Luo Song of the Lanling sect loosen his brows. He seemed to have expected that this person would come. Gui Jiao and Wang Liang were taken aback by his appearance. His appearance made Lu Jiefan's expression change greatly. His face was filled with an expression of miscalculation. I didn't expect that this person is also determined to get the Devil Statue Slate. Damn it. I knew that the reason why the Lanling sect got involved in this matter was not because they were bribed by the Ghost Eye clan. With this person around, the chances of obtaining the Devil Statue Slate are slim. Humph. However, as long as this person is here, no matter how many Void Glimpse stage spiritual puppets Zhou Ming has or how strong Yu Lingkong is, it will all be futile. In the Rain World, who below the Void Fragmentation Realm can go against this person? Lu Jiefan was worried about his personal gains and losses, but just like the other three experts, they all stopped and waited for this person to arrive. All the battles within the Six-Winged Clan were stopped because of the arrival of this man. The experts of the four great forces all retreated to the side, no longer fighting. Like a flash of mist, the man who was hundreds of thousands of miles away from the Six-Winged Clan appeared in the sky above the ruins of the Six-Winged Clan. This evil man was dressed like a young emperor. There was a cinnabar dot between his eyebrows, but it added a bit of evil temperament to him. His aura was vast and upright. It was the aura of the profound sex-righteous path. However, his gaze was colder than most of the demonic cultivators. I, Lan Ling, am here for one thing. Anyone who dares to compete with me for the treasure shall die. This young emperor was actually the famous youth of the previous generation in the Rain World, Prince of Lan Ling, one half. To be continued, this young emperor was actually the famous youth of the previous generation in the Rain World, Prince of Lan Ling. However, rumor has it that King Lan Ling was clearly a half-step void fragmentation realm expert. The cultivation base that he was showing right now was only at the void inquiry stage. It was a little strange. When Ning Fan took a closer look, he found some clues. The King Lan Ling in front of him was actually his second soul and not his main body. There should be many people who could see through the identity of King Lanling's second soul. But even if King Lanling's second soul came, no one would dare to fight back. As soon as Xianxia saw this person, his eyes were filled with despair. If this person wants to exterminate the six-winged clan, Ning Fan would not be able to protect the six-winged clan no matter how powerful his means are. Fortunately, this person only wanted to snatch the slate. The slate would most likely not be able to protect it. However, it was unknown if Six-Winged would be lucky enough to survive after handing over the slate. Yu Lingkong's beautiful eyes were filled with astonishment. She was ready to open the moon portals and bring Ning Fan away at any time. It was enough to show how much she feared King Lan Ling. Little cucumber, let's get ready to run. We can't afford to offend this Prince of Lan Ling. In the Rain World, no one below the void fragmentation realm can go against him. Don't worry. This person did not come with his true body. It's just his second primordial spirit. Even if it's just his second primordial spirit, it's still not to be underestimated. Rumor has it that King Lan Ling is able to kill ordinary void pierce stage experts with just his second primordial spirit. Her tone was filled with worry. She was worried about Ning Fan's safety. She did not know since when the slightest trace of Ning Fan's safety was enough to affect her nerves. Don't worry. The hostility of this Prince of Lan Ling is not focused on us. Instead, it is focused on the Ghost Eye clan and the Misthorn clan. He claimed that he came to the Six-Winged clan to seize an item and that item is most likely the Devil Statue Slate. Interesting. On the surface, this Lan Ling sect seems to be allied with the Misthorn clan and the Ghost Eye clan. I wonder what kind of agreement they have. However, just as the slate was about to be obtained, King Lan Ling personally came to snatch the slate, intending to keep it for himself. As the ancients said, benefits make people fight. People who cooperate because of benefits will also fall apart because of benefits. Just as Ning Fan expected, as soon as King Lan Ling appeared, his spirit sense locked onto Gue Jiao and Wang Liang. It was likely that he had the intention to keep the slate for himself. Even though Yu Lingkong was powerful, she was merely at the level where she was unrivaled among Void Glimpse stage experts. Without a strong background, she was not worthy of Prince Lanling's attention. The only ones that Prince Lanling was afraid of were the forces behind Ghost Horn and Wang Liang, the Mist Horn clan and the Ghost Eye clan. The Ghost Eye clan, in particular, would be King of Lanling's greatest opponent in the battle for the Devil Statue Slate. Xianxia, hand over the Devil Statue Slate to this king. The cold words of the King of Lanling brought with it an unimaginable might that pressed down on Xianxia. For the severely injured Xianxia, this might was unbearable. Xianxia's eyes were filled with fear. Under King Lanling's suppression, he actually felt like he was suffocating. If there were only Void Glimpse stage-old monsters fighting for the slate, he would still dare to fight them. But even an expert like King Lanling was here, so naturally Xianxia couldn't keep the stone slab. His gaze was conflicted. The content carved on the Devil Statue Slate was extremely ancient and profound. It was cryptic and hard to understand. What was even more strange was that the words would change after a certain period of time. With Xianxia's research, he could only roughly understand that there were methods to release slave patterns and condense an ancestral fiend remnant talisman. What caught Xianxia's attention the most was that there seemed to be a vast power sealed within the slate. He did not know what it was, but it seemed to be the source of the power that was changing the words. Xianxia copied the words on the slate again and again. Each time, the words were different. He deeply understood that without the sealing power within the slate, these cryptic and changing words would be meaningless and he would not be able to release the slave marks of the Six-Winged clan. Therefore, he was absolutely unwilling to hand over the slate unless he could decipher its secrets. As King Lanling arrived, Xianxia finally had no other choice but to take out the slate. It was a dark green ancient slate. It was emitting a faint ancient devil chi which was ancient and heavy. As soon as Xianxia took it out, it immediately attracted everyone's attention. Many old monsters revealed looks of greed. They secretly released their spirit sense to find out what the words on the slate were. However, after examining it, the expressions of countless old monsters changed. Not only were the words on the slate hard to understand, but they would also change after a certain period of time. Even Ning Fan's expression changed slightly. He too could not understand what was written on the slate. However, when he saw the slate and the words on it, he suddenly felt that the drop of Mo Luo's blood in his primordial spirit seemed to be boiling. The profound earth devil marks on his back began to burn and showed faint signs of advancing to the next level. This slate hid the secret of Mo Luo's blood. It also contained the mysterious power that allowed the devil marks to advance to the next level. Ning Fan secretly activated Mo Luo's eye and was immediately surprised. He realized that when he used Mo Luo's eye and looked at the words again, the words actually began to move. Eventually, they condensed into clear words again and no longer changed. Ning Fan was the only one who saw such a scene. What the others saw were still the words that kept changing. To Ning Fan's surprise, he sensed a vast amount of devil chi from the slate. That devil chi resonated with the Mo Luo's blood in his dantian. It was as if Ning Fan could extract the devil chi that was sealed in the slate with just a thought. As for the thing that caused the devil marks to show signs of advancing to the next level, it was that devil chi. Ning Fan was the only one in this place who could truly understand the slate. In the rain world, Ning Fan was the only one who could extract the devil chi that was sealed in the slate. That trace of devil chi can allow my profound earth devil marks to advance to the next level and improve my body refinement realm. I have already memorized the words on this slate. As long as I extract another trace of devil chi from this slate, it will be equivalent to me obtaining all the value of this slate. At that time, it actually doesn't matter whether I want the slate or not. After extracting the devil chi from the slate and memorizing the real words on it, this slate is just like a chicken rib to me. However, outsiders such as Prince Lanling, the Mist Horn clan and the Ghost Eye clan will still fight for this slate with all their might. I just need to extract the devil chi from it and they can fight for the slate. Ning Fan's eyes flashed. A plan to trick them gradually took shape in his mind. Prince Lanling's demand for the slate made Xianxia yield and countless experts not dare to fight for it. It made Gui Jiao and Wang Liang, the two void glimpse stage-old monsters, so angry that they gritted their teeth. How hateful. The Lanling sect kept saying that they would help the Ghost Eye clan to get the slate. However, in the end, they wanted to snatch the slate from the Six-Winged clan instead. The two of them hated the betrayal of the Lanling sect to the core. However, they did not dare to voice out their anger. It was all because Prince Lanling's reputation was too powerful. Luckily, the two clans were not easy to deal with. They had long been on guard against the betrayal of the Lanling sect. They had also sent their experts here but they had yet to arrive. Since Prince Lanling wanted the slate, no one in this place dared to have any ideas about it. Except for Ning Fan took a step forward. Out of everyone's expectation, he stood in front of Xianxia and gently took the slate. His eyes revealed a playful smile. Hee. I didn't expect so many people to come to fight for this slate. I'm a little curious. Just what is so special about a mere stone slab that everyone is desperately fighting over it? Great Elder Xianxia, can you lend me the slate to have a look? Ning Fan took the slate and immediately activated Mo Luo's blood. With the power of blood, he extracted that trace of devil chi and sent it into his body. As soon as the devil chi entered his body, it immediately flowed into the devil marks on his back and began to fuse with them. All of a sudden, the devil chi on the slate was exhausted. The changes of the characters also began to slow down. However, no one could tell that the slate had undergone any changes from the surface. No one would have thought that Ning Fan would snatch the slate in front of Prince Lanling. It was like slapping Prince Lanling's face. Everyone noticed that at the moment Ning Fan took the slate to have a look, Prince Lanling's eyes flashed with killing intent. Fool! Prince Lanling wants this item, but that Zhou Ming went to fight for it. He is just seeking his own death. Lu Jiefan sneered inwardly. He knew that Ning Fan was extremely bold. However, he did not expect that Ning Fan would dare to fight for the slate against Prince Lanling. Lu Jiefan also wanted to fight for the slate. However, he did not have the courage to do so in front of Prince Lanling. That would be courting death. How could little cucumber be so reckless? Even though he has always been lawless, he always knows how to act appropriately. Now that he knows that Prince Lanling is determined to get this item, he still went to snatch this hot potato. There must be some deep meaning behind this. No matter what, even if I have to offend Prince Lanling, I will still help him. Get ready to open the moon portals and run away. Yu Lingkong secretly formed hand seals, getting ready to summon the moon portals at any time to bring Ning Fan and the female corpse away. Everyone was guessing that Ning Fan would offend Prince Lanling to the extreme by snatching the slate. He might even be killed by Prince Lanling. However, no one expected that even though Prince Lanling's eyes were filled with killing intent, he still did not make a move to kill Ning Fan. He was actually enduring his killing intent. There would also be times when he, Prince Lanling, would not dare to kill anyone. As for Ning Fan, he was precisely the person whom the Rain Palace had repeatedly warned him not to hurt. You are the newly promoted revered elder of the Great Heaven Palace, Zhou Ming? You have the inextinguishable fire body and you are still useful to the Rain Sovereign. Even I have been ordered by the Rain Sovereign not to touch you for the time being. However, it doesn't mean that I can't kill your women and close relatives. If you provoke me, your women will pay for your foolishness. Hand over the slate and get lost. Every word that Prince Lanling said was a threat. In his eyes, Ning Fan was just an ant. The reason why he could not kill Ning Fan was because Ning Fan's inextinguishable fire body was of great use to the Rain Sovereign. He was a young man of the same generation as Yun Tianjue. Today, he was already at the half-step void fragmentation realm and he had a great chance to break through to the void fragmentation realm in this lifetime. He was a supreme expert while Ning Fan was just a lowly weakling. Prince Lanling's threat made Ning Fan clench his fists and his eyes turn cold. What he could not tolerate the most was someone threatening his women. He had gone through a lot of trouble to obtain the protection of the Rain Palace and the Zhou clan just so that others would not dare to touch his women. Unfortunately, be it the deterrence of the Rain Palace or the Zhou clan, none of them were enough to make an expert at the level of Prince Lanling afraid. In the eyes of a half-step void fragmentation realm old monster, Ning Fan was still just an ant. He was just slightly bigger than the other ants. He had to recognize his own strength, and he had to become even stronger. Ning Fan's killing intent had already been triggered. However, he quickly dispersed it and his expression remained unchanged as if he was planning something. His plan to harm the Lanling sect would not change. Admittedly, Ning Fan's current strength was far from enough to fight against Prince Lanling. However, harming others was not directly related to strength. Today, if he does not make the Lanling sect, the Ghost Eye clan and the Mist Horn clan fight each other and suffer great losses, he would have cultivated the Devil Dao for nothing. Ning Fan glanced afar. From that direction, he could feel two strong qi rushing to their aid. Two Void Inquiry stage-old monsters. Judging from their qi, one of them was from the Ghost Eye clan while the other was from the Mist Horn clan. Without thinking too much, they must have come to fight for the slate. The Lanling sect wanted to keep the slate for themselves. The other two clans were not fools. They also had the same intention. Very well. Everyone wants to snatch the slate from the Six-Winged clan. However, none of them knew that Ning Fan had tampered with the slate and it was already a useless slate. I'll use this useless slate to make the Lanling sect, the Mist Horn clan and the Ghost Eye clan fight each other. If he muddied the waters, he might be able to sneak into the Mist Horn clan and the Ghost Eye clan in the future and steal the devil statue slate of both clans. Prince Lanling, is it? I, Zhou, will remember you. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with a hint of cold light. Suddenly, he waved his hand and tossed the useless slate to Prince Lanling. Then, he pulled the female corpse and Yu Lingkong to their feet and transmitted his voice to them. There's nothing for us to do here anymore. Next, let's watch the show. Prince Lanling's emotionless eyes were moved for the first time when he saw Ning Fan's cold eyes. Somehow, he felt a chill in his heart when he saw Ning Fan smile. It was an instinctive sense of danger. He, the dignified Prince Lanling, actually felt a trace of danger from Ning Fan's cold smile. But how is this possible? It's probably just an illusion. This young man is just a divine transformation realm junior. It's unknown whether he can achieve the void refinement realm or not in this lifetime. He's not worth mentioning. Even if he is given tens of thousands of years and attains the void refinement realm by luck, he is definitely not a match for me. He's just an ant. How can an ant like him make me feel threatened? Prince Lanling was still looking down on Ning Fan. However, he did not expect that his threat today had already touched Ning Fan's bottom line. Ning Fan would have to pay the price in the future. He kept the slate and stared coldly at the two figures who were rushing towards him from afar. They were getting closer and closer to him. Lanling. You really have bad intentions. How dare you snatch the greatest treasure of our 4 clans of the Hidden Ocean? You're courting death. The experts of the Mist Horn clan and Ghost Eye clan who were rushing to help the Void Inquiry stage roared furiously. Just a few devils who have been suppressed by the Thunder Sovereign. How dare you speak to me like this? Courting death? Let's see who is the one who is courting death. Lanling took a step forward and raised his palm, sending the 2 Void Inquiry stage experts flying away. His combat strength was so strong that it was unprecedented. The expressions of the 2 Void Inquiry stage experts changed drastically. They did not dare to be careless and used all of their strength to display their secret techniques to fight Lanling together. Finally, they were barely able to hold their ground. The 3 of them fought against each other. The battlefield was getting further and further away from the Six-Winged clan. At this moment, no one cared about the life and death of the Six-Winged clan anymore. All of their attention was focused on obtaining the slate. The experts of the 3 great forces, the Mist Horn clan, the Ghost Eye clan and the Lanling sect, also followed the 3 old monsters and left. Along the way, the 3 great forces fought against each other and blood flowed like a river. There was no such thing as an eternal friend. A slate was enough to turn the 3 great forces into enemies. On the ruins of the Six-Winged clan, only the members of the Demon Sealing sect could not leave. The 3 great forces had already left. Lu Jiefan wanted to leave but he was heavily surrounded by the members of the Six-Winged clan. The Demon Sealing sect had killed countless people in the Six-Winged clan. Without the other 3 great forces following them, Great Elder Xianxia did not put Lu Jiefan in his eyes at all. It was time for him to repay the humiliation and hatred he had suffered previously. Kill. As Xianxia gave the order, the experts of the Six-Winged clan swarmed out and charged at the members of the Demon Sealing sect fearlessly. In just an instant, the cultivators of the Demon Sealing sect suffered heavy casualties. Lu Jiefan took out a teleportation formation disc. He was ready to run. At this moment, a mocking voice suddenly resounded behind him. Trying to leave? It's too late. Asterisk boom asterisk Ning Fan pointed his finger and a huge force landed on Lu Jiefan's back. Lu Jiefan had been cautious his entire life. This time, when he came to the Six-Winged clan to stir up trouble, he had pasted more than 10 heart-protecting talismans on his back. All of the talismans were activated under Ning Fan's sneak attack. Each of the talismans turned into a ray of formation light which was enough to defend against the full force attack of a half-step Void Refinement Realm expert. However, these 10 layers of defense crumbled one after another in the face of the force of Ning Fan's finger. Lu Jiefan's expression changed greatly. Previously, he was certain that Ning Fan had yet to attain the Golden Body Realm. However, when he felt Ning Fan's finger at such a close distance, he clearly felt that Ning Fan's finger was not any weaker than any Golden Body Realm cultivator. That finger attack broke Lu Jiefan's armor. That finger attack still had some remaining force which landed on Lu Jiefan's back. In an instant, his physical body collapsed, leaving behind only his half-dead demon soul. He carried his storage pouch and retreated hastily while coughing out blood due to his severe injuries. As for the teleportation formation disc, it had already been destroyed. It did not give Lu Jiefan any chance to escape at all. Zhou Ming. Lu Jiefan glared at Ning Fan and gnashed his teeth in anger. It was Ning Fan who ruined his plan again. If Ning Fan did not intervene, with Lu Jiefan's cunning, he would definitely not end up like this. It was highly possible that he could even obtain the devil statue slate. Once he obtains the devil statue slate, Lu Jiefan could escape from the endless sea and find a secluded place to study the secrets of the slate. The world is vast. Who could capture him? After tens of thousands of years, when Lu Jiefan unravels the secrets of the slate, he would certainly become an expert whose name could shake the entire Rain world. Zhou Ming. I can't stand it anymore. I'm going to fight you to the death. Lu Jiefan's tiny demon soul suddenly took out an ancient puppet at the illusory void realm from his storage pouch. It was slightly damaged and he did not know where he got it from. His eyes were filled with hatred. This was his last trump card. He was not willing to use it. However, he must use it today. Otherwise, he would certainly not be able to survive from Ning Fan's hands. Puppet Fusion Technique. As soon as he activated the secret technique, Lu Jiefan's demon soul turned into a ray of light and shot into the illusory void realm puppet. He originally had the illusory void realm cultivation base. After refining the illusory void realm puppet, his cultivation base actually broke through the last bottleneck and advanced to the void refinement realm. From this moment onwards, he was no longer Lu Jiefan. He had become an early void refinement realm void glimpse stage puppet. After merging with the puppet, Lu Jiefan only had 1/10 of his lifespan left. He would die in another 100 years. He no longer had the qualifications to pursue immortality. Zhou Ming. You've caused me to miss my fortuitous encounters time and time again. You've caused me to lose my physical body and become a half-dead puppet. I'll make you pay the price. Lu Jiefan's furious punch killed groups of people from the Six-Winged clan. The destructive power of his punch was at the void glimpse stage. It flattened the mountain-sized boulders in the sea. Xianxi's eyes were filled with surprise. Lu Jiefan, who had merged with the puppet, was almost as strong as Xianxi. Yu Lingkong's beautiful eyes were filled with killing intent. She blamed herself for being too weak and could not help Ning Fan snatch the slate from King Lanling. However, no matter how weak she was not so weak that she could tolerate Lu Jiefan attacking Ning Fan. She took a step forward and was about to attack Lu Jiefan with the moon burial technique. However, Ning Fan gently pulled her behind him. Let me do it. After all, it's a void glimpse stage puppet. Don't break it. Void technique, twin dragons. Ning Fan took a step forward. Both of his fists were surrounded by the shadows of black dragons. When he threw out both of his fists, heaven and earth were filled with the roars of dragons. Wind and thunder rumbled. His physical body was comparable to the first level of the golden body realm. As for the twin dragons technique, it was the body technique that King Yinglong was proud of. Even though it was only at the low-grade mortal void realm, the destructive power of this technique was still top-notch even among low-grade mortal void realm experts. Even though Lu Jiefan had willingly become a void glimpse stage puppet, his strength was still worlds apart from Ning Fan's. Boom! Two black dragon fist shadows landed on the body of Lu Jiefan's puppet. With a violent tremor, all of his fist lights were instantly destroyed. Lu Jiefan could not believe it. He had given up everything in exchange for void glimpse stage strength, but he was still not Ning Fan's match. Ning Fan was actually this strong. Even until his death, he still could not believe that the gap between his strength and Ning Fan's was actually so huge. I'm not willing to accept this. The shadow of the twin dragon fists landed on the puppet's body. The puppet was severely injured while Lu Jiefan's demon soul was directly destroyed. He was killed by the fist force. After Lu Jiefan died, this void glimpse stage puppet lost all of its spiritual intelligence and became a masterless object. Because Lu Jiefan had fused with it, the illusory void stage puppet broke through to the void glimpse stage. Because Ning Fan killed Lu Jiefan with his fists, the void glimpse stage puppet became a masterless object again. Even though this puppet was severely injured, it would become as good as new again after spending some immortal jade and spiritual ores to repair itself. Lu Jiefan, I will accept your great gift. Ning Fan felt slightly relaxed. He had forgotten about the unhappiness caused by Prince Lanling. Lu Jiefan was a person who liked to seek personal gains. He was just like a fly. Wherever there was a fortune, he would want to get involved. Such a person must not be allowed to do as he pleases over and over again. Otherwise, one day, he would turn from a clown to a great threat. Killing Lu Jiefan today could also be considered as getting rid of a hidden danger. Two halves, to be continued, end of chapter 431. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.